During the Chunin exam, as Orochimaru pressed a kunai against Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck, the entire arena seemed to ignite. Might Guy saw this and was about to rescue the Hokage, but Kakashi stopped him, saying lazily, "Trust our Hokage, after all he is known as the strongest Hokage in history." Might Guy, being simple-minded, was convinced, and went with Kakashi to stop the Sunigakure ninjas. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, after a fight, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru were successfully trapped inside the four violet flames formation. After exchanging some words, Orochimaru performed the impure world reincarnation technique, summoning 3.5 coffins that successfully blocked Sarutobi Hiruzen's shuriken attacks. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a bit pleased that his attack had successfully stopped the fourth coffin from rising. But then the person who stepped out of the coffin engraved with the character first shocked him beyond words. The first Hokage, known as the strongest ninja and the teacher of the God of Shinobi, Uchiha He. The second coffin engraved with second was undoubtedly the second Hokage, Senju Hashirama, known as the God of Shinobi and one of the twin heroes of the ninja world. The third unmarked coffin contained Senju Tobirama, who, though not a Hokage, was also exceptionally powerful. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared nervously, not daring to move. He knew that the first Hokage before him was not only boastful in title but also terrifyingly powerful. Legend records that Uchiha He once fought alone against the Kage of the four villages Lightning, Earth, Wind, Water, and because he found the battle unsatisfying, he let Madara and Hashirama join the enemy side. Ultimately, he single-handedly defeated all six, leaving them powerless. Even more incredible, he didn't use his Mangekyo while Hashirama and Madara used their combination technique, Wood Golem and Susanoo, yet still lost. Orochimaru, without any idle talk, quickly inserted command kunai into the reincarnated ones as if afraid of losing control. Indeed, the last time Orochimaru summoned Uchiha He, he almost lost control. The last time Orochimaru summoned Uchiha He, he almost broke free from control, but fortunately the sacrificial offering was just an ordinary person. The subsequent battle was one-sided. Sarutobi Hiruzen was beaten so badly that his teeth were broken and he spoke with a lisp. The reason was simple: Uchiha He, like Sarutobi Hiruzen, possessed all 5 chakra natures, and even more, he also had yin-yang chakra. In short, any jutsu Sarutobi Hiruzen knew, Uchiha He knew better, and any jutsu Hiruzen didn't know, Kawa also knew. Seeing no hope of victory, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved to sacrifice himself. He shouted and performed the dead demon consuming seal, the strongest sealing technique. As the souls of Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama were pulled out, Orochimaru panicked. He intensified his attack on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Finally, the soul of Uchiha He was also pulled out. However, an anomaly occurred. Uchiha He's soul floated in the air, and the death god just stared at him, not daring to move. Orochimaru naturally couldn't see this, but when he saw Uchiha He's reincarnated body stop moving, he knew he had lost. So Orochimaru summoned the Kusanagi sword and was about to stab Sarutobi Hiruzen, but was stopped by Enma, the Monkey King, lunging at him. For a moment the situation was at a stalemate. At the critical moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen hardened his heart and said, "Since I can't take you, I'll take away your proud jutsu." Orochimaru also shouted, "No!" However, after the death god cut off the soul of Orochimaru's hand, it did not swallow the hand into its stomach, but instead looked cautiously at Uchiha He. The reason was simple: Uchiha He's strength was acknowledged by both humans and gods. Even in the Pure Land, he was a supreme being. The mere death god naturally dared not challenge him. Uchiha He just glanced at him indifferently and said, "Eat it, then go back. Don't think about this, old man." The death god, like a puppy, picked up the hand on the ground and fled. Sarutobi Hiruzen was bewildered. Although he couldn't see what happened, he could feel the disappearance of the death god's presence behind him. As the soul of Orochimaru's hand disappeared, the control of the impure world reincarnation finally vanished. Uchiha He waved his hand and his soul re-entered his reincarnated body. Uchiha He looked at everything before him and took a deep breath. But he breathed nothing because the reincarnated body could not breathe. Orochimaru, seeing Uchiha He move again, did not realize he had lost control and shouted, "Uchiha He, kill Sarutobi Hiruzen!" Uchiha He heard someone calling him and came to his senses. He uttered a faint "Hm," which made Orochimaru take half a step back. Uchiha He only slightly adjusted his stance and his entire aura became completely different. Just from his posture one could tell he was terrifyingly strong. At this point Orochimaru realized that he had completely lost control over Uchiha He. So he ignored the pain, quickly retreated, and although his hands were disabled, he summoned the Kusanagi sword and bit it in his mouth. At this moment Orochimaru was furious but helpless. Uchiha just glanced at him indifferently, then turned his gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a gentle look and said, "Little monkey, you've grown so old." Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a warmth in his heart as if being patted on the head by an elder. But before he could speak, Uchiha continued, "The Uchiha clan was wiped out, wasn't it? The Senju clan was also completely divided, wasn't it? Madara defected from the village, didn't he?" With each question Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart trembled, thinking to himself, "This is bad." Orochimaru felt a surge of joy, quickly signaling his surrounding subordinates to be ready to rescue him at any moment. Uchiha naturally noticed this, instantly using body flicker to appear behind Orochimaru, easily snatching the Kusanagi sword from Orochimaru's mouth and pressing it against his neck. At the same time, Uchiha other hand pressed down on Orochimaru's head. Orochimaru suddenly felt all his chakra disappear, and then he truly felt the threat of death. He roared, "Uchiha! What have you done? Why is my chakra gone?" Uchiha said calmly, "Just a little sealing technique, not much, just over 200 seals." "What? Is it that the living corpse reincarnation can't save you anymore?" Orochimaru panicked and begged. "No. You can't kill me." Uchiha felt secretly pleased but remained expressionless. "Oh. Give me a reason not to kill you. Give me a reason not to kill you." A glimmer of hope shone in Orochimaru's eyes. "I have your corpse in your eyes. Only I know where they are." Uchiha remained expressionless. "What use is a corpse to me when I am already dead?" He increased the pressure on the sword, and the Kusanagi blade was about to cut through Orochimaru's neck. Desperate to survive, Orochimaru blurted out, "I have a way. I have a way to bring you back to life." Uchiha became interested, but his face remained as steady as an old dog. "I don't believe you." "It's true. It's all true. According to my research and your surviving manuscripts, by summoning the dead through impure world reincarnation and then using living corpse reincarnation, one can achieve rebirth." Uchiha sneered. "You're not mentioning the drawbacks, are you?" Knowing he couldn't hide it from Uchiha, Orochimaru continued, "The only drawback is that the user must have a powerful soul and possess both yin and yang nature chakra, otherwise at best severe soul damage, at worst complete annihilation, right?" Orochimaru was shocked again by Uchiha knowledge and flattered him. "As expected of the strongest Hokage known as the God of Shinobi, you know so much." Just as Orochimaru and Uchiha were about to reach a deal, Sarutobi Hiruzen advised, "First Hokage-sama, don't let him go. He has done many evil deeds and will become a scourge to the ninja world." Hearing his own teacher speak of him like this, Orochimaru felt a chill in his heart. Although he had just tried his best to kill him, he hadn't succeeded, had he? How could he be so heartless? Uchiha couldn't bear this father-son affection scene, so he fixed his gaze on Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, "Little monkey, you should ask yourself that question. As for now, I won't pursue your mistakes. But if you still recognize me as the first Hokage, recall all the ninjas sent out, including Asuma, then close the village and wait for my return." Seeming to realize he hadn't finished, he added, "Oh, and tell Jiraiya to bring Naruto and bring Tsunade back. She is the future 5th Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen was deeply shocked. He didn't expect the first Hokage, dead for so many years, to still know the ninja world so well. It was clear that Uchiha was truly all-seeing and powerful. If Uchiha knew what he was thinking, he would sneer, "If you knew the odd and even change, you could be a true man like me, and you could also foresee things like me." Having dealt with the Konoha side, Uchiha turned his attention to Orochimaru. To be more assured, he warned, "Only I can undo these 200 seals. So put away your little tricks." Orochimaru smiled ingratiatingly. Of course. I'll be honest." Just as he was about to order his men to remove the 4 violet flames formation, Uchiha shook his head. "Tell them to go further away. No need for such trouble." Though puzzled, Orochimaru complied. Then, without even forming a hand seal, Uchiha summoned a towering wooden giant that effortlessly broke through the 4 violet flames formation. This scene shocked everyone. Orochimaru asked in confusion, "First Hokage-sama, can you also use wood release?" Uchiha snorted. "I can use any technique you can name. Back in the day, that kid Hashirama learned wood release from me." Then Uchiha asked, "Do you have a kunai?" Though puzzled, Orochimaru signaled his men to bring one. Uchiha took the kunai, carved the Flying Thunder God's seal onto it, and to prevent Orochimaru from asking more questions explained in advance. Flying Thunder God technique. Take this kunai back. I'll come find you when I'm done. Orochimaru dared not say more, quickly ordering his men to take him away. Uchiha gazed into the distance, murmuring, "It should have started by now, right?" Then he used the body flicker technique repeatedly, his figure darting through the chaos, and with a single head touch sealing technique on each enemy he easily resolved the crisis. Sarutobi Hiruzen then called the Umbu members and relayed the tasks that Uchiha had assigned to him. However, in the shadows Danzo's face was as ugly as if he had eaten shit, making his already aged and ugly appearance even more abstract and unbearable. Uchiha resolved all the crises and rushed towards Naruto's location. On the way he saw other young ninjas, gave each of them a head-touch sealing technique to help them defeat their opponents, and continued rushing. While using body flicker, Uchiha complained, "Why didn't I learn a flying ninjutsu? Truly not working hard in life, suffering in the impure world." Before long, Uchiha arrived at Naruto's location. He glanced at Sasuke and Sakura sitting nearby, then joined the battle. Sasuke saw Uchiha and was stunned, his face full of disbelief. At this moment Shikaku had completely gone berserk, attacking indiscriminately. Naruto was riding on Gamabunta, dodging Shikaku's attacks. Uchiha decided not to let them reenact the original, so he used body flicker to appear, knocked Gamabunta away, and carved a Flying Thunder God seal on him. Then he instantly appeared before Shikaku. Shikaku sensed danger. "No. I don't want to go back." He became even more frenzied, firing sand bullets wildly. Uchiha shook his head helplessly. "Ah, forget it, you're a good person too. I'll help you." He then pressed his hand on Shikaku's head using the familiar head-touch sealing technique. Shikaku sensed something was wrong, but it felt a little comfortable. In an instant over 50 seals were applied to Shikaku and Gaara slowly woke up. Seeing the stranger, Gaara immediately prepared to attack. Uchiha gently pressed his hand on Gaara's head, his tone warm. "Child, you've worked hard. Take a nap." The originally furious Jayala fell asleep instantly, a happy smile appearing on his face as if he was having a sweet dream. This time Uchiha didn't use a sealing technique, just a little genjutsu. After all, he was still an Uchiha, wasn't he? After finishing all this Uchiha, he came before the crowd holding the sleeping Woluo. Mingren was like a powder keg. "Hey you! What's going on? Just now Boss Toad and I were dealing with the monster Woluo turned into, and you appeared with a bang, then sent Boss Toad flying with a boom." Hama Wento was deeply moved by Mingren's attitude, but the person before him was clearly not to be trifled with, so he nudged Mingren with his huge foot, signaling him to stop. Uchiha's Wuju with sharper eyes stepped forward and bowed deeply, his attitude extremely respectful. "You are the legendary teacher of the God of Shinobi, the strongest ninja, the first fire shadow Uchiha He, right?" Hearing this, Mingren immediately stopped chattering and blurted out, "Oh no." Uchiha He intended to maintain the solemnity of a senior but was instantly broken by Mingren's "Oh no." Mingren quickly calmed down, then put his hands on his hips, his face beaming with a bright smile. "Hey you! First fire shadow, listen up. Aishwanwa Mingren will definitely surpass you, become the strongest fire shadow and gain everyone's recognition." After hearing this, a bold idea emerged in Uchiha He's mind. "Sorry Uchiha you." Then Uchiha He spoke. "It's not about becoming a fire shadow to gain everyone's recognition, but about gaining everyone's recognition to be worthy of becoming a fire shadow." Obviously Mingren's little head was almost stunned by this statement. Ignoring Mingren, Uchiha He turned his gaze to Suiju. "So alike." Uchiha He couldn't help exclaiming. Suiju's appearance was exactly like Izuna's. No wonder the decisive and ruthless band would also pause for a moment when looking at Suiju. Uchiha He's appearance also felt familiar to Suiju. For no other reason, before Uchiha you wiped out the clan members often said that you looked similar to the first fire shadow, except for Uchiha He's afro. No wonder Uchiha you wiped out the clan. The whole clan had spiky hair, only he used Piaru. Uchiha He spoke first. "Feeling lost? Feeling ashamed that you can't compare to a dead last? Want power?" Uchiha He's triple question made Suiju first fall into thought, lowering his head in contemplation. Then something unexpected happened. Suiju actually knelt down on the spot. "Please clan leader, take me in and teach me ninjutsu." Looking at Suiju, Uchiha He was very satisfied, then turned to look at Mingren and sighed. "Ah, he has strength, but when it comes to intelligence he also has strength." Uchiha He pondered for a moment, considering whether he should replace Dashyun as Suju's teacher. After thinking, Uchiha He believed that even if he replaced Dashyun as Suju's teacher, it wouldn't have much impact on the storyline. At worst, when the Shao organization acted, he would personally capture Daedala and send him back to Yannin village for reform through labor, and when Uchiha He was about to die, he would capture him and send him to Mai's prison for reform through labor. No, send him to feed pigs to let him see the dependence of piglets on sows. Having finished his thoughts, Uchiha He put on a profound expression and said, "Taking you as a disciple is not impossible, but I have one condition." Hearing this, Suju immediately said, I accept. Even 10,000 conditions, it's fine." Uchiha He smiled slightly. "Young man, don't get excited too early. My condition is that you must let go of your hatred for Uchiha. Hearing this, Suju was stunned, instantly frozen in place. Seeing Suju lost in thought, Uchiha He continued, "Don't worry, I have other plans for Uchiha. After all, both you and he are the last survivors of the Uchiha clan. You don't want the Uchiha to go extinct, do you? Besides, I plan to catch him later and make him feed pigs. What do you think? Evil, isn't it?" Everyone rolled their eyes at this. Cruel. This is called cruel. But after pondering, Suju actually nodded and agreed to Uchiha He's request. Then Uchiha He handed Wolo to Suju. "Alright, in the name of the first fire shadow, I order you to take Wolo back to Mai, and then wait for my return." Hearing this, everyone dared not show any disrespect. With Suju carrying Wolo on his back, they all ran toward Mai. Watching them go far away, Uchiha He finally breathed a sigh of relief as the crisis in Mai was completely resolved. Finally, I can do my own things. Then Uchiha He focused his mind, sensing the flying thunder god mark he had left. Although the distance was far and the aura was faint, he could still perceive it. With a flash of his figure, after a moment, Uchiha He appeared underground. It was pitch black here, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Uchiha He subtly performed a fireball technique, igniting a flame on his fingertip, and only then could he see the surroundings. He saw the area densely packed with Baiju, and a huge demonic statue of the outer path stood in the center. Uchiha He worked against the clock using the body flicker technique so fast that sparks flew quickly, setting up a flying thunder god formation in this place. It was a huge teleportation formation, with the target point being a secret laboratory that Uchiha He had hidden during his lifetime, a laboratory that no one knew about except himself. He quickly formed hand seals, and then all the Baiju in the entire place disappeared after a white light along with the demonic statue of the outer path. Uchiha He muttered to himself that it was bad, then instantly used Flying Thunder God to teleport to his laboratory, brought the demonic statue back, and then used Flying Thunder God again to leave the place. Shortly after Uchiha He left, a pitch-black head emerged. It was Heiju. Heiju had been quietly watching the show in the Shao organization, but when he sensed that the demonic statue had suddenly lost its aura, he rushed back to the base like lightning. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Heiju sighed with relief. Good, the demonic statue is safe. But then he sensed something wrong, and an earth-shaking roar echoed throughout the underground. Where the hell are my Baiju? Which bastard did this? Didn't leave me a single Baiju. Uchiha had already arrived at Orochimaru's base via Flying Thunder God, and thus had not heard Black Zetsu's furious cursing. Instead, it was Orochimaru who, despite having anticipated Uchiha's sudden arrival, was still startled by his silent appearance. However, Orochimaru dared only to be angry, inwardly maintaining a respectful tone. Lord Kawa. Uchiha waved his hand. Enough. Begin the preparations. Orochimaru handed over the scroll. This is the secret scroll of the impure world rebirth. Please review it, my lord. Uchiha took the scroll, merely glanced at it, and then returned it to Orochimaru. Worried that the jutsu had displeased him, Orochimaru hurriedly asked, My lord, is there a problem with this technique? Uchiha glanced at him, and replied, No issues. There were some minor flaws, but I have already refined them. Orochimaru remained skeptical. Who could master a ninja technique with just a single glance? If he truly had learned it, Orochimaru would devour the scroll on the spot without even a drop of water. Seeing Orochimaru frozen in place, Uchiha's tone turned cold as he reminded him, Where is my corpse? And my eyes? Orochimaru finally snapped out of it, and signaled his subordinates to activate the mechanism. With a mechanical rumble, a transparent glass container emerged from beneath the ground containing Uchiha's preserved corpse. Ninjas were remarkable even in death. The body remained perfectly preserved after so many years. Under Orochimaru's command, Uchiha-kawa's corpse was carefully laid out on the ground. Uchiha-kawa took the Mangekyo Sharingan eyes that Orochimaru held in nutrient solution. Why have my eyes been restored? Orochimaru explained. Through chance research I discovered that a diluted Hashirama cell solution can repair Mangekyo ocular abilities, so I took the liberty of restoring your eyes first. Uchiha-kawa murmured in amusement. Back when I was his student I never dared act against him. Now that he is dead his cells serve a purpose after all. His attendants exchanged uneasy glances, secretly thinking the first Hokage did not seem like a good person. Of course they only dared such thoughts internally, their faces still maintaining respectful expressions. Uchiha-kawa had always been like this. Since rebirth had brought him back to the ninja world he did as he pleased. Yet he never crossed his moral line. Even knowing Hashirama cells could save his life, he never contemplated exploiting them while alive. He then pressed the Mangekyo Sharingan into the empty sockets of his corpse. Orochimaru winced at the rough handling, watching as Uchiha-kawa shoved the eyes in with his fingers when they wouldn't fit properly. Sensing Orochimaru's disapproving stare, Uchiha-kawa turned with a faint smile. Relax. If it breaks so easily, it simply has not worked hard enough to be my eye. Orochimaru could not resist rolling his eyes at the response. Uchiha-kawa then performed the reversed flying thunder god technique, and a dozen white setsu materialized within the base. Orochimaru ordered his men on alert, but Uchiha-kawa dismissed the tension with a wave. Gathering chakra in his hands, he called out, Samsara rebirth technique. As he spoke, each white setsu dissolved into pure life energy, flowing into Uchiha-kawa's corpse. Missing parts from prior experiments were restored. Orochimaru watched with intense curiosity, yet dared not ask questions. Anticipating Orochimaru's thoughts, Uchiha-kawa said, Orochimaru, I will always offer you a chance. When you abandon your pursuit of immortality, come to Konoha and I shall teach you everything I know. Orochimaru fell silent in thought, and Uchiha-kawa no longer paid him mind. Soon all the white setsu had converted into pure life energy, and merged completely with Uchiha-kawa's corpse. Technically a single white setsu would suffice to restore the corpse, but more was better. After all, these were free white setsu sponsored by Black Zetsu, the more the merrier. Black Zetsu crouched in the corner, letting out continuous whimpering sounds as though weeping. Uchiha-kawa then initiated the impure world rebirth. Orochimaru stared in disbelief. He had not expected Uchiha-kawa to master it after a single glance, let alone improve upon it. Maintaining his composure, Orochimaru swallowed the scroll whole without even a sip of water. How satisfying, he thought. As the jutsu concluded, the body on the ground opened its eyes. Uchiha-kawa drew in a sharp breath but broke into violent coughs. The joy of rebirth faded instantly. With everyone watching in shock, Uchiha-kawa formed no hand seals, simply inhaled through his mouth and exhaled a massive fire dragon that blew a hole straight through the base's roof. Rising slowly, Uchiha-kawa complained, Orochimaru, for the sake of your students' health, ventilate this base. It reeks in here. Orochimaru did not dare speak. The swallowed scroll seemed to have caught in his throat, and he gasped for air before finally recovering. Eyes wide, he watched Uchiha-kawa, anxiously terrified the offer might be withdrawn. Rest assured I do keep my word, Uchiha-kawa said helplessly, then placed his hand on Orochimaru's head. This time, however, it was a seal-unsealing technique. Though bewildered by how it was done, Orochimaru quickly felt his chakra returning. The others watched Uchiha-kawa, awaiting his next move. Uchiha-kawa's gaze swept the room, his frown deepening. He then said to Orochimaru, Do you want that substance I used to replenish my body's life energy? It works exceptionally well for the impure world rebirth. Intrigued but wary of free lunches, Orochimaru asked cautiously, And what do you want in return? Uchiha-kawa's enigmatic smile sent chills down Orochimaru's spine. His mind raced with possibilities. He was certain that smile held ill intent, and he worried Uchiha-kawa might force him into servitude. But Uchiha-kawa's request left everyone stunned. I want you to allow me to establish a psychological counseling program in your base. Every child under 16 must attend. At Orochimaru's prolonged silence, Uchiha-kawa pressed. What? Embarrassed. Realizing his own lapse in composure, Orochimaru quickly asked, May I ask your intention? Uchiha-kawa responded patiently. Look at your base. It is dim and dreary except for the experiment tables. Even with just the skylight I opened, I saw something different in those children's eyes. Do you know what that is? Longing. If this continues, these children will develop psychological issues. That is why I plan to provide counseling. And since you are the leader here and have not noticed this problem yourself, you will need to attend the classes too. Orochimaru was utterly dumbfounded. Mistaking his silence for negotiation, Uchiha offered. 2. That is the most I can give. When Orochimaru remained unresponsive, Uchiha gritted his teeth. 3. Final offer. Otherwise I am leaving. It took a long moment for Orochimaru to snap out of his stupor, but his mind cleared. Uchiha must have hidden motives. With Uchiha also requiring attendance if anything went wrong, Orochimaru reasoned he would simply lose his temper and be taken back to Konoha for forced labor. There was no winning here. Before an incomplete Edo Tensei form had controlled him, now with his full strength restored, what chance did Orochimaru have? With no other option, the man who had always trusted in science found himself praying Uchiha was genuinely good and would not harm them. Over the next 3 days, Uchiha He indeed began psychological counseling for Orochimaru's subordinates and Orochimaru himself. From the minute details of primary and secondary school conduct codes to the grand meaning of life and methods of interpersonal communication, Uchiha He covered everything from beginning to end. At first, Orochimaru was wary that Uchiha He might brainwash them, but as the counseling progressed, Orochimaru discovered that Uchiha He was genuinely only there for psychological guidance. Especially when Uchiha He spoke about the meaning of life. Although the other children were utterly confused, Orochimaru gained many insights. However, a few words from Uchiha He were not enough to change Orochimaru's heart. If you ask why Uchiha He did something seemingly meaningless, the reason was simple. Before being reborn into the Naruto world, he was a psychologist. And like most psychologists, he suffered from severe psychological issues. The causes were not only from life but also from regrets over his emotions toward fictional characters, the deepest of which were the regrets in Naruto. Thus, after staying up all night playing Naruto due to chronic sleep deprivation and a sudden intense fit of rage, Uchiha He died of a heart attack. This story teaches us to go to bed early and wake up early. After experiencing Uchiha He's guidance, the group of children became noticeably more cheerful. Seeing this, Uchiha He felt much happier as well. After saying goodbye, he left the place. Before leaving, Uchiha He said to Orochimaru, "My words are always valid. If you want to go home, just go home." After Uchiha He left, Orochimaru's young subordinates stared blankly at the skylight that Uchiha He had opened earlier. Kimimaro gathered his courage and asked Orochimaru, "Lord Orochimaru, should this skylight be repaired?" Orochimaru shook his head, gazing at the skylight in a daze. Uchiha He used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to his laboratory. After checking whether the seals on the lab were intact, he left. As soon as he exited the lab, Uchiha He saw a fight on the hospital rooftop. On the rooftop, Sasuke and Naruto were each unleashing their ultimate techniques, about to clash. At the critical moment, a kunai plunged into the space between them. Then Uchiha He suddenly appeared and grabbed both of their hands. Uchiha He turned with a smile and looked at Sasuke. Little Sasuke being naughty again. Obviously, with Uchiha He's interference, and without Orochimaru's meddling, Tsunade was quickly brought back to the village and Naruto learned the Rasengan faster than scheduled. Watching the tardy Kakashi, Uchiha He simply maintained his smile without saying anything. Upon seeing Uchiha He, Sasuke and Naruto abandoned the idea of continuing their fight. After Naruto left, Sasuke stared blankly at the water tank that Naruto had broken. Uchiha He said gently, "Don't worry, his technique is simple. I'll teach you." Instantly a glimmer of light shone in Sasuke's eyes. Uchiha He continued, "Come on, stay with me for now." Sasuke nodded obediently. Seeing this, Uchiha He couldn't help but pat Sasuke's head again, and Sasuke seemed to enjoy it. Then Uchiha He picked up Sasuke, who was a bit flustered but didn't refuse. With a hint of nostalgia on his face, Uchiha He said, "You know the body flicker technique, right? Watch my body flicker technique. This was taught to me by my teacher back then." Then Sasuke felt as if he were whisked away like the wind darting between the buildings of Konoha with Uchiha He. Sasuke felt that Uchiha He's embrace was as warm as being in his brother's arms back then. The two thought of different people, but the emotion in their hearts was the same. Soon the two arrived at the Hokage building. Sasuke looked at the building with mixed feelings. After all, the last time he was here was the last time. Now entering with Uchiha He, no one cast strange glances at him. Instead, there was a hint of respect. The two entered the Hokage's office. In the office, Jiraiya was pushing Tsunade to sit in the chair but was sent flying by her punch. With a loud bang it sounded painful. However, Jiraiya stood up as if nothing happened, scratching his head. Only then did the others notice Uchiha He and Sasuke. "Greetings." Uchiha He broke the silence first. Tsunade and Jiraiya immediately became respectful. "Greetings, First Hokage." Uchiha He waved his hand. No need for such formalities. But then his demeanor changed and an aura of authority rose. "I came here for only 3 things: change, change, and change. Go summon everyone in the village with authority and representatives of all clans. In the name of the First Hokage, I hereby convene the First Konoha Change Conference." Uchiha He's tone carried an unyielding determination. Hearing this, Tsunade and Jiraiya knew he meant business, so Tsunade signaled Jiraiya to gather everyone while she entertained Uchiha He. Sasuke knew that as the First Hokage, Uchiha He must hold a high status, but he didn't expect that the legendary Sannin Jiraiya and Tsunade would be so courteous to him. After all, these two had always been indifferent toward the Hokage. Uchiha He looked at Tsunade, who was pouring tea for him with an expression of elder affection. "Our little Tsunade has grown up, hasn't she? You're a big girl now. So is that young man just now your boyfriend." Tsunade blushed and raised her voice. "Grandpa He, you're joking again. How could I ever date that guy?" Uchiha He only smiled in response without saying a word and instead took a sip of tea to savor it. In the midst of drinking, he asked, "Little Tsunade, these years haven't been easy for you, have they?" Tsunade gave a wry smile as if mocking herself. Uchiha He patted the seat beside him, signaling her to sit down. Tsunade obediently took a seat. Uchiha He shed his affectionate demeanor and said seriously, "As a Hokage, having hemophobia is not good. I'll give you a choice. Would you like me to treat you with genjutsu?" Tsunade was puzzled and asked, "Grandpa He, since you've come back to life, wouldn't it be better for you to be Hokage?" Uchiha He shook his head. "I am a relic of the old era. Besides, I've worked hard all my life. Now that I've been given a second chance, can't I just rest properly?" He pretended to be angry at the end. Seeing this, Tsunade said no more. After a moment of thought, her gaze turned resolute, and she nodded at Uchiha He. "Go ahead, Grandpa He." Uchiha He's Sharingan swirled in his eyes, activating only 3 tomo, and as planned he brought Tsunade into the world of genjutsu. With Uchiha He's powerful soul and spiritual energy, his genjutsu was so realistic that it was hard to distinguish truth from illusion. He crafted a perfect illusion tailored to the cause of Tsunade's hemophobia. In the illusion, Tsunade ran swiftly, preventing one heartbreaking scene after another. Of course, it was more than that. Through environmental cues and various other suggestive techniques, Uchiha He gradually broke through the barriers in Tsunade's heart. Although Tsunade endured immense hardships in the illusion, in reality only 2 seconds had passed. After returning to reality, Tsunade didn't sob, but tears streamed down her face. Uchiha He gently wiped away her tears as if brushing away the sorrows of the past. Before long, a crowd of people rushed into the Hokage's office in a flurry, including the Sarutobi Hiruzen clique and the heads of various ninja clans cramming the small room. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Uchiha He cleared his throat and said, "I have a general understanding of the situation in Konoha. In short, I can sum it up in one word." At this, the crowd began to anticipate what the strongest First Hokage would say about the village governed by the third, who was hailed as the strongest Hokage. Uchiha He paused, then declared one word: crap. As soon as he spoke, everyone was stunned, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was one of shock. Among the crowd, only Danzo struggled to suppress the smirk on his lips. Seeing the confusion, Uchiha He continued, "Monkey, under your rule Konoha may seem prosperous, but it has lost its former position as a dominant power. Moreover, you bear the title of the strongest Hokage, yet I have never seen you display your prowess on the battlefield. Perhaps you have forgotten that the peace of the past was won through our battles. Peace is never obtained by begging others through compromise." Hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi felt as if the gloom that had accumulated in his heart for years had dissipated. Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted, "War means casualties. I did this for the villagers." Uchiha He chuckled, "The villagers? Was Hyuga Hizashi not a villager? I won't even mention Tsukumo Hatake. And where did you learn that to subdue others you must resort to war? When I was in power, was there any war?" Those who knew the history silently complained there was no war indeed. "You single-handedly beat up the other 4 Kage, even your own people got a beating. Who would dare provoke you?" Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to argue further, Uchiha He spoke first. "Aren't you the strongest Hokage? What I could do you should be able to do too, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily at a loss for words. Uchiha He changed the subject. However, I must commend your administrative skills and the meticulous management of the village. Hearing this, the crowd relaxed and Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted his lowered head slightly. But, Uchiha He frowned and continued, you are a good politician, but you are absolutely not a good Hokage. Our original intention in founding Konoha was to protect the villagers from the ravages of war and to ensure a better life, not to experience the thrill of wielding power. Seeing everyone lower their heads, Uchiha He knew it was time. Raising his voice, Uchiha He declared, alright, that's enough criticism. I don't care what you did before, but from now on you must follow the policies I will outline. Everyone raised their heads, intrigued by the policies Uchiha He was about to propose. Seeing their interest, Uchiha He continued, first, cease all mission assignments and dispatch. Konoha will no longer rely on ninja missions as its economic lifeline. To this end, the focus of development will be to overhaul the ninja merit system. Ninjas will earn merits through labor and production. Besides being exchanged for money, merits can also be traded for ninjutsu, enabling them to engage in higher-level production. Positions will be scientifically allocated according to the ninja system, allowing every ninja willing to engage in production to find a suitable role. Second, reform the ninja departments. Abolish the Umbu, the police force, and the root. Replace them with a guard force. Forbid any form of surveillance on villagers by anyone. The captain of the guard force will be elected by rotation among the major ninja clans, with the remaining clans serving as vice-captains. The captain does not have the power of veto. Third, the immediate departmental reassignments. Shimura Danzo, you will serve as the Minister of Livestock of Konoha, responsible for the entire village's animal husbandry. I believe you can train livestock as well as you trained the root. Shimura Danzo felt as if he had swallowed filth, but he stepped forward with a forced smile. Danzo accepts the order. Uchiha He leaned close to Danzo and whispered, don't think I don't know you had a hand in the Uchiha clan's extermination. Be glad I didn't kill you. Just focus on developing animal husbandry. His tone was laced with menace. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you will serve as the Minister of Agriculture of Konoha, responsible for the village's farming. Your mastery of the 5 elemental ninjutsu will make you an excellent farmer. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a flicker of relief. He was not disheartened by the demotion. Uchiha He's willingness to appoint him meant he had not been abandoned. As for the other members of the Elder Council, they will be assigned to the livestock and agriculture departments as deputies to Monkey and Danzo. The 2 background figures stepped forward and said, understood. The remaining ninja clans must not only allocate personnel to the guard force but also mobilize people for production. Furthermore, all departments of Konoha are open to civilian ninjas. Clan ninjas are forbidden to discriminate against or bully civilian ninjas. Any violation will be severely punished. Finally, the Nara clan may choose to join the guard force or engage in production freely. Additionally, Uchiha He used the reverse flying thunder god technique, and a stack of books suddenly appeared in his hands. These are the fundamentals of economics, and its extensions that I compiled in my early years. They contain almost all the problems and solutions related to economic development. Your task is to learn them and, with your clan as the lead, establish the Konoha Chamber of Commerce to manage all economic decisions in the village. The representative of the Nara clan looked reluctant, his annoyance almost written on his face, but knowing it was for the good of the village, he stepped forward and accepted the books. Moreover, the Hokage, as the highest authority of Konoha, must evaluate every major decision and take it as his duty to protect the village and improve the quality of life of the villagers. Here I, as the first Hokage, appoint the 5th Hokage, Senju Tsunade. Tsunade was clearly taken aback by Uchiha He's address, as she had not used the name Senju in a long time. But soon warm applause followed. After the applause, everyone stared at Uchiha He, waiting for his next directive. Clearly these decisions had completely won over the representatives. Though the immediate benefits were not apparent, the change in the power structure heralded the birth of a fairer and more just Konoha. Seeing everyone still looking at him, Uchiha He wondered what he had missed. Then a light bulb went off. Oh, regarding the succession of the Hokage, I think a 3-year term is better. Everyone is eligible to run for Hokage. Any objections? Everyone nodded in agreement, but after nodding they still stared at Uchiha He. He racked his brains but couldn't think of what else to say, yet from their expressions it was clearly something important. Finally Tsunade, being considerate, and thinking that Grandpa He might be old, reminded him, and what about you? Uchiha He fell silent. Then reacting, he feigned fury. Oh my God, is there no justice? I'm over 100 years old, and you still want to exploit my labor. Run away, or these skinflints will catch me and send me to the mines. With that, Uchiha He grabbed Sasuke and bolted out the door, afraid that if he was late he would be dragged back for hard labor. Everyone was amused by Uchiha He's antics, but soon they all felt a deep sense of admiration. Their admiration had three aspects. First, even though his own clan had been wiped out, he chose forgiveness. His magnanimity was unmatched. Second, these policies were truly for the village and its people without a trace of selfishness. Third, despite his immense contributions, he did not take credit for himself, a rare virtue. Uchiha He, I don't know, I'm just tired and want to quit. Uchiha He dashed through the streets with Sasuke in tow, only stopping when they reached the main road. Sasuke grew deeply intrigued by his series of actions. Uchiha He displayed immense affection toward the younger generation, handled major affairs with calm precision, and exuded an irresistible air of authority. Yet when it came to his own noble stance, he behaved like a child, utterly endearing. This multifaceted behavior prompted one to ponder what kind of person was Uchiha He. He seemed to possess countless faces, yet only one true character. Regardless of the mask, he always appeared so trustworthy. Uchiha He gazed at the bustling streets teeming with life and excitement, and showed great interest. He wandered along, stopping now and then like a curious child. Sasuke asked curiously, "Sensei, wasn't the village like this before?" Uchiha He's expression turned nostalgic, then he shook his head and said, "Before I became Hokage there was no village. After I took the position and laid out the village's development plan, I found that we lacked the right talents. So I had to handle everything myself. Fortunately, my little Izuna, though a bit dull, could mostly carry out my orders. After I finished planning the talent cultivation, other ninja villages came looking for trouble. At first I thought of building an army to beat them into submission, but that would slow down the village's progress. So I decided to summon all the Kage for a talk. They too wanted to take me down. That battle established Konoha's supremacy in the ninja world, and they gave me some strange titles. I never really liked them. But what I didn't expect was that during our absence Tobirama killed Izuna. Meanwhile, the emergence of a formidable enemy made me lose interest in managing village affairs. I had no choice but to hand everything over to." As he finished, the atmosphere grew chilly. Uchiha He silently scolded himself. "Why must I say such cold words in the sweltering season?" So he forced a smile and said, "You know Madara, right? The powerhouse who dominated the ninja world. When he saw me about to die, he nearly shed tears. I stopped him, or else, what a scene, ha ha ha." Sasuke, however, was not amused by his cold joke. Instead, tears began to well up in his eyes. Uchiha He gently pulled Sasuke's head close. All right. You must be hungry. Let's go eat. I heard Ichiraku ramen is delicious, my treat." Without waiting for Sasuke's reaction, he wrapped his arm around him and headed toward Ichiraku ramen. True to its reputation as an Otsutsuki-run shop, the ramen stand was packed even after the lunch rush. Uchiha He and Sasuke waited in line for a long time before their turn. They found seats and Uchiha He waved his hand grandly. "Bring us one of every ramen you have. No, make it 5 of each." Ichiraku, rather the shop owner, paled at the order, but then figured this customer might be a ninja, so he kept his mouth shut. Bowl after bowl of ramen arrived. After one bowl, Sasuke couldn't eat another bite. It was no wonder Naruto loved it. The portions were enormous. In stark contrast, Uchiha He was ecstatic, devouring bowl after bowl with gusto. The owner, Ichiraku, watched him eat, happily pleased. After all, what chef doesn't enjoy seeing a customer satisfied with their food? With that, Ichiraku's noodle-pulling speed rivaled that of a high-speed hand-cranked generator, nearly striking sparks. To the astonishment of Sasuke and the other customers, Uchiha He consumed a total of 800 bowls of ramen until the shop's entire flour supply was exhausted. Uchiha He patted his belly with satisfaction, then reached into his pocket. Sasuke's heart sank. With an appetite like that, even selling him wouldn't cover the bill. Just as Uchiha He was considering using the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the base for money, a hand placed cash on the table. The person said calmly, "This meal is on me." Uchiha He was about to thank him, but the voice sounded familiar. He turned to see a pair of crimson eyes. Whoa, I was too into the food and fell for it. When Uchiha He opened his eyes again, he found himself in the Tsukuyomi world as expected. Uchiha He looked at the familiar face before him. It was like looking in a mirror, except the other lacked his distinctive tear troughs and hair. He thought, I'll get this messy haircut when I get back. Seeing Uchiha Itachi make no move, Uchiha He teased. What? Not going to hang me up and stab my kidneys? Not going to show me the glory of your clan's massacre? Uchiha Itachi gave an awkward smile. First Hokage, you jest. I heard Konoha is undergoing a major reform, so I came back to see. Uchiha He smiled faintly. Oh. Is that all? Then you can leave. Uchiha Itachi was not angered by He's attitude. He said earnestly, I hope you will leave Sasuke alone and let him grow on his own. He bowed, though his tone was light. The threat was unmistakable. Uchiha He maintained a faint smile. I won't comment on your request for now, but do you really believe the path you've planned for Sasuke is right? When I trained Madara, I didn't do it like you, yet he became one of the greatest. And let me tell you a secret, though it wasn't exactly a secret back then. Uchiha Itachi's interest piqued. Uchiha He continued. The Uchiha clan values emotions above all, yet the world labels us as cold-blooded. That's far from the truth. Many believe our Sharingan awakens through hatred, but in reality the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. We don't need hatred to awaken. Love is the true catalyst. Uchiha Itachi felt enlightened. He quickly let go of his past beliefs. In that case, I ask the clan head to take good care of Sasuke. He bowed once more. Uchiha He waved his hand dismissively. I don't say that. He's a child of the Uchiha clan. It's only right I look after him. As for you, if you're tired, come back. Whether Konoha welcomes you or not, I do. Uchiha Itachi was incredulous. You don't hate me? Uchiha He replied. Have you ever seen an adult get angry at a child? Although Uchiha Kawa and Itachi had conversed for a long time within the Tsukuyomi world, in reality Uchiha Kawa had only been dazed for a second before regaining his composure. Sasuke could not believe his eyes at the familiar figure before him, and only after Uchiha Itachi had departed did he tug at Uchiha Kawa's sleeve. Teacher, was that Itachi? Uchiha Kawa nodded, but Sasuke grew agitated. Then why didn't you arrest him? Uchiha Kawa's expression turned grave. Have you forgotten the condition I set when I accepted you as my disciple? Sasuke retorted artfully. No, teacher. Uchiha Itachi is a criminal, is he not? Criminals should be brought to justice. Uchiha Kawa merely wore a faint smile. Let us put this matter aside for now. When you have let go of your hatred, that is when I will apprehend him. Hearing this, Sasuke could only fume with helplessness. As was widely known, the Hokage tradition included passivity and tardiness. A moment later, Kakashi arrived late, bowing respectfully. Greetings, First Hokage. Itachi visited just now, correct? Uchiha Kawa barely suppressed his laughter and replied. Go to the small river to the east, he is still there. Kakashi quickly thanked him and rushed eastward at full speed. You will be thanking me in more ways than one later. Noticing Sasuke's eagerness, Uchiha Kawa ruffled his hair. Come, I will show you the gap between you and him. Some might wonder, was it not Uchiha Itachi who was supposed to arrive before Tsunade returned to the village? First, the timeline has been slightly adjusted. Under Uchiha Kawa's intervention, Jiraiya took Naruto to find Tsunade immediately after the Chunin exams. The first Hokage's command was no trivial matter even for Jiraiya. With no delays and Tsunade's respect for Uchiha Kawa, her return to the village came much earlier. Therefore Itachi and Kisame only arrived in Konoha at this point. This time Uchiha Kawa did not use body flicker to travel with Sasuke, instead he simply followed behind at a leisurely pace. Why so slow? Because Sasuke's body flicker technique was like a toddler crawling compared to Uchiha Kawa's abilities, hence the deliberate slowness. It gave him no sensation whatsoever. By the time the two reached the riverbank, Kakashi was already standing punishment, with Yuhi Kurenai and Mado Gai having arrived shortly after. Uchiha Kawa instructed them to escort Kakashi back for treatment before turning to face Itachi and Kisame alongside Sasuke. Kisame wore a grin. Itachi-sama, that is your little brother. Uchiha Itachi warned. That opponent is the first Hokage. Even I, under the effects of Tsukuyomi, could barely escape. Let us flee when the opportunity arises. Kisame's expression darkened. Even you find him troublesome, Itachi-sama? Uchiha Kawa, overhearing their exchange, could not resist clarifying. No. You would not escape even with Tsukuyomi. Feel free to test that theory. Uchiha Kawa's gaze signaled Itachi to go through with it. Itachi hesitated, then reasoned that since he had been instructed to do so, he would merely feign losing control before breaking the Genjutsu. Itachi's pupils began spinning rapidly as he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, while Uchiha Kawa simply stared back with his 3-Tomo Sharingan. After much deliberation, Itachi proceeded to cast Tsukuyami, but soon clutched his eyes in agony. It was common knowledge that Genjutsu depended on three factors: possessing the Sharingan, the strength of one's ocular power, and the intensity of one's spiritual energy. Spiritual energy could be equated with the strength of one's soul. In his youth, Uchiha had waged war across the Pure Land, consuming countless Shinigami, which made his soul extraordinarily formidable. This was precisely why the Shinigami summoned by Hiruzen Sarutobi had recoiled in fear. The sole reason Itachi had managed to pull him into the Tsukuyami world previously was because Uchiha had offered no resistance whatsoever, even voluntarily stepping into it. Witnessing this, Kisame immediately began forming hand seals, which Uchiha observed with keen interest, since few in the entire ninja world still bothered with proper seal formation. A swarm of miniature water sharks surged forward from Kisame's position. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sharingan spun, not utilizing the Mangekyo but rather employing its fundamental copying ability. With a casual puff of air, Uchiha expelled a small fireball that annihilated the water sharks in an instant. Finally, Kisame shouted, "Water release Great Shark Bullet Jutsu!" A colossal water shark erupted from the river. Within mere seconds, Uchiha had deciphered the mechanics of Kisame's jutsu through copying and refined it by eliminating several hand seals. As he completed the modified sequence, an identical water shark burst forth from the river. It was a pity he lacked the time. If the technique were straightforward enough, not even a single hand seal would be required. Kisame certainly played a dirty game, throwing everything at him from the outset, Uchiha remarked to himself. The two identical sharks collided and dissolved into spray. Uchiha did not hesitate, employing instant transmission to appear before Kisame and neutralizing him with a simple genjutsu. Uchiha then returned to his original position on the far bank, watching Itachi in silence. Seeing Kisame unconscious, Itachi abandoned his pretense. Though the failed Tsukuyami had caused some backlash from Uchiha spiritual pressure, the damage was tolerable. Uchiha spoke calmly. "Since genjutsu is not your strength, let us test our fire release techniques. Survive and I will let you go." Itachi immediately grasped Uchiha intention to use their confrontation as a lesson for Sasuke. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals and proclaimed, "Fire release Great Fireball Jutsu." He deliberately chose the most basic fire technique. Confident Sasuke still only knew this one, believing it would best illustrate the chasm between them. Uchiha had always wondered why others shouted during jutsu incantations, so he simply drew a deep breath and exhaled a torrent of flames. The fireball he unleashed was more than 5 times the size of Itachi's. Itachi recognized the danger but glanced at the unconscious Kisame. Fleeing meant certain death, and returning empty-handed would be problematic. Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and layered Amaterasu over his great fireball, managing to hold back Uchiha flame. Glancing at Sasuke's awestruck expression, Uchiha knew his objective was accomplished. He ceased his technique. "Very well, you have passed. You may leave." Itachi exhaled in relief. Though Amaterasu had successfully blocked the attack, Uchiha clearly had not deployed his full strength, and he possessed far more powerful fire techniques. All of this was orchestrated to inspire Sasuke. Itachi hoisted Kisame onto his shoulders and fled. Remarkably, even under the genjutsu's grip, Kisame's fingers remained locked around Samahata. No wonder Samahata never defected, even when facing Kalabi, who possessed far greater chakra. Such devotion was truly remarkable. The battle between them ended in the blink of an eye. Just as Uchiha was turning to reprimand Sasuke, a foot came speeding toward him. Uchiha didn't even turn around, he simply extended his hand and caught the foot. He turned his head and said helplessly, "Might Guy, look more carefully at who you're dealing with." Might Guy finally got a clear look at the person in front of him. Uchiha showed no anger and simply released him. Then guilt washed over Might Guy's face. "I'm sorry. Lord First Hokage, I mistook you for someone else. I just saw Asama carrying Kakashi toward the hospital, and when I asked around I found out Uchiha Itachi had appeared before rushing over. I didn't see clearly that it was you." Uchiha waved his hand dismissively, then remembered something and asked, "Has Tsunade already performed surgery on Rock Lee?" Might Guy shook his head. "The Hokage said the surgery still needs a few more days of preparation." Understanding the situation, Uchiha spoke up. "How about this? Let's race to the hospital. To keep it fair, I won't use any jutsu. If you beat me there, I'll treat Rock Lee myself. My success rate is higher than Tsunade's." A delighted expression spread across Might Guy's face. Excellent. Let us compete in the name of youth. He gave a thumbs up and grinned broadly, revealing his gleaming teeth. Uchiha barely suppressed a smile and crouched down to signal Sasuke to climb aboard. True enough, he intended to carry Sasuke on his back all the way there. The race was about to begin. Might Guy shot forward like a raging storm. Just as he was about to glance back and see how far he'd left Uchiha behind, a fierce gust of wind whizzed past him. It was Uchiha sprinting ahead. Might Guy's eyes lit up even more at the sight, and he shouted, "This is what youth is all about!" He hadn't been holding back before, but now that this was a fierce competition fueled by youth, Might Guy stopped holding anything in reserve and ran with everything he had. Within moments he caught up to Uchiha, yet it seemed as though the man had eyes on his back. He sped up again. Might Guy felt the pressure mounting. Before his face turned red with exertion, he recalled Rock Lee's lonely figure. Even though Lee had smiled under his encouragement, the sadness still lingered in his posture. For Lee's sake, for the spirit of youth, he couldn't afford to lose. So Might Guy unlocked the 8 inner gates right away, starting with the 4th gate, yet he still couldn't catch up to Uchiha. Gritting his teeth, Might Guy opened the 6th gate. His speed increased noticeably, barely matching Uchiha's pace now, though closing the gap completely remained a significant challenge ahead. At that moment Might Guy recalled his father's words. This was the perfect moment to burn brightly with the fire of youth. It was clear that beyond Kakashi and the village, Rock Lee was the final tether keeping Might Guy grounded. With that realization, Might Guy stopped hesitating. 7th gate, gate of insight, open! The force of his shout unleashed an astonishing power within him. In an instant he closed the distance and caught up to Uchiha. Uchiha sighed helplessly at the sight. "You're being reckless." Yet he didn't push himself any faster either. It was evident that Uchiha also knew the 8 inner gates, though his version was a modified form, one that wouldn't harm his body but sacrifice some of its raw power. Coupled with his already formidable physical prowess, he remained incredibly capable. As for Uchiha's physical condition, while it didn't match the tenacious vitality of Senju Hashirama, it was still remarkably solid. In the current ninja world, aside from the concealed Otsutsuki clan members, he likely possessed the strongest physique around. By the time Uchiha arrived at the hospital, Might Guy had already released the 8 gates and was kneeling on the ground gasping for breath. Seeing Uchiha approach, he disregarded his own exhaustion and spoke up. "I'd appreciate it if you kept your word." Uchiha had no doubt that if he refused right now, Might Guy would open the 8 gates without hesitation and kick him. Not wasting any time, he followed Might Guy's guidance to Rock Lee's hospital room. Rock Lee's excitement flared the moment he saw Sasuke. "Sasuke, once I heal, I'll challenge you to a spar." Might Guy stepped forward to explain the situation, and hope reignited in Rock Lee's eyes. Overcome with emotion, Might Guy and Rock Lee embraced and wept together. Through their tears they kept repeating, "This is youth." Uchiha and Sasuke instinctively stepped back in unison at the sight. They cried for quite some time before finally composing themselves, giving Uchiha the opening he needed to proceed. Rock Lee looked tense, but Uchiha reassured him. "Don't worry, it'll be quick. Won't hurt at all." Uchiha then activated the reverse flying thunder god to summon a white setsu. Might Guy mistaking it for a monster lunged to kick it, but Uchiha quickly stopped him. "Wait. We need this one to heal Rock Lee." Might Guy finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time his gaze toward the white setsu shifted entirely. The creature that had looked like a monster now appeared almost pleasant in his eyes. Uchiha then performed the reversal life technique, and the white setsu dissolved into glowing particles of light that drifted toward Rock Lee's body. Rock Lee was enveloped in the white light, basking in it like sunlight, which drew a sound of pure comfort from him. Might Guy, startled by the sound, rushed forward worriedly. "Lee, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Rock Lee came to his senses and replied happily. "I'm fine, Master Guy. It feels so good, you should try it yourself. It's like being surrounded by youth itself." Might Guy finally let out a relieved breath. Soon the light faded and Rock Lee felt energized throughout. Not only had his legs recovered, but all the old injuries from his training had healed as well. The life energy from the white setsu hadn't been fully consumed yet, so Uchiha transferred the remainder to Might Guy. At first Might Guy wanted to refuse, but soon he let out the same contented sound Rock Lee had made earlier. As the white light dissipated, Might Guy felt completely revitalized. The master and student embraced once more, weeping with emotion. After a long while they finally stopped, and when they began to express their gratitude, Uchiha quickly cut them off. "No need for thanks, just savor the beauty of youth." Having said that, Uchiha couldn't help himself. He raised his right hand in a thumbs up and wore the same grin as Might Guy. Uchiha thought to himself that this was a grave mistake. While they stood frozen in shock, he grabbed Sasuke and teleported away in an instant. As expected, moments later, Might Guy's excited voice echoed throughout the hospital. "Haha, I never expected the first Hokage to share our passion for youth. It's such a pity we couldn't burn with youthful vigor together." Rock Lee nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Then Might Guy looked at him with excitement. "To celebrate your rebirth, I've decided, in the name of youth, to do 1,000 handstand laps around Konoha." Rock Lee pumped his fist with emotion. "Yes." And so alongside the setting sun, the sweat of Might Guy and his student, symbols of their burning youth, glittered across Konoha. Before darkness fell, Sasuke led Uchiha back to the former Uchiha district. Though it had been unoccupied for some time, it remained remarkably dust-free. It seems Sasuke made sure to clean it during his spare moments. However, whether intentionally or not, Sasuke mentioned having no extra blankets, so Uchiha and Sasuke were left sharing a bed. Yet the weather wasn't cold at all, and there was no real need for blankets. Moonlight gradually crept onto the windowsill. Uchiha He did not sleep, merely turning his head to quietly gaze at the lunar glow. Suddenly a small hand entwined around his arm. It was Sasuke. Uchiha He turned his head. So alike. In the past, Izuna also used to cling to his arm while sleeping, as if afraid he would slip away. The memory of that day gradually surfaced in Uchiha He's mind. Back then he had not long achieved mastery in cultivation, and his combat power was estimated at only 0.8 times Madara at his prime. However, due to the relationship between his father and Madara's father, Uchiha He served as the teacher for Madara and Izuna. That day, as usual, he took them to practice. After the session, Madara quietly left the lakeside and followed the river upstream. Uchiha He knew that the gears of fate had begun to turn, so he stealthily followed. Sure enough, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama felt an instant connection and chatted joyfully. Uchiha He simply watched from afar, not intruding. Only when time grew late did Uchiha He reveal himself. His sudden appearance startled Hashirama, but Uchiha He did nothing to him. Both of them were well aware of each other's identity. After all, in this place there were only Senju and Uchiha. If Hashirama did not recognize Madara, it could only mean they were from opposing factions. Only Senju Hashirama naively believed that the other did not know his identity, feeling smug about his successful concealment. The appearance of an adult like Uchiha He naturally made Hashirama feel threatened. Fortunately, Uchiha He did not attack him, which further solidified Hashirama's belief that the Senju and Uchiha should not wage war but instead join hands and advance together. Afterward, Uchiha He brought Madara back to the clan grounds. It was only when Uchiha Taijima, his master and Madara's father, asked where Izuna had gone that he realized. Uchiha He suddenly slapped his forehead. He had been so focused on the check-in that he had forgotten about Izuna. He instantly teleported to the lakeside, fearing that he might be too late. Moonlight danced beautifully on the lake's surface, but Izuna's mood was far from beautiful. Crouching on the ground, he had 3 clay figurines before him, but he had no heart to mend them, only shedding pearly tears. Uchiha He approached quietly and heard Izuna's murmurs, "Master, I won't play with mud anymore. Please don't abandon me." Indeed, Izuna thought Uchiha He had left him because he had been playing with mud during practice, and he had turned into a little tearful mess. Filled with guilt, Uchiha He gently patted Izuna's shoulder. Izuna flinched violently, flailing his hands and shouting, "Don't eat me. Don't eat me, great beast." Uchiha He wore a helpless expression and softly comforted him, "Little Izuna, it's me." Only then did Izuna calm down. But then he suddenly threw himself into Uchiha He's arms, tears streaming like rain, wailing loudly. While crying, he said, "Master, I was wrong. I'll never play with mud again." Uchiha He gently patted his back. That's how children are. When they cry enough, they fall asleep. Listening to his soft breathing, Uchiha He felt a measure of peace. This was the 3rd year since his transmigration. Though he had endured much and learned of his predecessor's tragic story, fortunately he had inherited the Mangekyo from the start. Without that, given his lack of belonging to this world, it would have been hard to awaken the Sharingan. Even though he had the Mangekyo upon arrival, he could not activate it until this moment, when a genuine emotion surged from within, and he finally opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha He carried Izuna step by step back to the clan grounds, careful not to wake him. Upon returning, he found everyone waiting for him. He signaled with his eyes that everything was fine and they dispersed. Uchiha He brought Izuna to his room, but whenever he tried to put him down, Izuna would cry as if he were not asleep at all. So Uchiha He held Izuna throughout the night. Occasionally Izuna would talk in his sleep, "Master, don't leave me." Meanwhile in the real world, Sasuke also talked in his sleep, tightly gripping Uchiha He's arm. "Brother, don't leave me." Uchiha He was dazed. "I'm starting to blur the line between memory and reality." He did not sleep a wink, simply watching Sasuke's face. The next morning Sasuke slowly opened his eyes and found Uchiha He staring at him with himself still tightly clutching the other's arm. Sasuke's face flushed. He sprang up and turned away. "Master, I didn't mean to." Uchiha He stood up. "It's fine. My previous disciple also liked to do that. I'm used to it." Hearing this, Sasuke's face lit up with excitement. He turned around and said, "Then can I hold your arm every night when I sleep?" Realizing his impulsiveness, he looked away, his face already crimson with embarrassment. This redness was not the anger of being taunted in the arena, nor the shyness of a maiden's first love. It was the unique tsundere trait of the Uchiha clan and another red-eyed beast, the Nine Tails, wanting something but unable to ask directly. To Sasuke's surprise, Uchiha He actually said yes. Sasuke thought to himself, "Seems in Master's heart I'm equal to the disciple he once treasured." He. Both had different thoughts, but they needed each other, so they reached an understanding. Then Uchiha He said to Sasuke, "Let's go have breakfast. After that we'll train." Sasuke was stunned. He hadn't expected that the first thing on his mind upon waking was not training. How dreadful. How could he take revenge like this? But Master seemed even better than his brother. He never said next time. Maybe. Should he abandon the revenge and give up on that brother? Itachi so? Sasuke then shook his head. "No, I must beat Itachi until he's groveling and apologizing." Seeing Sasuke frozen in place, now smiling now frowning, Uchiha He stepped forward and ruffled his hair. "What are you thinking about?" Sasuke snapped back to reality. "Sorry, Master, I was daydreaming." Uchiha He was not annoyed. Children are like that, sometimes they space out. "Let's go." Sasuke reminded him, "Master, do you have money?" "I don't have that much." Uchiha He turned and smiled. "Don't worry. We're going to your teacher Kakashi's place today. I heard he's an excellent cook." Sasuke had never known that Kakashi possessed such a skill. He always thought him just a perverted introvert, so he grew curious. The two soon arrived at Kakashi's house. Unexpectedly, despite Uchiha He knocking several times, there was no response. Could he be out? Uchiha He thought. However, there should be no missions at this time. Moreover, Konoha was undergoing a major reform and all former members of the Anbu had been disbanded. Kakashi should be free at this moment. So Uchiha He kicked open the door. Although it was not polite, considering that despite Kakashi's seemingly normal behavior over the years, in the end his willingness to kill Obito without hesitation revealed that the kid's heart was definitely quite dark. Now that he had nothing to do, if he were to commit suicide like his fragile father with his weak constitution, it would be a sure thing that his body would be stiff by the time someone found him. Uchiha He used the body flicker technique and turned his house upside down. Finally he found Kakashi lying on the bed with vacant eyes. Uchiha He stepped forward and said, "Hey, isn't this Kakashi? Haven't seen you in a few days and you've become so down." Uchiha He had already forgotten that yesterday Kakashi was stabbed for a long time by Itachi in the Genjutsu. Kakashi just turned his head and glanced at Uchiha He but did not respond. Sasuke also arrived at this moment. Seeing the listless Kakashi, he was greatly shocked. "What? Kakashi-sensei can't even defeat Itachi." Hearing this, Kakashi couldn't help rolling his eyes but still did not move. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to freeload a meal today. Mental damage could not be healed by medical ninjutsu, so Uchiha He had to give up. However, before leaving, Uchiha He said, "Kakashi, think about what I am like now." Kakashi was puzzled by Uchiha He's sudden words, and only after Uchiha He left with Sasuke did he suddenly realize. Could it be? The first Hokage is hinting that he has a way to revive the dead. Kakashi's eyes once again sparkled with brilliant light. However, his spirit was severely traumatized, and he could only rest. Any plans would have to wait until later. Then Uchiha He had a flash of inspiration. The Anbu should have been disbanded, but the root, that kid Danzo, definitely hadn't disbanded it yet. So Uchiha He created a shadow clone to go to the root, while his main body took Sasuke to have breakfast. After breakfast, Uchiha He took Sasuke to the training ground, but unexpectedly they encountered an acquaintance there. It was Sakura and Tsunade. Sakura was being sent flying by Tsunade from time to time, each time accompanied by breaking bones. But Sakura never gave up. After receiving treatment, she continued training. After exchanging pleasantries, Uchiha He took Sasuke away and arrived at the lake where he had trained Madara and Izuna long ago. Although much time had passed, the lake had not changed much. Looking at the familiar lake, Uchiha He couldn't help feeling a lot of emotions. Based on his knowledge from his past life, Sasuke's chakra natures were fire and lightning. So Uchiha He decided to first teach him all the fire and lightning ninjutsu. As for the power of the ninjutsu, Uchiha He couldn't help him with that. Aside from cheating or capturing tailed beasts, only diligent training step by step would work. However, before that, Uchiha He planned to first teach him the Rasengan. Unlike in the original story, Uchiha He did not intend to use the ball-playing method for teaching. Moreover, in the later stages, basic chakra aside from being used to row a boat was not very useful. So Uchiha He had a flash of inspiration and combined lightning release with the Rasengan. The principle of the Rasengan is to concentrate chakra in the hand, make it flow continuously in irregular directions, and compress it to form a palm-sized ball of unaffiliated chakra to attack the opponent. It seems not difficult, but in fact it's not difficult at all. Just high-speed rotation. Meanwhile, if it's lightning release, it originally has the characteristic of high speed, and when used properly it can even surpass wind release. Using lightning release as a metaphor for an internal combustion engine compared to the same effect of wind release, lightning release has greater destructive power. So Uchiha He named this technique Thunderball Rasengan. Therefore, in order not to accidentally hurt Sasuke, Uchiha He deliberately walked a bit farther. Then he condensed lightning nature chakra in front of him and manipulated the chakra to rotate at high speed like a Rasengan. As the rotation speed of the chakra increased, a complete Thunderball Rasengan appeared in front of Uchiha He. Then he increased the chakra output, and the Thunderball instantly swelled. Uchiha He used the body flicker technique to the center of the lake, placed the Thunderball into the lake, then flickered back to Sasuke's side. The moment the Thunderball Rasengan entered the water, the entire lake seemed to be illuminated, emitting a dazzling light. Then lightning spread like a spider web in all directions, and at the same time the explosion of the Rasengan directly burst out a huge ball of light. This scene was like a giant meteor with spikes exploding. The difference was that the spikes were very long, and also had a control effect. Uchiha He was also quick to react, taking Sasuke and retreating rapidly. However, he still underestimated the power of this Thunderball Rasengan. Under this attack, the entire training ground was leveled. This thing is way more powerful than a tornado destroying a parking lot. Whoa, I overdid it! Uchiha He exclaimed. Sasuke, on the other hand, had stars in his eyes, speaking excitedly. Sensei, can I learn this technique? Uchiha He patted his head. Of course you will. Looking at the ninjas rushing in from all directions, Uchiha He felt overwhelmed. After thinking, he could only boldly admit it, but it was true that he had no money to compensate. Then Tsunade led a group of ninjas to Uchiha He. Uchiha He scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. I was just testing a new jutsu, so I accidentally overdid it. But don't worry, I'll restore it to its original state. Without waiting for anyone to speak, Uchiha He clapped his hands together, and without saying a word, giant trees sprang up from the ground one after another. The training ground, which had just been leveled, was once again covered in greenery. Then Uchiha He clapped his hands again, and water release, fire release, and lightning release jutsu emerged in endless succession. Except for the destroyed facilities, the entire training ground was almost restored to its original state. Uchiha He even considerately filled the lake with water. Everyone was stunned by Uchiha He's astonishing power. Is this the power of the strongest ninja? This was also the difference between Uchiha He and other ninjas. Perhaps shouting out the jutsu name makes it easier to perform, but for Uchiha he was too lazy to even perform hand seals, so why would he shout it out? Then Uchiha He saw that everyone was still surrounding him, so he left a word. Don't disturb me, and took Sasuke away from there. At this moment, Sakura, standing behind Tsunade, had a determined gleam in her eyes. She would definitely catch up to Sasuke's footsteps. Uchiha took Sasuke on a tour around and returned to the lakeside. The once bottomless lake was now completely drained, leaving not a single drop of water behind. Sasuke gazed at the now even deeper lakebed destroyed by Uchiha ninjutsu, his eyes sparkling. Uchiha explained the principles of the lightning release Rasengan to him, and Sasuke listened with great enthusiasm, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Unlike Naruto's rough hands-on teaching style, Uchiha was meticulous in his instruction, even using a tree branch to draw the chakra circulation pathways within the Rasengan on the ground. Following Uchiha guidance, Sasuke quickly achieved preliminary mastery of the Rasengan, though it remained a small sphere. Uchiha felt deeply gratified seeing this. Little Sasuke, at its core, the Rasengan tests your proficiency and precision in chakra control. Therefore, through diligent practice you will undoubtedly master it completely. Sasuke looked earnest. Then can I also become as skilled as master? Uchiha smiled faintly. Absolutely you will. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Uchiha shadow clone arrived at Root's base. The gate was tightly shut, clearly indicating that some illicit activities were underway inside. Without hesitation, Uchiha pursed his lips and expelled a small fireball, effortlessly shattering Root's gate. Those inside were terrified and rushed desperately toward the entrance. Soon a large group of Root ninja poured out and surrounded Uchiha. Sensing danger, Uchiha shook his head helplessly. This Danzo's so utterly stubborn. Seeing Danzo made no move to appear, Uchiha placed his hand on the ground and swiftly unleashed a massive water-style water-dropping impact. As the Root ninja staggered and stared at the water surface below, Uchiha activated his Sharingan Genjutsu, filling the entire surface with mirrors of his crimson eyes. Thus all the Root ninja stood frozen in place. Seeing Danzo still absent, Uchiha announced loudly, "Danzo! Come out, or I will level this entire base with a large-scale ninjutsu." After a moment, Danzo finally emerged slowly from the base. Uchiha expression darkened. "What grand airs! Do I need to personally invite you?" Hearing this, Danzo's wrinkled face split into a flattering smile. "I greet you first, Hokage-sama. I was detained by urgent matters. Please forgive me." Uchiha snorted coldly. "Enough pretense. If you intend to fight, do it quickly." Danzo paled in shock, but then realized this first Hokage's reach was boundless and his secrets could never remain hidden from him. Danzo rapidly formed hand seals, pursed his lips, and unleashed a high-pressure wind sphere, his signature technique, wind-style vacuum great ball. Uchiha responded in kind, but his wind sphere was far larger, immediately overpowering Danzo's. Seeing the wind sphere bearing down at terrifying speed, Danzo felt a surge of desperation and frantically dodged, but Uchiha's attack covered such a vast area that his left arm was mercilessly shredded. Danzo clutched his ruined arm, feigning agony. Uchiha sneered. "Stop pretending. Activate Izanagi. With only one arm there is no way you can defeat me." Danzo abandoned his act entirely, rising to his feet and unleashing wood-released deep forest emergence with his remaining hand. Uchiha countered with an identical jutsu, piercing straight through Danzo. Moments later, Danzo vanished from sight. Sensing wind behind him, Uchiha turned sharply and locked eyes with Danzo's right eye, bearing the Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Sure. Seeing Uchiha frozen in place, Danzo felt a surge of triumph. "Ha! The so-called strongest ninja taken in, just like everyone else. Next I will use your identity to make myself Hokage and force Hiruzen Sarutobi to drag garbage carts every day. Ha ha ha, I am truly wicked. Hey! It's broad daylight, what daydreams are you spinning?" Danzo whirled around in utter disbelief to find Uchiha standing completely unharmed, as if nothing had happened. The truth was exactly that. Uchiha had sent his shadow clone not only to guard against such tactics, but also to test the true depth of his spiritual strength. If he could resist Shusui's ultimate technique, then he was truly nearly invincible. As for why he was not quite invincible yet, that would be explained later. Seeing his opening, Danzo knew he had to flee. His right Sharingan was now spent, and when he could use it again was uncertain, leaving him no choice but to escape. Uchiha however denied him that chance. About to use the Flying Thunder God, he realized he had no kunai. Instead he teleported forward, seized Danzo's head, and applied a head-sealing technique. Danzo immediately sensed peril, a wave of dread surging from deep within. "Uchiha, what have you done?" Uchiha smiled faintly. "I will overlook your disrespect toward an elder, for now. I merely applied over 100 seals to you, 2 more than I placed on Orochimaru. Simply put, you could not die even if you wished to." Then, to Danzo's astonishment, Uchiha began extracting each of his Sharingan eyes one by one. Danzo panicked completely. "No. You cannot do this." Uchiha frowned. "Why not? These are Uchiha eyes. Should they not be returned to their rightful owner?" Danzo attempted to argue further, but Uchiha kicked him in the knee and teleported them both to the Uchiha clan shrine. "Repent properly or I will truly kill you." Uchiha spoke calmly as though discussing something entirely ordinary. Danzo still showed no remorse. "Humph. Despicable, you make me kneel before the evil Uchiha. My teacher will surely send you back to hell when he learns of this." Uchiha brows furrowed deeply. "I was considering letting you go, but upon reflection you are irreplaceable to no one. And since you mentioned Tobirama, I will tell you, do you know why Tobirama never became Hokage?" Danzo sneered dismissively. "My master refused to sit in the same position as his beloved brother out of longing for him. That is all." Uchiha shook his head. "No, that is because my first decree upon taking office was to forever bar Tobirama from becoming Hokage. Do you know why?" Danzo shook his head, confusion evident in his eyes. Uchiha spoke softly, yet his tone was laced with killing intent. "Because he killed my most beloved student. Though it was accidental, he did kill him. So if I kill you today, it would be well deserved." Hearing this, Danzo finally felt genuine terror. He had assumed Uchiha would spare him either out of respect for his years of service to Konoha or because they were fellow villagers, but now his composure shattered completely. Uchiha thought to himself, "So devoted to Konoha, you say? Very well, I shall grant you that devotion." After pondering for a moment, he still refrained from killing him, instead telling him his true original intention for creating Konoha. "The reason I wanted to create Konoha was not only to end the war between the Uchiha and the Senju, but also to provide a way out for all ninja clans and all civilians. Under the shadow of war, even the survival of ninja clans was precarious, let alone the unarmed civilians. I remember back then your Shimura clan, though slightly better off than the smaller clans, still struggled to survive. At that time, the clan leader of the Shimura clan, your father, took the initiative to show goodwill to me for the sake of the clan's survival. I agreed to protect your clan. Subsequently, under my leadership, your clan flourished. Your father also embraced my ideals, and when Konoha was established, he remained loyal and diligent, becoming my right-hand man. As for you, young man, you have harbored great ambitions since childhood. In my view, your abilities actually surpass those of Hiruzen. I had higher hopes for you because you possess a certain ruthlessness deep within something Hiruzen call." Shimura felt deeply ashamed upon hearing Yuzhibo's evaluation of him. This was a common psychological tactic, starting from the point that mattered to the other person, making them see one's appreciation for them, thereby stirring an emotion called gratitude in their heart, and then using that gratitude to evoke a sense of guilt, thus gaining control over them. At this moment, Danzo was already in tears, sobbing. "I'm sorry, Lord First Hokage. It's my fault. I gradually lost my original aspiration. From now on, no matter how you deal with me, I will have no complaints." He, seeing his sorrowful expression that seemed genuine, softened his tone. "Danzo, I will not kill you. I hope you truly repent. Perhaps you think my appointment of you as the Minister of Animal Husbandry is an insult, but it is not. Compared to agriculture, animal husbandry is actually more important both in the short and long term. The threshold for agriculture is low and other ninja villages can easily imitate it. But if you excel in animal husbandry, it becomes a unique asset. Moreover, in the new Konoha plan, animal husbandry is conservatively estimated to account for over 70% of the total economic revenue. Therefore, this arrangement is actually a sign of my expectation and trust in you." He paused, then continued. "And you can see that the arrangement for the succession of the Hokage is almost open to everyone. As the one in charge of the main source of Konoha's economy, you will undoubtedly have the greatest chance of becoming the Hokage. So work hard, I believe in you." Danzo sensed the heavy expectation in Yuzhibo's words, and a sense of responsibility surged within him, as if Konoha could not do without him. At the same time, his hope for the position of Hokage was rekindled, filling him with renewed vigor. Then he released Danzo's seal and handed him 2 ordinary Sharingan eyes. Danzo was puzzled, but then said firmly, "Lord First Hokage, I no longer need these." He patiently explained. "The Sharingan is not only useful in battle, it can also be a great aid in managing livestock. You can use the Sharingan to put them under Genjutsu control, making them more obedient, can't you?" Danzo suddenly understood, and many ideas flooded his mind. For instance, his own Tongue Earth seal could also be applied to livestock, modified so that a specific cry would cause them to die automatically. Countless inspirations surged within Danzo. Seeing Danzo so motivated, he was delighted. He quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to his laboratory, grabbed a large stack of books and handed them to Danzo. Here are books on postpartum care of sows and other animal husbandry topics. You can learn from them. Also, you may select suitable root ninjas to assist you in animal husbandry. However, first you must remove the tongue or seal from everyone. Danzo quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lord First Hokage. I will not disappoint your expectations. Then Yuzhibo He smiled and dispelled the shadow clone. It was only then that Danzo realized that the person he had been facing was merely a shadow clone. How terrifyingly powerful must the real Yuzhibo He be? On the other side, Yuzhibo He sat quietly watching Sasuke train. After a morning of training, Sasuke had successfully mastered the initial form of the Rasengan imbued with lightning, though its power was somewhat lacking, mainly because the chakra rotation speed within the Rasengan was not fast enough. Still, Yuzhibo He knew that haste makes waste, so he said, "Alright, little Sasuke, that's enough for the morning. Let's go back and eat." Sasuke wiped the sweat from his face and nodded happily. Yuzhibo He suddenly felt inspired and decided to cook a meal for Sasuke himself. Although he had cooked before in his life, most of his time had been spent in battle, so he rarely had the opportunity. Now that he had the chance, he naturally wanted to revive his superb culinary skills. So Yuzhibo He took Sasuke to buy groceries and returned home. Sasuke was pleasantly surprised that Yuzhibo He could cook, and his heart was filled with anticipation. But soon Sasuke's smile faded. After a clatter in the kitchen, Yuzhibo He set 3 dishes and a soup on the table. They looked delicious and appetizing. Yuzhibo He and Sasuke picked up their bowls and began to taste the food. However, as soon as they put a piece of green vegetable into their mouths, their expressions changed drastically. Still, they managed to swallow the greens. Then Yuzhibo He smiled awkwardly. "Ah, too much salt. Try this spare rib. I probably didn't add too much salt to this one." Sasuke cautiously picked up a piece of spare rib and put it in his mouth. After chewing a couple of times, his face grew increasingly troubled, and then he spat it out. Yuzhibo He, not convinced, also picked up a piece and ate it. 2 seconds later, he too spat it out. Undercooked. Then Yuzhibo He tasted all the dishes. The greens were too salty, tasting of the ocean. The spare ribs were raw, like eating uncooked meat. The tomato and egg dish was full of eggshells, like a shattered heart, disappointed in his own cooking, broken and painful. The only edible dish was the stir-fried chili peppers. Yuzhibo He felt nothing, but after Sasuke ate one, he directly spat out a great fireball. It seemed Sasuke couldn't handle very spicy food. Yuzhibo He's expression turned awkward. "Never mind, let's go mooch a meal at Naruto's place. Anyway, I planned for you to spar with him this afternoon." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes sparkled again. Yuzhibo He thought this is true love. The two rushed all the way to Naruto's home, only to find him not there. Could he have gone out to train with Jiraiya? Uchiha pondered. "No, I just gave orders for the great change in Konoha and we're short-handed. Jiraiya shouldn't be wandering off." A sudden flash of insight struck Uchiha, and he guessed where Naruto might be. So Uchiha led Sasuke to the house where Minato had once lived. Sure enough, through the window he spotted Naruto slurping instant noodles at the table. Uchiha tapped on the window. Naruto looked up and saw Sasuke. He stopped slurping his noodles, leaped up and ran to the window, exclaiming excitedly, "Sasuke! You came to play with me. I thought once you got a new master you wouldn't want to hang out anymore." By the end of his sentence there was a hint of reproach in Naruto's voice. Though inwardly thrilled, Sasuke replied calmly, "The teacher said we should come for a meal and then we'll spar this afternoon." Uchiha suddenly interjected. "Sasuke said he missed you." At this, Sasuke's face flushed crimson and he turned away, protesting. "Teacher, what are you doing?" Hearing this, Naruto was overjoyed. Really? Really? Then if you miss me you can't miss Sakura anymore." Naruto bounced around like an excited little monkey. Uchiha scanned the room and seeing no sign of Jiraiya asked, "Naruto, where's Jiraiya?" Naruto rubbed his chin with his small hand, thought for a moment, and said, "The pervy sage probably went out to gather inspiration." Uchiha understood. It seemed he would need to give Jiraiya some psychological counseling later. Peeping on others was not a good habit. He had originally hoped Jiraiya might cook, which was why he came to Naruto's place to freeload, but since Naruto was already eating instant noodles, that plan was out. So Uchiha said, "Come on Naruto, my treat. Let's get some barbecue." Naruto jumped 3 meters high, hitting the ceiling. Really? Really? Lord First Hokage, you're the best Hokage ever. Ignoring the bump on his head, Naruto clung to Uchiha-kawa's arm. Seeing this, Sasuke felt a bit annoyed and not to be outdone grabbed Uchiha-kawa's other arm as if to say, "This is my teacher." Uchiha-kawa sighed helplessly but led the two to the barbecue restaurant. True to form, Konoha's barbecue was a specialty. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, Uchiha-kawa single-handedly devoured all their stock. This naturally alarmed the restaurant owner, but the owner was clearly seasoned and instantly recognized Uchiha-kawa. He immediately offered to comp the meal, but Uchiha-kawa didn't intend to take advantage. Using Flying Thunder God, he retrieved a large gold nugget from his lab, handed it to the owner, and said, "Keep the change and put it on the tab. Deduct from it whenever Naruto and Sasuke come." Naruto's face lit up with excitement. Before the owner could respond, Uchiha-kawa grabbed both boys, one under each arm, and dashed off, leaving the owner standing there stunned, clutching the massive gold nugget. After eating, Uchiha-kawa took them to the riverbank. The two could barely contain their urge to spar, but he stopped them. "You need to rest after a meal, or it's bad for your health." For both of them, this was the first time in years they had received such care from an elder. Tears welled up in their eyes unbidden. Though Naruto had also received care from Jiraiya, the latter was never good with words. Even confessing to the girl he loved was a challenge. They lay on the grass quietly gazing at the sky. Naruto asked, "Sasuke, do you still think about revenge?" Sasuke was about to blurt out, "Of course." But then he glanced at his teacher and said slowly, "No, now I just want to train hard and eventually bring Itachi back to face the punishment he deserves." Naruto seemed thoughtful. Then Sasuke asked, "What about you? Still chasing that pipe dream of becoming Hokage?" Naruto jumped up, hands on his hips, and declared passionately, "Becoming Hokage is not a pipe dream. I will earn everyone's recognition and become Hokage. I never go back on my word, that's my nindo." Uchiha-kawa felt immensely gratified. It seemed that borrowing Itachi's words to say that to Naruto had indeed paid off. Seeing that they had rested enough, Uchiha-kawa said, "Alright, it's time to start sparring. Naruto, use all your skills. Sasuke, tried to use the jutsu you learned this morning." Noticing Sasuke's hesitation, Uchiha-kawa added, "Don't worry with me here, no one will get hurt." Reassured, the two nodded. Then Uchiha-kawa stood between them. At his command, the battle began. Sasuke first retreated to observe Naruto's movements. Naruto charged straight at Sasuke, forming hand seals as he ran and unleashing shadow clones. Two Narutos then flanked Sasuke from left and right. Unfazed, Sasuke executed a sliding maneuver to break out of the encirclement. Naruto continued forming seals, and in an instant nearly 10 clones appeared. The 10 clones surrounded Sasuke, yet he remained utterly calm. He extended both hands and a sphere of chakra formed in his palm. Then he infused lightning nature chakra into the sphere. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. "How did you learn that jutsu?" Sasuke didn't answer. He simply slammed the lightning Rasengan into the ground and leaped into the air. Instantly all the clones around him dispersed. Naruto was not among them. He then revealed himself astonished. It turned out Naruto had used the transformation jutsu to turn into a small pebble earlier. He had planned to wait until Sasuke was surrounded and then quietly appear to take him down, but now he didn't want to hide. "Come on, Sasuke. No matter who taught you, let's see whose Rasengan is stronger." Sasuke didn't reply, instead forming another lightning Rasengan. Unwilling to be outdone, Naruto summoned a clone and began shaping a Rasengan as well. Sasuke was slightly faster, but he didn't take the opportunity to strike. Instead, he waited patiently. Then both charged at each other. Sasuke could have thrown the lightning Rasengan, but then it would have been out of his control and he didn't want to risk hurting Naruto. So he held the Rasengan like Naruto did, charging forward. That way, even if Naruto was losing, Sasuke could redirect the sphere. Their Rasengans collided, and for a moment it seemed they were evenly matched. Though Naruto had more chakra, Sasuke's Rasengan was infused with lightning nature, making it inherently more powerful. This led to a stalemate. Neither was willing to give in and they continued to struggle against each other. Watching them, Uchiha-kawa had a peculiar insight. As the two released their chakra, he vaguely perceived a special fusion taking place. However, if this continued, it would surely end in mutual injury. So Uchiha-kawa instantly appeared between them, forming an even larger Rasengan that effortlessly absorbed both of their spheres. "Alright, this match is a draw." After the battle, both showed no signs of fatigue. Naruto was due to his immense chakra reserves while Sasuke had not expended much chakra with that last technique. Thus this duel between them could be considered a draw. Neither was satisfied with the outcome as each believed they could defeat the other. Uchiha He patted both their heads and said with a smile, "Alright, today's ninjutsu duel ends here. Suzu, you need to speed up the condensation of your lightning ball Rasengan. As for Mingren, try to compress more chakra into the Rasengan. That will greatly increase its speed, and the rotation speed of the chakra inside the Rasengan is also an area for improvement." Mingren was delighted to receive guidance as well. "Thank you, Teacher He." Suzu displeased retorted. "He's my teacher." Suzu snapped. "Mingren." Feeling embarrassed, Mingren glanced timidly at Uchiha He. Uchiha He smiled slightly and said, "It's alright, little Suzu. You two are like brothers, so his teacher is also your teacher." Mingren was secretly pleased while Suzu blushed and pouted. "Who wants to be brothers with this guy?" At that moment Zilayi, who had noticed Mingren was missing, arrived. Zilayi looked at Uchiha He and said, "Greetings, Master He." Uchiha He nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Zilayi then prepared to take Mingren away, but Uchiha He stopped him. Zilayi looked puzzled. Uchiha He said, "Let these two children continue training here. I have something to discuss with you. Come with me." With that, Uchiha He turned and left, but not before leaving a shadow clone to guard against any accidents. Seeing no cause for concern, Zilayi followed him. The two wandered around and eventually arrived at the Huangyan. Gazing at the Muyi undergoing drastic reforms below, Uchiha He couldn't help but remark, "Such a sight is truly beautiful. Isn't it?" Zilayi nodded in agreement, but then recalling something unpleasant he said, "If only it could have been like this earlier." But soon realizing his words were inappropriate, Zilayi was about to explain when Uchiha He interrupted. "That's true. If I could have lived a little longer, perhaps Yu Mingren and Shui Men and his wife could have had a perfect childhood." Zilayi couldn't help but ask in confusion, "For a powerhouse like you, Master He, what kind of enemy could possibly?" Uchiha He paused for a moment, his thoughts drifting with the wind. He then said, "That was an extremely powerful enemy, one no less formidable than the child of prophecy spoken of by the great Toad Sage." Zilayi was astonished. "What?" Uchiha He knew of the great Toad Sage's prophecy, and it seemed he also knew who the child of prophecy truly was. So he hastily asked, "Master He, who exactly is the child of prophecy?" Uchiha He smiled faintly. "Hasn't the prophecy already said it? The child of prophecy needs your guidance." Uchiha He's words implied something, and Zilayi understood immediately. Yet he still had doubts, for besides Mingren, his current disciples also included Changmen and the other two. Since the war ended, Zilayi had never gone to see them again, so he was not well acquainted with their current state. Seeing Zilayi fall into silence, Uchiha He said, "Alright, stop thinking about the child of prophecy. Since it is a prophecy, it will surely manifest in the future. According to my judgment, these 3 years will be the final period of peace in the ninja world. So seize this opportunity. Whether it's spending time with Mingren or confessing your feelings to Gangsho, make it happen." When Zilayi heard Uchiha He mention Gangsho, his face instantly turned red. He stammered, "Master He, am I really worthy?" Uchiha He gave a mysterious smile. "How will you know if you don't try?" Then he disappeared using the body flicker technique, leaving Zilayi alone to ponder. Returning to the training ground, Uchiha He found Suzu and Mingren practicing the Rasengan together, occasionally exchanging insights. This filled him with a sense of warmth. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Uchiha He also began his own training. As for Heiju, in his previous life, Uchiha He had thought little of him. However, when he faced him directly, he realized how troublesome he was. First, ninjutsu couldn't harm him. Uchiha He didn't know senjutsu. As for his Mangekyo dojutsu, it was special, but that would be discussed later. In short, it had no offensive power. Even more frustrating, even sealing techniques were useless against Heiju. Worst of all, Uchiha He couldn't even activate Susanoo, which was a major weakness. Heiju exploited these facts, repeatedly striking at Uchiha He's heart. Although Uchiha He's left eye dojutsu could restore him to the state of 3 seconds prior, by the time his left eye went completely blind, he still couldn't harm Heiju. In the end, it was Ban's timely arrival that gave Uchiha He a chance to pass on his final words. Heiju, fearing Ban would become his prime target for manipulation, naturally didn't linger. Unfortunately, Uchiha He passed away before he could. The reason for this mainly lay with Uchiha He. At that time He saw Ban's sorrowful expression and comforted him. "Alright, don't cry. With a fatal wound like this others would die in 3 seconds, but due to my profound power I can live at least 30 seconds. In that moment of jest, after entrusting his final affairs he had no chance to tell Ban to beware of Heiju. Thinking of this he suddenly realized something. He had been reborn for several days now, yet Heiju had not come to find him. As he thought Heiju was greatly alarmed upon hearing the news of his rebirth. It must be noted that when Heiju first laid eyes on he found him terrifyingly strong. The main reason was his right eye, which seemed to harbor immense power. However, Heiju could sense that this power could only be used once. Heiju admitted that he had taken a gamble. Such overwhelming power was certainly not something a mortal could wield. But to be safe, Heiju forcibly split himself in two so that even if he could use it, he would still have a contingency. Fortunately, he seemed unable to use that power, so Heiju succeeded in killing him. However, having returned from the Jingtu this time, Heiju dared not guarantee that he had not acquired the ability to wield that power. After all, their ancestor was in the Jingtu, and that ancestor was a well-known gift-giver. Heiju dared not gamble. He was just pondering how to trick Dai-Tu into testing the waters. He sat cross-legged on the ground, contemplating how to fuse yin-yang release together. In the Pure Land, over many years, initially he entered the Pure Land as a weak soul, but later, under the guidance of the Six-Path Sage, he obtained the method of using yin-yang release, though it was only applicable in a soul state. Now, after being resurrected, he could no longer use yin-yang release, no matter how hard he tried. In the Pure Land, he had used this technique to hunt numerous Shinigami. He had also attempted to find Quan Nai, but the Pure Land was so vast that even after years of frantic travel he could not traverse it all. However, this resurrection was not without benefit. He successfully sensed the power within his right eye, a formidable force, but one that could not be controlled by mere dojutsu. Moreover, he could foresee that after using this power, even with his strong soul, he would likely pass away on the spot, his soul scattering. Therefore, mastering yin-yang release was an urgent priority. He first infused yang-natured chakra into the Haohuichio. The fusion of these two attributes went smoothly, and adding earth nature would create the powerful lava release. But he did not do that. Adding earth-natured chakra before yang-natured chakra would slow the flow of yang nature, let alone fusing the inherently incompatible yin and yang natures. As is well known, shadow imitation technique, expansion technique, and medical ninjutsu belong to yin and yang nature transformation. Though he mastered all of them, these techniques lacked killing power, far from enough to eliminate Heiju. Thus the correct approach was to integrate yin-yang release into offensive means. It must be noted that even Naruto only gained the ability to use yin-yang release after the Six-Path Sage personally granted him power. In fact, He's reverse rebirth technique was also a form of yin-yang release, but it too lacked lethal capability. After resurrection, he could instantly locate Heiju's secret base thanks to a discovery made before his death. However, just as he found it, Heiju detected him, which led to the latter's killing intent. After infusing yang-natured chakra into the Haohuichio, he tried to add yin-natured chakra as well. But as soon as he did, the Haohuichio vanished without a trace. He attempted every chakra nature, including Kekkei Genkai and Kekkei Toda. In the end, he failed. He could not help but sigh, how fortunate are those favored by the system. No need for research, just a dream and it comes. Why could he use Kekkei Genkai and Kekkei Toda? Let's start with their principles. Kekkei Genkai, usually only those of the same bloodline can inherit it, others cannot learn it, and even Sharingan cannot copy it. Kekkei Genkai users possess special abilities highly valued by major nations and hidden villages. The key point is not here but the principle. It is a nature transformation achieved through organ alteration or a mixture of chakra natures. He's mastery of chakra manipulation was second to none. As for organ alteration, it could be achieved with a minor ninjutsu like Tsunade Zin's seal. However, his technique was more advanced, allowing him to alter organs at will to adapt to different Kekkei Genkai or Kekkei Toda. As for the corresponding organ shapes, he was no saint. It was wartime, so he could simply grab a couple of subjects for research. Of course, that was a joke. In reality, he spent a long time collecting corpses on the battlefield to gather all the Kekkei Genkai and Kekkei Toda. Seeing that his training had failed he had a backup plan. He could use Shusui's Susanoo for defense. If he could not kill Heiju could not kill him either. As is well known, Shursui could activate Susanoo with a single eye. This is because each eye has a different ability, so both eyes are usually required to activate Susanoo. But Shursui was different. Both his eyes possessed the ability of Kodo Amatsukami, which is why he could use Susanoo with only one eye. Naturally, this benefited Uchiha He. Uchiha He had considered resurrecting Shursui, but under current conditions a complete resurrection was impossible. Using the Mangekyo to perform impure world reincarnation on Shursui would be too wasteful. So after weighing the options, Uchiha He decided to temporarily use Shursui's Mangekyo. As for training Naruto and Sasuke to use yin-yang release combination techniques, by the time they could learn they would be close to receiving their power-ups anyway, so it was unnecessary. For now Uchiha He had only one path to study sage art on his own. He had visited all 3 sacred lands. Except for Mount Myaboku, he could not even enter the other 2. He suspected that they feared he would attack them given his notorious reputation for fighting even his own allies. However, the sage art of Mount Myaboku was not easy to learn. Uchiha He tried for a long time without success. Uchiha He felt that such local techniques might reject foreign souls. Otherwise, with his talent, mastering a mere sage art would have been effortless. Thus, despite the difficulty, Uchiha He had to persevere, striving to learn yin-yang release before Heiju found him. Time flew by and the sun hung low on the horizon. Both children's stomachs were growling with hunger. Uchiha He had sat motionless for a long time without progress, feeling a little irritated, so he paused his training. Uchiha He called out to the 2 children, "Let's go, I'll treat you to ramen." Naruto cheered with a yeah and leaped up. Uchiha He patted both their heads as usual. Uchiha He did not act without reason. Patting their heads was to apply sealing techniques. By now Sasuke had been subjected to tens of thousands of seals, completely suppressing Orochimaru's curse mark. In fact, given the progress, the curse mark should have been fully absorbed by Sasuke. The seals Uchiha He placed on Sasuke were not harmful but beneficial. After this, Sasuke would no longer be threatened by the cursed seal. These tens of thousands of seals would persist within his body. Even if a more powerful seal were forcibly imposed, these seals would gradually assimilate it, turning it into part of Sasuke's power. As for Naruto, it was just a casual gesture, but out of goodwill Uchiha He slightly suppressed the 9 tails. Uchiha He thought just a tiny bit. The 9 tails raged. Who added so many seals? I'm almost crushed into a specimen. Such an idea had already occurred to Uchiha He back in Quan Nai's time, but unfortunately Quan Nai died even earlier than Uchiha He, passing away before the sealing technique was developed. This was a regret in Uchiha He's heart. If only he had developed this technique sooner, if only he could have stayed by Quan Nai's side, perhaps that tragedy would never have happened. But there are no ifs. Seeing the 2 still bickering incessantly on the way to the ramen shop in order to foster a more harmonious relationship between them, Uchiha He decided to teach each of them a ninjutsu reenacting the Battle of the Valley of the End. As everyone knows, the collision of chakra can deepen the bonds between people. During a chakra clash, one can perceive the other's thoughts, thereby strengthening the mutual connection. So Uchiha He stopped their quarrel and said, "Since either of you is willing to concede, here's the plan. I will each teach you one ninjutsu. In 10 days you 2 will have a ninjutsu duel to see who is truly stronger." The 2 were overjoyed upon hearing this. Perhaps this was the best solution. Naruto jumped up and said, "Sasuke, I will definitely defeat you." Sasuke was equally undaunted. "It's not decided yet who will win or lose, you dead last." Seeing them about to argue again, Uchiha He helplessly rubbed his forehead and grabbed the 2 youngsters. "All right, it's time to eat." He led them into Ichiraku Ramen. The owner of Ichiraku was delighted to see his big customer, but then, as if remembering something, he took out a camera from the counter and said to Uchiha He, "Come, honored ninja, you broke the record at our shop last time. Let's take a commemorative photo." Uchiha He then grabbed the 2 youngsters, one in each hand, and said, "Come on, say cheese." However, Naruto and Sasuke turned their heads away, unwilling to look at each other. Seeing this, Uchiha He placed his hands on their heads and forced them to look at the camera. With a click of the camera, that moment was forever frozen. Afterwards, Uchiha He sat with the 2 youngsters at the counter waiting for the ramen to arrive. As usual, it was monstrous. Naruto's eyes nearly popped out. He never expected Uchiha He could eat so much. Once again, Uchiha He consumed all of Ichiraku's flour stock before stopping. As usual, Uchiha He took out a gold nugget and handed it to Ichiraku. "Put it on the tab. From now on, when these 2 kids come, just deduct it directly." Ichiraku glanced at Naruto beside him and gave a knowing smile. Next, Uchiha He escorted Naruto home before taking Sasuke back. However, on the way home Uchiha He suddenly heard a scream. The voice sounded quite familiar. It must have been something extremely painful, otherwise it wouldn't have carried so far. And indeed it was no different. Jiraiya had thought for a long time and finally decided to confess his feelings to Tsunade. He searched for a long time but couldn't find her until he eventually located Tsunade at the bathhouse. Despite Jiraiya's desperate explanations, even invoking Uchiha He's name, Tsunade still punched Jiraiya flying. One must say Jiraiya's body is truly sturdy. Considering Tsunade's monstrous strength, even Uchiha He might cough twice from such a punch. After returning home, Uchiha He tidied up the house while Sasuke quietly trained in his room. Although ninjutsu training was important, chakra cultivation was even more urgent for Sasuke at the moment. After all, Naruto's absurd chakra reserves were equivalent to 100 Kakashis. As for Sasuke, based on the number of times he could use Chidori, Kakashi could use it 4 times a day while Sasuke could only use it once. Sasuke's chakra could be roughly estimated as 1/4 of Kakashi's. Despite such a huge gap, Uchiha He was not worried because the sealing technique he had placed on Sasuke also had the function of storing chakra. At this point, including the chakra within the seal, Sasuke's total chakra barely amounted to 5 Kakashis, which should be enough to handle Naruto. Time flew by and it was evening. Uchiha He and Sasuke still slept in the same room. At first Sasuke was too shy to hold his arm, but seeing that Uchiha He didn't react, he grew bold and directly wrapped his arm around Uchiha He's. Uchiha He remained the same, quietly gazing at the moonlight as if he could see farther through it. With a rooster's crow, Uchiha He got up early, tucked Sasuke in, and went out to buy breakfast. Seeing the streets already crowded so early, Uchiha He looked pleased. The reason was simple: these people were all ninjas working hard for the Konoha reconstruction project. A sharp-eyed ninja recognized Uchiha He and shouted, "Lord First Hokage! Lord First Hokage is here!" Uchiha He inwardly thought, "This is bad." Although civilians didn't know, all ninjas were aware that the current transformation of Konoha was due to the first Hokage before them. Without him, most ninjas would still be running around on missions facing life-threatening danger at every moment. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Uchiha He declared loudly, "Everyone, you've worked hard." The ninjas replied in unison, "We're not tired, you've worked hard, Lord First Hokage." Uchiha He gave an awkward smile. "Ah yes, hard work." Having grown old, he still wasn't fond of such occasions. So he used the body flicker technique to leave, bought breakfast, and fled back home. Thankfully Sasuke was still asleep, otherwise a child waking up to find his elder missing would surely cry and fuss. Although the obedient Sasuke probably wouldn't do that, his tender heart would certainly be saddened. Uchiha He did not wake Sasuke. It was obvious that yesterday's training had exhausted him. Uchiha He sat quietly to the side, channeling fire nature chakra in his hand. Since he only used it to keep the breakfast warm, no flames were produced. After a while Sasuke reached out to grab something but missed, so he sprang up and shouted, "Sensei! Sensei!" "Uchiha," he said softly. "Little Sasuke, I'm here." Hearing this, Sasuke turned around and saw Uchiha He. Seeming to feel that his reaction was a bit excessive, Sasuke blushed. Seeing this, Uchiha He teased, "How strange?" Sasuke asked in confusion. "What's strange?" Uchiha He laughed heartily. "Our little Sasuke is surprisingly cute." Sasuke took a moment to realize it, and his face turned even redder, like a ripe little apple. Uchiha He handed him breakfast. "Eat up. When you're done, go play for a while." Sasuke asked in confusion. "Play? No training." Uchiha He patted Sasuke's head. "You're still just a child, you need a balance of work and rest. Appropriate play is good for your physical and mental health." Sasuke no longer had doubts and quickly finished his breakfast. Seeing this, Uchiha He advised, "Don't rush. Eat slowly or you'll choke." For some reason, every word Uchiha He said made Sasuke feel warm inside. In this regard, even Uchiha Itachi could not compare, because he always had endless things to do and always said, "Next time." In contrast, Uchiha He spoke pleasantly, possessed extraordinary strength, and was willing to accompany him. Even if he had matters to attend to, he would send a shadow clone to stay with him. Where could one find such a good teacher? After finishing breakfast, Uchiha He took Sasuke and set out. The two tracked down the 12 ninja pups of Konoha one by one. Unfortunately, even without the pressure of mission assignments, each pup was still training diligently under their sensei's guidance. Freed from mission duties, Asuma and the others had more spare time to teach them. Thus Uchiha He could only bring Sasuke to find Naruto in the end. Upon seeing the two arrive, Naruto jumped up excitedly and asked, Teacher Uchiha, when will we start learning ninja techniques? Uchiha He patted Naruto's head and said softly, No rush this morning. You and Sasuke go play for a while and come find me at the training ground in the afternoon. Unlike Sasuke, Naruto dropped the topic of learning ninja techniques as soon as he heard the word play. Though he told the two to go play, Uchiha He still dispatched shadow clones to follow them. After all, with that thing called Black Zetsu around, who knew what whimsical idea might strike him? Grabbing Sasuke as leverage to threaten Uchiha He would be most inconvenient. Watching the two leave Uchiha He strolled leisurely along the main street. Seeing the ninja working hard on Konoha's reconstruction plans filled Uchiha He with satisfaction, though he deliberately avoided drawing their attention. Suddenly a frail figure in a narrow alley caught his eye. Uchiha He approached cautiously, his tone as gentle as possible. Little one, what are you doing here? Are you hungry? Shall uncle take you to eat? Hearing this, the child's face twisted in terror, and he scrambled backward shouting, Don't catch me, ninja-sama. I'm just a refugee who fled here for shelter. Uchiha He's expression softened with understanding. He comforted the child. Don't worry, I won't catch you. Besides, I'm not a ninja-sama, as you call them. I'm just an ordinary person. To lower the child's guard, Uchiha He slowly squatted down and approached inch by inch. Seeing this, the child's resistance slightly lessened, though he still refused to draw near. Uchiha He sighed helplessly and said, Little one, wait here for me. I'll go buy you some food. Walking backward and glancing over his shoulder, Uchiha He soon returned with several large bags of steamed buns. Uchiha He smiled and said, I don't know what filling you prefer, so I bought a few of each. Eat your fill, no need to hold back. With that, he carefully handed the buns to the child. The child also reached out cautiously, snatched one bun, and devoured it in great bites, only to seem to choke. Uchiha He quickly offered the milk he had prepared in advance. The child grabbed it and gulped it down in one go. Taking the opportunity, Uchiha He stepped forward and gently patted the child's back to help him recover his breath. At this point, the child's wariness toward Uchiha He finally began to ease, silently allowing himself to be approached. The entire process followed a classic psychological approach, squatting down to make the child feel less threatened, since children naturally fear those much taller than them. Lowering his height not only reduced fear but also conveyed that Uchiha He was not someone looking down from above, creating an unconscious sense of closeness. Offering food first and then water ensured the child wouldn't feel dependent afterward. Giving water next created a new need, and fulfilling it promptly built trust. This time-tested method remained highly effective. Once the child finished eating and had let his guard down completely, Uchiha He seized the moment and asked, Child, where did you come from? Why ask where he came from? Konoha had orphanages. Even if Danzo had manipulated them in the early days, now that Danzo had been redeemed, such things no longer existed. That ruled out the possibility of the child fleeing from an orphanage. Coupled with the child's earlier statement that he was merely a refugee, it was nearly certain he had come from outside. Though Uchiha He still didn't know how the child had slipped past Konoha's gates undetected. The child paused, his expression clouding with sorrow before speaking. I come from a small nation. After the war I lost my family and could only beg my way along. I heard Konoha was powerful, so I came here seeking help. Uchiha He pressed on. And what kind of help do you seek? The child's demeanor grew serious. I know this is an excessive request, but I want a ninja of Konoha to help me take revenge. His eyes blazed with hatred, as if he wanted to devour his enemies alive. Uchiha He shook his head slightly and patted the child's head. Child, tell me, when you seek revenge, do you aim at a single person or an entire nation? Confused but compelled to answer, the child replied, Of course, that nation. Uchiha He continued, Does that nation have no civilians left, only ninja? Still puzzled, the child answered, There are civilians. Seeing the child fully drawn into his line of questioning, Uchiha He proceeded, And do those civilians have children? Do the ninja have children? If you truly seek revenge, won't those children also be left homeless and wandering? The child's face twisted with conflict, as if wrestling with his own thoughts. Uchiha He sensed he had succeeded halfway and pressed his advantage, patting the child's head once more. Therefore, not only do you lack the strength to exact revenge, you don't even have a plan. All you have is a storm of rage. And revenge driven by anger cannot be called vengeance, it is called murder. People who act this way are simply killers. Uchiha He then turned the question back. Would your mother want you to become a notorious murderer? The child was utterly stunned, his mind swirling with questions. Who am I? Where am I? I feel like I've gained some insight, but I suppose I really am a killer. Then the child's expression shifted. His confusion giving way to seriousness, he looked at Uchiha He and said, "Truly the strongest ninja in the world. You nearly ensnared me as well." Slowly the child's figure began to fade, dissolving into thin air. That child was none other than Obito. Under Black Setsu's manipulation, though Obito had agreed to return to Konoha and test Uchiha He, he still retained his own judgment. After all, in his childhood, whether it was his grandmother or the adults and children of his clan, all regarded Uchiha He as their idol, including Obito himself. This trial had helped Obito see Uchiha He's true character clearly. If he did not interfere with the plan, Obito had no intention of striking against him. Uchiha He perceived Obito's presence completely vanish and his expression returned to normal. This was precisely why Uchiha He had sent Sasuke and Naruto away. He had sensed Obito's presence from the start. The Madara Sharingan's activation left a unique chakra signature. Even though Uchiha He was not a sensory-type ninja, his perception of the Sharingan was as keen as a camel's sense for water. Ensuring the two children's safety first, Uchiha He decided to face Obito alone. After all, whether Obito harbored ill intent or some other purpose remained unclear. For now there was no reason to believe he would attack immediately upon meeting. Whether he could kill Obito was one matter, the more important point was that Uchiha He never intended to kill him. But one must always remain vigilant. Every move Uchiha He made was cautious, wary lest the other suddenly blurting out something heartfelt. Though Obito was undeniably guilty of grave sins, he was not purely evil, otherwise with his abilities no threat could have existed within the ninja world. If he were truly determined to collect the tailed beasts, Uchiha He could only say that before his resurrection not a single soul in the entire ninja world could stand against him. After all, even the legendary Yellow Flash could only retreat in bitter defeat against Obito's ambush. In short, this chance encounter today could be regarded as a session of psychological therapy for Obito. Seeing that it was still early, Uchiha He had no intention of wasting time, and made his way directly to Sarutobi Hiruzen's farm. There he found Hiruzen still busily weeding with fire style. Uchiha He clapped his hands, first using earth style to encircle the farm, preventing the fire from spreading to other areas. Then pursing his lips, he exhaled a massive fire dragon. Infused with yang nature, the dragon seemed almost alive, coiling through the farm and swiftly burning away all the weeds. Seeing the weeds completely consumed, Uchiha He dispelled his jutsu and approached Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, however, wore an expression as bitter as if he had swallowed a bitter gourd. Uchiha He patted him on the shoulder. "What's wrong, little monkey? You don't look too happy. Having trouble with farming?" Hiruzen hesitated, then spoke. "Lord He, you just burned all our seedlings too." Hiruzen pointed at the pile of ash. Uchiha He wished he could find a crack to crawl into, but quickly came up with an excuse. "Actually, I came to tell you that you shouldn't use traditional farming methods. A ninja should use ninja methods of cultivation." Then with a reverse flying thunder god summoning technique, a book appeared in his hand. "Konoha Cultivation Planning and Methods." Hiruzen took the book with great joy, but still puzzled. "What do farming methods have to do with the seedlings?" Hiruzen looked up to ask Uchiha He, but found him vanished. He sighed helplessly, rubbing his forehead. "It seems the old man was right. Lord He really is a bit childish." Uchiha He had left via flying thunder god the moment he handed over the book. Seeing that it was almost noon, he found the two kids and dispelled the shadow clones. It seemed the two kids had had a great time, even Sasuke was grinning from ear to ear. Calculating the time, Kakashi should have recovered enough. At the very least he should have the energy to cook. If not, they could drink his nutrient solution to stave off hunger. Kakashi. So the three went to Kakashi's house. This time the door opened immediately and Kakashi appeared. Strangely, Kakashi now had both eyes uncovered. Ostensibly, Itachi's attack had enhanced his spiritual power, allowing him to use advanced Sharingan techniques. Seeing that it was Uchiha He, Kakashi was exceptionally excited. "Lord He, you're here." Uchiha He walked in as if it were his own home and casually sat down. "I heard you're a great cook, so I brought your two disciples to freeload a meal." Kakashi didn't mind Uchiha He's casual attitude, since he had a favor to ask. He busied himself in the kitchen for a while and produced a lavish spread of 12 dishes and 1 soup. The three of them stared at the full table, eyes gleaming, and began to wolf down the food. Uchiha He couldn't stop praising. "Kakashi, even though you're a bit worn out, your cooking is top-notch. I'd call you the best." Now both Kakashi and Might Guy would be called the best by Uchiha He, though Might Guy would have to wait. Kakashi patiently waited for them to finish eating, then quickly cleared the table. Seeing Kakashi hesitating to speak, Uchiha He called the two kids over. "Alright, you two go take a nap. Kakashi and I have some things to discuss. I'll come get you this afternoon." Then Uchiha He flashed a mischievous grin but quickly composed himself. "You two go sleep at Sasuke's place. It'll be easier to find you later." The two kids didn't think much of it and left directly. Uchiha He watched their retreating figures, thinking to himself, "Alright, the achievement of Naruto and Sasuke sleeping together is complete. Heh." Kakashi noticed Uchiha He's delighted expression and said, "It seems Lord He really likes these two disciples." Uchiha He nodded. "And you? One is the last remaining clansman of your former best friend, the other is the orphan of your most revered teacher." Kakashi's expression turned nostalgic. "Of course, though I feel I haven't lived up to my responsibilities as a teacher." Uchiha He thought for a moment, then said, "Then let's start with Hatake Sakumo." Kakashi's face twitched. This was a heavy blow right from the start. Uchiha He didn't dwell on it, and handed Kakashi the prepared documents, Shimura Danzo's series of plans targeting Hatake Sakumo. The more Kakashi read, the more furious he became. He hadn't realized that everything had been manipulated. Over the years, Kakashi's regret had never diminished, he had merely replaced it with other things. This was why he always seemed half dead. Kakashi's emotions fluctuated between rage, regret, and anguish, and he even wept openly. But soon he pulled himself together. After all, as a mature adult, he had his own ways of coping. Kakashi bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Lord He, for telling me the truth." Uchiha He gently lifted him up and said, "You're not young anymore. I think you already understand the implications. The hints I gave earlier should have made it clear. But to bring the dead back to life, there are several conditions. First, their bodies. Second, and most importantly, waiting." Kakashi was puzzled. "Waiting?" "Yes, waiting. I do have a method to revive the dead, but it can only be used by me. Others would die instantly if they tried. However, within 5 years I will definitely have a way to bring everyone back. But before that, you need to find their bodies." Kakashi nodded firmly. Uchiha He gave him a calm, meaningful glance, then turned and left. That glance was meant for Obito. It was up to him to decide whether to stubbornly stick to his own path or to trust Uchiha He, whom he had only met once, and bring back Rin's body. Although the original story didn't mention it, it was a safe guess that Obito had hidden it well. Uchiha He didn't know if Obito could see it, but he had already placed a genjutsu on Kakashi's Sharingan. When Obito activated his Sharingan, he would know what Uchiha He had said. Then Uchiha He returned home and saw through the window the two kids sleeping soundly. Uchiha He quietly fetched a camera and captured the moment. The two kids were woken by the click of the camera and spotted Uchiha He. Naruto jumped up excitedly. "Damn it! Lord He, you took a sneak picture." Sasuke said nothing, just turned away shyly. But then Naruto whispered to Uchiha He, "Teacher He, give me a copy of that photo later." Uchiha He made the same expression as the old man and son Wukong. However, Sasuke overheard Naruto and pointed at him, shouting, "Naruto!" "Naruto!" Uchiha He promptly put an end to the two little ones' roughhousing and said, "Alright, it's time to learn ninjutsu." Upon hearing this, they ceased their playful scuffles and followed Uchiha He on a winding journey until they arrived at the training ground. Sasuke asked in confusion, "Sensei, why didn't we come directly here? Why take such a roundabout route?" "Why was that?" "That was naturally because they wanted to avoid being discovered by other ninjas." Uchiha He still disliked the feeling of being surrounded by crowds. However, he merely smiled enigmatically and said, "You will understand in due time." Let me explain here the reason Uchiha He only reformed Konoha's systems and production rather than pursuing technological development is not because he couldn't. That's right, he simply couldn't. Before transmigrating into the Naruto world, Uchiha He had studied business and later switched to psychology, eventually becoming an obscure psychological therapist. Like most psychologists, the more he knew, the heavier his burdens became. Uchiha He suffered from severe depression, which is also why he never slept. In fact, not only did he not sleep after arriving in the Naruto world, but even before transmigration he rarely slept. Even sleeping pills left him in a half-living, half-dead state. He simply could not fall asleep. His cause of death was organ failure due to chronic insomnia compounded by a sudden stroke of anger. This serves as a reminder to everyone: pay attention to your mental health and get enough sleep. In short, Uchiha He had absolutely no understanding of technological trees. Uchiha He then turned to Naruto and said, "First it's your turn, little Naruto. I will teach you the wind release 10,000 eagles. This ninjutsu relies on wind-natured chakra as its foundation, similar to Sasuke's lightning release Chidori. When executed, the entire technique is accompanied by the sound of 10,000 eagles beating their wings against the air simultaneously. Not only does this amplify the technique's power, but it also increases its speed, making it nearly impossible for enemies to escape." Uchiha He then formed several hand seals, and a wind blade similar to the Chidori appeared on his hand, wrapping around his arm with incredible sharpness. He casually tossed it forward, and like 10,000 eagles beating their wings at once, a thunderous sound erupted. The lakebed struck by the 10,000 eagles shattered instantly, splitting open into a massive fissure. The two children stood utterly dumbfounded. Uchiha He turned to Naruto and asked, "Did you remember that? In principle, holding this technique in your hand increases its power. However, every ninjutsu has a certain backlash. Therefore, I suggest that unless you have absolute certainty of victory or your opponent's technique involves sustained attacks, you should throw it. At its speed, ordinary people simply cannot escape." As for why Uchiha He needed to form hand seals, it was because while he could perform unmarked ninjutsu with ease, most others certainly could not. Moreover, the complexity of the 10,000 eagles far exceeded that of the Rasengan, or Chidori, requiring far more refined chakra control techniques. After explaining a few more key points, Uchiha He began instructing Sasuke. "As for you, little Sasuke, your ninjutsu will be the lightning release Rasengan sphere. As for the rest, I left a sealing jutsu within your body that you can activate when necessary to draw upon the power stored inside." Upon hearing this, Sasuke asked in puzzlement, "What sealing jutsu?" Uchiha He explained, "These are a series of seal techniques I apply to the curse mark on your body, roughly tens of thousands of them. Together these seals form a formula similar to one that absorbs and stores chakra. At critical moments you can draw upon this stored chakra for use. Furthermore, with this formula in place, you will no longer fear any sealing techniques. This is a passive effect, so there's no need to worry about it. The important thing is that you must use your own efforts to sense this seal and learn to draw upon the chakra within. The power stored inside will surely surprise you." Upon hearing this explanation, Sasuke finally understood and felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude toward Uchiha He. He had never expected his teacher to do so much for him behind his back. At the same time, his dependence on Uchiha He grew even deeper. After finishing his instructions, Sasuke began carefully sensing the seals within his body. Meanwhile, Uchiha He turned to observe Naruto's training progress, only to find that he seemed to always fall just short. Each time he was on the verge of success, the 10,000 eagles would suddenly vanish as if affected by some outside influence. Uchiha He suddenly realized this was likely the work of the Nine Tails. Let me explain here about Naruto. His talent is absolutely not lacking. As long as the jutsu does not require extremely precise chakra control, he can learn it quickly. The main issue is that the Nine Tails chakra interference makes his chakra circulation exceedingly difficult. Considering this, it is nothing short of remarkable that Naruto managed to learn the Rasengan despite the Nine Tails interference. Of course, two other possibilities exist. First, the Nine Tails was moved by Naruto's indomitable will. Second, the Nine Tails saw the familiar Rasengan and remembered the terror of being dominated by Minato and Kushina. Of course, these are merely guesses. Who can truly understand the heart of the Tsundere Nine Tails? At this point, Uchiha He decided it was time. It was time to have a word with the Nine Tails. He then stopped Naruto's training and said to him, "Naruto, I have a way to help you deal with the Nine Tails inside your body. Would you be willing?" Naruto was naturally overjoyed upon hearing this news, but soon his expression turned worried. "Teacher He, will you kill him? He's been sealed away for so many years, he's quite pitiful." Uchiha He sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Is this the legendary boundless compassion? However, Uchiha He showed no particular expression on his face. He merely spoke gently. "Rest assured, I will only persuade him to stop disturbing your training." Hearing this, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief and said, full of joy, Great. Thank you, Teacher He." Uchiha He's pupils then rotated as he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto only glanced at it before standing frozen in place. Uchiha He had entered Naruto's inner world. Everything around him was shrouded in darkness, and as he walked, the only sound was the splashing of water beneath his feet. Suddenly a sound of tearing through the air echoed nearby. A gigantic claw appeared before Uchiha He. With a casual flick of his fingers he easily seized the claw. The claw's owner attempted to pull back, but Uchiha He held firm. From ahead came an indignant voice. "Who are you? Let go of me immediately." Uchiha He cast a lighting jutsu, then gently released the claw and said with a smile, "Kurama, it's been so long since we last met. Don't you recognize me?" Upon hearing this, Kurama was dumbfounded. "You Uchiha He? But you're dead. Have I died too?" A faint smile remained on Uchiha He's face. "Don't be ridiculous. I've come back to life and you haven't died either." Kurama's face was filled with shock. "People who are dead can come back to life. Didn't the Six Paths Elder say that the dead cannot be resurrected?" Uchiha He gazed at Kurama with a profound look in his eyes. "It was the Six Paths Sage who taught me how to revive." This statement was no lie. It was the guidance of the Six Paths Sage that enabled Uchiha He to gain the power to defeat the Death God, and it was by devouring the Death God that he acquired enough soul energy to be reborn. Upon hearing this, Kurama's expression shifted to one of understanding. "So you're saying you're not the child of prophecy spoken of by the Six Paths Sage?" Uchiha He responded, "First, I am not laughing. Second, I do not have blue eyes. My eyes are red." Kurama remained unconvinced. "Then how do you know our names? When you called out our names you hadn't died yet, so the Six Paths Sage couldn't have told you." Uchiha He pondered what excuse to give. Suddenly a yellow chakra began to materialize, and moments later a figure appeared in the sealed space. It was Minato Namikaze. Minato observed the scene and then asked Uchiha He, "Who are you? How did you get here? And why do you look so much like the first Hokage? Are you his descendant? This is no place for you." Uchiha He explained, "I've come to help Naruto resolve the issue of Kurama's chakra." Minato frowned in confusion. "Has another war broken out? Does the village need Naruto's power?" Uchiha He slowly shook his head. "No, it's just that a powerful enemy will descend in the future. I am in a way half a teacher to Naruto. This is merely a precaution." Kurama, displeased, interjected, "Hey kid, you're the first Hokage. Why bother being polite to him? Just take him out." Hearing this, Minato realized Uchiha He's identity and bowed. "Minato Namikaze greets the first Hokage. I apologize for my earlier rudeness." Uchiha He showed no emotion and replied to Minato, "It's fine. It's only natural for a father to be concerned for his child." Then, sensing that his own residual chakra was fading due to his manifestation, Minato earnestly requested, "Please, first Hokage, help Naruto strengthen the seal. My chakra is about to disappear." Uchiha He pondered for a moment, then said to Kurama, "Kurama, lend me a bit of your chakra." Kurama turned away with a tsundere air. "You're not the child of prophecy, so why should I lend it to you?" "No. No." Uchiha He sighed and rubbed his forehead at Kurama's stubbornness. However, dealing with such a child, though one thousands of years old, was not difficult. He signaled Minato with a look to stay silent and watch. Uchiha He stepped forward and gently stroked Kurama's fur. All right, I am the child of prophecy. Kind-hearted and immensely powerful Lord Kurama, would you please lend me a bit of your chakra?" Kurama felt pleased by the praise but remained haughty. "Who's kind-hearted? I could devour 100 people in one bite." Uchiha He continued, "What's so good about eating people? When I have time I'll take you out for grilled meat. The taste is simply delightful." Kurama caught the key phrase and asked incredulously, "You'll let me out?" Uchiha He replied, "Of course. Why else do you think I'm here?" Kurama remained skeptical but reluctantly raised his fist. Uchiha He, seeing the opportunity, also extended his fist and bumped it against Kurama's. Then Kurama's chakra surged toward Uchiha He in an endless stream. Although the chakra was initially filled with malevolent energy under Uchiha He's powerful spiritual suppression, it soon became pure chakra. Uchiha He then withdrew his fist and channeled the chakra into Minato's fading chakra body. Kurama roared in anger, "Damn it! You never intended to let me out. You even used my chakra to help that blonde." Uchiha He patiently explained, "How could I deceive you?" Then he placed his hand on the seal imprisoning Kurama. With a series of manipulations, the seal gradually began to disappear. Minato watched with deep concern, but after seeing Uchiha He's reassuring glance, he did nothing. As the seal was completely undone, a figure slowly materialized. It was Kushina. Kushina slowly opened her eyes. "Naruto, you're here." But before her stood not Naruto but Minato, Uchiha He, and Kurama. Confused, she said to Uchiha He, "Naruto, when did you dye your hair? And you have red eyes. You've got pink eye." Kurama, who had just broken free from the seal, hadn't even celebrated before hearing Kushina's absurd remark. He burst into laughter. Ha ha, that's hilarious. Kushina, you idiot, you're mistaking someone older than you for your son. Ha. Minato quickly stepped in and whispered, Kushina, this is the first Hokage. He's here to help Naruto with Kurama's problem. Kushina blushed deeply, but then in her embarrassment she unleashed the adamantine sealing chains and bound Kurama tightly. Squeezed painfully, Kurama shouted to Uchiha He, hey kid, save me. They're killing a fox. Killing a fox. Uchiha He couldn't help but chuckle, but he still said, Kushina, let Kurama go. Kushina was still furious but dared not disobey the first Hokage, known as the battle maniac, who would even fight his own allies when enraged. Then Uchiha He transferred the remaining Kurama chakra into Kushina's body to help sustain her chakra form. That way, if she didn't fight, she could last about 3 or 4 years. Uchiha He then said to the couple, from now on you can accompany Naruto's growth in this form. But remember, do not use this power for battle or you'll dissipate completely and I won't be able to help you. The couple bowed in sincere gratitude. However, Kushina whispered to Minato, this first Hokage isn't as hot-tempered as the rumors say. He seems quite kind. I think he's a good person. Both Minato and Uchiha He were speechless, but Kurama couldn't hold back his laughter. Ha ha ha, Kushina, I heard your whisper. Kushina blushed again and glared at Kurama, who immediately stopped laughing. Uchiha He then turned to Kurama. Kurama, I have 2 options for you. 1, wait a few years and I'll set you completely free. 2, I can use a sealing technique to bring out a clone of you, one that contains part of your power. Which do you choose? Kurama asked doubtfully, why not take me out now? Uchiha He explained, I don't yet have the ability to resurrect people. If you leave, Naruto would die. We can't trade lives. Kurama fell silent, not daring to say more given that Naruto's parents were watching and among them was an ultimate mother dragon. Finally Kurama sighed helplessly. Then option 2. Uchiha He nodded, placed his hand on Kurama's head, and performed the familiar head-patting sealing technique. With a series of flashes, a miniature Kurama appeared before everyone. The 2 Kuramas stared at each other in amazement. The small one said, Huh? Why am I this tiny? The large Kurama retained its own consciousness. They were now 2 bodies sharing one soul, unaffected by each other, yet both could access the other's memories. Kurama couldn't help but exclaim, how amazing. Kushina couldn't resist picking up the mini Kurama. So cute. The small Kurama's head was being tousled by Kushina, but he dared not resist. He could only fume helplessly. What are you doing? I am not a pet. I am not a pet. After making things clear, Uchiha left the sealing dimension with the mini Ninetales. He believed that under the guidance of Minato and Kushina, Naruto would grow stronger and happier. Uchiha then looked at Naruto, whose eyes were still dazed, and lifted the genjutsu he had cast upon him. All right, from now on you will no longer be affected by the Ninetales. Hearing this, Naruto's face lit up with joy. He then noticed the mini Ninetales in Uchiha hands and asked in disbelief. Could it be that? This is the Ninetales. After receiving a confirmed answer, Naruto couldn't hold back. Ha! The Ninetales is so small, it looks so weak. Ha! The mini Ninetales instantly bristled. You brat! Who are you calling weak? I could crush you with a single finger. To prevent the 2 from bickering, Uchiha tossed the Ninetales behind him and said to Naruto, All right, let's continue training. Without the Ninetales' influence you should pick things up faster. Uchiha then held the mini Ninetales and watched the 2 children train nearby. The mini Ninetales grew restless. Kid Kawa, this is so boring. When are we going to eat? Uchiha gently rubbed the mini Ninetales' head, cooing at it like a child. Don't rush. We'll go when it's time. The mini Ninetales feigned disgust and struggled a few times, but Uchiha wasn't holding on at all. It could have jumped away whenever it wanted. Clearly it was enjoying the attention. After a while, a small head emerged from the bushes behind Uchiha. The mini Ninetales warned. Kid Kawa, there's a kid hiding behind you. Uchiha gently rubbed the mini Ninetales' head. All right, I see. Seeing that the person behind hadn't stepped forward, Uchiha made no move to greet them either. A moment later, the person finally gathered their courage and approached Uchiha. It was Hyuga Niji. Uchiha regarded him curiously. Although he knew who it was, he had no idea what Niji wanted. Nevertheless, he smiled and said, What is it, little Niji? Why aren't you training with your sensei? Were you looking for little Sasuke and Naruto to play? That won't do now, though. Wait until they finish and I'll have them come find you. Upon hearing this, Niji quickly shook his head, his face turning crimson. He then bowed deeply and said, I heard from the clan head about your criticism of Konoha's past treatment of the Hyuga clan, and I also learned of everything you've done. That is why I came to you today, to say thank you. Uchiha felt awkward at these words. After all, he had merely spoken, it was others who had actually taken action. What effect could his few words truly have? This was precisely why he never understood why those ninja worshipped him so. In his view, there was no need for it. Uchiha rose and helped Niji up, speaking earnestly. I am sorry about what happened to your father. You may feel lost regarding your identity, and what you should do. As someone who has walked this path, my advice to you is this: seize the present and follow your heart. Whether you bear the caged bird seal or belong to the branch family, either truly matters. What matters is the attitude with which you face it. Niji's eyes widened at these words. He was but an ordinary branch family child, yet the legendary strongest ninja was paying attention to him, and knew so much. It seemed the first Hokage was not as fierce and warlike as others claimed. He was a good man after all. Seeing tears welling up in Niji's eyes, Uchiha stepped forward and patted his head. Enough, you're not a child anymore. No crying. As your elder, I'll give you a gift. Uchiha then activated the head pat sealing technique, and removed the caged bird seal from Niji's forehead. Niji suddenly felt as though he had been freed, his expression filled with emotion. At a loss for words, he bowed deeply once more. Uchiha helped him up again and added, From now on, look ahead. Never bow your head. The future can only be seen when you lift your gaze. Niji's eyes grew resolute, and he nodded firmly. Satisfied, Uchiha smiled. All right, go play. Regarding the caged bird seal, you may mention to Hisashi that I know how to remove it. But do not tell them you have already been freed, otherwise trouble will follow. Niji nodded and turned to leave. The mini Ninetales remarked to Uchiha, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Uchiha merely smiled faintly. There's nothing thoughtful about it. As an elder, one must take care of the younger generation. As the sky gradually darkened, Uchiha called a stop to the two children's training. All right, that's enough for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Now it's time to eat. The three of them then headed to Ichiraku Ramen. Upon seeing the familiar customer's owner Ukino, Ichiraku stepped forward and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Lord Ninja. You've come too late today, and I'm afraid there won't be much ramen left. Uchiha was startled. What? Was Ichiraku actually apologizing to him, a mere Uchiha? Just kidding. He smiled and replied, It's fine. Just bring me whatever you have today. Mainly I'm here to accompany the two kids. 3 bowls of anything will do. Ichiraku agreed with a smile and told his daughter to put up the closed sign at the entrance. Clearly Uchiha was about to consume all of today's remaining stock. The 3 devoured the ramen with great enthusiasm and finished it all in no time. Seeing that it was still early and knowing that the night market of Konoha was a highlight, Uchiha suggested taking the 2 kids shopping. The 2 children readily agreed. The 3 wandered through the market, buying whatever caught their eye. Uchiha, a wealthy man through and through, paid with gold for everything, leaving most vendors flustered. Each found their own joy. Naruto, who had never experienced such happiness in his childhood, had only ever sought attention through mischief. Sasuke, after the massacre of his clan, had lost all sense of joy and the villagers shunned him. As for Uchiha, though surrounded by Naruto and Sasuke, his thoughts drifted to a distant past, the days spent with his disciples. In a way, it was a mutual healing. Suddenly, as they approached a tavern, someone was unexpectedly thrown out. Sharp-eyed Naruto rushed forward and shouted, Ero-sennin! Why were you thrown out? Who bullied you? Jiraiya slowly got to his feet and spotted Uchiha, but his expression was odd, filled with grievance and resentment. Uchiha pondered, wondering what he had done wrong to warrant such a look. But before he could speak, Jiraiya threw himself onto Uchiha's lap. Lord Kawa? Please teach me how to win over a woman. Uchiha pondered, wondering what he had done wrong to warrant such a look. But before he could speak, Jiraiya threw himself onto Uchiha's lap. Lord Kawa? Please teach me how to win over a woman. Then Jiraiya lamented to Uchiha He about how he had been confessing his love to Tsunade day and night for the past few days, only to receive a beating each time. As he spoke, he pointed to the bruise around his eye. Uchiha He looked at Jiraiya's face mottled with black and blue and felt a slight pang of sympathy. However, he gently consoled him. You should understand a woman's heart better than I do. After all, you're a great author. Hearing this, Jiraiya realized that Uchiha He must know about his novel Make Out Paradise, and he lowered his head in shame. But Uchiha He changed his tone. There's no formula for winning a girl's heart. Simply put, if she likes you, even a simple joke can win her over. But if she has no interest in you, even bringing her the stars from the sky would be in vain. Jiraiya suddenly understood. So does that mean Tsunade has no feelings for me? Uchiha He gave Jiraiya a light rap on the head. You fool! If she had no feelings for you, she would have rejected you outright the first time you confessed. If a girl neither likes you nor rejects you, it only means she's leading you on. Of course, our little Tsunade is not that kind of person. Filled with sincerity, Jiraiya asked. Then what should I do to make her accept me? Uchiha He thought for a moment and replied. One word: slow. Communicate slowly, open your heart slowly, confess slowly. Never rush. As long as your feelings are true, she will accept you. Jiraiya was enlightened and bowed. I am taught. But then Jiraiya asked. Lord He, have you ever had a her? Which her? Uchiha He looked puzzled. Jiraiya explained. You know, a wife or a girlfriend. Uchiha He's gaze grew distant, and he said slowly. She left and will never return. Jiraiya immediately apologized, but Uchiha He simply waved his hand to indicate it was fine. Then he took Sasuke home. Before parting, Uchiha He told Naruto and Jiraiya. There's a surprise tonight. Sasuke, however, was curious and asked. Teach her the her from your past. Is she dead? Uchiha He's expression was sorrowful. Yes, she died in my arms, looking so tender and glistening. Sasuke. Tender and glistening. Yes, her eyes were full of tears, making them look so tender and glistening. Even as she was dying, she told me to take care of myself, but... Sasuke was puzzled. But what? Uchiha He patted Sasuke's head. Let's stop this topic here. But the truth was, Uchiha He had never felt that kind of love for her. This was because shortly after his transmigration, Uchiha He had been exceptionally gifted. Within just a few months, he could fight the strongest in the clan without losing. At that time, Uchiha He was in high spirits, so he took along his younger siblings and Uchiha Chin, who claimed to be his childhood sweetheart. As for this Uchiha Chin, she might have been the original owner's childhood sweetheart, but since Uchiha He had just transmigrated, he had no deep feelings for her. Confident in his abilities, Uchiha He led his younger siblings and Uchiha Chin to several small ninja clans to intimidate them. Unexpectedly, these small clans had joined forces with larger ones to set an ambush. Despite his extraordinary strength, Uchiha He could not protect his siblings. It was only thanks to Uchiha Chin's cover that he narrowly escaped with his life. Uchiha He still remembered that day when the night was just right and Uchiha Chin's pale face looked even whiter under the moonlight. The tears in her eyes sparkled like gems. She looked at Uchiha He with deep reluctance. But what shocked him most were her words. I know that every time our clan members open their eyes, their personalities change drastically. But your change feels so unfamiliar to me. Yet whether it's the you from before or the now, your emotions are always heavy. Though you always smile, you've never truly slept, have you? I don't have long to live. I can only pray for you in my heart, hoping you can move on and forget me. Although it seems you have already forgotten me. At that moment, Uchiha He, who had transmigrated, was seen through for the first time. He thought he had disguised himself well enough, but clearly no disguise can fool the eyes of a lover. For some reason at that moment he felt an inexplicable heartache. Perhaps it was the original owner's doing. Or perhaps... The Ninetales, no longer acting up, asked in a slightly comforting tone. Little He, you seem very sad. Uchiha He smiled faintly. Yes, but sometimes sadness isn't a bad thing. After all, sadness is an emotion, isn't it? The Ninetales said no more, but silently burrowed into Uchiha He's arms as if trying to ease his pain this way. Sasuke also silently tightened his grip on Uchiha He's hand. Having emotions means one is still alive. Meanwhile, after Naruto fell asleep, two beams of light appeared in the room. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. Minato. Kushina. Jiraiya's eyes were now filled with tears. Minato, being considerate, explained. The first Hokage intervened, not only helping Naruto resolve the Ninetales issue but also allowing us to exist in the form of chakra to accompany Naruto as he grows up. Hearing this, Jiraiya was deeply moved and exclaimed several times in approval, His Reverence, for Uchiha He growing even stronger. Thus Minato's home was filled with a warm atmosphere. In the Hyuga clan compound, Niji quietly knocked on Hayashi's door. Hayashi knew who it was and said, "Niji, come in." Niji entered cautiously, looking around as if checking for eavesdroppers. Hayashi said sternly, "Speak, what is it?" "There's no one around." Only then did Niji tell Hayashi about Uchiha He's claim that he could remove the caged bird's seal. Hayashi fell into deep thought after hearing this, then spoke in an extremely serious tone despite his perpetually stern face. "You must never mention this to anyone else. This matter is of great significance and requires careful deliberation." Niji heard a glimmer of hope in Hayashi's words and believed that the removal of the caged bird seal was a certainty. This would in a way comfort the spirit of Hizashi in the Pure Land. So Niji nodded. Hayashi finally managed a faint smile, though his naturally stern face made it difficult, but his tone was full of satisfaction. "Good child. I think Hizashi would be proud of you." Over the following days, Sasuke and Naruto adhered to their routine, playing together in the morning and training together in the afternoon. By the 9th day, the two had finally mastered the ninjutsu taught to them by Uchiha He. Uchiha He watched them with satisfaction, about to offer a small word of praise. Suddenly a peculiar fluctuation caught Uchiha He's attention, a disturbance reminiscent of space-time. Having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, his perception of space-time was exceptionally keen. He instructed the two to continue consolidating their skills and then head to Ichiraku Ramen for dinner without waiting for him before vanishing in an instant. Uchiha He departed in such haste that he didn't even bring the mini Ninetales, let alone a shadow clone. The reason was simple. Aside from the former guard of Minato, Uchiha He was likely the only one in Konoha proficient in space-time ninjutsu. The only other possibility was Obito. Uncertain of his intentions and fearing that the volatile young man might cause trouble, Uchiha He raced at full speed toward the source of the space-time fluctuation. When he arrived, the sight before him astonished him. It was an older version of Sasuke and a young blonde who bore a striking resemblance to Naruto. In his past life, Uchiha He had never watched Boruto. He only vaguely knew that the master and disciple had traveled from the future to prevent Urashiki from stealing the Ninetales. Beyond that, he knew little. Despite his presence, the future still seemed to unfold in this manner. Filled with confusion, Uchiha He approached the two. Feigning composure, Sasuke pulled Boruto to leave, but Uchiha He called out to them, "Hey! Who are you? I've never seen you in Konoha before." Sasuke turned and explained, "We're from a traveling circus here in Konoha." He stopped mid-sentence, frozen as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. But then he snapped back, activated a Menodijikura, and charged at Uchiha He with a kunai. Uchiha He dodged with a body flicker, utterly bewildered. Seeing his attack fail, Sasuke prepared to strike again, but Uchiha He halted him. "What are you doing?" Sasuke's voice trembled with emotion. "Didn't you tell me to come find you with eyes like yours? What, afraid of power stronger than your own?" Uchiha He understood at once. Sasuke must have mistaken him for Itachi. It wasn't his fault. Uchiha He bore an uncanny resemblance to Uchiha Itachi, save for the lack of tear troughs and the spiky hair. Sasuke wasn't attacking out of hatred, given the timeline. Itachi should have been in the Akatsuki. His sudden appearance in Konoha likely meant he was secretly observing him. Though Sasuke still missed his brother, knowing he was watching from afar without meeting him stirred his anger. In a moment of petulance, Sasuke decided to rough him up, planning to erase his memories before leaving. Boruto interjected. "Sensei, you said we shouldn't interact too much with people of this era. Why are you fighting the moment you arrive?" Sasuke remained unperturbed. "It's fine. He's a threat. Even if I kill him, it won't matter." Uchiha He was now plagued with doubts. Why didn't Sasuke recognize him? Why did the future still unfold this way despite his existence? Seeing Sasuke press the attack, Uchiha He drew a kunai to counter. The two clashed fiercely, trading blows. Boruto played commentator. "Sensei put some strength into it. He doesn't even flinch when you hit him, but one casual strike from him sends you stumbling. Can you even do this? Let me handle it." Both Sasuke and Uchiha He found Boruto's remarks somewhat exasperating. He was like a keyboard warrior. Realizing taijutsu wouldn't overcome Uchiha He, Sasuke quickly formed hand signs, spat a massive fireball, and retreated. Uchiha He merely flickered aside to evade it. Sasuke then activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and declared, "Amaterasu." Pitch black flames erupted without warning in front of Uchiha He. He dared not underestimate them. The flames spread rapidly, so he teleported away with a body flicker. The Amaterasu pursued him relentlessly. It wasn't that the flames couldn't ignite directly on his body. The first strike was intentional, missing him, and subsequent attempts were held back by Sasuke, who saw Uchiha He handling them easily. But then Sasuke ceased his restraint. However, Uchiha He's body flicker was so fast it left afterimages, far beyond the Amaterasu's ability to track. Meanwhile, Sasuke didn't idle. He drew his sword and slashed at Uchiha He. Uchiha He exclaimed, "Nice!" and blocked with his kunai. What a pity! If Uchiha He had more kunai to instantly cast the Flying Thunder God technique, he could have easily subdued Sasuke. Even if not easily, suppressing him would have been manageable. Yet Uchiha He didn't grow complacent, knowing that Sasuke had been holding back, not using his full power. Seeing that Uchiha He effortlessly countered all his moves, Sasuke's competitive spirit ignited. He summoned the arms of Susanoo to seize Uchiha He. Suddenly, two identical Susanoo arms intercepted Sasuke's. The difference was that the arms Uchiha He summoned were green. Sasuke stared at the green Susanoo arms in utter confusion. "Who are you really?" Uchiha He replied. "Uchiha He, the first Hokage." Sasuke finally realized he had made a mistake. This person was not Itachi. He asked incredulously, "How is that possible? Wasn't the first Hokage Hashirama Senju?" Seeing Sasuke dismiss his Susanoo, Uchiha He did the same. This Susanoo was summoned from Shursui's Mangekyo. A few days prior, Uchiha He had replaced his own right eye with Shursui's, storing away his original. Since he couldn't use it for now, it was better to seal it. Uchiha He then understood clearly this Sasuke was not from the future of this world, but from a parallel world where Uchiha He never existed. He shared his deduction with Sasuke. Sasuke was astonished, but he felt happy for the Sasuke of this world. Perhaps with such a powerful teacher he would have a better life. Then Sasuke revealed the purpose of their journey to Uchiha He. Uchiha He's expression grew serious. After a moment of thought, he said, "So you still don't know how to defeat him, yet you came to the pass to stop him?" Sasuke nodded. Uchiha He was speechless. It seemed he needed to add some intellectual training to Sasuke's lessons. After all, they had fought yet had no intelligence, not even seeking outside help. Relying solely on a passionate heart to act recklessly, this was not something Uchiha He favored. It reminded him of that day when, overconfident in his strength, he took his younger siblings to show off in front of a small ninja clan only to be surrounded and nearly killed. Still, this fearless spirit was commendable, and there was no reason to criticize it. From Sasuke's description, Uchiha He could easily guess that Urashiki's ability was similar to that of his left Mangekyo, which could rewind his own state to any point a few seconds prior. Thus Uchiha He's attacks were always instantaneous, aiming for a one-hit kill. If that failed, he would use his Mangekyo to restore his state and try again. This Urashiki was no doubt formidable. For some reason, Uchiha-kawa's words carried an air of reliability that made one instinctively choose to believe him. Sasuke listened to his analysis like a primary school student. Then Uchiha-kawa lightly flicked Sasuke's forehead. "Hey, falling asleep?" Sasuke snapped back to reality, gazing at Kawa's face with a hint of daze. Seeing it was getting late, Uchiha-kawa spoke. "Come on, I'll take you to eat." Sasuke felt a little embarrassed. "Is that really appropriate? What if someone recognizes us?" Uchiha-kawa waved his hand and pulled Sasuke close. "What's the big deal? After all, you and I are from different worlds. What happens in your world has nothing to do with mine. Besides, little Sasuke is still lost in confusion. If I hadn't appeared, he might have defected just like you did. It would be better if you talked to him and help him sort out his feelings." Sasuke finally nodded in agreement. So Uchiha-kawa held Sasuke with his left arm and carried Boruto with his right. "Boruto, why am I being carried?" Then Uchiha-kawa instantly activated Flying Thunder God and arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. Uchiha-kawa, what? Does anyone actually need hand seals for Flying Thunder God? No one hasn't developed the habit of leaving Flying Thunder God marks everywhere, right? Seeing Naruto and Sasuke still eating, he led the two inside. "Boss. The usual," Uchiha-kawa said to Ichiraku. Ichiraku beamed at the sight of his big spender. Sasuke looked at the two beside Kawa and asked curiously, "Sensei, who are they?" Uchiha-kawa gave a mysterious smile. "Don't worry about it now. Let's go home after dinner." Little Kurama was also enjoying the ramen, unable to use chopsticks, and simply eating with his mouth. Boruto shouted, "Why is Dad's Kurama outside?" Sasuke quickly covered Boruto's mouth. Naruto was too busy devouring his food to notice. Since it was late and the shop was nearly empty, Kurama's appearance caused no panic. Kurama sensed Sasuke's powerful aura, bristled with alarm, and leaped onto Uchiha Kawa. "Little Kawa, he's dangerous." Uchiha Kawa smoothed Kurama's fur and gently stroked his head. "It's fine, he's one of us." The commotion soon subsided, leaving only the sound of slurping noodles. After the meal, Uchiha Kawa smiled mysteriously and said to Naruto, "This kid is your fan. You'll take care of him tonight." Naruto didn't think twice. Hearing he had a fan, he jumped 2 meters high and puffed out his chest. "Leave it to me, Kawa-sensei. I'll take good care of him." Perhaps having already met his parents, Naruto was more cheerful than usual. Then Uchiha Kawa led the two Sasukes back home. Little Sasuke asked curiously, "Sensei, who is he?" Uchiha Kawa didn't answer, simply turning his gaze to Sasuke. Sasuke removed his eye patch, revealing his full face. Little Sasuke stared at the familiar face and asked in disbelief, "Could it be? He's your son?" Uchiha Kawa's face darkened. He gently tapped little Sasuke's head. "Where would I get a son? If I had one, he'd be half in the grave by now." Then Sasuke extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke. The future you, or more precisely the future you from another world." Little Sasuke turned to Kawa in shock, and after receiving a confirming nod became even more bewildered. "Me? Another me?" Uchiha Kawa tactfully left the room, giving the two space. That night he didn't sleep with little Sasuke, but instead went to the rooftop, quietly gazing at the moon, lost in thought. The 10-day deadline arrived, and the day of Naruto and Sasuke's duel came. However, with Urashiki's impending attack, it wasn't a good time for the duel. It was temporarily postponed, replaced by Sasuke teaching little Sasuke ninjutsu while Naruto and Boruto practiced the Rasengan combination technique. Whatever Sasuke told little Sasuke, the latter unexpectedly smiled today, finding even Naruto's icy jokes amusing. Little Sasuke seemed much more cheerful. Everyone was busy, leaving Uchiha Kawa with rare leisure, but he still had things to do. He retrieved a white setsu from the lab and approached Sasuke. "Come, let me treat you." Sasuke was about to refuse, but Kawa grabbed his arm and tore off his prosthetic limb. Then without hesitation he cast the reverse rebirth technique, turning the white setsu into the purest life energy that flowed into Sasuke as his left hand rapidly regenerated. After a moment, Kawa released Sasuke. "Try it, see how it feels. Honestly, you're old enough to take better care of yourself. If your arm breaks, you know how to reattach it." Sasuke was stunned by the surge of power within him. Kawa's actions not only restored his left hand, but also with the pure life energy healed all his hidden ailments, increased his chakra reserves, and even enhanced his ocular powers. More incredibly, Sasuke vaguely sensed a stronger power stirring within his Mangekyo and Rinnegan, as if on the verge of evolution. Sasuke couldn't believe it. "What? What did you do?" Kawa replied nonchalantly. "Kid, you can't protect the ones you love with just one hand." Sasuke's doubts melted into gratitude. He spoke softly. "Thank you, Kawa-sensei." Looking at Sasuke, Uchiha Kawa's eyes grew misty. Perhaps if Izuna were still alive he would look like this. To hide his vulnerability, Kawa left a simple, "Keep training," and used Flying Thunder God to appear atop the Hokage rock. Uchiha Kawa was staring blankly at Konoha when he suddenly sensed someone behind him. The figure had pale skin and long light blue hair tied in a high ponytail, no eyebrows, 2 dots on the forehead, 2 horn-like protrusions resembling a headband, dressed in white, carrying a red glowing fish basket and a red glowing fishing rod. This was none other than Otsutsuki Urashiki. Although Uchiha Kawa hadn't watched Boruto, he guessed the man's identity. Seeing that Urashiki made no move, Kawa just watched him calmly. Urashiki took a few steps forward, stood beside Kawa, looked at Konoha, and spoke slowly. "What a beautiful sight! I almost hate to disturb such tranquility." Uchiha Kawa didn't relax his guard, keeping a close eye on Urashiki's every move. Receiving no response, Urashiki continued. "In my perception you might be the strongest here, but perhaps not. That mysterious power of yours would be difficult for any Otsutsuki, even me, to handle. Therefore I earnestly request you to let me take the 9 tails. In exchange I will help you master that mysterious power." Uchiha Kawa pulled out a kunai, instantly activated Flying Thunder God, and appeared beside Urashiki, his hand reaching out to touch him, but Urashiki easily dodged. Kawa was slightly stunned. This was the first time someone had evaded his combination of instant body flicker, Flying Thunder God, and sealing techniques. A trace of regret crossed Urashiki's face. What a pity! If used properly, that power could overturn the entire world. Since you insist on being my enemy, I'll reluctantly defeat you and claim your power. Seeing that negotiations were futile, Pusher brandished his red fishing rod to launch an attack. Uchiha He used the Flying Thunder God to return to the laboratory, grabbing a few kunai, just a few hundred each, engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha He returned to the original spot only to find Pusher's red fishing rod swinging toward him. He swiftly used the body flicker technique to evade, but Pusher's body flicker was even faster, and the hook caught Uchiha He's chest. Pusher activated his technique, but to his surprise Uchiha He's chakra showed no fluctuation whatsoever. It was well known that the flaw of Pusher's fishing rod was that the hook could not harm the target's body while draining their chakra. Those who lost their chakra would faint if they couldn't withstand it. Moreover, if the target carried a sealing technique that sealed their chakra, the chakra could not be drained. However, even with a sealing technique, while the sealed chakra remained untouched, the other chakra could still be partially drained. In this situation, it could only mean that Uchiha He's entire body was covered in sealing techniques. Seeing his attack ineffective, Pusher intended to switch tactics. But in an instant Uchiha He hurled all the kunai at once. Hundreds of kunai surged toward Pusher with formidable momentum. Pusher, brimming with confidence, twisted casually to dodge them all. Yet Uchiha He did not use these kunai to attack directly. Instead, he transformed into a black flash darting around Pusher, and with each movement he tapped Pusher. Uchiha He knew that Pusher's ability might involve time reversal, but every technique he laid was not triggered immediately. They clung to him like poison, and by the time he realized it would be too late. Pusher looked around warily, still unsettled, but the Flying Thunder God was incredibly fast. Everything happened in an instant. Such high-intensity use of the Flying Thunder God was somewhat taxing even for Uchiha He, consuming approximately 0.1 of his chakra. Then Uchiha He barely formed a seal, and in an instant all of Pusher's senses and every cell were sealed. Uchiha He finally revealed himself, gazing at the immobilized Pusher, muttering inwardly, "He doesn't seem as tough as he sounded." However, for some unknown reason, blood began to flow from Pusher's eyes. Uchiha He sensed something amiss and quickly checked the seal. It was still intact. He wondered how Pusher had managed to break free and act. As blood streamed from Pusher's eyes, a yellow rinnegan opened on his forehead. Then a luminous portal appeared before him, and he stepped through, transforming into a monstrous bird-like creature. His face bore black stripes, wing-like horns sprouted from his head, his arms turned into enormous bird wings, and he grew bird-like talons and feet. Both eyes turned yellow, and then Pusher released a powerful surge of air, his body emanating malevolent chakra. Uchiha He saw this and thought, damn, why does he get to power up like this? Pusher then spread his wings, summoned black rods, and charged at Uchiha He. The speed was astonishing. Uchiha He quickly activated Susanoo to defend. A green skeletal Susanoo stood on the ground. Pusher remarked, "This power isn't yours, is it?" Uchiha He remained silent, pondering how to counter him. The body flicker technique was slower than his, and the black rods in his hands could easily damage Susanoo. Even Susanoo wouldn't hold out long. Pusher then fired a barrage of purple lights of various shapes from his palms. Uchiha He dodged and blocked with his body flicker, but seeing Susanoo on the verge of collapse, he deactivated it. Though Uchiha He's body flicker was swift, Pusher was even faster, and soon Uchiha He's body was riddled with gaping holes. Blood trickled from the corner of Uchiha He's mouth. He activated his left eye's Mangekyo, and in a twist of motion he returned to his prime condition, all wounds vanishing. Pusher's grin widened. This power! How tempting! Uchiha He hesitated no longer. Mere evasion would not subdue him. He clapped his hands together, and hundreds of towering wooden figures rose from the earth, charging at Pusher. Pusher countered with the Tenshuho Ryusemii Mikoto, effortlessly shattering the wooden figures. But by then Uchiha He had prepared his ultimate move, a supreme Rasengan infused with the 5 nature transformations and yang release chakra. Sensing the danger, Pusher wasted no time. He released a 4-pointed star-shaped purple chakra from his palm, which materialized into a colossal black-purple oarfish. From its mouth a giant reddish-purple chakra sphere shot forth, colliding with Uchiha He's ultimate Rasengan. The power of both techniques was immense, and the residual shockwaves caused the entire Hokage rock to crumble. A massive explosion erupted. Uchiha He had not been idle, he had already scattered shadow clones around to withstand the blast's aftermath. The explosion's force tore through Uchiha He's body, leaving only half of it intact. Pushur also suffered considerable damage. Uchiha He was about to activate his left eye's Mangekyo again when he saw Pushur charging at him. The ability of his left eye was not without weakness, it could be interrupted before he fully recovered. In the past no one could match Uchiha He's speed, making him invincible. But now Pushur was faster, and Uchiha He faced imminent death. Suddenly a massive Susanoo arm snatched Uchiha He away. The newcomer was Sasuke. Sasuke used the fire-release Great Dragon Fire technique to spew a fiery dragon at Pushur. Pushur sidestepped to evade it, then unleashed the Tenshuho Ryuseimei Mikoto, firing multiple large purple and red beams from his right palm, hitting Boruto and Naruto, who had attempted to ambush him. Sasuke, wielding his Kusanagi blade, attempted to strike Pushur from behind. Pushur dodged and Sasuke used Amaterasu. Pushur evaded again and Sasuke coated his blade in Amaterasu flames to engage Pushur in close combat. Pushur countered with a black rod. After a brief exchange, Pushur discarded the rod, kicked Sasuke to the ground, grabbed his face, and slammed his head hard against the earth. Uchiha He rushed in to attack Pushur from behind, but Pushur swiftly turned and caught his fist. He then formed a purple Rasengan in his palm and sent Uchiha He flying. Uchiha He then used the Flying Thunder God to teleport away with Sasuke, Naruto, and Boruto. Pushur smirked mockingly. "What? No more tricks." Uchiha He smiled faintly. "Goodbye." He snapped his fingers and Pushur's entire body began to radiate a dazzling array of colors. Pushur's face was filled with disbelief. When? Uchiha He no longer concealed his hand. "The first time, and just now when you caught my fist I gently added 1,000 special sealing techniques. The same kind as the explosion technique. It's the first time I've used it on a person. You should feel honored." Then before everyone's eyes the multicolored light around Pushur intensified, culminating in a thunderous explosion. Uchiha He did not rest. He continued to deploy shadow clones to contain the residual shockwaves, protecting the village from damage. After the explosion a staggering figure emerged from the dust and smoke. Uchiha He was somewhat astonished. Surviving that? The explosion seal technique Uchiha He had inflicted upon Fushi was the ultimate explosive jutsu, combining 5 elemental natures alongside yin-yang release. Its principle exploited the contradictory incompatibility of yin and yang attributes as well as the relentless vitality of the 5 nature transmutations. Its destructive power was directly proportional to the target's total chakra reserves. Without exaggeration, even the caster could not unleash ninjutsu equivalent to all their chakra combined, but this explosive technique could. Any individual struck by it was guaranteed death except for Black Zetsu, whose existence defied ordinary rules. Fushi staggered forward toward the group, his body broken but his will unyielding. "Uchiha He, what should we do? Why do I look like the villain?" Fushi opened his mouth to speak, but a lightning ball Rasengan came hurtling from a distance, shattering his body completely. It was the technique wielded by young Sasuke. Seeing the enemy finally defeated, Boruto and Minato jumped up together, celebrating joyfully. Sasuke retained his usual expressionless demeanor. Uchiha He looked at Sasuke and said, "No matter what the future holds, seize the present. That is my only advice to you." Sasuke nodded, then grabbed Boruto and departed. Uchiha He gazed upon the devastation strewn all around, his already frizzy hair growing even more disheveled. Fortunately, before the battle Uchiha He had dispatched shadow clones to establish masking barriers in the surrounding area, layered 3 times, and even more internally. Only a cheat user like Sasuke might have detected something. Though his powers were somewhat outdated, they remained remarkably advanced for this era. No one else present could have known what transpired here. Minato and Sasuke stood side by side, quietly watching Uchiha He, awaiting his instructions. "Uchiha He said, 'What? Still want to fight?'" To everyone's surprise, both boys shook their heads. Perhaps this experience had brought them both some growth. Minato then turned to Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, my teacher is taking me away for training. Next time we meet may be years from now." Sasuke looked away and replied, "Go ahead, why tell me?" Minato detected the tsundere undertone in Sasuke's voice, stepped forward and embraced him. Sasuke did not resist. Minato then bid him take care and departed. Sasuke gazed blankly in the direction Minato had left. Uchiha He swiftly restored the Hokage monument using earth release, then dissolved his shadow clones. "What did the other you tell you?" Uchiha He asked. "He said he envies you for having such a teacher." Hearing this, Uchiha He smiled, a genuine radiant smile. Suddenly Uchiha He slapped his forehead. Where's the little Ninetales? Meanwhile, the little Ninetales, having been trapped in a genjutsu by Sasuke's Rinnegan for its chattering during training, sat beneath a tree giggling foolishly, muttering incessantly. Ramen! I still want ramen! Uchiha He therefore tasked Sasuke with finding the little Ninetales, warning that it would be disastrous if Obito happened to stumble upon it. As Uchiha He meticulously finished restoring the Hokage monument, a mysterious chakra suddenly penetrated his body. Despite Uchiha He's efforts to block it with sealing techniques, the chakra escaped rapidly, swiftly burrowing into his left eye. Then a wild laughter rang out. Ha ha ha, finally achieved it! This chakra belonged to the deceased Fushi, who had employed some unknown method to enter Uchiha He's left eye. Without hesitation, Uchiha He activated the Mangekyo Sharingan in his left eye, twisted his body, and refreshed his state in an instant. Shockingly, however, Fushi remained within his left eye. Though it had not entered the pupil, it resided there peacefully, as if becoming a permanent part of Uchiha He himself. Fushi had barely celebrated before Uchiha He applied tens of thousands of sealing techniques to his own left eye. Fushi's voice grew fainter and fainter until it could no longer be heard, with only a faint final utterance lingering. Uchiha He! What exactly have you done? Uchiha He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though he had not read the Boruto manga, he understood this phenomenon was called karma. Members of the Otsutsuki clan could replicate themselves and digitize their essence, then imprint it onto another person's palm, leaving a black diamond-shaped mark as a sign. This mark, known as karma, was essentially the Otsutsuki's own body data, allowing the recipient to utilize its powers. Uchiha He glanced at his own palm and found no mark, indicating his sealing technique had been remarkably successful. Fushi would likely never see the light of day again. This was precisely why Uchiha He had not searched for the Ninetales himself when he sensed it was missing, but instead sent Sasuke. Such a thing would be a troublesome burden for anyone else, but in the hands of a master of sealing arts like himself it would assuredly have no return journey. As for the karma on Boruto, Uchiha He could neither sense it nor know anything about it, having not watched that portion of the story. His awareness of karma existed only as a fleeting impression from browsing videos. With all troubles resolved and Fushi's corpse entirely obliterated, Uchiha He still conducted a thorough search of the ground with earth release before departing with satisfaction. Uchiha He easily located Sasuke, who was cradling the Ninetales. After all, since the little Ninetales had been created by Uchiha He himself, finding it was naturally straightforward. Uchiha He took the Ninetales from Sasuke, pried open its eyelids, and cast Genjutsu Reversal. Although the Rinnegan was formidable, Uchiha He's soul was even more powerful, allowing him to effortlessly dispel the illusion. Upon waking, the Ninetales gazed at Uchiha He with teary eyes and wailed. Little He! Do you have any idea how cruel that person was? He tied me to a tree stump and ate ramen right in front of me, making me watch the whole time. Why, it was so cruel! Uchiha He gently stroked the little Ninetale's head and comforted it. There, dry your tears. I'll take you to eat ramen. Hearing this, the Ninetales immediately perked up. Really? Really? I want 3,695 bowls. Uchiha He chuckled helplessly. Yes. Only then did the Ninetales beam with joy. Why exactly 3,695 bowls? Apparently within the illusion, the Ninetales had watched others devour that precise number of bowls. Sasuke watched Uchiha He coaxing the Ninetales the way one would a child, a smile spreading across his face. Uchiha He then led the two away, two being the correct count since the Ninetales counted as one as well. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, Uchiha He declared magnanimously, Boss, I'm booking the entire ramen shop for today. Order as much as you like and eat your fill. Ichiraka beamed with delight. He hurried to the back kitchen and instructed his daughter. Go buy all the flour from every ramen shop in Konoha. Today your old father is going all out. Time flashed by and 2.5 years passed. During this period the entire Konoha had been transformed. After studying the general theory of economics authored by Uchiha River and a series of books including the general outline of Konoha reconstruction sent later, the Nara clan assisted the Hokage in completing the reconstruction of Konoha. Now Konoha had completely broken free from the financial support of the Land of Fire, achieving full self-sufficiency. Notably, Danzo's animal husbandry had become a crucial source of revenue for Konoha, contributing 70% of its fiscal income. Moreover, Konoha's livestock products became the top-tier goods across the entire ninja world. No village or country could find fault after trying them. Consequently, Danzo often boasted in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Although farming was less profitable than animal husbandry, Hiruzen Sarutobi's agricultural endeavors were also quite prosperous. By making reasonable use of talent, Konoha successfully achieved semi-automated agriculture. The reason full automation was not realized was that Orochimaru had still not returned, leaving Konoha's technological development stagnant. It is worth mentioning that Konoha's labor models included Might Guy and his disciples as well as Kakashi. During the purely manual era, Might Guy and his disciples had already shone brightly. With their extraordinary physical strength, they plowed all the land in Konoha and played a significant role in transporting waste and construction materials during demolition work. Kakashi, on the other hand, revived the Hatake sword style, using it to harvest crops and slaughter livestock. In the second year, Tsunade stepped down, passing the title of Hokage to Danzo, who had contributed the most to Konoha. After wearing the Hokage hat and showing off in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi for a few days, Danzo voluntarily resigned, arguing that as the Minister of Animal Husbandry he could bring greater contributions to Konoha than as Hokage. Subsequently, the position of Hokage was temporarily assumed by Uchiha River, who would step down when the next Hokage took office. It is worth noting that to force Uchiha River to accept, everyone even staged a clever act. Everyone clamored to retire unless Uchiha River took office. Uchiha River naturally saw through this, but since there was indeed no suitable candidate for Hokage at the moment, and he could hand over the position once Jiraiya returned, he agreed to serve as the Hokage, albeit only as an interim one. In these 2.5 years, not only Konoha grew but also Sasuke. Sasuke had mastered all of Uchiha River's fire-style jutsu, and under his guidance successfully condensed the hand seals for ninjutsu. Although he still had not awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha River had given him special training and applied a sealing technique that could protect him from genjutsu. At the same time, Sasuke learned to harness the power within the seal and could activate a special sealed form. In this form, most ninjutsu would have no effect on him, and his chakra would be in a state of continuous recovery. Unless he unleashed high-frequency large-scale attacks, he would hardly reach chakra depletion. During these 2.5 years, Uchiha River did not stand still either. He continuously cultivated yin-yang release techniques. Although without the help of any cheat, he had developed a secret jutsu that would surely give Black Zetsu a hard time. Moreover, in this process, Uchiha River would occasionally release Pushi to play for a while when bored. At first, Pushi would make small moves attempting to assimilate Uchiha River's body, but as soon as Uchiha River's left eye slightly recovered, Pushi's efforts proved futile. Eventually, Pushi gave up, utterly dejected. For an ancient monster like Pushi, attacking from aspects like faith would be flawless. So Uchiha River decided to cater to his interests. Initially just a guess, one day Uchiha River unsealed Pushi and went fishing by the river. Pushi grew anxious seeing no fish caught, and Uchiha River, sensing his emotions, thought to himself, finally hooked. So Uchiha River allowed him to assimilate his arm, and then compete in fishing with him. Pushi readily agreed, and the two fished with one hand each. Pushi naturally caught fish one after another, but Uchiha River's rod remained motionless. Finally unable to bear it, Pushi personally taught him how to fish. Later, with Pushi's help, Uchiha River caught his first fish. Pushi was overjoyed, his contract almost splitting from laughter. No fisherman can resist the joy of teaching someone to fish and then watching them catch one. Afterward, Uchiha River negotiated with Pushi. He would no longer seal Pushi, and Pushi would stop any scheming. When Pushi gave up the idea of eating chakra fruit, Uchiha River would find a way to set him free. The reason Uchiha River employed this series of methods on Pushi was that during daily interactions he discovered that Pushi was not a bloodthirsty person, but rather a person of deep loyalty and emotion. From a certain perspective, he was a good person. For such a person, only a little strategy was needed to change his personality. As for how to change him, what Uchiha River did not tell Pushi was that he was constantly and subtly influencing Pushi with Shursei's Mangekyo. Eventually, Pushi would harbor no malice toward the entire ninja world and would even develop a sense of belonging. This was called assimilation. As for why Jiraiya took Naruto on a journey, to put it nicely, it was a family trip, a tour for a family of 4, no, a family of 5, since the Ninetales was inside Naruto's belly. Now the time was almost right. The Ninetales chakra that Uchiha River had borrowed to sustain Minato and Kushina should have been nearly used up. Jiraiya and his disciples should be returning soon. At the moment, Uchiha River was sitting idly in the Hokage's office. At the main seat, Sasuke was diligently handling official matters. As for why it was Sasuke first, it was definitely not because Uchiha River was lazy, it was absolutely because Uchiha River wanted to train Sasuke. Suddenly the door burst open and the intruder was Naruto. Naruto was in a panic, rushing into the Hokage's office and looking around frantically. He was relieved to see Uchiha River, otherwise there was no doubt he would have exploded on the spot. Uchiha River poured him a glass of water. "What happened?" "Take your time," he said. Naruto quickly drank the water and said urgently, "Teacher River, please save Jiraiya, no, save my parents. On the way back Jiraiya and I were attacked by the Akatsuki. My parents used their last chakra to cover our retreat and disappeared. The pervy sage sent me back and went out himself, telling me to come to you for help." Hearing this, Uchiha River did not dare to delay. He immediately used his Mangekyo to enter Naruto's inner world. After careful perception, Uchiha Kawa could only exit Naruto's inner world. Naruto noticed Uchiha Kawa shaking his head and anxiously asked, "Sensei Kawa, is there truly no way?" Uchiha Kawa nodded but still offered words of comfort. "Fear not, there will be other opportunities ahead." Hearing this, Naruto calmed slightly but quickly added, "Oh right. The Toad Sage said he is going to gather intelligence on the Akatsuki organization." Uchiha Kawa thought to himself, there was a discrepancy in the timeline. How could Jiraiya's intelligence already be available at this point? Had the Sand Village not yet suffered an attack? While Uchiha Kawa was deep in thought, Kakashi suddenly leaped through the window holding a letter from Suna. Uchiha Kawa turned to Naruto and asked, "What did the attacker look like?" Naruto pondered for a moment before answering. "He wore a black cloak embroidered with red clouds and a wide-brimmed hat with wind chimes tied to it. But his face was entirely black, devoid of any features." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kawa understood immediately and gritted his teeth in fury. That despicable Black Zetsu again. The reason Uchiha Kawa had not ventured out in recent years was precisely to guard against Black Zetsu. Now that his secret weapon was ready, it was time to give that wretched creature a taste of its own medicine. Uchiha Kawa issued his orders at once. "Kakashi's team and Meito Gai's team are to reinforce the Sand Village. Before that, summon Tsunade to act as Hokage in my stead. I will personally confront the Akatsuki." Upon hearing that Uchiha Kawa himself would be stepping onto the battlefield, everyone present was utterly shaken. The legendary strongest ninja, the master of the Shinigami, was finally going to move. Soon after, the group dispersed. Before Sasuke departed, Uchiha Kawa instructed him, "The time has come, bring Itachi back." Upon hearing these words, Sasuke's expression surged with emotion and determination. Afterward, Uchiha Kawa left Konoha. Before departing, he hid Mini-Kyubi within the laboratory, and prepared a large stash of snacks so the Ninetales would not grow bored. Even though Uchiha Kawa possessed a mental map of the terrain, the journey still consumed considerable time. By the time he arrived at the site where Jiraiya was battling Pain's 6 paths, Jiraiya's arm had already been severed. Just as Pain was about to crush Jiraiya's throat, Uchiha Kawa threw a kunai, and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Pain, delivering a Rasengan that sent him flying. Uchiha Kawa then carried Jiraiya to safety and stabilized his wounds with basic medical ninjutsu. Aya caught his breath and urgently said, "Master Kawa, you must bring this intelligence back to Konoha immediately. Pain is actually—" Uchiha Kawa interrupted him and spoke calmly. "Young Jiraiya, have you forgotten? I am the strongest ninja after all. Rest assured, Pain will be no trouble at all." One should never encounter someone so extraordinary, for such a person leaves an indelible mark upon one's heart forever. Jiraiya admitted that Uchiha Kawa was the most reliable person he had ever met and the one who instilled the greatest sense of security. If forced to choose between Tsunade and Uchiha Kawa, Jiraiya could only tearfully whisper an apology to Tsunade. Uchiha Kawa placed Jiraiya in a secure location and then faced the 6 paths of Pain alone. Pain's Deva Path regarded Uchiha Kawa with confusion and remarked, "Itachi. No, you are not Itachi. Could it be? You are the legendary strongest ninja Uchiha Kawa." Uchiha Kawa offered no pleasantries. At the same time, he noticed the subtle movements of the other 5 paths. Uchiha Kawa threw several kunai and moved with blinding speed, using the Flying Thunder God technique, sealing away the remaining 5 paths in an instant. As for the Deva Path, Uchiha Kawa knew its abilities were unique. Merely closing the distance would not guarantee a successful seal. Thus Uchiha Kawa sealed the other 5 paths in the blink of an eye. The Deva Path observed him and said with faint praise, "Truly worthy of the title of strongest ninja. However, if this is all you possess, you shall remain here today." Hearing this, Uchiha Kawa couldn't help but mutter toward Jiraiya, "Your student certainly lacks both reverence for his teacher and respect for the way." Jiraiya could only offer a helpless bitter smile. This disciple of his was indeed extraordinary, but in the world of shinobi, students striking down their teachers was almost a tradition. Shaking off those distractions, Uchiha contemplated how to defeat the Deva path. The optimal choice would undoubtedly be Senjutsu, but Uchiha had not mastered it. Even if his techniques could not harm him, Uchiha similarly found it difficult to inflict damage upon him. The only viable approach now was to exploit the 5-second cooldown of Shinra Tensei. Without hesitation, Uchiha launched a great fireball as a probe. However, the Deva path did not fall for the trick and simply sidestepped to evade it. Seeing this, Uchiha sighed resignedly. He then created shadow clones surrounding Pain, preparing to unleash a combined assault of all 5 elemental natures. Pain, however, did not grant him the opportunity. A single animal path technique obliterated the shadow clones, but one did not vanish. Instead, it followed the pull of the outside world's attractor technique, hurtling toward the Deva path. The Deva path thought, "This must be the real body." Raising a black rod, he prepared to impale his opponent. To everyone's astonishment, the Deva path's black rod easily pierced straight through Uchiha body. Everything appeared unreal. As the Deva path was about to sneer at how the so-called strongest ninja was nothing special, Uchiha body erupted in multicolored radiance. With a blinding flash, Uchiha exploded on the spot. Reacting swiftly, the Deva path immediately deployed Shinra Tensei to deflect the blast. Despite his incredible speed, the explosion was equally swift, completely destroying his right arm. Yet that was not the end. A kunai suddenly materialized behind the Deva path. Through a spatial distortion, Uchiha reappeared, delivering a devastating Rasengan directly atop the Deva path's head, while simultaneously applying a headpat sealing jutsu. Realizing the tide of battle had completely shifted, Uchiha suddenly teleported backward. Where he had previously stood, a dark hand now emerged. "Keika, your reactions remain as sharp as ever." The newcomer was none other than Black Zetsu. Sensing that this was not yet the time for a decisive confrontation, and with reinforcements arriving from the distance, Uchiha swiftly scooped up Jiraiya and vanished. Before departing, he left a parting threat. "Black Zetsu, next time we meet I will give you quite the surprise." Not all of Uchiha shadow clones had been ordinary. One was a wood release clone designed solely to lure the Deva path into believing it was the real body. Upon the wood release clone, Uchiha had inscribed a powerful 5 elements explosive sealing jutsu, which he activated the moment it drew near the Deva path. Furthermore, after the Deva path employed Shinra Tensei, Uchiha used the Flying Thunder God to strike from behind, catching the opponent completely off guard with a Rasengan and sealing technique. This entire sequence flowed with flawless precision, a pure display of combat instinct overwhelming the opponent through information asymmetry. After all, Hashirama had also relied upon such informational advantage when fighting Madara. That very advantage stemmed from Madara's miscalculation that Hashirama would never truly betray him. Hellish jest. Uchiha did not bring Jiraiya back to Konohagakure, but instead left him in a relatively secure location. Judging by the plot's progression, it was likely that Gaara had already perished by this point. What troubled Uchiha most was finding Sasori in time and persuading him for a grand plan lay ahead that would be impossible to advance without Sasori's involvement. Fortunately, Black Zetsu had already revealed himself at this moment. Based on his reaction, he clearly harbored deep fear of Uchiha. With confidence, Uchiha knew that if Black Zetsu dared to attack again, he would surely not return alive. Thus Uchiha instructed Jiraiya to return and assume the position of Hokage, then set off alone toward where he remembered Gaara to be located. Though he possessed the Flying Thunder God technique and extraordinarily powerful sealing jutsu, he could not arrive instantaneously. This made him sigh involuntarily. "I really should have learned the flying ninjutsu from Iwabakure. It's all that damn Black Zetsu's fault." At that moment, Sakura was engaged in an even battle with Sasori, while Chiyo beside her was continuously providing tactical guidance. Sasori likewise did not employ his full power, instead consistently holding back. Finally, at the most critical moment, when Sasori's withholding was nearly costing him his life, Uchiha arrived. Just as the parental puppets were about to kill Sasori, Uchiha threw a Flying Thunder God kunai, teleporting to his side, and in the blink of an eye sent the parental puppets flying. Sasori looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Who are you?" Uchiha smiled and said, "Glad I didn't arrive too late. Greetings to the genius sculptor who abandoned human heart and flesh to transform himself into a puppet." Seeing his politeness, Sasori could not immediately discern his stance. Meanwhile, Sakura shouted from behind. Lord Kawa, kill him quickly! He's a member of the Akatsuki! Hearing this, Sasori's face filled with shock. Could it be? Are you the legendary strongest ninja Uchiha Kawa? Uchiha Kawa nodded, but Sasori's face showed utter disbelief. Aren't you dead? Although Uchiha Kawa had been resurrected for 2.5 years and the Akatsuki had studied him, Sasori's mind was entirely consumed by puppet research, turning a deaf ear to outside affairs. Naturally, he did not take this seriously. After all, who would believe that someone who had died for many years would suddenly resurrect? Sasori's expression first showed confusion, then turned to ecstasy. In that case, if one were to create a puppet using a legendary ninja, would that not be absolutely magnificent? The most perfect art. Hearing this, Uchiha Kawa rolled his eyes and casually cast a headpat sealing technique on him. No, a regenerating core sealing technique. Sasori's smile instantly vanished, and he exclaimed in shock. What have you done? Uchiha Kawa's face still carried a faint smile. It is merely a simple sealing technique. Now, even if you wish to die, you cannot. Sasori, puzzled, asked. Why don't you kill me? Uchiha Kawa said with complete sincerity. Because your eternal art is truly beautiful. Sasori found it hard to believe, yet still could not accept it. Why? Why would you think my art is beautiful? You are the first person to ever say such a thing. Uchiha Kawa thought for a moment, then replied. Art is something that can be preserved and passed down for a long time. That is, eternal beauty is what constitutes art. Hearing this, Sasori felt as though his words had been stolen, yet he had no proof. So he could only treat it as meeting a kindred spirit. Thus Sasori displayed an expression of having found a kindred spirit too long in coming. As for why Uchiha Kawa said such things, it was impossible to simply state from the beginning that he needed Sasori to help him create puppets. However, Uchiha Kawa greatly admired his puppetry skills. After all, Sasori could transform the deceased into human puppets endowed with a chakra core, and he was the only puppet master capable of creating such puppets and fusing them with the person's living chakra. This allowed for the complete preservation of all the person's ninjutsu and kekkai genkai from their lifetime, which was the greatest advantage of human puppets. As for why Uchiha Kawa needed Sasori, it stemmed from Minato and Kushina. Since Sasori's puppetry could transform the deceased into human puppets that retained all their ninjutsu and kekkai genkai, and Minato and Kushina could consciously preserve their chakra through sealing techniques, combining these two would yield a low-tier worker version of Edo Tensei without side effects. Why is it said that Edo Tensei has side effects? Let me introduce the side effects of Edo Tensei here. Exclusive to this work. Those resurrected through Edo Tensei while possessing infinite chakra consume the life force, soul, and chakra of the sacrifice. When the sacrifice's life force, soul, and chakra are completely depleted, Edo Tensei will then consume the soul of the resurrected deceased itself. Once that soul is exhausted, the person will be completely annihilated. Therefore, if the two could be combined, it would truly form eternal art. Uchiha Kawa possessed the most powerful sealing techniques, so creating a regenerating chakra seal was naturally within his capabilities. This would solve the problem of sealed chakra dissipating. Sasori, on the other hand, perfectly resolved the vessel issue. First, regarding traditional vessels, Uchiha Kawa initially thought of white setsu. However, from a certain perspective, white setsu also belonged to non-renewable resources, since every white setsu was once a living person. Therefore, although useful, they could not meet long-term demands. After comprehensive analysis, Sasori's puppetry was still the most perfect, as it could ensure both the labor capacity of workers and quality assurance. Indeed, those used for resurrection would naturally join Konohagakure's production workforce. Although Sasori was grateful for Uchiha Kawa's praise, he was not someone who could easily change himself. After all, the faith he had pursued for years in his heart could not simply be abandoned. Seeing that Sakura and Chiyo were still watching anxiously, Uchiha Kawa turned and instructed. You go rescue Gaara. Leave Sasori to me. Hearing this, Chiyo still harbored some concerns. Seeing this, Sakura said to Chiyo, Grandma Chiyo, rest assured. Our Lord Kawa is not a perverted serial killer as rumored. In fact, he is quite gentle. Listening to Sakura's whispers, Uchiha Kawa's forehead twitched with exasperation. When did I become a perverted serial killer? He couldn't help but complain inwardly. However, Chiyo and Sakura did not linger, for Gaara was after all the mission objective this time. Thus only Sasori and Uchiha Kawa remained. Uchiha Kawa looked at Sasori, pondered for a moment, and decided to demonstrate his sincerity through action. He used Reverse Flying Thunder God to summon 2 white Setsu, then employed Edo Tensei to resurrect Sasori's parents. Although Sasori was excited, he remained puzzled. Why? Are you trying to make me submit through my parents? Uchiha spoke earnestly. I do not intend to make you abandon the darkness for the light. I simply want to show you what true eternal art looks like. Sasori wore an expression that seemed to say, let's see what you can do. Uchiha thought to himself that there was hope, then used his Sharingan to control Sasori's parents, channeling all their chakra into his sealing technique formula. Even though Uchiha sealing techniques were unparalleled, it still took considerable time to develop this particular seal. Moreover, casting this jutsu consumed enormous energy, as each person's chakra attributes differed. He therefore had to adjust for their unique chakra properties, and if the target possessed the Kekkai Genkai, it would be even more troublesome. However, Sasori's parents were relatively straightforward, so he completed it with ease. Afterwards, Uchiha took the 2 sealing formulas and placed them respectively into the father and mother puppets, then dispelled the Edo Tensei. And so the bewildered Sasori's parents opened their eyes for the second time, finally seeing their son. Scorpion stared dumbfounded at the puppet's transformation, the self-restoring chakra, the consciousness preserved by that chakra. It's almost like being reborn, isn't it? Uchiha stepped forward, speaking while unsealing Scorpion. The perfect puppet art and a special sealing technique together form this ultimate eternal art. Scorpion, let's join forces, create more eternal art together. Uchiha extended his hand to Scorpion. Scorpion looked at the offered hand and glanced at his parents, and finally nodded. At that moment he seemed to relinquish something only to ignite a new hope. Yet he still asked cautiously, I've done many terrible things in the past. Won't you despise me for it? Uchiha face still bore a warm smile. If you must dwell on the past, why not simply live in it? He didn't answer directly, but his words made Scorpion understand his intentions. Then Uchiha summoned a white Setsu using Reverse Flying Thunder God and used the Reverse Rebirth technique to restore Scorpion's body based on his regeneration core, explaining, a complete body helps in developing more perfect art. Scorpion, naturally understanding the deeper meaning, felt immense gratitude toward Uchiha. First he praised his art and expressed a desire to join in, a common method. The principle was simple, differing only slightly from Danzo's psychological treatment. Uchiha was more attentive, praising what Scorpion valued most, eternal art, while hinting at a wish to collaborate. This not only pleased him but also sparked a subconscious thought: if this person truly studied eternal art with him, what would the art become? Then Uchiha targeted his inner weakness. A child like Scorpion, clearly starved for affection, sought eternal beauty. The reason was obvious: his parents. So Uchiha not only helped his parents see the light of day again, but also demonstrated his understanding of eternal art and technical support, igniting a strong desire to work together. After all this, Scorpion was held tightly by his parents, pouring out years of longing like a child. Uchiha stood quietly aside, but was also calculating the time. Finally, after weeping for a long while, Scorpion left his parents' embrace and turned his gaze to Uchiha. What do we do next? Uchiha said. I have a few improvements for your puppets. Your puppets can perfectly retain all the jutsu and bloodline limits of their original owners. That's their greatest strength. But it also fixes their sealing. Eternity doesn't mean immutability. So next I want you to return to Sunigakure and devote yourself to researching even more perfect puppets, ones that can truly grow like a ninja's body. Scorpion was incredulous. You're not keeping me by your side. Aren't you afraid I'll go back to the Akatsuki? Uchiha looked at Scorpion's parents. Everyone has a reason to live beyond their dreams. I've already helped you find yours again. You won't become my subordinate. You are always you. I only need your technique. Your freedom doesn't interest me. Though Uchiha didn't explicitly tell him to cherish his parents, Scorpion understood and felt even more grateful. Seeing Scorpion's tearful eyes, Uchiha sensed the classic scene of mutual gratitude about to unfold. Realizing he couldn't avoid it despite his subtle words, he simply said, I'm leaving, and vanished with a body flicker. Scorpion and his parents gazed at the spot where Uchiha had disappeared, sighing. What a good person. Uchiha had been calculating the time all along. After Gaara's ordeal, the ninja world had become unstable. To prevent those events, he had to manage his time meticulously. Racing against time, he finally arrived just before Chiyo was about to sacrifice herself to revive Gaara. Naruto was still tugging at Chiyo, saying, Wait a little longer. Teacher Kawa will come and find a way. Chiyo was frantic. Let go. If I don't save him now, he'll die. The others didn't know whether to pull or not, unsure of what to do. All right, Naruto. Let her go. Everyone turned at the familiar voice. It was Uchiha Kawa. Uchiha Kawa didn't dare delay. Although he had timed it, arriving too late would make it far more difficult if Gaara had already returned to the Pure Land. He stepped forward, placed his hand on Gaara's chest, and sensed a faint trace of life force. Without hesitation he used Reverse Flying Thunder God to summon a white Setsu, then slapped his hand down, and used the Reverse Rebirth technique to restore Gaara's vitality. In truth, Uchiha Kawa's Reverse Rebirth technique and Chiyo's Rebirth technique were similar in principle. The difference was that his technique transferred another person's life force into the target, causing no side effects to himself. There were minor side effects, but not too significant, details to be explained later. After treatment, Gaara slowly regained consciousness. After explanations, he came before Uchiha Kawa and bowed deeply. Thank you for your help, Senior. I never got the chance to thank you for sealing Shikaka last time, and now you've gone to such trouble again. I'm truly sorry. Uchiha Kawa waved his hand. Usually he would have fled during the gratitude ritual, but this time he stayed because Scorpion's matter wasn't resolved yet. So he said, Actually, you can thank me right now. Gaara's eyes lit up. Please speak, Senior. If it's within my power, I'll do my best. Uchiha Kawa glanced at Chiyo, then looked at Gaara. I want you to welcome Scorpion back. Can you do that? Chiyo's face contorted in utter disbelief. What? Sasori is not dead. No, I mean, how could anyone possibly forgive him after all the atrocities he has committed? However, Uchiha He paid no mind to Chiyo's outburst, his gaze resting quietly upon Gaara. Uchiha He understood that no matter how loudly she ranted, her heart still harbored thoughts for Sasori, for he was after all her own flesh and blood grandson. Gaara pondered for a moment before replying. Though it may prove difficult to have the villagers accept him, I can make it happen. Upon hearing this, Uchiha He smiled with relief. Excellent. Then I will convey my gratitude to him on your behalf. He then turned his attention to the Konoha reinforcements who had arrived nearby. Sasori was notably absent from their ranks. It seemed he had already set out to carry out the task Uchiha He had assigned him. After calculating the timing, Uchiha He surmised that they should have already encountered Deidara by now. Having instructed the others to escort Gaara back to the village and return to Konoha, he vanished in a flash of body flicker technique. Guided by memory, Uchiha He hurried toward the site of the battle between Sasuke and Deidara. By the time he arrived, the confrontation was already underway. Though Sasuke at this stage lacked the Curse Seal transformation, he possessed the far more formidable Seal release form, along with mastery over all fire release techniques and exceptionally powerful lightning release. Therefore, even without the Serpentine Susanoo, Uchiha He harbored no concerns about Sasuke being killed by Deidara's explosives. Compared to Sasuke, Deidara likely possessed superior combat awareness. Thus Uchiha He saw this as an opportunity to temper Sasuke's abilities. Although Uchiha He himself could defeat Itachi, there was no guarantee that Sasuke could do the same. Deidara conjured a colossal dragon from his explosive clay, mounted it, and unleashed a barrage of projectile attacks. Witnessing this, Sasuke activated Chidori to hasten his movements, dodging deftly. Indeed, divorced from his master's teachings, Chidori had been reduced to merely a speed enhancement tool. Observing how effortlessly Sasuke evaded his attacks and realizing his smaller bombs inflicted no damage whatsoever, Deidara made a decisive move. He activated C3, infusing it with his highest grade of chakra. Using explosive clay, he crafted a humanoid puppet and dropped it from the skies. The clay figure swelled in size, accelerating its descent. Uchiha He was startled. What in the world? He's unleashing his ultimate technique outright. Yet meticulous as ever, Deidara did not forget to warn Akatsuki to dodge. Meanwhile, Sasuke had already activated his sealed form before the warning was even issued. The sealed form not only aided Sasuke in recovering chakra but also granted him extraordinarily high defense. Aside from external forces akin to those of a cheat user, virtually all attacks proved ineffectual. Unfortunately, after a single use it required an extended period to recharge. Noting that Deidara still possessed ample chakra reserves after deploying C3, Uchiha He knew the time had come to make his entrance. He launched a lightning release Rasengan into the air, detonating it instantaneously. Deidara's colossal dragon dissolved into nothingness amidst the thunderous storm. However, Uchiha He did not aim for a killing blow, allowing Deidara to evade with relative ease. Nevertheless, the lingering force of the Rasengan still struck Deidara, forcing him to land clumsily. Uchiha He then descended silently nearby. Deidara spotted him immediately, and regarded him with a questioning gaze. Itachi. No. Wait. Before he could finish, Uchiha He locked him in place with the full power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha He had long since trimmed his signature wild hair, now appearing as a short-cropped teardrop-free healthier version of Itachi. Combined with the fact that Itachi himself always appeared somewhat aged, Uchiha He's standard middle-aged countenance could easily deceive Deidara. Lurking nearby, Akatsuki sprang from a tree upon witnessing this, gliding through the air while dropping bombs along the way. Uchiha He found the spectacle somewhat amusing, perhaps one of the rare joyful moments Obito had ever experienced. Paying him no mind, Uchiha He casually threw several kunai deflecting the explosives and remarked, "I am aware of your true identity, young one. You had best depart for now, I have no time to deal with you at present." Akatsuki upon hearing this seemed inclined to continue his antics, but then suddenly appeared to recall something. He ceased his playful behavior, his tone shifting sharply. "As expected of the greatest ninja. But the gift I'm about to deliver to Konoha, you had better be ready to receive it." Before Uchiha He could voice his suspicion, Akatsuki activated Kamui and vanished from the area. Meanwhile, Deidara blinked his eyes shut, and opened them again, finding himself still in the same location. He pinched his own body, feeling a faint sting. Fortunately, it was not an illusion. A subtle sense of triumph stirred within him. Since being trapped by Itachi's genjutsu last time, Deidara had practiced obsessively. And finally, after 2.5 years of relentless training, he could now resist the Mangekyo Sharingan's genjutsu. Deidara observed Akatsuki's dramatic shift in demeanor. Though deeply puzzled, his body remained immobilized by the same force. Frustrated, he bellowed, "Hey, you there! The greatest ninja! Do you dare release me and face me in single combat?" Uchiha He simply smiled faintly, murmuring to himself, "Blonde hair, blue eyes, naturally prone to grinning. Could this be the prophesied child of destiny?" Deidara, completely baffled by his words, continued to clamor for a duel. Maintaining his smile, Uchiha He addressed him in the tone of an elder. "Deidara, I understand that unlike Sasori, you favor the art of a single moment. You believe that explosions are art. Then let us settle this through explosion alone. If your explosions prove more powerful than mine, I will release you. What do you say?" Deidara's eyes blazed with excitement at these words. "Splendid. I will definitely show you what true art looks like." Noting his fervent expression, Uchiha He thought to himself, finally the trap has been sprung. He then created 6 shadow clones: a fire release clone, a water release clone, a wind release clone, a lightning release clone, an earth release clone, and a wood release clone. Uchiha He inscribed explosive sealing formulas upon each of the 5 clones, with each clone bearing the sealing technique corresponding to its respective element. The 5 clones then surrounded the wood release clone. Employing wood release, the clones summoned thousands of colossal wooden figures. When its chakra waned during the process, Uchiha He considerately stepped forward to help replenish it. Ultimately, the wood release clone became encircled by layers upon layers of wooden warriors, 300 within and 300 without. Upon Uchiha He's command, all 5 clones simultaneously activated their explosive seals. 5 massive star-shaped formations erupted in unison: fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water, leaving Deidara's eyes filled with sparkling wonder. As for how these elements were detonated, the answer lies in the sealing technique itself. No further explanation required. Consult the diamond sealing method if you wish to understand. With eyes full of shimmering stars, Deidara whispered involuntarily, This is true art." Uchiha He's lips curved into a faint smirk. It seemed half of his objective had been achieved. As the smoke from the explosions gradually dispersed, the thousands of wooden figures had been utterly destroyed, and even the wood release clone at the center was not spared. Deidara stood in a daze, staring at the explosion, and couldn't help but ask, "What is the name of this technique?" Uchiha He, seeing his reaction, knew that he was completely hooked. So he casually dispelled the negative effects brought by the shadow clone, then said, "This technique is called 5 Elements Pai De Xing." Deidara kept muttering, "Pai De Xing," under his breath, as if the word had a special connection with him. As for why Uchiha He casually dispelled the negative effects, first, his soul was extremely powerful, so such pain was nothing to him. Second, the Mangekyo in his left eye could restore his own state, and the consumption of dojutsu was very minimal. Unless it was a fatal wound recovering chakra, and such was a piece of cake. Uchiha He, seeing that the fish had taken the bait, asked, Want to learn? I'll teach you. Deidara's eyes sparkled with stars again. Clearly he was tempted. However, Deidara was also very confident in his own art. Apart from the lightning release weakness he had discovered today, he believed that no one could match him in other aspects. Even the techniques he had already used were not as strong as his, but his C0 was definitely stronger. So Deidara with a firm gaze looked at Uchiha He and said, I have one more move. If this move of mine is not as strong as yours, I will let you command me from now on. Uchiha He thought to himself, this Deidara was indeed a sly kid. But sly as he was in this round, Uchiha He was on a whole other level. Then Uchiha He said, Then it's a deal. Then Uchiha He once again created a wood release clone. This time he didn't summon too many wooden figures, just a few hundred. Although he knew Deidara's self-destruction was powerful, its power was limited. Deidara was not dissatisfied that he had only summoned a few hundred wooden figures. After all, although his self-destruction was strong, he himself didn't know exactly how strong it was. Moreover, judging from the explosion techniques he had used so far, even his C4 was not as good as a single one of Uchiha He's Pai de Xing. Then Deidara used the mouth on his left chest to eat the explosive clay and condensed all the chakra in his body into a black sphere. He directly mixed the chakra through the meridian system of his heart, then his body gradually turned black until it disappeared and the chakra condensed into a black sphere. With a loud roar, Deidara shouted, This is my ultimate art! Then the sphere burst and emitted light, forming a spreading explosion. Everything within the explosion's range was instantly vaporized. A gigantic Pai de Xing rose beside the wooden figures. Although its power was immense, only 80-something wooden figures were blown away. Then the white light dissipated and Deidara surprisingly reappeared in the same spot. Seeing the wooden figures still standing, Deidara was finally convinced. However, he was very puzzled. Why? Why am I still alive? Uchiha He showed a sly smile on his face. Don't forget our agreement, okay? Then Uchiha He's Mangekyo spun and Deidara was brought out of the illusion space. Deidara looked dejected. So it was just an illusion. But the chakra flow of that technique must be feasible. That is the ultimate art. Deidara's gaze then became fervent again. Before Uchiha He could speak, Deidara bowed on the spot. Please take me as your disciple. Uchiha He gently helped him up. Alright, I accept you. Here is an explanation of why Uchiha He wanted to take Deidara as his disciple. Deidara was the standard blonde with blue eyes, just one step away from being a protagonist. That was only one point. More importantly, he had talent no less than that of a protagonist. This could be seen from the fact that he could escape unscathed from the attack of Team Guy even with his hands severed. Secondly, he was very motivated. Unlike Itachi, who would always have excuses like wind or rain when asked to capture a tailed beast, Deidara actually got the job done when given a task. He was all about efficiency, which was another point Uchiha He appreciated about him. Also, he had a heart that cherished his comrades. This could be seen from his tolerance and protection of Obito. In summary, apart from lacking a protagonist's halo, Deidara would definitely be a good disciple. Deidara looked at Uchiha He excitedly and asked, Sensei, what are we going to do next? Uchiha He smiled mysteriously. Become the Tsuchikage. Then Uchiha He told Deidara his plan. After hearing it, Deidara was also full of motivation. The plan was as follows: Uchiha He would create a wood release clone to teach Deidara ninjutsu. After Deidara achieved mastery, he would return to Iwagakure, directly apologize on the spot, and then seek Inoki's forgiveness. If all went well, he would learn all of Inoki's techniques, and eventually become the Tsuchikage. If not, Deidara would have to return to Konoha, and see if there was a chance to become the Hokage later. However, before that, Uchiha He used the reverse flying thunder god to summon White Setsu, and used the reverse reincarnation technique to restore Deidara's body. The minor injuries he had sustained earlier from encountering Kakashi, as well as injuries from previous battles, were all healed by Uchiha He. Then Uchiha He placed his hand on Deidara's hand, initially laying the foundation of the sealing technique. With the help of the wood release clone later, Deidara should be able to master the same sealing form as Sasuke. As for why Uchiha He was confident that Deidara could win Inoki's forgiveness, there were several reasons. First, after returning to the village, Deidara would approach Inoki and apologize as his first words. If not accepted, then Deidara could reveal his identity as Uchiha He's disciple. Thus, out of all for Uchiha He, even if Inoki did not forgive Deidara, he would not kill him. Then under this relationship, Deidara would express his strong desire to become the Tsuchikage. If Inoki did not cultivate him because of this, then Deidara could subtly hint at Uchiha He's high regard for him using retreat as advance. At that point Inoki would certainly be reluctant to let Deidara go, but he could not kill him either, so he would have to cultivate him. Uchiha He was confident that this strategy would work perfectly, and indeed it would. Of course all of this would happen in the future. Calculating the time, it was almost there. So Uchiha He casually used several long-lasting sealing techniques on his would-release clone, and then let it take Deidara away. Before this, Uchiha He had already sent Sasuke to find Sasuke. According to this progress, at this time Sasuke might be looking for his way or already fighting. So Uchiha He no longer delayed and ran towards Sasuke. As for why he didn't just use the Flying Thunder God mark left on Sasuke to go directly, it was mainly to guard against Black Zetsu, that sly old fox. Although Uchiha He had a trump card to deal with him if he rushed over hastily, his certainty of victory would decrease by a few points. Indeed, as Uchiha He thought, Sasuke was currently confronting Itachi while Obito and Black Zetsu were hiding in the shadows. Who said there were no spectators in the world? Black Zetsu is everywhere. On the other side, Sasuke stood face to face with Itachi, his expression grave. Itachi, give up. I know all your purposes. The master said he will forgive you. Hearing this, Itachi's expression hardened but quickly smoothed back to its usual calm. What do you think you know? He barked. I spare your life not out of mercy, but because you are my last remaining light. The master anticipated you would say that, Sasuke shot back. He called you stubborn to the very end. The master this, the master that, you never stop speaking of him. Why aren't you his son instead? Sasuke actually paused to ponder, muttering, Is that so? That would not be entirely unacceptable. Itachi's face darkened with exasperation. What was he to do with such misguided devotion? Sasuke, however, had no intention of wasting further words. Raising his voice, he declared, Since you remain obstinate, I have no choice but to render you unconscious and take you back. Itachi sneered. Oh. Then let us see what you are capable of now. Without hesitation, Sasuke formed hand seals and unleashed a great fireball. Itachi mirrored the technique to counter. The moment the flames collided, Itachi sensed something amiss. He immediately deployed Amaterasu, but found even its inextinguishable black flame seemed subtly suppressed by Sasuke's assault. Itachi swiftly dodged aside. Sasuke's fireball shattered through both the flames and Amaterasu with ease. But the attack did not end there. Upon impact with the ground, it detonated on the spot. The sheer force of the blast leveled everything within the surrounding area. This is not a standard great fireball. What manner of jutsu is this? Itachi demanded in disbelief. Sasuke pressed both hands downward. If you are weak, train harder. He followed it with a look of utter contempt, then added, The master taught me to say it. Itachi felt another vein throb at his temple, yet a profound sense of relief soon followed. So be it, he said. Then I shall hold nothing back. Sasuke nodded inwardly. As the master predicted, Itachi never truly intended to kill him, he only sought to spur his growth through combat. Otherwise he would not have warned him beforehand. Itachi launched Amaterasu first. Sasuke did not remain idle. Channeling Chidori, he vanished in a blur of speed, leaving not even an afterimage for Itachi to track. Sasuke then casually formed a sphere of spinning chakra and hurled it forth. The lightning released Rasengan. Yet a flicker of anxiety lingered in his heart. The master had promised that no matter how battered Itachi became, as long as a breath remained, he could be saved. Surely he can withstand even this basic technique. Sasuke couldn't help but doubt. Feeling the terrifying pressure radiating from the Rasengan, Itachi was forced to open the Susanoo. Though the Susanoo's armor deflected the direct impact, the explosive discharge of lightning that followed still dealt significant damage to Itachi. Itachi, surrender, Sasuke urged once more. You cannot defeat me. Itachi felt a sting of agitation, but rationality quickly reasserted itself. So this first Hokage's teachings are as formidable in instruction as they are in power. Steeling himself, Itachi advanced his Susanoo to its second form, launching several massive tama towards Sasuke. Warned by past encounters, Sasuke activated his forbidden seal, his body encased in swirling markings. His chakra surged instantaneously. He then enacted a technique nearly identical to the myriad eagles taught to Naruto by Uchiha He, deploying it to defend himself. Named the myriad eagles as well, yet it was a far greater evolution of the Rasengan. As it spun overhead, countless bolts of lightning-charged energy rotated in perfect synchronization, producing a roar akin to 10,000 eagles shrieking in unison. The caster could steer its trajectory through precise chakra control. The colossal myriad Eagle Rasengan soared directly toward the barrage of Tama hurled by Itachi's Susanoo. Upon collision, the release of energy was virtually boundless. Even Black Zetsu, observing from the shadows, shuddered and hastily retreated. Indeed, Sasuke's technique proved overwhelmingly powerful, shattering the Tama with effortless ease. Itachi knew he could no longer hold back. Another lapse would cost him his life. He pushed his Susanoo to its third form and swung the massive Tenchi no Ken down in a devastating strike. By sheer fortune, Itachi's strike barely neutralized the myriad Eagle Rasengan. However, the exertion exacted an immediate toll. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee. His Susanoo flickered, reverting to a fragmented half-state before slowly beginning to dissipate. Untouched and overflowing with vitality, Sasuke instantly closed the distance, extending a hand toward Itachi. "Itachi, surrender!" Gazing at the outstretched hand, Itachi was deeply moved, yet he did not grasp it. Instead, a look of quiet satisfaction crossed his face. "It seems you truly have an excellent teacher." Sasuke frowned in bewilderment. "At this point, do you still intend to fight?" Itachi forced himself upright, shaking his head. "I am sorry, Sasuke. I have reasons that compel me to fight on." Seeing no other path, Sasuke withdrew his hand and stepped back, forming a plain Rasengan without elemental infusion. Itachi began hand seals, but abruptly vomited blood before he could complete them. The spiraling sphere struck him squarely in the chest. Itachi was thrown backward 5 meters, yet he staggered to his feet and began a painstaking, relentless advance towards Sasuke, one step at a time. Witnessing this, a faint tremor of panic seized Sasuke. His heart filled with uncertainty. He no longer knew what to do. The master had told him that all he needed to do was defeat Itachi and bring him back alive. Yet here he was fighting with his life on the line. After a moment of internal conflict, Sasuke shook his head. "If you wish to fight until your final breath, then I will grant your wish." It was the only conclusion his mind could reach. He knew the truth, but Itachi's sins were real and unforgivable. Returning to Konoha would mean punishment regardless. Perhaps Itachi simply preferred death over living with remorse. Accepting this, Sasuke resolved to escort him to his end. Lightning crackled along Sasuke's right hand as he summoned the classic Chidori, stepping forward. "This is your final chance. Surrender and I will still take you back." Though sorrow filled Itachi's eyes, he did not yield. He continued his steady trudging approach. No longer hesitating, Sasuke charged forward. At that critical instant, a hand shot out and seized Sasuke's right wrist. Sasuke instantly exhaled in relief. If Uchiha He had not arrived now, the situation would have spiraled entirely out of control. Uchiha He regarded Itachi with a complex expression. Itachi possessed a depth of conviction that rivaled his own, making any attempt at persuasion seem like a futile dream. Yet Uchiha He had made it clear through Sasuke that everything could be redeemed. So why did Itachi insist on fighting? The question left Uchiha He profoundly baffled. With a heart full of doubt, Uchiha He looked at you, but you seemed uneasy, as if finally relieved. Under the astonished gazes of the two, you gouged out his own eyes and through them to Susanoo, then uttered with difficulty, "Be careful." Yu's hand still pointed at Uchiha He, who, thinking there was an ambush behind, quickly turned around but found nothing. But then Yu's action shocked Uchiha He. It was the inner four-symbol seal. Yu's blood erupted from his entire body, forming seals while expanding into a sphere, sealing everything around. Since the distance was close and Susanoo was also nearby, Uchiha He, using the hand speed of a 40-year bachelor, quickly collected a bit of Yu's blood and then hurled Susanoo away. After doing all this, Uchiha He Yu's body flickered to dodge, but was still torn apart by the inner four-symbol seal, losing half of his body. Uchiha He was not panicked. Instead, he glanced at the blood of Yu on his hand and then activated the kaleidoscope in his left eye. The vanished half of his body began to regenerate at a visible speed. Just as Uchiha He was about to say something to Susanoo, a black hand suddenly reached out so fast that Uchiha He failed to react in time. With a spray of blood, Uchiha He's left eye was forcibly gouged out. And because the left eye was lost, his technique was only half complete. His left hand had not fully recovered and was gushing blood. Seeing this, Uchiha He wanted to grab Susanoo and escape, but suddenly a pitch-black hand pierced through Uchiha He's chest. With his last strength, Uchiha He said to Susanoo, "Run!" As Uchiha He's heart was ripped out, a cage was erected around him, trapping the owner of the black hand and Uchiha He inside. Then Uchiha He's body emitted colorful light. With his last ounce of strength, he turned his head and gave a sly smile to Heiju. This is the grand gift I prepared for you. As the light grew more dazzling, Uchiha He exploded on the spot. The explosion was so powerful that it blasted the area into a bottomless abyss. Suizhu stood frozen in place. Just as he was about to be killed in the blast, a figure suddenly appeared, the masked man, who pulled Suizhu into the Shui space, thus saving him. The explosive technique Uchiha He used was precisely the Yin-Yang 5-element explosion technique exclusive to Heiju that he had meticulously developed over the past 2.5 years. Although without cheat-like assistance, Uchiha He could not develop the Yin-Yang release offensive technique. By combining it with an explosive seal, he could gather Yin and Yang chakra into the seal. When the explosion occurred, the Yin and Yang merged, producing a more violent blast. Thus Uchiha He successfully killed Heiju. However, after Daitu took Suizhu away from there, another pitch-black figure emerged from the ground and said with lingering fear, "Good thing I was cautious and split off a clone many years ago, or you would have succeeded." The speaker was none other than Heiju. Going back to the past, the first time Heiju saw Uchiha He, his heart was filled with fear because he sensed a great threat from Uchiha He's right eye. So he thought of ways to eliminate him. After much deliberation, Heiju decided to split himself in two, sending half of himself to test the waters. Although this would cause irreversible damage to Heiju, it was all worth it for Mother. To Heiju's surprise, when his clone found Uchiha He again, the right eye no longer possessed the power that could threaten Heiju. Although he didn't know why, Heiju did not want to miss this opportunity. So he repeatedly ripped out Uchiha He's heart, eventually succeeding in killing him. As for just now, it was the same. The first attack by Heiju took his left eye, then sent the other half to kill him as a precaution. Indeed, Heiju guessed correctly. Uchiha He had not come to seek revenge for so long because he was researching a high-level technique to kill him. Although he permanently lost half of himself, Heiju's joy outweighed the pain. As for Suizhu, at the moment he watched Uchiha He die, he awakened his kaleidoscope. Suizhu now looked warily at the masked man in front of him. "Who are you? Where is this?" Although Suizhu knew exactly who the man was, he had to play dumb to go along with the act. The masked man said in a deep tone, "I know everything about you and the details of the night of the clan's massacre." Suizhu sneered. "As if everyone doesn't know that." The masked man was momentarily stumped by Suizhu's retort, not knowing what to say. Then Suizhu told him about the changes in Konoha over the years and the repentance of the culprit Tuanzang and his contributions to the village. The masked man listened with astonishment. Suizhu had no time to banter with him, and asked impatiently, "Where is this? Let me out quickly, I still have revenge to take." Hearing this, the masked man instantly adjusted his surprised expression, and continued in a deep tone, "Revenge. Even if you achieve your revenge, can the dead come back? I have a plan. Once it's realized, everything you want, your parents, your teacher, your clan, can all return. Are you interested?" Suizhu put on a look of disbelief. "Really? Who are you? Why should I believe you?" The masked man thought to himself that it was working, then continued, "I am Uchiha Ban." After saying that, the masked man lifted his head, waiting for Suizhu's shocked reaction. But to his surprise, Suizhu's surprised expression vanished instantly, replaced by a disinterested look. "Uchiha Ban, huh? I thought it was someone important. Just my teacher's disciple." The masked man was momentarily speechless, but he feared that if Suizhu asked about Uchiha Ban's affairs, he himself didn't know what happened between Uchiha Ban and Uchiha He back then, and he would be exposed. Fortunately, Suizhu did not delve deeper. Instead, he asked, "All right, whoever you are, with this plan of mine we will surely succeed. What do we do next?" The masked man felt that everything was a bit unreal, seeing Suizhu so quickly getting into his role, but from his tone it seemed he intended to join the operation. So the masked man stopped overthinking and said to Suizhu, "First transplant Yu's eyes, then go capture the 8 tails. Now among the tailed beasts only the 8 tails and 9 tails are left." Suizhu was puzzled. "Why should I transplant Yu's eyes? With my abilities I don't even need the kaleidoscope, okay?" The masked man was somewhat at a loss for words, but what Suizhu said seemed reasonable, so he couldn't argue. However, Suizhu didn't let him off and pressed further. "Why the 8 tails? Wouldn't it be better for me to capture the 9 tails? Naruto just returned to the village. With my skills it would be a piece of cake." The masked man looked at Suizhu with a dark face. This Suizhu was so arrogant, nothing like you. Then the masked man stopped explaining and simply took Suizhu out of the Shui space, saying, "Catch whoever you want," and then hurried away. After the masked man completely left, Suzu's expression suddenly changed. The arrogant look was gone, and he squinted his eyes as if in thought. After pondering for a long time, Sasuke remained deeply uneasy. Although everything that had transpired was part of Uchiha Kawara's plan, watching his master, someone he had spent days and nights with, die right before his eyes had shaken him to his core. The trauma was so profound that Sasuke immediately awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke hesitated no longer. He activated the reverse flying thunder god technique that Uchiha Kawara had implanted within him, and in the blink of an eye he vanished from where he stood. Sasuke appeared in Uchiha Kawara's private laboratory deep within Konohagakure. Seeing Uchiha Kawara sitting on the ground meditating to recover his strength, he hurried forward. "Master, what's wrong with you?" he asked urgently. It turned out that before departing, Uchiha Kawara had used the image change jutsu on the two white Setsu to transform them into his likeness, then stuffed all of his chakra into their bodies. Thanks to his left Mangekyo Sharingan, both white Setsu possessed Uchiha Kawara's full power. To better deceive Black Setsu, Uchiha Kawara had even split his left eye's dojutsu power between the two white Setsu clones, leaving his own eyes nearly blind. Previously things had gone extremely smoothly on the front against Black Setsu. Uchiha Kawara had been slightly surprised by Itachi's reaction, but ultimately succeeded in eliminating Black Setsu. However, Uchiha Kawara's other clone had gone to confront the duel of immortals. No one knew how, but Haiden seemed to possess Uchiha Kawara's blood. The moment Uchiha Kawara appeared, the ever-quarreling pair fell instantly silent. Haiden activated his jutsu on the spot. The clone itself was unharmed, but Uchiha Kawara's main body suffered terribly. In that single instant, Uchiha Kawara felt the connection between his clone and himself severed completely, something he could not fathom no matter how hard he tried. Who in the current shinobi world possessed such power to annihilate him in a heartbeat? It was clear that behind the Akatsuki some demonic figure was pulling the strings. As for the relationship between Uchiha Kawara and his two clones, it was like that between a host computer and peripheral devices. Uchiha Kawara's main body could choose to project his consciousness onto either clone, but he could not observe both simultaneously. Both clones, however, carried Uchiha Kawara's complete combat awareness, and the orders he had issued before departure. This situation made Uchiha Kawara feel deeply troubled. It seemed that beyond Black Setsu there existed some strange and unpredictable forces within this shinobi world. After Haiden's attack, Uchiha Kawara hastily used his remaining ocular power to restore himself. To his surprise, Haiden repeatedly desecrated his body. Uchiha Kawara was forced to continuously cast the reversal birth jutsu to heal himself. Perhaps Haiden's jutsu had its own limitations, as it finally stopped after more than 300 heart-piercing assaults. This was the reason for Uchiha Kawara's extreme weakness. Even with the reversal birth jutsu, the spiritual energy consumed during the ordeal was substantial and irreplaceable. Uchiha Kawara gazed at Sasuke's crimson eyes and gently patted his head. "You've also awakened those eyes, haven't you? It must have been agonizing." Hearing this, Sasuke felt a warmth spread through his chest. He replied, "As long as I know Master is safe, that is all that matters." He then handed Itachi's eyes to Uchiha Kawara, who took them and pondered in silence for a long while. Uchiha Kawara was uncertain whether he could still awaken the Rinnegan without the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. If Sasuke could not unlock that power later, all would be for naught. Thus Uchiha Kawara placed the choice in Sasuke's hands. "These eyes can grant you power far greater than my own, even more than mine. Now the decision rests with you. Whatever you choose, I shall not object." Sasuke lowered his head deep in thought. "More powerful than Master. But if I do this, would Itachi truly never return?" Uchiha Kawara seemed to read Sasuke's hesitation and continued, "Rest assured. Before that clone exploded, I already used the Flying Thunder God technique to send Itachi's blood back. There is still a chance to save him. Moreover, even if the blood proves insufficient, that masked man certainly has backups stored away." Though Uchiha Kawara appeared to be at a disadvantage earlier, everything had actually been within his calculations. With his Flying Thunder God technique and Body Flicker technique, that level of sealing jutsu could never have harmed him. It was precisely because of that unexpected turn that he chose to feign being overpowered and wounded, wanting to see exactly what Black Setsu would do next. Black Setsu was surely staring at that white Setsu eye in silent despair by now, though there was no despair left to be had. Black Setsu had already met his end. However, Uchiha Kawara was unaware that at that very moment Black Setsu was kneeling reverently before a masked figure, offering the eye with utmost respect. This masked man exuded an aura far more sinister than anything Black Setsu could ever muster. The masked man glanced at the eye dismissively, and said coldly, "Useless waste. Tell me, what exactly is in your hand?" Hearing this, Black Zetsu finally looked down at his palm. The Mangekyo Sharingan he had held moments before had transformed into an ordinary white Zetsu eye. Shock and terror washed over his face. Just as Black Zetsu was about to plead for another chance, the masked man stopped him. "With your mediocre schemes you could never harm him. Wait for now. A plan lies ahead that requires you as the main body. That will be your final opportunity for redemption." Black Zetsu's dark visage seemed to wear an expression of gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, for sparing my life." Then, to Black Zetsu's astonishment, the masked man waved his hand and several white Zetsu quietly dragged forth a body, the very body of Uchiha Kawara. Though it was a physical form crafted from white Zetsu, it contained Uchiha Kawara's genuine power in full, and his Mangekyo Sharingan functioned perfectly. Meanwhile, with Uchiha Kawara's assistance, Sasuke successfully received Itachi's eye transplant. "How does it feel?" "I opened my eyes and tested them," Sasuke replied. "No difference. It's ordinary." Uchiha Kawara nodded in agreement, though a bitter ache lingered in his heart. To restore his lost ocular power, he was painfully applying Senju brand eye drops, effective yes, but excruciatingly slow. By estimation it would take at least 10 to 15 days. Sasuke then asked, "Do I still need to go to the Land of Lightning?" Uchiha Kawara considered for a moment. "Yes. Arrangements have already been made on your behalf. Just go through the motions and pretend to be defeated." Sasuke nodded. Uchiha Kawara then led Sasuke out of the laboratory, saying he had a surprise in store for him. The two reappeared right outside Sasuke's home. At the doorstep, several individuals were pacing anxiously. Upon seeing Uchiha Kawara appear, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Uchiha Kawara casually pulled them forward to introduce them to Sasuke. "This is Karen, a member of the Uzumaki clan. She possesses immense chakra and exceptional sensing abilities. Anyone who bites her skin will recover chakra and heal their wounds. She was formerly a subordinate of Orochimaru." Uchiha Kawara then gestured to the next person. "This is Jugo. He can understand the language of animals and possesses a dual personality. His unique Senin mode constitution is the source of Orochimaru's curse mark, allowing his body to transform and absorb or replenish other people's flesh." Uchiha Kawara pointed toward the distance. "And there is one more person. She knows medical ninjutsu and has decent combat ability as well." Sasuke turned his head, unable to believe what he was hearing. "Sakura." Sakura, running toward them from afar, noticed Sasuke looking at her and blushed deeply. As for Suigetsu Hozuki, he was determined to revive the swordsman of the mist. Uchiha Kawara saw no point in forcibly recruiting him. The remaining two had both received psychological treatment from Uchiha Kawara during their childhood shortly after he regained his life. During the day he attended classes, at night he found time to rescue Karen and Jugo. And so the Hibi team was assembled. "Little Sasuke, these are your new teammates from now on. You must ensure their safety, understood?" Sasuke's gaze turned resolute. "Rest assured, master. I will never allow my teammates to come to harm." Karen gazed at Sasuke's handsome profile, hearts practically floating in her eyes. "So cool." Sakura, relying on a woman's intuition, immediately sensed that Karen's glance was off and mentally cursed the situation. Regarding how Chong-woo and Xianglin ended up in my Uchiha, he dispatched a clone while simultaneously heading to Deshiwan's base. After 2.5 years of arduous research, Deshiwan had made no progress whatsoever and even failed to retrieve the souls of his hands. When Uchiha He arrived, Deshiwan's inclination to abandon his quest deepened. After all, the answer he had sought for so long was now laid clearly before him by Uchiha He. Thus, without much trouble, Uchiha He brought Deshiwan back to Mai. As for the other children, surprisingly perhaps due to the psychological education Uchiha He had previously imparted, aside from Jun Ma-lu, the other 5 members of the Inrin village all wished to remain in Inin village. As for Chong-woo and Xianglin, they had been saved by Uchiha He in their childhood, so when he appeared now they were naturally willing to follow him away. As for why Jun Ma-lu was still alive, it was because Uchiha He had casually treated him back then, a preemptive measure against Deshiwan. After all, a disease that Deshiwan could not cure but which Uchiha He could treat with a casual gesture spoke volumes. Zhuozhu and his team had just familiarized themselves a bit, and were about to set off, but Uchiha He stepped forward and said, "Leaving through the main gate would be too easily detected. Come, let me send you on your way." Thus, holding hands, they were teleported by Uchiha He using the Flying Thunder God technique to the vicinity of the Lei country. Uchiha He then quickly returned to Mai. Why quickly? Because he sensed Gui Jiao's presence, indicating that the Shao organization was already preparing to make a move against the Eight Tails. Sure enough, shortly after Uchiha He left, the masked man accompanied by Gui Jiao encountered Zhuozhu and his team. The masked man asked, puzzled. Who are these people? Zhuozhu explained. My teammates. How can I capture tailed beasts without helpers? The masked man remained skeptical, but Zhuozhu wore a defiant expression. What? Are you worried that with my strength I can't take down the Eight Tails? The masked man found Zhuozhu's expression somewhat exasperating, but he couldn't vent his frustration, so he changed the subject by pointing at his eyes. You went ahead and transplanted Yu's eyes after all. Zhuozhu glared at him, and retorted. Do I need you to interfere with what I do? This is my trophy, I'll do as I please. The masked man, unwilling to bicker further with Zhuozhu, instructed Gui Jiao to wait outside Yunin village to assist Zhuozhu, then left. Zhuozhu glanced at Gui Jiao, saw that he had no intention of speaking, and led his team toward Yunin village without further ado. Once Zhuozhu and his team were out of Gui Jiao's sight, Zhuozhu dropped his casual attitude and said to his teammates, This time our main task is to pretend to fight the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, then find an opportunity to lose and escape. Don't get too carried away. The others nodded obediently. Coincidentally, they happened to encounter Qi Bai, who was taking a leisurely stroll alone in the large plaza. Zhuozhu subtly signaled with his eyes, and noticing that Qi Bai also blinked, he breathed a sigh of relief. Turning to his team, he said, This is Qi Bai. Let's all attack together but pretend we can't beat him. All nodded in agreement. Zhuozhu was the first to flicker forward, drawing the Kusanagi blade his teacher had given him before departure. Without using the 1,000 birds to accelerate, he charged straight ahead. The others followed behind. Qi Bai meanwhile let out strange cries, shouting excitedly while rapping, which left Zhuozhu somewhat bewildered. Just as Zhuozhu, thinking he might actually hurt him, shifted the direction of his sword, Qi Bai reacted even faster, sidestepping directly onto the blade. The situation fell into an awkward silence. Then Qi Bai's strange cries broke the awkwardness. Woo, this sword hurts a little, oh yeah. Zhuozhu's forehead sprouted a vein of black lines. He pulled back his sword, took a step back, and then resumed his sword dance, launching attacks at Qi Bai. The others caught up. Xiaoying and Xianglin flanked him from left and right, while Chongwu blocked his retreat. Zhuozhu thrust his sword straight at Qi Bai. Although this move seemed inescapable to any onlooker unless one could phase through perfectly, Uchiha He had already warned them to fight seriously, as the masked man might be watching from the shadows. Zhuozhu thought surely Qi Bai can dodge this. Qi Bai meanwhile thought surely these guys won't actually strike me for real. One thought the other would dodge, the other thought the first wouldn't actually stab. And so all 4 attacks landed squarely on Qi Bai. As for how he took them, bruised and battered, that's how. Qi Bai looked at the sword embedded in his belly, his face twisted like a pretzel, as if asking Zhuozhu why he had really stabbed him. Zhuozhu felt a bit awkward, unsure what to do. But then Qi Bai realized that perhaps someone was watching from the shadows, so Zhuozhu couldn't hold back too much. So Qi Bai immediately gathered tailed beast chakra around his body, enveloping himself, then spun at high speed to drive the others back. The two sides faced off for a moment. Zhuozhu's eyebrows twitched, and Qi Bai communicated with his eyebrows as well. Eventually they reached a consensus: why not just make it a real fight? Zhuozhu signaled his team to step back, then sheathed the Kusanagi blade. Lightning crackled over both his hands, and his body accelerated with 1,000 birds, turning him into a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, Qi Bai did not underestimate him. He gathered chakra in his arm, briefly charged, and then charged towards Zhuozhu. Just as they were about to collide, Qi Bai, feeling the momentum of Zhuozhu's approach, strengthened the chakra in his arm. But unexpectedly, at the moment of impact, Zhuozhu leaped high, adjusted his posture, and brought a spiral sphere down onto Qi Bai's back. Qi Bai's reaction was no less swift, especially with the tailed beast chakra still enveloping him. Instead of dodging, he stopped abruptly, kicked off the ground, and swung his fist directly at Zhuozhu's spiral sphere. The collision kicked up a massive cloud of dust. The two did not stop there, they engaged in intense taijutsu combat. Although Qi Bai was large, Zhuozhu's physique was no slouch either, and they exchanged blows evenly. Surprisingly, even though Qi Bai looked bulky and clumsy, his movements were as agile as a wild boar darting around. Without the 1,000 birds acceleration, Zhuozhu could only match him. Seeing that they were both powerful, they decided to stop holding back. Bai drew the 4 swords strapped to his back and launched an attack at Suizhu. Realizing that close combat was disadvantageous, Suizhu instantly flickered away, casually tossing a lightning ball spiral sphere. Bai, too slow to dodge, was staggered. Seeing that Suizhu had no intention of continuing close combat, Bai fully transformed into the 8 tails. Suizhu's head spun with confusion. Aren't we just playing around? Why go all out? Though complaining inwardly, Suizhu's movements did not pause. He instantly activated the sealed state, gathering a massive 10,000 eagle spiral sphere above his head. Meanwhile, Bai already red-hot fired a tailed beast ball without a second thought. Suizhu directed the 10,000 eagle spiral sphere toward the tailed beast ball while simultaneously activating lightning release to accelerate and retreat with his team. Soon a deafening roar sounded behind them, and the entire plaza was blasted into a deep crater. However, Suizhu's 10,000 eagle spiral sphere seemed to have been too powerful. After obliterating the tailed beast ball, it flew straight toward the 8 tails, and Bai, unable to dodge in time, was struck directly in the head. Of course, what exploded was the head of the 8 tails, not Killer Bee's head, but the injured Killer Bee couldn't help feeling dizzy. Killer Bee couldn't help exclaiming, "Bro, are you trying to kill me?" Before Killer Bee could catch his breath, a figure suddenly appeared, silently knocked him out with a single blow, and even casually used the Sharingan to control the 8 tails. When Sasuke and his group escaped from the hidden cloud village, they discovered that the masked man had already been waiting there, carrying Killer Bee and Kisame on his shoulder. Sasuke was puzzled at first, but then he understood. As his teacher had said, this masked man was truly insidious. He must have taken advantage of Killer Bee's exhaustion after the battle and launched a sneak attack. Sasuke, of course, didn't know that it was his own attack that had given the masked man the opportunity. Had he known, he could only have said, "Sorry." Meanwhile, after a brief period of recovery, Uchiha He quietly left the hidden leaf village, tracking the trail of the immortal duo. By the time Uchiha He found the Jinchuriki had already disappeared, indicating that they had successfully captured the other tailed beasts. However, Uchiha He had no intention of letting them go. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out how those 2 losers had managed to kill him in an instant. Although it was only a clone, its strength was still top tier in the entire ninja world except for the cheaters. Even though Uchiha He was cautious enough, he was still discovered by Kakuzu, truly a ninja who could scare himself by throwing a kunai at Hashirama from 800 miles away. But Uchiha He didn't plan to give them a chance. Since he had been exposed, he decided not to continue lying in ambush. He threw out tens of thousands of flying thunder god kunai. Why tens of thousands? Naturally, it was a combination of a slight summoning technique and shadow clones. Who said shadow clones can only be used on people? They can be used on shuriken and naturally on kunai as well. Uchiha He here speaks up for kunai. The 2 were stunned, their jaws dropping as they watched tens of thousands of kunai raining down from the sky. For a moment they didn't know what to do. This was understandable. It was like an ordinary person walking down the street when tens of thousands of piles of dog poop suddenly fall from the sky. Why dog poop? Because these kunai couldn't kill these 2, they would only stick to them like dog poop. However, the next scene was what truly terrified them. A black figure darted rapidly among the kunai. No joke, the immortal duo now felt as if they were in the pitch-black night with nothing but darkness before their eyes. Without giving them a chance to act in a single instant, Uchiha He cut off both their heads. To prevent Kakuzu from causing trouble, he casually added 1,000 sealing techniques on him. Kakuzu. Bro, isn't this a bit too cautious? Only after seeing that both had lost their ability to move did Uchiha He reveal himself. He walked toward Haiden using his large Sharingan to stare at him, and read his memories. In Haiden's memories, a masked man suddenly appeared and in an instant packed up Uchiha He's clone and took it away. Yes, packed it away as easily as throwing away a bag of trash. This scene startled Uchiha He, but as he delved deeper into Haiden's memories, he discovered that all memories related to the masked man had been erased by some means. Uchiha He was quite familiar with this method. It was a sealing technique which he himself could use. However, this particular sealing technique directly erased the memories. It seemed the masked man was just as meticulous as Uchiha He, and this time Uchiha He had lost a step. The other party had successfully collected the tailed beasts and taken away his clone, while he himself, aside from killing Black Setsu, didn't even know the other's identity. As for why he didn't know, it was because the mask the masked man wore had never appeared before, so Obito could be ruled out. And this mask was not unfamiliar to Uchiha He. It was the death mask. But come on, what normal person would wear a death mask? Uchiha He searched Kakuzu's memories again, and found that he knew even less than Haiden. There wasn't even a trace of memory erasure. Looking at his memories horizontally and vertically, there were only two words: make money. Seeing this, Uchiha He's displeasure toward the two completely dissipated. They were nothing more than two poor-wage slaves. Uchiha He then felt a desire to recruit them. This Kakuzu was truly a talent. His mind was filled with nothing but making money, and ninja affairs were just a side job for him. So Uchiha He used genjutsu to tell Kakuzu all his business plans. Kakuzu listened with great interest, and at the height of emotion he even proactively offered improvement suggestions. To be honest, by this point Uchiha He no longer insisted on bringing Kakuzu back to the Hidden Leaf Village. With his talent, from today onward, no matter which faction he sided with, he would surely bring enormous changes to the business world of the entire ninja realm. After finishing the explanation, Uchiha He released his control over Kakuzu and allowed him to recover. Once he had fully recovered, Uchiha He asked, "Kakuzu, I sincerely invite you to develop business in the Hidden Leaf Village. Please agree." Kakuzu's expression showed a bit of interest, but he still asked tentatively, "If I don't agree, will you kill me?" Uchiha He shook his head. Kakuzu then asked, "And can the fact that I once attempted to assassinate the second Hokage Hashirama Senju be forgiven?" Uchiha He couldn't help but almost lose his composure upon hearing this, but he still suppressed his smile. "Don't worry, no one will care. If you want, I can even pull Hashirama out of the Pure Land and let you beat him up." Upon hearing this, Kakuzu's eyes lit up like a cat in heat, and he immediately bowed deeply. "It doesn't matter whether I beat up Hashirama or not, the main thing is that I want to help develop the Leaf Village's economy. Please accept me first Hokage." Uchiha He helped Kakuzu up, and using the joy of acquiring a talent let out the laughter he had been holding back. "Ha! Gaining you is like obtaining the sleeping dragon and the young phoenix." Kakuzu thought Uchiha He was so happy because of his joining, and his excitement grew even more. Then both of them turned their gaze to Haiden, who was stealthily trying to pick up his own head on the side. Uchiha He was not so polite with him. "Death or join the Hidden Leaf?" Haiden, using his headless body's finger, pointed at the chin of his own head lying nearby as if to say, "Me." Uchiha He nodded. Seeing this, Haiden seemed to be thinking while Uchiha He was also thinking. For a moment the arrangement for Haiden became a dilemma for Uchiha He. Haiden was not like others. This guy purely took pleasure in killing and was even a veteran cultist. What if bringing him back to the Leaf Village corrupted the children? Seeing Uchiha He's hesitation, Kakuzu didn't dawdle. He stepped forward and picked up Haiden's head. "If you trust me, my lord, let me handle Haiden. I will make sure he realizes his greatest value." Uchiha He was curious about what he planned to do. Kakuzu didn't waste time. Since he's always chanting about his Jashin god, then that god must accept all lives without discrimination. So using his special technique we can achieve live livestock sales. Kill on delivery, remote slaughter of livestock will no longer be a dream. This way we can extend the shelf life of the meat and create a unique product. After all, livestock is everywhere, but to have them slaughtered remotely on demand, that's definitely one of a kind. Upon hearing this, Uchiha He couldn't help but show an expression like the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord and the Monkey King laughing together. "You little rascal, that's evil." Kakuzu scratched his head sheepishly but then asked, "My lord, when can I beat up Hashirama?" Kakuzu's ulterior motives amused Uchiha He. He never expected that this old man would still hold a grudge over this matter after so long. Uchiha He could only say, "Don't worry, it's almost time." Kakuzu couldn't help but smirk, lost in his own fantasies. Then Uchiha He led the immortal duo back to Konoha, directly bringing them to the Hokage's office. The office door was left open, allowing Uchiha He to witness a delightful scene. There sat Tsunade impatiently dealing with paperwork, while Jiraiya hovered around her with a cup of water fawning over her. Uchiha He walked in with the immortal duo and couldn't resist teasing. "Oh, still flirting, you two lovebirds." Tsunade blushed deeply upon seeing Uchiha He and hearing his teasing. Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly, but even while scratching he gave Uchiha He a thumbs up. Without further delay, Uchiha He introduced the immortal duo, and then appointed Kakuzu as the chief financial officer of Konoha, granting him authority over the village's finances and commerce that even surpassed the Hokage's. This made Kakuzu feel Uchiha He's profound trust in him, deepening his admiration for the man. Although Tsunade and Jiraiya didn't understand why Uchiha He held Kakuzu in such high regard, the first Hokage's orders had always been remarkably wise, so they accepted without overthinking. Meanwhile, Sasuke was in a dilemma. The masked man seemed to have something else to attend to and left Killer Bee in Kisame's care before departing. Sasuke and his group were now following Kakuzu on their way back to the Akatsuki. Sasuke kept pondering whether to take action and rescue Killer Bee. At that moment, Killer Bee, who had been unconscious for a long time, slowly awoke. The moment he came to, he realized his predicament, and began communicating with Sasuke through eye signals. After a brief exchange, Sasuke decided to quietly rescue Killer Bee. Without further hesitation, he called out to Kisame. Kisame turned his head at the sound, and in that instant he saw a pair of crimson eyes. Sasuke, satisfied with his handiwork, couldn't help but remark, "This Mangekyo is quite useful." Then Killer Bee freed himself from Kisame's grasp. Seeing that Kisame was no longer resisting, he complained to Sasuke, "Yo, you Uchiha brat from Konoha, wasn't it supposed to be a friendly fight? You blew my head off with one attack when I was in tailed beast form." Sasuke scratched his head apologetically. "Sorry, I thought the tailed beast ball would be stronger." Killer Bee then launched into an endless rap of complaints, and everyone silently covered their ears. Only after he had vented did they begin to think of a countermeasure. But Sasuke already had a plan in mind, clearly having thought it through. Sasuke's genjutsu on Kisame created a scene where Killer Bee suddenly woke up, and for some reason Samehada betrayed Kisame, becoming Killer Bee's weapon. In the end, Killer Bee demonstrated his prowess, catching Sasuke off guard and sending him flying. Fortunately, Kisame ran fast enough to avoid being captured. To add realism, Sasuke even had Killer Bee whip Kisame with Samehada. At first Samehada resisted when picked up by Killer Bee, but soon realized this person's chakra was even more enticing and stopped struggling. Thus, under the influence of the genjutsu, Kisame ran wildly until he woke up. Although the illusion was very realistic, Kisame couldn't understand why he was running, or why Samehada had betrayed him. Afterward, the group pretended to be escorted by Killer Bee back to Kumogakure. Subsequently, a bulletin was issued from Kumogakure. Sasuke, Uchiha, and other members of the Akatsuki had been captured by Killer Bee while attempting to capture a tailed beast, and they would be executed in 10 days. At the same time, on the day of execution, Kumogakure would convene the 5 Kage summit. This news shocked the entire shinobi world. Sasuke Uchiha, it was said, was the disciple of that man, a notorious killer and warmonger. Now that Kumogakure had provoked him, no one knew what would happen. Perhaps it would spark the 4th Great Ninja War. But those who had lived long enough retorted, "Back in the day, Uchiha He single-handedly defeated all comers. It's possible that even before a war breaks out, the Raikage's head will be hanging at the gates of Konoha." Of course, such speculation came only from the uninformed. Insiders like Uchiha He knew perfectly well that the whole affair was merely a performance designed to lure out the Akatsuki. As for why it was staged in Kumogakure, first the Eight Tails resided there, second the Raikage was confident that his village was the strongest in the shinobi world, and third Uchiha He simply went along with it. "Since you claim to be the strongest, let's see how you handle this global provocation." Of course, Uchiha He kept these thoughts to himself lest the other party suddenly change their mind and back out. Meanwhile, ever since Naruto was tricked by Black Zetsu, he felt his strength was insufficient. Under Jiraiya's guidance, he went to Mount Myaboku to train in senjutsu. As for why the rumors portrayed Uchiha He as bloodthirsty and warlike, it was because in the early days of Konoha's founding, after Izuna's death, Uchiha He's fragile psychological defenses completely collapsed. The reason for his fragile psyche, as previously mentioned, was that he had come to the shinobi world after suffering from long-term depression and sudden excitement leading to death, an occupational hazard for psychiatrists. The more one knows, the more helpless one feels. Izuna's death nearly drove Uchiha He to tear off Tobirama Senju's head several times. At that time, not only to vent his inner gloom but also for the future of the shinobi world, Uchiha He left Konoha alone, embarking on a journey to capture tailed beasts and eliminate Black Zetsu. During this journey, Uchiha He encountered all kinds of people, some evil, some warlike, some simply twisted. Initially he held back, but after witnessing a child die at the hands of a group of thugs because of his restraint, he decided to no longer suppress his emotions and vented all his pent-up frustration. The few tailed beasts he had already captured suddenly froze in fear, cowering like kittens in the corner. Thereafter, Uchiha He paraded the tailed beasts through the shinobi world, beating up anyone who displeased him. For some reason he became extremely combative. As for the rumor of bloodthirstiness, who knows which bastard spread that? Uchiha He only killed those who deserved to die. It was truly a case of rumors ruining a man. However, Uchiha He did not forget his other main purpose for leaving the village to track down Black Zetsu. That old schemer was truly insidious, always lurking in the shadows to spy on him. Yet for some reason after Uchiha He completely changed, Black Zetsu never dared to show his face again. Black Zetsu, back then I felt that if I showed myself I would be instantly killed. Meanwhile the Akatsuki also received word of this news. The masked man had just dashed back to the Rain village when he heard the report, and just as he was about to inform Pain he fell silent. Instead it was Pain himself who regarded the masked man with a stern expression. When were these members recruited? The masked man's face was hidden behind his mask, making his expression unreadable, but inwardly he had already cursed Sasuke 1,000 times over. This man had boasted without measure, yet when it came to capturing the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki he had not only failed but been knocked unconscious himself, leaving the masked man to deal with the aftermath, ultimately getting bested and captured in the process. The masked man's mood was as foul as if he had swallowed something poisonous. Yet now he still had to find excuses to deceive Pain. If not for the need to protect his own identity, why on earth would he have assigned Sasuke and the others to transport Kulabi? At this point the masked man knew the time had come. Events had already spiraled beyond his control. Shedding his former cowardly demeanor, his tone turned grave. These individuals were recruited to replace the deceased Itachi. Sasuke now possesses the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. His combat power matches or even exceeds Itachi's. Furthermore, driven by his hatred toward Konoha, he will undoubtedly help us further our plan to collect the tailed beasts. Hearing this, the Devapath remained unconcerned and countered with a question. Are you certain he truly hates Konoha? His teacher was the legendary strongest ninja. I myself was at a disadvantage when I fought him. Upon hearing this, the masked man's heart grew uneasy. He recalled how Sasuke had seized multiple opportunities to kill Kulabi but had held back instead. His resolve wavered slightly. Yet when he thought of the Uchiha clan's massacre, surely Sasuke would hate Konoha, mustn't he? The masked man was still lost in thought, but the Devapath had no intention of pressing the matter further. He summoned the remaining Akatsuki members and declared, I have just received news that Kakuzu and Haiden have both been captured by Uchiwakawa. Our ranks are severely depleted. To prevent the situation from worsening, I have decided to launch an immediate assault on Konoha and seize the Nine-Tails. The masked man's face contorted in alarm. This was slipping beyond his control once again, but knowing he had already lost Pain's trust, any further objection would fall on deaf ears. Instead he volunteered. I can help you infiltrate Konoha undetected. The Devapath showed a flicker of interest and replied. Very well. This is your final chance. Should you fail, I will make you suffer first. The Devapath gazed at the masked man through his Rinnegan, but the masked man felt no true trepidation. His mind was already racing with plans for the next move. Meanwhile, Uchiwakawa was pondering how best to resist the Devapath's devastating cosmic push technique. After much deliberation with no breakthrough, he decided to focus on recovering the power of his left eye first. Days passed and Pain still had not launched an attack on Konoha, a deliberate delay. Pain reasoned that since the Raikage would convene the 5 Kage summit in 10 days, the strongest ninja of Konoha would surely accompany him to the Land of Lightning. That would present the perfect opportunity to capture the Nine-Tails. On the 9th day, Jiraiya departed as the Hokage's representative, leading a contingent toward the Land of Lightning. Naruto meanwhile was still training in sage arts at Mount Myaboku. Without the Nine-Tails' interference, and with the guidance of Minato Namikaze over the years, Naruto's progress in sage arts had been remarkably swift. He would soon be able to enter sage mode. The current training was merely to accelerate that process. As for Uchiwakawa, he remained trapped in his laboratory, dutifully applying Hashirama-branded eye drops. Though his recovery was nearly complete, his heart fluttered with unease until he reached his full strength. That mysterious figure had dispatched his clone in a single blow, and even the real Uchiwakawa doubted he could withstand the same threat under identical circumstances. Yet what one fears most often comes to pass. The Akatsuki watched Jiraiya's party depart before initiating their operation. The masked man led all of Pain's bodies into Konoha without triggering the village's seals. However, the sudden presence of such immense chakra instantly awakened the miniature Nine-Tails beside Uchiwakawa. Actually, the so-called miniature Nine-Tails was no longer mini in any sense. With Uchiwakawa having lifted the seals, it had grown steadily day by day, fueled by his expanding chakra reserves. It had reached the size of a small mountain, a fortunate circumstance that only his spacious laboratory could contain. The Nine-Tails hastily nudged Uchiha. But before it could speak, the Deva Path unleashed its devastating cosmic push technique directly overhead. Uchiha could think of no defense other than perfect intangibility. Still, he carefully sealed the Nine-Tails within his body before activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, ready to recover at a moment's notice. Events unfolded exactly as Uchiha had predicted. His body was obliterated by the cosmic push, yet his eyes reappeared from nothingness, and the remainder of his body slowly regenerated. Yet at that moment an unforeseen horror materialized before him. A pair of pitch-black hands tore his right eye from its socket. Uchiha could scarcely believe his eyes. It was Black Zetsu. Isn't Black Zetsu already dead at the hands of my clone? Why has he reappeared? And why did he take only my right eye, sparing the far more critical left one? A massive web of mysteries descended upon Uchiha, each question deeper than the last. Uchiha swiftly regenerated his body and inserted Shursui's Sharingan into his right eye socket. He had originally removed it during the previous encounter, intending to use Edo Tensei to resurrect Shursui. But under the circumstances, with the Deva Path being far too formidable to face casually, he had no choice but to borrow it for now. Uchiha activated Susanoo to hurl away the debris above him. Above Pain was delivering another monologue. Having just unleashed his cosmic push, he now attempted to stall with words. You should be grateful you don't have to carry a bag of rice upstairs. You should only carry it to the second floor. You should wash it all away. Since he lacked the ability to perform ninjutsu at that moment, Uchiha never finished the final line of his taunt. Uchiha refused to let the other Pains roam freely and harm the survivors. Although the Deva Path's cosmic push had devastated a vast area, Konoha was so expansive that only a fifth of the village was reduced to rubble. Countless survivors remained in the untouched sections. Uchiha rapidly hurled his flying thunder scale kunai, summoning shadow clones and executing an instantaneous summoning technique, creating a terrifying rain of kunai that blanketed the battlefield. Then, moving like a shadow among the kunai, he sealed the remaining Pains in a single instant, and bundled them away. As for the Deva Path itself, it stood flanked by the masked man and Konan, presenting a challenge that made Uchiha feel a twinge of difficulty. Though the enemies before him seemed formidable, who was Uchiha He? He had never been one to back down from a challenge. Uchiha He immediately split into 3 shadow clones. For other shadow clones might be a debuff, but for Uchiha He, thanks to his left eye's rapid recovery ability, 3 shadow clones were just right. With exactly 3 enemies, 1 clone per opponent was more than sufficient. As for why he didn't use more, pride of a veteran. After all the other Pains had already been dealt with, these 3 alone would not cause further harm to the village. Although Uchiha He had never clashed with Konan, or the masked man before, he had long since devised countermeasures. Against Konan he would use fire release. Uchiha He was certain no paper could withstand fire. As for the masked man, Minato Namikaze could handle him, and naturally Uchiha He could do the same. But the Deva Path seemed unwilling to fight. He asked, "Let me ask you a question? If your answer satisfies me, I will withdraw from Konoha." Uchiha He was momentarily puzzled as to what scheme the Deva Path was plotting, but he decided to go along with it. After all, he didn't truly wish to kill these people. They were all pitiable souls. "Speak your mind, Uchiha," he said calmly. "Uchiha He is the teacher of the legendary ninja Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara, you bear the title of the strongest ninja." At this point the Deva Path glanced at the masked man, the one who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. "It is said that besides these 2 you had a most cherished disciple named Uchiha Izuna, but he was killed by Senju Tobarama during the founding of Konoha. Moreover, it is said that your brother's parents, and even a crucial female ninja, all fell at the hands of the Senju clan." Uchiha He's face darkened. "So what? What are you trying to say?" The Deva Path spoke unhurriedly. "Then my question is, how can you forget this hatred and pain and work with your enemies to uphold the false peace? Even now, when the entire Uchiha clan has been slaughtered, you still choose to protect Konoha." Uchiha He's expression soured, clearly struck by a sensitive point. But then he seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, speaking slowly. "I was originally an ordinary person, so ordinary that I would be forgotten in an instant. Until my clan members and Izuna appeared, I felt something special. I enjoyed being cared for and admired by others, and that bred a kind of arrogance. I thought I could take on the world. So I led my younger siblings and her into an obvious trap. I was confident that my skills would handle it easily, but I, who had never lost, was defeated that day. I needed a girl's cover to retreat. From then on I began a near manic training. It was also around that time that the most important person in my life appeared, the then patriarch of the Uchiha Taijima Uchiha. His care for me made me uneasy, but his teachings elevated my strength like a rocket. That wasn't the end. Only when I became the teacher of Madara and Izuna did I truly understand responsibility and duty. I understood why my younger siblings followed me into danger and why. As for your question, why I forget hatred and pain, I have never chosen to forget. Personal pain and hatred are unimportant to me. By personal I mean myself. If Madara had shown any desire for revenge, I would have torn Tobirama's head off. But if only I would suffer from the matter I usually endure silently, not whining or throwing tantrums like a child. The Deva path was incredulous. Could such a person truly exist? Someone who cared nothing for their own feelings as long as others were satisfied. Of course such people exist. It resembles a typical people-pleasing personality. Such individuals often feel lonely but try to escape loneliness by disregarding their own emotions and pandering to others as if making others happy is their own happiness. Having said all this, Uchiha He did not feel any relief. Instead, the awakened memories brought waves of pain. As for the Deva path, he wore a look of triumph. I'm not interested in your pain. Feel true pain. Almighty push. It seemed that the previous exchange was just to gather power. Uchiha He suppressed his emotions and directed his 3 shadow clones to advance with him. Having already used the Flying Thunder God Rain technique earlier, it was temporarily unavailable. Uchiha He had to rely on the body flicker technique to evade. Although Almighty Push was powerful, Uchiha He's speed was sufficient to escape. Seeing this, Conan attempted to attack Uchiha He with explosive tags but was blocked by a fire release from one of his shadow clones. Neither side held back in this clash. Uchiha He's fire release was devastating while Conan's explosive tags were overwhelming in number. But this exchange revealed Uchiha He's mistake. Fire could burn paper, but it could also ignite explosive tags, amplifying the blast. The explosion was so powerful that even the masked man and the Deva path were caught in it. Uchiha He's shadow clones were forcibly dispelled by the blast. With his attention focused on the Deva path and the masked man, Uchiha He was caught off guard and sent tumbling. Uchiha He had just used his left Mangekyo to heal, but in that instant the Deva path pulled him in with universal pull. Uchiha He's left eye was useful, but it had a major drawback. While healing was fast, if an opponent attacked during the recovery, Uchiha He was finished. Moreover, during the recovery phase he could not use ninjutsu. In the past he had been undefeated because almost no one could keep up with his reaction speed. But now the Deva path, a half-cheater, somewhat countered him. The Deva path had only intended to capture him, but the masked man suddenly struck, drawing a blade and plunging it into Uchiha He's heart. It hadn't been a fatal wound before, but now it was. The Ninetales inside Uchiha He was frantic. First it sensed Uchiha He's fluctuating emotions, then watched helplessly as he was ambushed. Even though the fox's face was red with anger, it was powerless. Uchiha He's sealing techniques were no joke. Unless he voluntarily released the Ninetales, even if he died, the Ninetales would be forever trapped in his corpse. Uchiha He watched the world recede, a hint of relief flickering in his eyes. Tendo, Pain, and Conan stared at the masked man in disbelief. "What have you done?" Tendo roared. Conan, however, sensed something amiss. "Who are you really?" The masked man did not answer. Instead he closed in on Uchiha He's corpse with breathtaking speed, then placed his hand on the abdomen. He glanced into the distance and spoke. "My advice. Run now while you still can." Tendo Pain was baffled, but the masked man dissolved into a blob of shadow and vanished underground. Why a blob? Because it literally was a blob. Both Tendo and Conan saw it. If you don't believe them, feel free to ask. By now you've probably realized that the masked man was not Obito, but the mysterious figure who had instantly killed Uchiha He's shadow clone. Earlier, when he led Pain into the village, he hadn't used Kamui. As Tendo Pain stared mournfully at Uchiha He's corpse, a powerful aura caught his attention. He turned and saw Naruto burning with rage. But something was off about this Naruto. If Uchiha He were still alive, he would have exclaimed, "Gold Naruto!" Naruto roared. "What did you do to He-sensei?" Seeing Naruto's hostile approach, and knowing that the boy was his target, Tendo sent a Shinra Tensei flying toward him. But to Tendo's shock, Naruto was completely unaffected. His speed didn't falter. "What the hell?" "A cheat," Tendo blurted. As Naruto moved at high speed, he extended multiple Ninetales chakra arms. Some grabbed Pain and slammed him into the ground while others swiftly scooped up Uchiha He's body. When Konan attempted a sneak attack, Naruto grabbed Uchiha He and dashed away at incredible speed, only stopping when he reached a safe location. Naruto examined Uchiha He's condition, found him undeniably dead. His fury blazed, but he remembered his teachers' and parents' teachings: never act rashly from anger. So he created a shadow clone and sent it speeding toward Pain and Konan. As for why Naruto had suddenly returned to Konoha, the answer lay with Gamamaru. The Toad Sage sensed that Konoha had suffered a devastating blow, and that the one person most crucial to the fate of the entire shinobi world might have met with disaster. He informed Naruto, and used reverse summoning to bring him back. As for the Ninetales chakra mode, although Naruto had not embraced his dark side at the Waterfall of Truth this time under Uchiha He's influence, and his parents' guidance, he no longer craved others' recognition as he did in the original story. He had become far more optimistic. And regarding Kurama, before Naruto left the village, Uchiha He had secretly told him the names of all 9-tailed beasts, and also greeted Kurama again, asking him to cooperate with Naruto. Though Kurama was still reluctant, he did not refuse. As for the miniature Kurama that had been with Uchiha He over the years, it had gradually become an independent entity with no further connection to the Kurama inside Naruto. Next came the eagerly anticipated moment of verbal sparring and style clashes. Though Naruto had entered Ninetales chakra mode and no longer feared Tendo's Shinra Tensei, Tendo was not limited to that one technique. When Naruto encountered Shibaku Tensei for the first time, he suffered a major setback. Just as Konan was about to concentrate fire and render Naruto helpless, a figure suddenly appeared, none other than the Princess Hinata. The battle continued, its art style shifting wildly, at times culminating in Tendo's defeat. But Naruto did not deliver a killing blow to Konan. Through his persuasive words, both Nagato and Konan were moved. In the end, Nagato decided to have Konan lead Naruto to him. As in the original story, Nagato chose to sacrifice himself to revive those who had died in Konoha. Naruto's eyes glistened with tears, but he did not stop him. Finally, Naruto rushed back to the place where he had left Uchiha He, only to find that he still looked like a corpse. But as he looked around at the gradually appearing passers-by with dazed expressions, he knew that Nagato's technique must have succeeded. Yet he could not understand why Uchiha He had not been revived. With no time to grieve, he had to relay this news to others. So he summoned a small toad and instructed it to inform Jiraiya. Now, with perhaps only himself as the village's top combatant, he could only wait in the village. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who had been vacationing in the prison, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. The seal that connected him with Uchiha He had abruptly lost its effect. Sensing something terribly wrong, he dropped his act and sped away from the Cloud Village, heading back to Konoha. Around the same time, Jiraiya received Naruto's message. The news of Uchiha He's death was a devastating blow to everyone, leaving them momentarily at a loss. But Jiraiya did not panic. Instead, he stepped forward. Since Lord He trusted us enough to hold the 5 Kage summit, he must have confidence in our strength. Let us not disappoint him. This meeting must go on, it will go on. Let those scheming scoundrels see that we shinobi are not to be trifled with. With Jiraiya's encouragement, the group's morale miraculously recovered. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya with a newfound respect. Yes, even without Uchiha He, they had never feared any challenge. Now that he had paved the way for them, why should they be afraid? Meanwhile, the masked man, Obito, had just woken up. For some reason, Obito had suddenly fainted before Pain set out. When he came to, both his mask and clothes were gone. Shocked, he couldn't imagine who in the shinobi world could have knocked him out so silently and effortlessly. But it didn't matter. The second phase of the plan was about to begin. By now, only the 8 tails and 9 tails remained unsecured. He would launch the 4th Great Ninja War and in the chaos collect all the tailed beasts. Just as he was mulling over this, a hand emerged from the ground, tossing a small sphere. Obito phased through it to avoid the attack, then cautiously watched the spot where the hand had appeared. But there was no further movement. Obito turned to the sphere. Incredibly, inside it, a 9 tails was struggling, and its chakra was immense, greater than that of the 7-tailed beasts he had already collected. Obito grew more puzzled, but didn't dwell on it. If a pie falls from the sky, or rather a 9 tails pops out of the ground, he'd be a fool not to take it. So now only the 8 tails remained. The owner of that hand was, of course, the mysterious masked man who had impersonated Obito earlier. Why he had given the 9 tails to Obito remained unknown. The sphere was presumably one of his mysterious abilities. As for the Ninetales, it was the one that had been sealed inside Uchiha He. The mysterious masked man had merely approached the corpse to extract it. Now with Uchiha He's death, the situation in the shinobi world had become even more unpredictable. At the same time, the mysterious masked man from before suddenly appeared in Black Zetsu's secret base. Before long, Black Zetsu poked his head out, his dark face twisting into an obsequious grin. Black Zetsu presented Uchiwakawa's right eye. The masked man took it. This time your service offsets your offense. Go. What comes next is the real war. Hearing this, Black Zetsu nodded and sank back underground once more. After Black Zetsu left, the masked man pulled forth the Uchiwakawa clone he had earlier captured. His body flickered and he merged directly with the clone. Then he fitted Uchiwakawa's right eye into its socket. The moment it slid into place, an overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted outward. Ha ha ha, it's finally here. Black Zetsu, not yet far away, felt that surge of strength and shivered in dread. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiwakawa did not truly revive through Nagato's sacrifice because he had never actually died. At this very moment, Uchiwakawa stood within a space of consciousness facing off against Amaterasu. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Once you do this, you will never again have the chance to reclaim your freedom. Amaterasu offered a faint smile. I still remember your words, that my suffering meant nothing and that compared to your humble goals I seem to have something far more important to attend to. To be your stepping stone, I am truly honored. Uchiwakawa's expression grew complicated. At first he had only sought to deceive Amaterasu, loosening the seal in order to lower its guard. But now it had become his sole hope for rebirth. Wrapped in these tangled emotions, he fell silent for a long while before finally saying, Thank you? Amaterasu's smile deepened. Rather, I should thank you. But in the future, if you wish to go fishing, try not to be quite so unskilled. Then, as a bright light flashed, Uchiwakawa's body rapidly restored itself, with threads of the Otsutsuki clan's mark appearing along its edges. Finally, a rinnegan identical to Amaterasu's formed upon his forehead, only to close moments later. With vitality restored, Uchiwakawa emitted an even more formidable presence. The source of this surge did not seem to be Amaterasu itself, but rather his left eye. Stripped of his right eye, he had somehow grown even stronger. Naruto, standing nearby and witnessing Uchiwakawa's sudden revival, was overjoyed. He had already in his heart picked out a burial plot for him. At the same time, Sasuke rushed back to Konoha and saw Uchiwakawa standing alongside Naruto. Without a word, he threw himself into Uchiwakawa's embrace. Uchiwakawa gently stroked Sasuke's head the way one would comfort a child. You're no longer a little kid, you should stop crying. Even more astonishing was the arrival of a golden-haired, blue-eyed figure riding a giant bird toward Konoha. Seeing this, Naruto prepared to attack, but Uchiwakawa held him back. The newcomer was Deidara. Having been hard at work in cultivation, Deidara had been deeply shaken when Uchiwakawa's would-release clone suddenly turned into a mere block of wood. He had sped toward Konoha without delay. Through the days they had spent together, Deidara had been thoroughly captivated by Uchiwakawa's charisma, so much so that the bond between them had become inseparable. Unlike Sasuke, however, Deidara did not launch himself into Uchiwakawa's arms. Instead, his eyes were filled with quiet worry. Uchiwakawa then recounted everything that had transpired. Everyone present gritted their teeth in fury toward the masked man of the evil path. Uchiwakawa calculated the timeline and sensed that the Ninetales sealed within him had already vanished without a trace, a bad sign. The great battle was about to begin. He instructed the three to head to the Land of Lightning to assist the main forces while he would make some preparations first. Once the three departed, Uchiwakawa did not waste a moment. Activating the Flying Thunder God technique, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood before Orochimaru, who was dutifully holding the Reaper Death Seal mask waiting for him. This was Uchiwakawa's secondary base. To guard against a possible sneak attack by Pain, he had developed this facility located 3,000 meters beneath the earth below Konoha. All of the white Setsu were hidden here, and the base was encircled by even more powerful sealing jutsu. It was no exaggeration to say that even 90-tailed beast bombs striking in could not breach it. Orochimaru gazed at Uchiwakawa with eager anticipation. Without further delay, Uchiwakawa formed the hand seals and initiated the Reaper Death Seal. Once again that well-worn actor, the Reaper of the Underworld, made his appearance. At first the Reaper bared his teeth, unsure who had summoned him. But when Uchiwakawa cast a single glance in his direction, the Reaper immediately fell into line. Uchiwakawa signaled for the Reaper to cut open his own belly. The Reaper dared not disobey and slit himself open on the spot. And as for why Uchiha didn't cut open his own stomach, come now, what rank did Uchiha hold? Would he deign to perform such menial labor? Wait, do I need to do this sort of rough work myself? As the Reaper's belly was opened, countless souls poured forth. Uchiha swiftly performed the Edo Tensei, and one by one the souls were successfully summoned back. Orochimaru's arms were restored as well. With everything done, Uchiha noticed the Reaper still obediently standing behind him, and his expression darkened. Wait, aren't you leaving on your own? Do I need to escort you out? The Reaper flusteredly opened his mouth, but it was Orochimaru who spoke first. Ever considerate Lord Uchiha, you have not yet released the jutsu. Hearing this, Uchiha glared even more irritably at the Reaper. Excuse me. If the jutsu hasn't been released, can you not speak? Did you grow a mouth merely for eating filth? As a Reaper, learning how to communicate with clients is equally important, you know. The Reaper was deeply wrong, but slunk away meekly once Uchiha dispelled the jutsu. What Uchiha did not know was that long afterwards a remarkably wise Reaper appeared in the Pure Land, one who could speak numerous languages and was exceptionally skilled at dealing with people, eventually rising to become the second in command of the Pure Land. And all of it stemmed from the reprimand Uchiha had just delivered. Reaper 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not mock a Reaper for being ill-read. Meanwhile, the three who had opened their eyes stared at Uchiha in utter disbelief. The three were Senju, Hashirama, Senju, Tobirama, and Minato Namikaze. Hashirama, ever mindful of the younger generation, asked Minato how he had died. Minato replied that it was to seal the Nine Tails. Hashirama pondered for a moment, unable to comprehend how sealing the Nine Tails could have cost someone their life. It was Tobirama with his sharp eyes who noticed Uchiha first. However, he dared not meet Uchiha's gaze and instead tugged at Hashirama's sleeve. Hashirama, loud and carefree, was about to lecture the younger ninja, until he spotted Uchiha. In an instant the roles reversed, and he became the submissive student, trotting over with a grin. Teacher! You're still alive! Upon both Uchiha and Senju, Tobirama, and even Orochimaru, dark veins throbbed on their foreheads. Only the innocent Minato wore an expression of pure confusion. Huh! First Hokage! How has the first Hokage been revived? Uchiha made no effort to answer that question. Instead, with a grave expression, he said, The shinobi world is about to face its greatest enemy. This foe is exceedingly powerful, even I cannot guarantee victory. That is why I have awakened you in this manner, hoping you will once again lend your strength to the shinobi world. Hashirama's ever silly grin remained unchanged. What? Even the teacher cannot handle this. Then what's the point of me fighting? Uchiha stepped forward and flicked Hashirama's forehead with a sharp crack, right between the eyes. Tobirama and Minato were stunned, their faces dripping with disbelief. Yet Hashirama's head regrew before their eyes and he retained his ever-so-silly expression. Uchiha found himself utterly baffled. Why did Hashirama appear so dull-witted, and why did he show not a shred of guilt for having killed Madara? By all rights, seeing his teacher should have filled him with remorse. So Uchiha asked, Hashirama, didn't you kill Madara? Hashirama scratched his head, genuinely puzzled. Why would I kill him? Rather, after your passing, Lord Teacher, he left the village not long after without even saying goodbye. Uchiha grew even more bewildered. What exactly had happened in this timeline? If Uchiha Madara had not been stabbed by Hashirama, then why did the Eye of the Moon plan still exist? And who precisely was that mysterious masked man? All the mysteries tangled together, and Uchiha gradually found it impossible to see this world clearly. With endless perplexity, Uchiha He turned his gaze to Senju Tobirama. At that moment Tobirama was staring at his own toes with a serious expression, as if contemplating something profound. Seeing this, Uchiha He was filled with irritation. He demanded, Did I not instruct you to succeed me as Hokage? Why are you neither the third Hokage nor did you detain Madara? Tobirama hesitated, then stammered, Teacher He, I was no match for Madara and I dared not stop him. As for the position of Hokage, I felt unworthy. After all, the more suitable successor is Zuna. Uchiha He was momentarily speechless. Why bring up that sore subject? Though Tobirama was full of remorse, Uchiha He had no intention of letting him off easily. Let me put it this way, I know you have always harbored a grudge over the deaths of your younger brothers. But my own brother Madara's brother also died at the hands of the Senju clan. I cannot ask you to let go of your hatred because I myself have not let go. So I will use Izuna's abilities to duel you. Since you are already dead, it doesn't matter if you die again. If you can defeat me, I will forgive you. Even if you lose, it's fine, then you will realize how arrogant you have been. Hashirama tried to intervene, but this time Tobirama did not rely on his brother. He stepped forward and declared fine. Thus Uchiha He took Tobirama to the place recently devastated by pain of the Six Paths. The refugees had already been evacuated and no construction workers had yet arrived, making it the perfect arena for their duel. Senju Tobirama bowed deeply, then without hesitation hurled a flying thunder god kunai. Uchiha He smirked. Tobirama, you still rely on the same old tricks. True to his word, Uchiha He produced a sword from somewhere, effortlessly deflecting the kunai. Then he unleashed a massive great fireball. Tobirama countered with a water style, but his water was no match for the fireball, which pierced through the water barrier with ease. Seeing this, Tobirama dropped all restraint. He threw several flying thunder god kunai, and charged forward with a blade moving at lightning speed. Uchiha He did not use ninjutsu, he simply countered with his sword. Tobirama's movements were incredibly fast, but every action of Uchiha He seemed calculated. The moment Tobirama struck, his blade was already there to parry. As they fought, Uchiha He remarked, you should know Izuna's swordsmanship was even stronger than mine. Tobirama found this hard to believe. If Izuna's swordsmanship was stronger than Uchiha He's, then how could he have killed Izuna? It made no sense. Besides, Tobirama himself was a skilled swordsman. Realizing that the flying thunder god couldn't overwhelm his opponent, Tobirama decided to engage Uchiha He in a pure sword duel. What puzzled Tobirama was that despite his exquisite sword techniques, Uchiha He seemed to effortlessly read his every move, countering each attack with ease. Tobirama then used water style to create a watery environment gliding across the surface. He tossed out more flying thunder god kunai, aiming to execute the same flying thunder god slash that had defeated Izuna. Uchiha He smiled eerily. Sensing danger, Tobirama tried to retreat, but it was too late. He had no choice but to press on. Uchiha He simply placed his hand on the water's surface and unleashed a lightning-style technique, instantly paralyzing Tobirama's impure world reincarnation body. In a flash, Uchiha He appeared beside him, holding a blade to his neck. Familiar. This sword is Izuna's. Izuna sighed and conceded, I lose. Seeing that Tobirama was still unconvinced, Uchiha He told him to step aside and watch a demonstration. After ensuring no one was around, Uchiha He casually spat out another great fireball. Who says a great fireball can't kill? The ground, already flattened by pain, was now carved into an abyss so deep it seemed bottomless. The sight left Tobirama utterly stunned. See. I wasn't lying. I used Izuna's level of ninjutsu against you, Uchiha He said. Tobirama was finally convinced. Uchiha He had no reason to lie. It seemed that Izuna could have easily defeated him back then, yet chose not to kill him. At that moment, Tobirama felt genuine remorse. I was wrong. Seeing Tobirama hang his head, Uchiha He reached out and patted his head. It's okay. If you truly feel sorry, you can let Izuna give you a good beating when he's resurrected. Tobirama looked up in disbelief. You don't hate me? Uchiha He tilted his head back, gazing at the sky. To me, whether it's you or Izuna, you're both just children who haven't grown up yet. Tobirama was completely overwhelmed by Uchiha He's magnanimity. Even after he had accidentally killed his most beloved disciple, Uchiha He did not punish him, but instead entrusted him with great responsibility, even bequeathing the position of Hokage to him before his death. Such a breadth of spirit was truly admirable. Tobirama felt deep shame for his oft-repeated words, all Uchiha are evil. He couldn't help but scold himself, I really am a terrible person. Satisfied that his lesson had been imparted, Uchiha He wasted no time and returned to the laboratory. He retrieved Itachi's blood, collected from Itachi's fight with Sasuke, where Itachi had coughed blood onto Sasuke's clothes. However, when Uchiha He performed the impure world reincarnation, the white setsu lying on the ground showed no reaction. He soon understood it must be the work of the Dream Fulfiller. At this point, the Dream Fulfiller finally made his appearance. The Dream Fulfiller was none other than Kabuto. Back then, Kabuto had attended Uchiha He's psychological lectures at Orochimaru's base. He noticed that Orochimaru was changing and decided to leave. Later he stumbled upon the Ryuchi cave and without the aid of Orochimaru's legacy spent a full 2.5 years mastering Sage Mode. After mastering the art, Kabuto sought out the masked man and they quickly formed an alliance. Kabuto would use impure world reincarnation to build an army, while the masked man would use his intangibility to declare war on the Cloud Village. That was why Uchiha He failed to summon Itachi. To be fair, the masked man and Kabuto were incredibly fast. Nagato had only been dead for a short time, his body still warm, and they had already reincarnated him. At that moment the duo of one sick and one weak were walking arm in arm along the road to the land of lightning. Uchiha He then found Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Danzo. He asked, the ninja world is about to face an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. Do you want to lend a hand? Hiruzen and Danzo exchanged glances confirming each other's intentions. Hiruzen looked at Danzo and said, although I may have lost to you in terms of contributions to Konoha's finances, when it comes to protecting the village I will never admit defeat. Seeing their determination, Uchiha He was delighted. In that case I'll give you a cheat code. He gathered the first echelon, no Shursui as well. Uchiha He used the impure world reincarnation to bring Shursui out as well. Shursui was extremely excited to see Uchiha He. For the Uchiha clan, Uchiha He was the greatest idol, surpassing even the Hokage. Uchiha He, seeing Shursui acting like an ardent admirer, was filled with confusion. After hearing that he was the idol of the entire Uchiha clan, his confusion deepened. He asked, why, when I am the spiritual pillar of the entire Uchiha clan, would the Uchiha clan still contemplate rebellion? Shursui thought for a moment and replied, as the idol of the Uchiha, this is both a blessing and a curse. The blessing is that the Uchiha clan will not be unfairly treated. The curse is that some clan members become so proud that they are carried away. They naively believe that the Hokage should be chosen from the Uchiha, especially after the announcement of Minato Namikaze as the fourth Hokage. The dissatisfaction among the clan grew increasingly intense, eventually reaching an irreparable point. I hope that under Itachi's guidance they will improve, for Itachi is truly outstanding. Uchiha He said calmly. The Uchiha clan has been annihilated and Itachi was the one who carried it out. Shursui, a bit embarrassed, quickly added, I always thought Itachi seemed a bit foolish. Uchiha He was both amused and exasperated. Was this the Shursui he remembered? Then he called over a group of people and instructed them to wait at the outskirts after arriving at the Cloud Village, as there would definitely be an army of impure world reincarnation coming. As for the power-ups for Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha He first used the reversal reincarnation technique to restore their youth, then used the head touch seal to grant them a temporary chakra power-up similar to Sasuke's, but theirs only ensured rapid chakra recovery. The group rushed to the Cloud Village. As for Uchiha he arrived at the graves of Izuna, his younger siblings, and Uchiha Chin. After standing before the graves for a long time, he finally decided to dig up all their bodies. After this battle, Uchiha He would do something significant. As the graves were opened, Uchiha He was filled with shock. All the graves were empty, even Uchiha Chin's body had vanished without a trace. This bewildered Uchiha He. Who could be so insane as to steal corpses from the Warring States period? Putting aside his doubts, Uchiha He went to the laboratory to make final preparations. Meanwhile, on the other side, it was exactly the 10th day. The Kage of each village had sent messages for all their combat forces to come. As for Konoha, they had brought all their forces when the Hokage arrived. Having Uchiha He in the village was enough. Now that the plan had changed, preparations for the final battle naturally began. As for Killer Bee, he had been secretly moved. Just as the Kage were engaged in heated discussion, a figure suddenly appeared. This person wore a white mask and a deep blue robe, carrying the Uchiha war fan on his back. He had a Rinnegan in his left eye and a Sharingan in his right. Just from his stance one could tell that this person was terrifyingly powerful. The masked man stood on the table laughing heartily, then said a lot too long, didn't want to listen. In summary, the fourth great ninja war had begun. The Kage were not just sitting around. The Raikage, enraged by this person's arrogance, charged straight at him with a lightning strike. This attack looked immensely powerful, but to everyone's astonishment, the Raikage passed right through the masked man's body as if the masked man did not exist. You ants, enjoy your last moments. With that, the masked man clapped his hands together and summoned the demonic statue of the outer path. The enormous statue directly burst through the entire building. Everyone quickly retreated, but the Raikage did not. Seeing his own office building destroyed, he was instantly enraged and charged forward with curses, but was forced back by the demonic statue's attack. The group from Konoha, however, were not very flustered, because before departure Uchiha He had shared all the intelligence with them. Although the masked man's ability was bizarre, it could only last 5 minutes, and he had to become solid when attacking. Therefore, they only needed to seize the gaps in his attacks and prevent him from escaping. Meanwhile, on the other side, outside the Cloud Village, ninjas from various villages encountered the Impure World Reincarnation Army. Truly a dream-fulfilling master, the entire battlefield was a stage for reunions. However, there were a few formidable opponents such as the Third Hokage and the Second Hokage. The ninjas facing the Third Hokage could do nothing against him for the moment because he was not only powerful in attack but also incredibly durable. As for the Second Hokage, in his battle with Inoki, he deliberately held back, allowing Inoki to succeed and eventually be sealed. Why wasn't the Fourth Kazekage Raza there? Because as soon as he appeared, he encountered the Konoha support group. Shursui used his body flicker genjutsu to control him, and then Orochimaru sealed him with a single sealing technique. Hard to comment, it's still Orochimaru. Because Kabuto had not inherited Orochimaru's legacy, his Impure World Reincarnation was quite rusty. Apart from the main combatants, his control over the minor minions was weak, and the battlefield showed a one-sided trend. Before long, the group encountered the arrogant Third Hokage in the center of the battlefield. Hashirama stepped forward, clapped his hands, and a wooden giant descended from the sky. The Third Hokage looked up and was instantly startled. What? Senju Hashirama. While the Third Hokage was still in shock, Hashirama jumped over with a loud bang and landed a charged punch on the Third Hokage's head. With a bang, his head exploded. This scene shocked all the ninjas on the battlefield. Another Impure World Reincarnation, but this one seemed to be the God of Shinobi, Senju Hashirama. For a moment, every ninja felt an urge to flee. As if sensing everyone's fear, Senju Hashirama scratched his head and said loudly, "Don't be afraid, everyone. We are sent by the First Hokage Uchiha He to help you all." Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As for why Senju Hashirama's fighting style was so peculiar, it was all thanks to Uchiha He. Under Uchiha He's guidance, Wood Release was no longer Hashirama's primary attack method. Instead, it became more of a deceptive tool, using Wood Release to startle the opponent, then finishing with a single blow of monstrous strength. That was the essence of Uchiha He's teachings. Of course, if any fool underestimated his Wood Release, they would end up like the Third Hokage next. Behind Senju Hashirama, the Third Hokage quickly regenerated his head, then charged straight at Hashirama's back with a hell stab one finger. This spear, reputed to pierce through all things, surged towards Senju Hashirama's back with immeasurable force. As the crowd watched in terrified awe, Hashirama Senju clapped his hands together, and an instant Wood Release armor enveloped his entire body. He then spun around and delivered a punch in one seamless motion. The two forces collided, ultimately ending with the Third Hokage's arm reduced to dust. Hashirama Senju then casually used the Wood Release technique to subdue him, saying, "Sealing division, it's time to work." Those nearby who had been utterly stunned finally snapped back to reality. Was this truly the legendary God of Shinobi? And if so, how powerful must Uchiha Kawa be, known as the master of the Shinobi God and the strongest ninja? Meanwhile, on the other side, the five Kage combined with Konoha's main combatants were so effectively overwhelming that the masked man couldn't even dare to show his face. It was as if appearing meant instant defeat. But then the appearance of a single person instantly turned the tide of battle. This person was none other than Uchiha Madara. It turned out that Orochimaru had noticed the masked man's side was being decimated, so he notified Madara, who had been clearing out weaker enemies on the periphery of the battlefield, and Madara rushed over. This was a true king of intimidation. Uchiha Madara's mere presence silenced the entire crowd. Everyone was visibly shaken by the sight, yet despite lacking intelligence on Uchiha Madara, none showed any sign of retreat, maintaining their composure and readying themselves for the confrontation. Facing the collective assault, Uchiha Madara laughed maniacally, effortlessly handling each attack with ease, without even resorting to ninjutsu. It was clear that under Uchiha Kawa's tutelage, Madara had become an enhanced version far surpassing his original self. Within moments, everyone on the battlefield was left exhausted from the relentless assault, while Madara wore a look of utter disdain, glancing toward the masked man. "You're not exactly impressive yourself, are you, Obito?" At those words, Kakashi, who had been utterly drained, suddenly snapped to full alertness. "What? Obito? You're Obito? Is Rin's body with you? Give her back to me now." Obito, realizing his disguise could no longer hold, removed his mask to reveal his scarred face. Despite possessing incredible regenerative abilities, the wounds on his face remained eternally present. Upon seeing that face, Kakashi became even more agitated, forcing himself to his feet. Even with Uchiha Kawa's guidance, his body had grown stronger over time, but after the grueling battle he had just endured, he was now extremely weakened. Meanwhile, the Konoha reinforcement squad arrived at the battlefield. The moment Hashirama Senju laid eyes on Uchiha Madara, he couldn't help but shout out, "Madara!" Madara suppressed his urge to respond in kind, instead declaring, "Now is not the time for old memories. If you wish to speak, defeat me first." With that, the tide of battle shifted once more in Konoha's favor. Obito found himself in an even worse position than before. The new Konoha reinforcements included Naruto, who possessed extraordinary abilities, an upgraded version of Deidara, and the Flying Thunder God duo. Obito truly became vulnerable to instant defeat. If he made even a slight mistake, he would be severely wounded. However, thanks to his exceptional regenerative abilities, he quickly recovered. At this point, all he could pray for was that Kisame would return quickly with the Eight Tails, or he feared he might actually perish this time. The moisture above his head was no longer rain, but genuine perspiration. Meanwhile, just as Kurabi was about to completely finish off Kisame, a dark figure suddenly appeared. This person was the enigmatic masked man who did not launch a surprise attack but instead quietly observed him. Seeing this, Kurabi repeatedly retreated while Might Guy's squad deployed to protect him carefully examined the newcomer. Observing the tension, the enigmatic masked man helped Kisame to his feet and said, "You may leave. Your mission is complete. From this day forward you are free." Hearing this, Kisame finally exhaled in relief, as though a great burden had been lifted from his chest. Kurabi and his companions could only watch helplessly as Kisame departed, for the enigmatic masked man radiated such lethal intent that moving against him would mean instant death. The enigmatic masked man spoke calmly. "I only want the Eight Tails. I have no intention of taking any lives." Hearing this, Might Guy, though still trembling with fear, stepped forward and declared, "As long as I am here, no one will die today." The enigmatic masked man couldn't help but mutter, "What a fiery, passionate guy." Immediately afterward, Might Guy activated the seventh gate of the 8 trigrams palms and launched a Day Tiger attack. The enigmatic masked man showed no reaction, simply watching the Day Tiger approach. With a casual wave of his hand, employing some unknown method, the Day Tiger disappeared into thin air. Startled by this, Might Guy did not give up but instead charged forward at high speed toward the masked man. Rather than launching a ninjutsu attack, the enigmatic masked man waited for Guy to approach and engaged him in close-quarters combat. Astonishingly, the enigmatic masked man held his own against Might Guy in this taijutsu duel. Might Guy's team members were naturally well aware of his taijutsu prowess, and Kurabi had witnessed it firsthand during his recent battle with Kisame. Yet here was someone matching Guy in pure hand-to-hand combat, which was truly astonishing, especially considering this was Guy with the 7th gate open. Watching the stalemate drag on, Might Guy grew increasingly anxious in his heart. Although he could exchange blows with his opponent, it was obvious that this person still had other techniques in reserve, whereas his own 7th gate, while not overly burdensome, was ultimately not a sustainable strategy. The reason Might Guy could maintain the 7th gate for extended periods owed much to Uchiha. Over the past few years, Uchiha had frequently conducted physical examinations for both Might Guy and his students, even sharing his improved version of the 8 gates formation with them. Seeing that Guy was on the verge of overexertion, the masked man decided to end the fight. With a casual gesture, he unleashed an unusual jutsu that forced Guy back to his normal state. The 8 gates autonomously closed. Then, with a body flicker technique, the masked man knocked Guy unconscious and tossed him aside. "I said it. I only want the 8 tails. I have no intention of taking anyone's life. Do not test my patience." Hearing this, Kurabi felt a flicker of hesitation. Even he himself had absolutely no chance against Might Guy, yet this person had easily subdued him. For the sake of the young shinobi behind him, Kurabi found himself contemplating surrender. However, at that moment, the 3 younger members of Guy's team stepped forward, declaring, "We will never abandon anyone's life just to survive." The masked man couldn't help but rub his forehead in exasperation. "I said I won't take anyone's life." They refused to believe him and charged at the masked man all at once, but with a mere gesture he subdued all 3. Then he turned his gaze toward Kurabi. After a moment of contemplation, Kurabi bowed his head like a deflated balloon. "Very well. I hope you will keep your promise and do not lay a finger on them." The masked man sighed again. "I said I won't take anyone's life." He then stepped forward, placing his hand on Kurabi's abdomen. After a fierce roar from the 8 tails, a sphere containing the 8 tails materialized in the masked man's palm. Holding the sphere before Kurabi's eyes, the masked man said, "See. I told you I wouldn't take anyone's life. Moreover, I am only borrowing the 8 tails. I will return it to you in the future." Hashirama Senju within the Konoha reinforcement squad was more than enough to handle Uchiha Madara on his own. As old friends reuniting, they had endless words to share, and as they fought they drifted far from the main battlefield. The remaining individuals eyed Obito with unmistakable ill intent. The slightest sign of him daring to reveal himself would be met with a relentless barrage of fatal strikes. At that moment Obito felt utterly forsaken, with no heaven to call upon and no earth to turn to. He desperately wished to find a crack in the ground and burrow into it as his own grave. He faced not only physical attacks but also Kakashi's rebuke, Minato Namake's questioning, and Naruto's relentless verbal assault. Obito longed to flee, yet the Gedo statue remained right there. What if he ran and the statue was sealed and carted away? Most disheartening of all, he couldn't even win a verbal exchange against Naruto. In that moment he desperately wished for another miracle to appear and help him weather the storm. Through numerous crises and challenges, Obito had a peculiar habit. Whenever faced with hesitation, he would suddenly faint. Upon waking he would find himself completely naked, yet the things he intended to do had already been accomplished, such as seizing control of Kirigakure or orchestrating the Uchiha clan massacre. The same pattern held true during Pain's invasion of Konoha. After experiencing so many such inexplicable events, Obito initially believed he had developed a second personality, someone acting on his behalf. It wasn't until the night of the massacre that he realized the figure helping him had seemingly forgotten to return his eye. Sitting on the ground in confusion, a black hand suddenly appeared and tossed his eye back to him like trash. That was when he understood a mysterious figure was pulling strings behind the scenes. Though he never learned their motives, everything they did benefited him, so he stopped questioning it. But at this very moment his desire to faint reached its zenith. His intangibility was about to enter cooldown, and without another solution he would be forced to flee with the Gedo statue in tow. The instant his intangibility faded, all the predators watching him noticed the opening. Fire style, water style, lightning style, wind style. Various ninja techniques soared toward him in rapid succession. Suddenly a black hand materialized dramatically, and hope flared in Obito's eyes. The newcomer was the mysterious masked man who merely waved his hand, and all the ninja techniques vanished as if they had never existed. "Obito, have you forgotten that you still possess a Rinnegan?" the masked man couldn't resist remarking. Obito wore an awkward expression, as though he indeed had forgotten. Seeing his teacher, and the assembled ninjas too preoccupied with dodging to remember that he still had the Rinnegan at his disposal. Seeing this, Obito stepped forward to salvage his dignity, but the masked man stopped him. "Hold on. Deal with that other matter first, I'll cover you here." The masked man casually tossed the orb containing the 8 tails to Obito. Obito caught it carefully, his face brimming with gratitude. "Thank you. You've helped me so much over the years, I truly don't know how to repay you." The masked man grew impatient at these words and kicked Obito toward the Gedo statue. "Save the pleasantries and get to work." The kick left Obito breathless, struggling to catch his breath. Nevertheless, like a well-trained subordinate, he quickly set about the task of fusing with the tailed beasts. The gathered fighters watched the masked man warily, unwilling to make any rash moves. From his sudden appearance, and the ease with which he absorbed all the ninja techniques, it was clear he was extraordinarily powerful. Coupled with his imposing stance, it was evident he was no ordinary opponent. Sasuke rapidly formulated a plan. Turning to Senju Tobirama and Minato Namikaze, he said, "You two will form the vanguard, responsible for delivering and retrieving those who advance." He then turned to Naruto. "The two of us will handle the main assault. Remember to use your strongest technique. As for the rest, provide support from the sidelines and adapt to the situation as it unfolds." With those words, Sasuke charged forward, first electricity crackling around his body. Facing such a formidable enemy, Sasuke did not dare underestimate him. He directly activated his seal mode, his entire body enveloped in lightning-type chakra. This was an advanced application of Chidori. By surrounding his whole physique with lightning chakra, his body entered a state akin to Chidori itself, allowing his movement speed to reach that of the technique. Sasuke's figure flashed forward like lightning, appearing before the masked man in an instant. Wielding his sword, he aimed for a single decisive strike to cleave his opponent's head. Meanwhile, Naruto, aided by Minato Namikaze, had also reached the masked man's rear. He immediately unleashed a super wind-style Mandalian Rasengan. Suddenly a figure unmistakably familiar materialized. He quickly activated his perfect Susanoo to block both attacks. Although Naruto's super wind-style Mandalian Rasengan possessed tremendous power, it was not yet sufficient to shatter the Susanoo, and thus no damage was inflicted upon the figure within. Sasuke paused in slight astonishment upon seeing the figure inside, then activated his own perfect Susanoo. The colossal armorer wielded its twin swords, striking down at the opponent's Susanoo. Susanoo clashed against Susanoo, yet neither sustained damage. Observing this, Sasuke deployed Amaterasu to engulf the enemy's entire Susanoo, then swiftly retreated to regroup with the others. Sasuke regarded his opponent with a grave expression. The newcomer was none other than Uchiha Itachi, accompanied by the emaciated Nagato. Uchiha Itachi effortlessly dispelled the Amaterasu with his Yata mirror, then dismissed his Susanoo. The moment Shisui set eyes on Uchiha Itachi, rage surged within him. He immediately activated his Susanoo, and before that, combining the Susanoo with his body flicker technique, a massive green flash streaked across the battlefield at incredible speed. While Uchiha Itachi frantically attempted to signal Shisui with his eyes, Shisui paid no mind. "Does an Edo Tensei body even experience eye strain? Stop blinking at me! I'll punch you to death!" Shisui instantly closed the distance, and delivered a devastating punch aimed at Uchiha Itachi's head. However, to everyone's astonishment, the masked man behind Itachi intercepted the blow with effortless ease. The masked man's slight frame stood in stark contrast to the colossal Susanoo. He spoke coldly. "I didn't reincarnate you just to watch you put on a show. I offered you an opportunity once, but you failed to seize it. Now you must accept your fate. Go, defeat Sasuke and pierce his heart. This is my final command to you. After this we shall be even." Uchiha Itachi's expression twisted with agony, yet as an Edo Tensei corpse his body was no longer under his control. Bound to obey, he could only follow the masked man's orders. Sasuke and his companions clearly understood the masked man's words. Sasuke spoke up. "He's after me. You handle the others, I'll draw him away." With that, Sasuke sprinted toward a less populated area, and Shisui followed in pursuit. In a small grove far from the battlefield, Sasuke and Shisui halted, turning to face Uchiha Itachi. Itachi immediately unleashed a great fireball technique followed by Amaterasu, but Sasuke countered with the same techniques. Their attacks clashed, and ultimately Sasuke's assault prevailed, surging toward Uchiha Itachi. Itachi swiftly activated his complete Susanoo, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. While Sasuke pondered his next move, Shisui activated his Susanoo and charged straight at Itachi. True to his reputation as Shisui of the body flicker, his emerald flash left Itachi disoriented, battering his Susanoo from side to side. Sasuke too activated his Susanoo and joined the assault, coordinating with Shisui to strike Itachi. Before long, a crack appeared in Itachi's Susanoo. Realizing he could not merely defend, Uchiha Itachi released Amaterasu to engulf himself, forcing Sasuke and Shisui to instantly body flicker away. Itachi then launched Yasaka Magatama at them. Both moved with incredible speed, dodging easily, but the endless barrage of attacks forced them into a predicament of constant evasion. Simultaneously, Itachi continued to fire Yasaka Magatama from his Susanoo while using Amaterasu to seal off their escape routes. Sasuke sensed the danger, muttered a curse, then while evading he released a great fire dragon technique into the sky, summoning a massive thundercloud. Sasuke then performed lightning release, which Itachi's Susanoo easily blocked. But then thunder roared across the heavens. A colossal bolt of lightning descended in the form of a Kirin, carrying overwhelming might. To prevent Itachi from neutralizing the technique, Sasuke enveloped him in Amaterasu. The Kirin struck Itachi's Susanoo with earth-shattering force, tearing a massive gap in its defense. In that instant, Sasuke, who had already formed a giant Rasengan infused with the power of Hawk, rushed through the breach and struck Itachi with a single blow, shattering him. Moments later, Itachi's reanimated body regenerated, but Shisui had been waiting. With a single use of Kodo Amatsukami, he subdued Itachi. Sasuke approached Itachi, ready to demand his purpose. But as Itachi's consciousness faded, his eyes snapped open again, bearing a presence utterly different from before. Shisui sensed the danger and attempted Kodo Amatsukami again, but it failed to take effect. Uchiha Itachi smirked wickedly. "I knew that brat wouldn't be so obedient. I kept a contingency." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura exploded from Uchiha Itachi, blasting Shisui away. Then, moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, he thrust his hand through Uchiha Sasuke's chest. Having done this, Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes again. When he reopened them, he was once more the original Uchiha Itachi. Staring in shock at the scene before him, he quickly withdrew his hand and cradled Sasuke in his arms. Sasuke coughed up blood, weakly asking why. Enraged, Shisui lunged forward and punched Itachi away in a single blow. As luck would have it, after completing his final preparations, Uchiha He set out to find Kabuto. Though the process was arduous, he eventually succeeded, mainly because Kabuto had hidden himself deep, precisely 30,000 meters beneath the very battlefield where Sasuke had just fought. Seeing Uchiha He approach, Kabuto's expression shifted drastically, and he was momentarily at a loss. After mastering Sage Mode, Kabuto had grown stronger, but he could now perceive the chasm between himself and Uchiha He even more keenly. Even the tailed beast's monstrous chakra reserves had never instilled such fear in him, yet the mere presence of Uchiha He made his scales stand on end. Why not his hair? Because he had already ascended to dragonhood. Uchiha He smiled at Kabuto's trembling demeanor. Since you're afraid, why did you do this? Suppressing his terror, Kabuto replied, to find the meaning of my existence and my true self. Uchiha He's forehead twitched. How childish. Then Uchiha He raised a hand. In response, Kabuto unleashed his ultimate technique. From his mouth emerged a crimson dragon wreathed in light, clutching a black sphere. The dragon circled around the sphere before diving into it, causing an explosion that radiated blinding light and deafening sound. Seizing the moment, Kabuto simultaneously launched left and right twin demonic attack, Jirobo's earth release, rising earth, Kimimara's dance of the seedling fern, Taiya's demonic flute, phantom sound chains, and Orochimaru's snake summoning technique, all in one desperate gambit. Uchiha He stood calmly at the epicenter of the assault. One by one the techniques struck his body, binding him tightly. When the smoke cleared, Kabuto's last hope died. Not only was Uchiha He unharmed, but with a mere wave of his hand he effortlessly dispelled all the attacks. Unlike the masked man who had rendered techniques into nothingness, Uchiha He neutralized them through his own ninjutsu, each one disassembled with precision. None of the techniques required hand seals. A faint smile never left Uchiha He's face. Why resort to violence? Did I ever say I was going to fight you? Kabuto dared not even move, fearing that breathing too fast might provoke his opponent. It wasn't that Kabuto was weak. Rather, through his sensory perception, he realized that all of Uchiha He's techniques were sealless, instantaneously activated from various parts of his body. Only those who had trained in ninjutsu could understand the difficulty. It was akin to walking on water by channeling chakra to the soles of the feet. But Uchiha He's technique was even more miraculous. He channeled chakra to the desired body part, then converted it into ninjutsu the moment it left his body. This demanded a level of chakra control unparalleled by any modern technique. A single mistake would cause the user to explode on the spot, and he was simultaneously performing multiple techniques, a feat that inspired sheer terror. Uchiha He then placed his palm on the ground and performed the summoning technique. A coffin rose, and from it stepped a figure that made Kabuto's eyes nearly pop out. It was the headmistress. Yet Kabuto dared not face her. The headmistress had already been informed of the truth by Uchiha He. She said to Kabuto, "Kabuto, I know everything now. Come back. Lord First Hokage will give you a chance." Kabuto muttered to himself, "Do I really still have a chance?" Uchiha He spoke sternly, "If a person doesn't believe they have a chance, no one else will give them one." Suddenly the signal of Sasuke's life force reached Uchiha, and Sasuke's presence was nearby. Thus Uchiha left a command to quickly release the Edo Tensei before departing. Uchiha was frantic, unable to fathom who could have defeated Sasuke so swiftly. Soon he emerged onto the ground and saw Sasuke held in Shisui's arms, with Uchiha Itachi standing beside him, desperately explaining. Uchiha wasted no time. He rushed forward and used the reverse flying thunder god to summon unwanted white setsu. With the rapid activation of the reverse rebirth technique, the white setsu transformed into life energy surging towards Sasuke's body. However, to Uchiha astonishment, Sasuke's body was now resisting the influx of this energy, an unprecedented occurrence. Thus Uchiha summoned countless more white setsu, converting them all into life energy. Seeing a small portion enter Sasuke's body, he muttered, "There's hope," and intensified the output. At that moment a figure emerged from Sasuke's body. It was the Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha stared at him, puzzled. "What are you doing? Preventing me from saving him?" Uchiha was about to attack, but the Sage of Six Paths hastily interjected. "No, wait. I am imparting a secret technique to Sasuke. Do not revive him yet, or the transmission will be interrupted." Hearing this, Uchiha lowered his blade. So it was a power-up. Understanding the situation, he ceased his anxiety, halted the reverse rebirth technique, and turned his gaze to Uchiha Itachi. "Explain yourself. Why did you choose to assist Konoha in annihilating the Uchiha clan when they held the advantage?" Uchiha Itachi's expression twisted in pain before he spoke. It was because of a certain individual. But I cannot utter his name, not even hint at it. He placed a seal within me. Any attempt to reveal his identity would cause my body to explode. His appearance created a new crisis for Konoha at the time. Even with all my strength I could not match him. He eventually placed the seal on me, but for some reason he insisted that I cooperate with Konoha to eradicate the Uchiha clan, even providing a script. The previous battle with Sasuke was also orchestrated by him. However, oddly, he instructed me to deliberately lose. And this time he ordered me to pierce Sasuke's heart. But I managed to resist just enough to let Sasuke strike first, yet he somehow directly controlled my body to carry out the deed. Uchiha took it all and then turned and left, leaving only a single sentence. Stay here and wait for Sasuke to wake up. The reason Uchiha did not worry about Itachi being controlled again by the mysterious figure was that, judging by the mysterious figure's actions, his goal was never to kill Sasuke but to make him stronger. As for his motive, it remained unfathomable for now. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Uchiha Madara sensed his body beginning to dissipate as he fought. He swiftly formed hand seals, released his control over the Edo Tensei, disconnected from Kabuto's network, and reconnected to his own 5G. Since Nagato was also under Kabuto's control, he too was about to dissipate. However, just before vanishing, the masked man suddenly hijacked his body. A reverse Shinra Tensei launched Nagato directly toward Naruto, who, unable to dodge in time, had his heart pierced by Nagato's hand. Nagato then crumbled into fragments. Now only 3 antagonists remained on the battlefield: Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, and the masked man. More and more ninjas converged toward the center of the battlefield. The masked man signaled Uchiha Madara to act. Madara casually tossed a wooden giant at Hashirama Senju, then retreated from his attack range. Slapping his hands on the ground, he summoned countless white setsu. These white setsu crafted by the masked man were robust and covered in seals far superior to the disposable cannon fodder encountered earlier. Seeing the masked man's formidable support, Obito accelerated his absorption of the tailed beast, soon transforming into a sphere. Uchiha Madara then deployed would release clones, each activating Susanoo, joining the battle. With Madara's aid, the white setsu army pushed back the allied shinobi forces, forcing them into retreat. The 5 Kage were already exhausted and unable to continue fighting. Only the Konoha support squad still had some strength left. Despite Tobirama Senju and Minato Namikaze throwing kunai until their arms nearly smoked, they could not stem the tide of defeat. Meanwhile, Hashirama Senju was being besieged by multiple Uchiha Madaras. Even in life, Madara had been able to defeat Hashirama. Now in an infinite chakra no cooldown state, the odds were even more skewed. If asked why Uchiha Madara was so formidable, the credit goes to Uchiha Kawa. Though Madara did not inherit Kawa's powerful sealing techniques, he had mastered most of Kawa's expertise in taijutsu and ninjutsu. While he could not release techniques from any part of his body like Kawa, he could effortlessly execute zero-distance ninjutsu using just his hands. At that moment, the masked man was maintaining a sealing barrier to protect Obito, preventing any saboteurs from disrupting the process. Simultaneously, he fended off Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Danzo. Although the two had been enhanced by Uchiha Kawa returning to their prime, or even surpassing it, their attacks were ineffective against the masked man, who was immune to ninjutsu. However, the staff transformed from Hiruzen summoned the Monkey King Enma, piqued his interest. Just as the masked man was about to land a casual blow that would break Enma, Uchiha Kawa arrived nearby. Realizing he could not reach in time, Kawa threw his sword with all his might. The masked man did not immediately sense Kawa's attack. Suddenly a dark object struck his mask. Grabbing the object, the masked man roared, "Who threw the hilt?" Puzzled, Uchiha Kawa looked down and saw the blade lying on the ground, having separated from the hilt due to the force of his throw. Unobtrusively, Uchiha Kawa buried the blade using earth release. But the masked man noticed the small movement and bellowed, "So it was you who threw the hilt, wasn't it?" Uchiha Kawa did not reply. Instead, he swept his gaze across the battlefield. Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Danzo had already retreated. The other skirmishes were grim, with casualties mounting. Uchiha He watched the fierce battle with a deeply pained heart. Both the ninjas and the white setsu were of paramount importance to him, and fortunately only the high-end combat forces from Konoha had arrived. As for why the ninjas were so crucial to him, after all, the burgeoning Leaf Village demanded an inexhaustible labor force, and every ninja was indispensable to production. It was no exaggeration to say that ninjas had become the sole standard for measuring assets in this new era. No. Uchiha He shook his head. When did I become so materialistic? The world belongs to the people. Assets are merely the cornerstone upon which the people walk the path to happiness. Shaking off these unrealistic thoughts, Uchiha He instantly appeared beside Deidara, planted sealing techniques into all of his clay, and instructed him to use this clay in conjunction with the sealing technique he had taught him. After all, every white setsu could save a life. Then Uchiha He transformed into a ferocious wolf, darting across the battlefield, leaving no white setsu alive in his wake. At this point it is necessary to mention Uchiha He's current attire. He was bare-chested, revealing a sturdy chest and 10 abdominal muscles, with pitch-black gauntlets on his hands, and wore a standard Uchiha shorts on his lower body. As for the purpose of this outfit, first it was not to show off his muscles. The bare upper body allowed for better observation of his physical condition. After all, ninjas are human, and in the heat of battle one might not even know how badly injured they are. Secondly, although Uchiha He's left eye could restore his body, it could not conjure clothes out of thin air. Since clothes were consumables that would be destroyed during combat, he simply decided not to wear them. In principle, pants were also unnecessary, but from a moral standpoint, shorts were very necessary. Just in case, Uchiha He even wore steel underwear made of the same material as his gauntlets. As for the gauntlets, they were even more elaborate. Forged from a special metal, they appeared small but weighed as much as 1,000,000 tons. Their main purpose was to prevent him from killing enemies with excessive force, while also serving as a defense against weapons. Finding the pace too slow, Uchiha He split into countless wood-style clones to act separately, and in an instant the tide of a small part of the battlefield was completely reversed. However, one person alone could not turn the entire battle. Some of his clones were intercepted by Uchiha Madara's clones, forcing Uchiha He to halt his advance. Observing that the casualty rate had not improved, Uchiha He's mind raced. Suddenly an idea exploded in his head. Everyone is so weak, why not just let the power bank take the field? So Uchiha He instantly appeared beside Naruto, who was already unconscious and barely breathing, while Sakura and Karen were frantically trying to save him. Uchiha He pushed them aside and placed his hand on Naruto's stomach. Sakura, full of worry, asked, "Lord He, how is Naruto?" Uchiha He used his other hand to perform the reverse rebirth technique, effortlessly restoring Naruto's wounds. Then he said, "Don't worry, he's fine. He'll be fine after a little sleep." Then Uchiha He called out to the Ninetales inside Naruto, "Jalama, lend me some chakra." The Ninetales turned its head away and snorted coldly, "When you need chakra, I'm Jalama. When you don't, I'm the nine-tailed fox, right?" Uchiha He patiently replied, "Who called you the nine-tailed fox? Tell me and I'll go teach them a lesson." Hearing this, the Ninetales' expression softened slightly, then turned serious. "I can sense that the portion of chakra you separated earlier has been completely absorbed and become part of the 10 tails. From now on you must be careful." Uchiha He nodded, then extended his fist. The Ninetales did the same, and they bumped fists. Afterward, Uchiha He darted across the battlefield, sharing the Ninetales' chakra with everyone. Meanwhile, the still sleeping Naruto was glowing brightly, looking exactly like a router. With the power-ups, the allied shinobi forces could finally put up a fight against the white setsu. But shockingly, the white setsu exploded upon death. Clearly they had been tampered with. The explosion technique looked strangely familiar to Uchiha He. After 2.5 seconds of thought, he decided to capture the leader first, and began searching for Uchiha Madara. Since they were wood-style clones and Uchiha He lacked senjutsu, he could only eliminate them one by one. After all, Uchiha Madara was personally taught by Uchiha He, making him a difficult opponent. During the battle, Madara always tried to talk, but Uchiha He would shut him up with a sealing technique and send him away. Uchiha He didn't care about that at the moment. "Even if he was my disciple, if he hindered my collection of white setsu, he was against me. Anyone who opposed me would be caught and spanked." Thinking this, Uchiha He couldn't help but shudder. "Eek, I'm so evil," he couldn't help but mock himself. Seeing Uchiha He wreaking havoc on the battlefield, Uchiha Madara felt he should no longer hide. So using Black Setsu's earth travel, he rapidly approached Uchiha He. Then Madara extended a Susanoo arm from underground, trying to grab Uchiha He. Uchiha He quickly leaped up and unleashed a super ultimate giant fire dragon jutsu, instantly shattering Madara's Susanoo arm. "You've learned some tricks I've never seen before, Madara," Uchiha He taunted. "If you hadn't jumped or taken off, that move would have been an absolute guaranteed grab, impossible to shake off even with super armor." Madara slowly emerged from the ground. "That's all thanks to your teaching, master." Uchiha He snorted coldly, "I never taught you such underhanded tactics. Madara's expression shifted as if in thought, then without another word he clapped his hands together. Wood-style tree world. Uchiha He understood immediately, thinking this kid is definitely trying to lure me into using a fire-style jutsu against the wood-style, then use the flames to rush out and catch me off guard. Although he saw through Madara's plan, Uchiha He decided to play along. So he pursed his lips and shot a seemingly ordinary fireball jutsu toward the wood-style. Although the fire-style looked unremarkable the moment it touched the wood-style, Madara, who had just closed and was instantly engulfed in flames. This was no ordinary fireball. It was the fireball from the author's story. The moment the fireball touched the wood-style, it rapidly expanded from its center, instantly enveloping the entire area of the wood-style. All the trees vanished, and even the ground was blasted into a huge crater. Uchiha Madara naturally turned to dust under this attack. Watching from a distance, Deidara exclaimed in admiration, "This is true art." Although Uchiha He did not possess the Rinnegan, he was well aware of its functions. Actually, he did have a Rinnegan, granted by Pura's sacrifice, but for some unknown reason he could not open it, let alone use it. Yet Uchiha He had his own methods for countering the Rinnegan. He always believed that energy could neither appear out of nowhere nor vanish into thin air. Any conversion of energy would consume a certain medium. As for the Rinnegan, though he did not know what exactly it consumed, Uchiha He firmly believed that even the Rinnegan would incur side effects when absorbing a jutsu as powerful as the one he had unleashed. Moreover, hidden within Uchiha He's jutsu was a little surprise. What had turned to ash earlier was not Uchiha Madara's true body but a wood clone. Uchiha He had noticed this, so after launching that attack he did not let his guard down. Instead, he watched his surroundings even more carefully. After all, the Rinnegan was extremely mysterious. If he capsized in a ditch, he would be done for. Uchiha He shouted, "Didn't your teacher teach you such an underhanded fighting style? Come out and fight me." However, Uchiha Madara did not reveal himself because of Uchiha He's trash talk. He merely observed silently from the shadows. At that moment, Heiju, who was attached to Madara, asked, "Aren't you going up?" Uchiha Madara replied with displeasure, "Aren't you the incarnation of my will? Do you have any idea how powerful our teacher is?" Heiju was speechless. What is so strong about Uchiha He? Didn't he get his heart ripped out easily? These were only Heiju's inner thoughts, never voiced aloud. If Madara found out that he was the one who had killed Uchiha He, it would be all over. He had endured for tens of thousands of years, he could wait a little longer. So Heiju flattered, Yes, you are absolutely right." Madara, however, was not satisfied and asked suspiciously, "Aren't you the incarnation of my will? How can you be so weak? How can you be so weak?" Heiju racked his brains thinking of how to fool him, but then Uchiha Madara reasoned on his own, "Well, since you can be extracted, perhaps you are the weak part of my heart. Otherwise it wouldn't be like this." Heiju nodded repeatedly, "You are right." Uchiha He, seeing that Uchiha Madara refused to show himself, turned his gaze toward the masked man. With the appearance of the Nine-Tails power bank, the tide on the battlefield had turned slightly. The Flying Thunder God duo turned their kunai toward the masked man and attacked. Though the two were extremely fast, the masked man's reaction seemed even faster. He blocked all their attacks with just one hand. Uchiha He had a sudden inspiration. He transformed himself into a kunai using the transformation technique, and then Minato threw it. The masked man still defended against their attacks as before when suddenly a powerful strike appeared behind him. It was Uchiha He, fist raised, delivering a punch with the force of 10,000 tons. Although the masked man reacted in time and blocked with his free hand, he was still sent flying by Uchiha He. With the masked man sent flying, the Ten-Tails finally came into full view. At that moment, Obito was desperately trying to stuff the Ten-Tails into his body. But the Ten-Tails was so huge and Obito so small, it was incredibly slow. The Flying Thunder God duo immediately teleported forward to stop Obito, but Uchiha Madara arrived and blocked them. Uchiha Madara stood there in his giant Susanoo, silently watching the two. Tobirama felt a twinge of fear and couldn't help but take a step back. Minato said nothing, merely pondering a countermeasure. Meanwhile, Uchiha He was deeply shocked. It was because of one word the masked man had uttered before being knocked away, Wokeo. The word Wokeo alone wouldn't have shocked him, but the masked man had spoken in his native language. That instantly stunned Uchiha He. Seeing the masked man stand up as if nothing had happened, Uchiha He breathed a sigh of relief. "Could I have a fellow townsman?" he tentatively said. "It's all because you're too beautiful." The masked man blurted out, "The little chick's black feet are exposed, huh?" Uchiha He was even more delighted, but then recalled what this guy had done and burned with anger. Uchiha He couldn't help but ask, buddy, haven't you watched Naruto? How can you be so cold-blooded? The masked man snorted coldly, so what if I have? Just because others are suffering do I have to sacrifice my own happiness to make them happy? Uchiha He found it hard to believe that there was someone in the world who didn't love Naruto. But what good does it do you? Do you have a system that forces you to do these things? The masked man shook his head. No. Then his answer made Uchiha He even angrier. The masked man brushed the dust off his clothes, then threw his head back and laughed. Ha ha ha, if you want a reason, I want to fight the strongest person in the world. That's my joy. To achieve this joy I've endured for years, all for today, for this. As he spoke, the masked man pointed at Obito, who had now successfully merged with the Ten Tails and entered Sage of Six Paths mode. Uchiha He retorted, to ruin families just for the thrill of fighting. What kind of freak is that? I really dislike you. The masked man was disdainful. You don't like me. I don't like you either. You act like a little boy. Those in the know had already backed away. Uchiha He had never killed anyone proactively. When he said he hated you with utter seriousness, you were already doomed, no doubt about it. Seeing Uchiha He crack his knuckles, the masked man showed an incredulous expression, though it was hidden beneath the mask so Uchiha He couldn't see it. You want to kill me? Can you kill me? Have you forgotten that I can easily one-shot you? Can you kill me? Have you forgotten that I can easily one-shot you? Uchiha He's gaze was firm. People often say you have no obligation to fight an enemy you can never defeat. But I have always believed that there is no such thing as cannot be defeated. As long as there is hope, you can win. The masked man couldn't help but retort, ran out of lines. You're even quoting Ultraman Tiga. How childish. Childish. That everyone can become light, that is no joke. Then Uchiha He removed the gauntlet from his right hand and coated it with chakra. In an instant the entire gauntlet was enveloped in a multicolored glow. Indeed, Uchiha He had infused all 5 nature transformations and yang release into it, following the standard for the ultimate explosive sealing technique, the same one he had used to kill Heiju earlier. The masked man remained dismissive. I suddenly regret leaving my left eye for you. Now I'll have to kill you a few more times. Then Uchiha He used the body flicker technique combined with the inertia of the flying thunder god to hurl the ultimate bomb with all his might. The ultimate bomb streaked across the sky in a dazzling array of colors like a beautiful rainbow. The masked man showed no sign of panic as the hurtling ultimate bomb approached. Instead, he raised his voice to ensure Uchiha He could hear him. Do you think this move can only be evaded through perfect intangibility? Uchiha He sensed trouble and focused intently on the masked man. The masked man stood still, then stepped back with his right leg launching a straight punch that collided fiercely with the ultimate bomb. The expected explosion never came. The moment the bomb made contact, the masked man annihilated all the chakra within it, reducing the ultimate bomb to nothing more than a piece of iron with immense momentum. Yet even as a mere piece of iron, it weighed 100,000 tons, and its momentum under inertia was incalculably vast. Nevertheless, the masked man caught it as effortlessly as if he were catching a chicken falling from the sky. The moment the 100,000-ton gauntlet hit the ground, the entire battlefield was shaken by the disturbance, and the onlookers who had been watching were utterly stunned. With this clash, the masked man's mask finally gave way, crumbling into dust. His clothes, however, made of some unknown material, remained perfectly intact. As the mask vanished, it revealed a face familiar to all. The masked man was none other than Uchiha He himself. Uchiha He stared at him with a grave expression. Clearly this mysterious figure had not only taken away his clone earlier, but had also refined and assimilated it for his own use. After a swift explanation to the assembled warriors, Uchiha He faced the mysterious figure with even greater caution. The mysterious figure simply watched Uchiha He without moving. Seeing that Uchiha He was slow to act, he couldn't help but remind him, aren't you going to check what's happening behind you? Uchiha He dismissed the warning, but a black orb suddenly pierced through his abdomen, making him realize the gravity of the situation. The black orb was a truth-seeking orb. Uchiha He carefully retreated while keeping his eyes on the mysterious figure. The battlefield had now turned into a one-sided slaughter. Even with the extraordinary combat prowess of Hashirama Tobirama Minato and Hiruzen Sarutobi, they were no match for Obito, who had already activated the Six Paths Sage mode. The mysterious figure kindly advised, stop the bleeding quickly or you won't survive once you've bled out. Though unsure why he was being warned, Uchiha He remained vigilant, healing himself while observing. After turning his Mangekyo for a long time, Uchiha He realized that his injuries showed no signs of healing. It then dawned on him that wounds inflicted by a truth-seeking orb might be irreparable. Although the pierced area could not be restored, the undamaged parts could still be healed. Using medical ninjutsu, Uchiha He repaired the surrounding tissue, and finally stopped the bleeding. Glancing back at the battlefield, Uchiha He saw that Minato, having activated his full potential, had soundly defeated Obito. Though not killed him, he had managed to suppress him. Obito's defeat was due to several factors. First, Kakashi's frontal talk no jutsu distracted him. Second, Hashirama's firepower covered the area, and finally the deadly combination of Tobirama and Minato's Flying Thunder God technique delivered the critical blow, forcing Obito to stay hidden. Obito, why is it always me who gets hurt? After observing for a long time, the mysterious figure shook his head, turned away from the main battlefield, and sat down quietly, as if utterly disappointed in Obito. Obito's keen perception naturally detected this. Unwilling to accept defeat, he released the God Tree, and used it to relentlessly attack the shinobi on the field. To be fair, with his reckless offensive, the tide of battle did show signs of turning. By then, however, Naruto had awakened. Although Uchiha He's timely rescue prevented him from unlocking a cheat, Naruto still entered the perfect Jinchuriki form. While granting Sasuke his power-up, the six-path sage had worried that Uchiha He might intercept Naruto. He rushed frantically toward Naruto, but the moment he laid eyes on him, Uchiha He had already healed Naruto. Six Paths Sage, does anyone get it? I can't even give away the cheat code. Type 6 to claim your own Six Paths Sage cheat. With the perfect Jinchuriki mode, Naruto fought as if divinely aided. Coordinating with Minato and Tobirama, he once again drove Obito to flee in panic. First, the Naruto here is an enhanced version, not only with perfect Sage mode but also with unconditional support from Kurama. With constantly activated Sage mode and a generous Kurama, it's hard to lose. Madara meanwhile was shaking his head off to the side, of course not standing beside the battlefield but hiding underground, given that a vigilant Uchiha He was watching the sidelines. Although Uchiha He kept his focus on the mysterious figure contemplating countermeasures, Madara didn't dare to take the risk. If he emerged, he might be sealed and packed away by Uchiha He the moment he showed his face. In the end, thanks to Naruto's talk no jutsu and the combined efforts of everyone, Naruto successfully extracted all the tailed beasts. Just then, Kakashi, who had been idle for a long time, charged forward with a kunai aiming straight for Obito. Minato Namikaze swiftly intervened and stopped Kakashi. Ultimately, under the double talk no jutsu of Minato and Naruto, Obito finally admitted his mistakes. Then Obito was successfully possessed by Black Zetsu, reviving Madara. Madara, underground, his voice nearly hoarse, shouted, "Black Zetsu. Go. Now. Control Obito and revive me." Black Zetsu was caught in a dilemma. On one side was the vessel for his mother's resurrection, and on the other a mysterious figure who could easily erase him. Black Zetsu was caught in a dilemma. On one side was the vessel for his mother's resurrection, and on the other a mysterious figure who could easily erase him. Before this operation, the mysterious figure had repeatedly warned him not to kill casually. But now, if he controlled Obito to revive Madara and Obito died in the process, what would happen? After thinking for a long time, Madara's voice nearly hoarse from shouting, Black Zetsu finally rushed forward and took control of Obito at the last moment. The instant he seized control, Black Zetsu even glanced at the mysterious figure. Only when he saw no reaction did he dare to continue. Mysterious figure, look how scared Black Zetsu is. I just casually said that because I was afraid he might kill the key piece. Indeed, the mysterious figure had done all this for the sole purpose of fighting the strongest. The earlier Obito in Six Paths Sage mode had already disappointed him. Next came Madara in Six Paths mode. The mysterious figure was well aware of his own combat prowess. For someone like Obito, he could tell at a glance that he wasn't worth his effort, which was why he hadn't engaged Obito earlier. As for Madara, the mysterious figure naturally intended to lend a hand for his entry into Six Paths mode. He then soared into the air, flew to the tailed beast's gathering spot, and unleashed a large-scale sealing technique, sealing them all into a single orb. Before anyone could react, the mysterious figure vanished without a trace. Upon the sensory ninja's detection revealing that Uchiha Madara and the mysterious man were underground, Tsunade did not hesitate for a moment. With a single stroke of her monstrous strength, she shattered the earth. The mysterious man was about to strike, but Uchiha Madara stopped him. Let the younger generation show their power from time to time. With that, Uchiha Madara casually took the Rinnegan handed to him by Black Zetsu, then leaped into the air, rising hundreds of stories high. The others attacked but were felled by an unknown force. Uchiha Madara gazed indifferently at the wary group. Just then Teen Guy finally arrived. Uchiha Madara then split into a shadow clone which with lightning speed pierced through Senju Hashirama's chest, absorbing his sage chakra. Everyone was shocked. Was Uchiha Madara this powerful? Then why had he left Konoha in the past? Uchiha He, seeing that the mysterious man showed no signs of acting, joined the battle. As the battle progressed, Uchiha He noticed that his yin-released chakra was only decreasing, never increasing. This change unsettled him. Without yin-yang release, how could he confront the ultimate foe? However, his unease did not last long. After all, Uchiha He had never mastered yin-yang release. Losing yin release meant he could not use the ultimate ceiling explosion, but he still had many other techniques. At this point, Uchiha Madara set his sights on Naruto, as if intending to extract the Ninetales from within him. The group quickly adjusted their tactics, but Uchiha Madara was far beyond Obito's caliber. Moreover, this Uchiha Madara, having been trained by Uchiha He since childhood, was even more formidable. Madara effortlessly countered everyone's attacks. Even when he did not use the Rinnegan to absorb ninjutsu, he could still repel them with fire release alone. It is worth noting that Uchiha Madara's fire release, like Uchiha He's, was devastatingly powerful. A casual blast could level an entire battlefield. Although everyone was connected to the Ninetales chakra link, the Ninetales output eventually reached its limit. The Ninetales chakra cloaking their bodies gradually weakened until it dissipated completely. Seeing this, Uchiha He stopped holding back. Initially he had been keeping an eye on the mysterious man while dealing with Madara, but the mysterious man had remained still for a long time, as if watching a show. Uchiha He then ceased his restraint. He activated all possible buffs. The modified 8 gates, the ultimate ceiling, formed the 5 release chakra armor, every enhancement he could muster. Feeling that it was not enough insurance, Uchiha He gestured for Yugo to give him a boost. Finally, the ultimate invincible cosmic Tyrannosaurus Uchiha He emerged. The mere pressure of his aura nearly caused everyone to stumble. Uchiha Madara, now facing a formidable threat, accelerated his assault on Naruto. Though Madara was fast, Uchiha He was even faster. And there was also Namikaze Minato, whose hand speed was unparalleled. Uchiha He and Minato arrived before Naruto almost simultaneously. An unexpected turn occurred. Uchiha Madara did not attack Naruto. Instead, he used the Rinnegan to restrain Minato, then reached out and extracted the Yin Ninetales from Naruto's body. After accomplishing this, Uchiha Madara quickly retreated, then turned his gaze toward the mysterious man below. The mysterious man could not help but give a thumbs up. As expected of you, you're quite skilled at feinting east while attacking west. Now let me show you your teacher's ability. Then the mysterious man activated all kinds of buffs just like Uchiha He, but with one difference: his final sage art was replaced by a yin release armor. Thus two nearly identical fighters clashed. Uchiha He initially probed with ninjutsu, but the mysterious man taunted him. How wasteful it is to leak energy outward. Indeed, any form of energy, once it leaves its source, suffers some loss. Therefore, the optimal release method is to deliver it at close range, maximizing energy efficiency. In other words, it is not that the pinnacle of ninjutsu is taijutsu, but that the pinnacle of ninjutsu is fusing ninjutsu with taijutsu. Uchiha He no longer hesitated. Since you insist, I will hold back no more. Then Uchiha He removed his left glove and casually tossed it aside. Unexpectedly, it struck Uchiha Madara's head, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. Hearing the sound, Uchiha He winced. It sounded painful. Then he and the mysterious man exchanged blows, trading punches and kicks. Though they were exchanging blows, the residual force of their attacks was so immense that no one dared to approach. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, having powered up, rose from the earth. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's long hair had turned white, and he wore the white cloak of the Sage of Six Paths. 9 truth-seeking balls floated behind him in a ring. His arms and legs had turned black, and he held the Six Paths staff in his left hand. The entire figure was awe-inspiring. Uchiha Madara looked at the shocked faces and laughed heartily. Ha ha, feel the pain, you ants. Tendo pain. Why is someone stealing my lines? The group knew that Madara with his Rinnegan and Six Paths mode was immune to ninjutsu, so they did not attack immediately. But Uchiha Madara did not wait for them to think. He simultaneously used the Chibaku Tensei and summoned a meteor shower with the Tenai Shinsei. The shinobi cared to watch a meteor shower together. Though they knew the weakness of the Chibaku Tensei, no one could stop it because the core of this Chibaku Tensei was surrounded by truth-seeking balls. How did they know? because Naruto charged straight at it with a swoosh, launched a Rasengan at the core only to be blasted back by the shockwave. For a moment despair filled the entire battlefield. Yet no one gave up. Despite the myriad of meteors, everyone had their means of resistance. The 5 Kages each displayed their skills, shattering the falling rocks one by one. As for the Chibaku Tensei, it was left to luck. Seeing the heavy casualties, Uchiha He unleashed a fire release Great Fire Dragon infused with Yugo's curse mark, shattering the Chibaku Tensei. However, in the moment of unleashing that attack, he was momentarily careless, and the mysterious man pierced his kidney. Fortunately, the mysterious man's attack was reversible. Uchiha He did not use his left eye to heal, instead he simply treated the wound with medical ninjutsu. The mysterious man was puzzled. "Why don't you use your left eye? Are you courting death?" Uchiha He remained calm. "I have a special use for my left eye." Although the mysterious man and Uchiha He had the same configuration, the mysterious man's Yin release armor was even more powerful than Uchiha He's Yugo boost. Thus Uchiha He fell into a disadvantage. The mysterious man did not seem to take Uchiha He seriously. While fighting, he spoke inexplicably. "Yin and Yang are inherently incompatible. When together they only erode each other. But when separated, each becomes the greatest power in the world." Uchiha He was puzzled by these words. It was not just his words that confused Uchiha He, but also the aura within him. Although the mysterious man used his own clone, the mysterious aura inside that clone felt strangely familiar to Uchiha He. Meanwhile, a wave of heat surged from another part of the battlefield. The mysterious man, intrigued, erupted with black chakra. With overwhelming might, he punched Uchiha He deep into the earth. On the other side of the battlefield, despite Madara's formidable strength, he was caught off guard by Obito and Kakashi's kiting tactics. As for Naruto, just as he was about to be struck by a meteor fragment, after fainting, Hinata stood in front of him. Meanwhile, Neji of the Guy Squad also noticed this, and shielded Hinata from behind. However, this Neji was not the deceased Neji of the past, but the one who had long been freed from the caged bird curse. The caged bird, when would it ever take flight? Neji answered with his rotation. The caged bird was not incapable of flight, but it remained steadfast to guard what it cherished in its heart. Even though the conflicts within the branch family had gradually dissolved over the years through the efforts of Hayashi, Hyuga and Neji, and the notion of branch families protecting the main family was now obsolete, Neji had found his own ninja way to protect those he truly cared for. Hinata, as his sister, even if not by blood, was nevertheless a target of Neji's protection. Any threat to her was unforgivable. This was precisely why Neji stepped forward without hesitation at that moment. Meanwhile, Naruto fell into unconsciousness immediately after being bounced to the ground. Of course, this was all the work of the Sage of Six Paths. If he didn't receive a power-up now, there would be no chance later. Even with only one Rinnegan, Madara Uchiha still inflicted heavy casualties on the allied shinobi forces. At this point, Might Guy also arrived at the main battlefield. After learning the situation, Might Guy's gaze turned resolute. The blue beast of Konoha is no more. It seems the time has come to become the red beast. Kakashi's eyes widened upon hearing this. He wanted to dissuade Guy, but then realized that perhaps at this moment they could only rely on Might Guy. So he opened his mouth, but no words came out. Open. 8 Gates Formation. With Might Guy's roar, crimson steam erupted from his entire body. Unlike the original story, Might Guy, after years of conditioning by Uchiha Kawa, no longer suffered such excruciating pain when opening the 8 gates. Moreover, under Uchiha Kawa's covert manipulation, Guy's bones had become extremely sturdy. Sensing the power emanating from Might Guy, Madara Uchiha grew excited. "Come. Let me witness your strength." Without a word, Might Guy, shrouded in blood-red steam, sprinted across the air toward Madara. Madara immediately launched truth-seeking balls in attack, but they were neutralized by the Kamui duo and Minato. Thus Might Guy successfully landed a kick on Madara, each fierce strike causing Madara to spit out a mouthful of blood. Might Guy's attacks were as swift as lightning, freezing space itself. Yet even with the enhanced evening elephant, 108 kicks delivered to Madara, he could not kill him. Though Might Guy was an ultimate enhanced version, Madara had also entered the Six Paths mode with all tail beasts gathered, including the Yin Ninetails, which the original lacked, thus greatly amplifying his strength. However, the next move was extraordinary. As Madara slowly rose to his feet, Might Guy, though startled, was already prepared. Might Guy assumed a diving stance, his hyperspeed movement shaping the crimson steam into a dragon, unleashing a power so immense it warped space. Madara exclaimed in excitement, "Such chakra! I acknowledge you." Among all my opponents in taijutsu none surpass you. I Madara proclaim you the strongest. With a mighty roar from Might Guy, Night Kai, the colossal dragon head plunged straight toward Madara's skull with overwhelming force. At this critical moment a figure arrived and kicked Madara away. It was the mysterious man. Move aside. Let me try this kick. Madara, slightly surprised, obediently stepped back a little. The mysterious man pulled his right foot back slightly, then twisted his waist and threw a punch in one fluid motion. The mysterious man's fist collided violently with Might Guy's foot, and his entire arm was reduced to dust. Yet it was not over. Under the earlier deliberate guidance of Uchiha, Might Guy swiftly adjusted his stance using the momentum, and delivered a deliberate punch that also shattered the mysterious man's head into fragments. Indeed, Uchiha's instruction was simple: always aim for the head, and if you fail to kill, remember to finish the job. Ask yourself, with a Might Guy who knows to aim for the head and finish his opponent, who could survive his Night Kai? After unleashing this strike, Might Guy felt a slight weakness but did not collapse. Of course, this was also thanks to Uchiha, who whenever bored would sacrifice a few white setsu and transfer their life force to Might Guy. This was why earlier Uchiha's eyes gleamed at the sight of white setsu. His own supply was almost depleted. Uchiha, can you withstand this kick powered by 2.5 years of white setsu? Madara stared at the fallen mysterious man in utter disbelief. Dead? Just like that? In Madara's eyes, the mysterious man was an incredibly powerful being, and after learning his true identity, Madara held even greater admiration for his strength. Meanwhile, in a pit on the other side, Uchiha lay staring blankly at the sky. Through the intermingling of chakra during his battle with the mysterious man, Uchiha sensed the other's aura and finally gained a clear understanding of his identity. Time rewound to the founding of Konoha. Uchiha, filled with boundless sorrow, wandered the ninja world, attacking everyone he met, his heart shrouded in darkness. Gradually the E-natured chakra in his right eye swelled. It grew to the point of causing him to lose control, turning him into a man obsessed with battle. This was the origin of his titles as Battle Maniac and Murderer. For the ninja world of that time, Uchiha was a name that struck terror into all. Fortunately, by chance, Uchiha came to the waterfall of truth and succeeded in confronting his own dark side. At that moment he regained his clarity. Gazing at his dark side and recalling his recent actions, Uchiha couldn't help but resent himself. Thus he used a powerful sealing technique to forcibly seal away his dark side and left the place. However, what Uchiha didn't know was that his dark side not only harbored his negative will, but also, due to the special nature of his eyes, possessed all his abilities and an extremely potent E-natured chakra. Fearing Uchiha's original Mangekyo and his skills, the dark side chose to lie low. Fortunately, it didn't have to wait long. Soon after, Black Zetsu killed Uchiha, who had lost his dark side, and the dark side seized the opportunity to break free. What Black Zetsu had feared earlier was precisely the E-natured existence within Uchiha, which was its natural enemy. However, by choosing to seal it away, Uchiha had given Black Zetsu an opening. The dark side inherited all of Uchiha's negative emotions. Though it bore no hatred for the world, it was filled with a burning desire for battle. It traversed the ninja world using Uchiha's memories of the Otsutsuki to root out the ones hidden in the shadows. Although it easily subdued them, it lacked a physical body and could not truly experience the joy of combat. Therefore, knowing the story's progression in advance, the dark side orchestrated everything, not only throwing the reformed Konoha into chaos again, but also luring away Madara Uchiha. As for how it lured Madara, the dark side simply revealed itself, and told Madara its true nature. Coincidentally, Madara, having just been deceived by Black Zetsu, and with hatred clouding his reason, followed the dark side away from Konoha and lay low in secret. This concealment lasted for many years. Enraged by the slaying of his teacher at the hands of Might Guy, Uchiha Madara unleashed a colossal truth-seeking orb. Even the duo found themselves powerless against this truth-seeking orb. As for Minato, the mere touch would instantly reduce him to mere dust. One might ask, where was Tobirama? He and his brother Hashirama Senju had been turned into pincushions by Uchiha Madara in the earlier battle, their bodies impaled with black rods. At this critical moment, a spirited youth delivered a flying kick. Though he failed to send the gigantic truth-seeking orb flying, he successfully halted its advance. This was Naruto having unleashed his full power. What emerged at this moment was Naruto's new mode attained after acquiring all the tailed beasts and a portion of the Sage of Six Paths chakra. It bore a resemblance to the earlier Nine Tails chakra mode, yet its combat prowess was incomparable. Upon activating this mode, he could wield a myriad of extraordinary powers, including the Six Paths Sage Art, the Yin-Yang Release, and the Tailed Beast power. He also retained all abilities from his Sage mode and Ninetales Chakra mode, effortlessly controlling the chakra of other tailed beasts to unleash a wider array of elemental techniques. Uchiha He remained embedded in the earth, recalling his invincible past only to be struck down by Black Zetsu's treachery. Having finally been reborn, he found himself manipulated by a dark hand pulling all the strings. Though he never explicitly stated his desire to rewrite the shinobi world's regrets, every action he took was aimed at righting those very wrongs. But now, realizing that the unchanging shinobi world was a result of his own deeds, Uchiha He was consumed by remorse. Although the orchestrator was his own dark side, the responsibility was inextricably tied to him. Uchiha He sank into an abyss of self-blame, and it was evident that after acquiring his own clone, the dark side's power had grown even more formidable. In a daze, Uchiha He seemed to glimpse a face he would never forget, a child so kind who had comforted him even in the throes of death. "Sensei." The newcomer extended a hand toward Uchiha He. Unable to restrain himself, Uchiha He reached out, murmuring, "Izuna, is it you? Have you come to take me?" Of course, Uchiha He was not yet dead. The one who arrived was not Izuna but Uchiha Sasuke, who had completed his power-up. Seeing his teacher's agonized expression, Sasuke was instantly ablaze with fury, roaring, "Who dares to bully my teacher?" Hearing this, Uchiha He felt a warmth in his heart. Yes, the past could not be changed, but the present could still be firmly grasped in his own hands. No matter how formidable the opponent, one should never abandon hope. After all, in this shinobi world, hope is the one thing that is never in short supply. At that moment, Uchiha He's body radiated a golden light, the long-dormant Yang-style chakra. In that instant, everything became clear to him. The dark side represented Yin-style chakra, and his right eye embodied destruction, the annihilation of death. Meanwhile, his left eye represented creation, the genesis of life. The two were inherently incompatible together, they only bred conflict. This was precisely why the dark side had not taken his left eye. Combined, they formed merely an ordinary Mangekyo, but separated, they wielded an immensely powerful force capable of altering everything. Understanding this, Uchiha He's body emanated an increasingly intense golden radiance, and the wound on his abdomen inflicted earlier by the truth-seeking orb healed rapidly. Uchiha He released Sasuke's hand and pointed toward the battlefield. "Go claim victory in this battle." Seeing the renewed light of hope in Uchiha He's eyes, Sasuke felt reassured and nodded, charging toward Uchiha Madara. The two former youngsters struck at Uchiha Madara like lightning, while Might Guy stood by ready to strike at any moment. Although Uchiha Madara's Sharingan abilities were bizarre, Sasuke could see through his tricks, catching him off guard and allowing the duo to seize him. Might Guy was already prepared. He launched a Night Guy straight at Madara's head. Black Zetsu, watching from the sidelines, was so agitated his eyes nearly bulged out. At this critical juncture, the dark side, previously reduced to shreds by Might Guy, transformed into a black shadow and rushed over. Its speed was so blinding that even the group failed to perceive it. Sasuke attempted to use a Menotejikara to redirect it, only to find it utterly ineffective. Thus Might Guy's foot connected with the dark side's head, instantly flattening it into a two-dimensional plane. Simultaneously, Black Zetsu, who had been lurking in the shadows, had a sudden thought. Since Madara was no longer viable, it was time to abandon him. Without hesitation, Black Zetsu plunged his hand straight through Uchiha Madara's heart, and fled without a second glance, aware that the two overpowered beings were still watching. Uchiha Madara stared incredulously at the wound in his chest, his mind filled with questions. But soon all doubts vanished as Kaguya was fully liberated. Naruto and Sasuke immediately retreated, realizing that this enemy's chakra reserves alone were terrifyingly immeasurable. Black Zetsu emerged from the earth once more, unable to suppress his laughter. "Ha ha ha, after all these years of scheming and enduring humiliation, my efforts have finally paid off." With that, Black Zetsu merged with Kaguya. Absorbing Black Zetsu's memories, Kaguya acted without hesitation, shooting countless bones from her palms. Sasuke instantly activated his complete Susanoo, but the all-killing ash bones were so formidable that a single strike shattered it. Sasuke quickly used the Menotejikara to teleport himself and Naruto away. The Kamui duo also swiftly covered the others' retreat. However, Kaguya did not cease her assault. She immediately unleashed the infinite Tsukuyomi, causing the god tree's branches to writhe like giant serpents and snaring the shinobi who had not escaped in time. Sasuke attempted to use Chibaku Tensei to eliminate Kaguya, but she easily deflected it. Exchanging a glance, Naruto and Sasuke confirmed their plan. Sasuke once again used the Minotogikara to teleport them both beside Kagaya, attacking from left and right. Upon seeing the duo, Kagaya was momentarily stunned, allowing them to land a hit. Naruto and Sasuke thought they had a chance, but Kagaya countered with Rabbit Hair Needle, forcing them to retreat. Kagaya pressed on without pause, unleashing 80 God's vacuum fists in pursuit. Since the Minotogikara was still on cooldown after its recent use, the duo found themselves with no room to dodge. At this critical moment, Uchiha He arrived, unleashing a super great fireball technique that forced Kagaya back. This technique contained an immensely powerful Yang-style chakra which even Kagaya had to evade. It was not that Yang-style chakra was inherently superior, but when combined with Uchiha He's left eye, the power of life's creation, it could revert all living things to their origin. Sensing the danger, Kagaya chose to escape through Yamatsu Hirasaka rather than withstand the attack. Naruto and Sasuke turned around, their faces brimming with surprise, and almost in unison they exclaimed, "Sensei!" Uchiha He smiled faintly and said, "Alright, now it's time to test the fruits of your training over these years." With Uchiha He joining the fray, the battle became considerably easier. His immense chakra and endless array of jutsu momentarily forced Kagaya to cower, afraid to even show her face. Kagaya quickly devised a strategy upon seeing this, and she used Amenominaka to transfer the battlefield to the lava space, causing everyone to suddenly plummet toward the molten rock. At this critical moment, Naruto learned to fly, and he extended his Nine-Tails chakra arm to grab both Sasuke and Uchiha He. Uchiha He couldn't help but complain, "I forgot to go to Yenin village and steal the flying jutsu again." However, before one wave subsided, another arose. Kagaya suddenly appeared behind Naruto. Although Uchiha He sensed her presence through his keen spatial perception, he could not match her speed. Kagaya simply reached out and grabbed Naruto, immobilizing him. Then Black Zetsu split into two and attached itself to Naruto and Sasuke respectively. Uchiha He asked in confusion, "What about me? What about me?" Black Zetsu was speechless. "Who would dare to possess you? With your countless sealing techniques, anyone who touches you dies or forgets. The fact that I could pierce your heart was only because I was quick, otherwise with my meager tricks I would have been killed 10,000 times over." Of course this was just a joke. For Black Zetsu, unless it was the destructive power of Uchiha He's dark side or the Yin-Yang release seal, there was almost no way to seal him. Black Zetsu is special, but Kagaya is not. Uchiha He spoke to provoke Kagaya into touching him, giving him a chance to trap her. Kagaya naturally knew what Black Zetsu was thinking, so she had Black Zetsu drag Uchiha He to another space, the ice and snow space. Uchiha He was instantly frozen into a popsicle. However, Kagaya did not continue attacking because the energy within Uchiha He was too strange. It resembled chakra yet felt different. To avoid any accidents, Kagaya merely left him there and ignored him. At this moment the two youngsters seemed to be nearly drained, but it was all an act. Not only Naruto, who was unaffected by the yin-yang release, but even Sasuke was just pretending. After all, there was still the ultimate sealing technique planted by Uchiha He inside Sasuke's body. The two exchanged a glance, then broke free from their restraints together, simultaneously forming Rasengan in their hands and hurling them at Kagaya. Their hands came together, and the Rasengan gradually merged. Naruto's Rasengan contained the Six Paths Sage Art and the power of yin-yang release, while Sasuke's Rasengan contained Kagutsuchi Amaterasu and Uchiha He's sealing energy. Although it was the first time they had cooperated to use this technique, they seemed incredibly synchronized. This was due both to their inexplicable rapport and to the fact that both had learned the winging Rasengan technique taught by Uchiha He. This powerful blow struck Kagaya directly in the face, causing her entire demeanor to change in an instant. She was forced to use Yamatsu Hirasaka to flee. But unexpectedly she encountered the Kamui duo. Kakashi directly used the Hataki sword technique to block her, while Obito was not idle, unleashing a fire release jutsu. Although Kagaya could absorb ninjutsu, all her focus was on the combined technique of Naruto and Sasuke, so she was caught off guard by the duo's attack. Seeing that their attack was effective, Naruto and Sasuke immediately charged forward, one from the left and one from the right, preparing to use a sealing technique. At this critical moment, Kagaya barely managed to use Amenominaka, transforming the space into a super-gravity space. Unable to withstand the pressure, the group fell downward. Kagaya's face was half destroyed, and it was slow to heal. It seemed that the combined attack of Naruto and Sasuke had genuinely injured her. Meanwhile, because Kagaya was injured, Uchiha He took the opportunity to break free from the ice. However, surrounded by snow and ice on all sides, he was momentarily at a loss for what to do. At this moment the group gathered and discussed their strategy. Kaguya, taking advantage of the lull, ceased her attack and fled to a distance to heal. After all, that blow had nearly taken her life. It was the closest she had ever come to death. After a quick discussion, the Kamui duo set out to find Uchiha He and lay in ambush. They would wait until Naruto's shadow clone was dispelled, then bring Uchiha He to deliver a fatal blow to Kaguya, while Naruto and Sasuke lured her to the designated location. Without further ado, Naruto and Sasuke once again formed their combined technique and charged at Kaguya, but Kaguya was no fool. If she couldn't win, could she at least run? Earlier Kaguya had been caught off guard by this technique, but now prepared, she went all out and hurled an expansive truth-seeking ball. This expansive truth-seeking ball contained the power to return the world to nothingness, and it easily absorbed the duo's combined technique. Seeing this, the two did not hesitate and turned to flee, while Kaguya rode the expansive truth-seeking ball in hot pursuit. Sasuke felt a bit anxious. Can Sensei handle this attack, he wondered. To be honest, Sasuke had no confidence, but at this point he could only trust that Sensei would be lucky. Know that Sensei was strong enough. Uchiha He. Thank you very much. Soon the two arrived at the prearranged location. As Naruto performed hand seals, his shadow clone on the other side dispersed. Uchiha He had already gathered his ultimate attack, a special sealing Rasengan infused with not only yang-released chakra but also countless other attributes. Seeing this, the Kamui duo each grabbed one of Uchiha He's shoulders and subtly appeared above Kaguya. This attack was almost instantaneous. Seeing this, Sasuke immediately used the Menotejikura to teleport himself and Naruto away, while the Kamui duo quickly took Uchiha He and retreated. A massive explosion erupted instantly. Even the indestructible supergravity space was torn open by this attack, revealing a glimpse of another world. However, when the group reappeared, they were astonished to find that Kaguya had used the expansive truth-seeking ball to block the attack. Although she blocked it, the truth-seeking ball, which was said to be capable of destroying everything, was now damaged and incomplete. Uchiha He's mind raced. That attack, though powerful, had consumed most of his chakra and required an extremely long charging time. It was beyond ordinary ninjutsu. In short, he could not launch such an attack again in a short period. Uchiha He's mind worked rapidly, contemplating strategies against Kaguya. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. An idea burst forth from his mind. Uchiha He turned his head and found Naruto already looking at him with a sly grin. They understood each other without words and had already devised a plan. It is well known that when a person with a flash of inspiration does not produce a true idea, but when two such individuals meet, the idea undergoes a qualitative change, just like Naruto and Uchiha He at this moment. Having confirmed the look, Uchiha He immediately acted, splitting into several shadow clones to surround Kaguya. Kaguya, to prevent Uchiha He from suddenly unleashing an ultimate move again, activated her Byakugan in defense. Uchiha He had his shadow clones charge forward from time to time, while in his hand he held a gleaming Rasengan. After adding specific techniques, the Rasengan shone like a small sun, but for Kaguya it was a piece of cake. She casually flung out the all-killing ash bones and shattered Uchiha He's shadow clones. Seeing that she had easily thwarted Uchiha He's attack, Kaguya couldn't help but taunt. A petty trick. It seems you have exhausted your bag of tricks. Uchiha He did not respond but continued to let his shadow clones charge forward. Just then Naruto signaled Sasuke with his eyes. Sasuke understood instantly, and used the Menotejikura to teleport Naruto into the middle of the encirclement. Kaguya dismissed it with contempt and sneered. Do you think adding one more person will make a difference? How childish. Naruto quickly formed hand seals. Reverse harem technique. Because Kaguya had her Byakugan wide open, she saw the reverse harem technique in full detail, and for a moment she was stunned. The group inwardly exclaimed that it worked. Then Naruto and Sasuke flanked left and right, while Uchiha He sealed Kaguya's escape route. With a flash of light, Kaguya was successfully sealed. Poor Black Zetsu, upon seeing the reverse harem technique successfully divert Kaguya's attention, his black face turned pale. Although he screamed his lungs out, it was futile. Thus Black Zetsu was sealed together with Kaguya. Because of the extra ingredient added by Uchiha He, this seal could never be undone by anyone. With Kaguya successfully sealed, all of her techniques were nullified and the group returned to the original battlefield. However, when they returned joyfully, they witnessed a shocking sight. All ninjas were lying weakly on the ground, clearly having endured an extremely powerful attack. At this moment, Might Guy, with his right leg completely shattered, was still charging madly toward the enemy. This enemy was the previous dark side, but now he had grown even stronger, his body expanding continuously. This expansion was not due to any ninjutsu but to the sheer volume of energy he contained, causing him to swell. Uchiha He saw at a glance the source of his energy: first, countless e-natured chakra; second, the destructive power carried in his right eye's Mangekyo; and finally, the most crucial, the negative energy from the Zero Tails. Not only that, but also the despair energy from the battlefield due to the powerful enemy had all been absorbed by the Zero Tails. As the dark side expanded, the sky of the ninja world was gradually enveloped by darkness, not the darkness of night but pure dark energy. Uchiha He immediately stepped forward to pull Might Guy back and quickly used the reverse rebirth technique to treat him. Upon treating him, Uchiha He discovered that Might Guy's bones were all shattered and the life energy within him was dangerously low. After Might Guy had caught his breath, Uchiha He learned from him that after the group left, the dark side had turned into a black sphere and attacked indiscriminately. Might Guy repeatedly used Night Guy to stop him, but it seemed he could not be killed. Every time he was kicked apart, he would reform and become stronger. Uchiha He quickly thought of a countermeasure. The dark side also noticed Uchiha He's presence, and arrogantly said, He, who can still match me now? Tremble in fear, you ants." Uchiha He was a bit speechless. Was this dark side a bit Shinobi? However, this was not the time for complaints. At this moment, Uchiha He's ultimate move was ready again. So he told Naruto and Sasuke to engage in guerrilla warfare first, while the Kamui duo would be responsible for sending him in front of the enemy. After giving these instructions, everyone began to act. Naruto and Sasuke each unleashed their ultimate moves. Through their unique perception, they knew this enemy was terrifyingly strong, so strong that even Kaguya paled in comparison. Thus they held nothing back and went all out from the start. They used their combined technique again, the ultimate Rasengan, which twisted the space around it, and struck the dark side with immense force. However, after the smoke cleared, countless tentacles extended out, indicating that their ultimate move had not caused any damage. Naruto and Sasuke dodged the tentacles with all their might. During the evasion, Naruto tried to attack the tentacles with wind-style Rasen Shuriken but found them indestructible. No, not indestructible, but rather they seemed to have no physical form, they were merely energy bodies. At this time, Uchiha He had finished gathering his ultimate move. The Kamui duo sent him in front of the dark side. Uchiha He threw the ultimate Super Rasengan filled with the 5 elemental chakra, young-natured chakra, and countless explosive sealing techniques right into the dark side's face. Then the Kamui duo retreated with Uchiha He, who kept his eyes fixed on the attack. In the end, he found that the 5 elemental chakra and sealing techniques could not harm it. Precisely, they could not touch it. Only young-natured chakra could inflict damage. In that case, Uchiha He did not hesitate. He clapped his hands together and, combined with Yugo's curse mark, successfully performed the sage art Wood style true several thousand hands flower tree world descends Wood Golem Wood style tree world birth Wood style Wood binding eternal burial and Wood dragon technique, tightly binding the large sphere formed by the dark side. Indeed, Hashirama Senju's ultimate moves could only serve as a means to capture him, and they could not cause any damage. At this point, Uchiha He's chakra was nearly depleted, so he reached out to Naruto's stomach. "Kurama, lend me some chakra." Thus, to Naruto's surprise, his external chakra cloak transferred to Uchiha He. Feeling the inexhaustible Ninetales chakra, Uchiha He's confidence soared. Then he looked at the 2 young ones. "Remember the first technique I taught you?" The 2 nodded. Uchiha He placed his hands on their shoulders. "Come, let him witness the strongest combined technique between master and disciples." Then Sasuke activated his seal form, gathering all his chakra, and Naruto once again donned the Ninetales chakra cloak. Sasuke's hand sparkled with lightning, which spun rapidly, forming a massive thunder Rasengan. Naruto's hand produced a wind blade similar to Chidori, which wrapped around his hand, looking extremely sharp. Then at Uchiha He's signal, the 2 brought their technique-imbued hands together. Uchiha He injected his young-natured chakra into the combined technique, and the 2 previously incompatible techniques merged. In an instant, the technique transformed into a high-speed rotating blade with both lightning flashes and the sound of wind blades. This was the ultimate combined technique of Naruto and Sasuke, the Spiral Eagle Sunshine Great Sword. Then at Uchiha He signaled the 2 through the Spiral Eagle Sunshine Great Sword. The blade surged forward with overwhelming force, crushing everything in its path, shattering the tentacles extended by the dark side, accompanied by a golden sparkling effect. With everyone's hopes, this strike surged toward the massive black sphere formed from the darkness. The great sword plunged into the black sphere instantly, and soon cracks spread across its surface like Daidora's ultimate art, with piercing golden light bursting forth from the fissures. Under everyone's gaze, the black sphere transformed into a ball of light shining like a brilliant little sun. However, matters would not be resolved so easily. The principle that smoke shields from harm applied not only to the Ultra world but also to the ninja realm. As the dust gradually settled, a towering figure 200 meters long and 130 meters tall emerged before their eyes. The behemoth possessed a massive spiral shell, its surface pockmarked with countless black pores. Its eyes sat beneath its mouth, and its roar resembled that of an elephant. Numerous tentacles and enormous pincers extended from the shell's opening. Why can't I send images? Damn it! While the others were unfamiliar with what this creature was, Uchiha He was intimately acquainted with it. It was Gadajir, the greatest villain he had faced in his childhood. The dark side laughed maniacally, clearly pleased with its current form. He, do you still have any moves left? This is the final boss. Uchiha He said speechlessly. Bro, how old are you? So childish. Hearing this, the dark side grew agitated. Childish? You call me childish? I come from you, I am you. I owe this form entirely to you. Naruto and Sasuke, despite their bodies drained from their ultimate techniques, forced themselves forward to fight. However, Uchiha He blocked their path. Uchiha He smiled slightly. Occasionally students need to witness the strength of their teacher. Uchiha He stepped forward toward Gadajir, formed from the darkness. Gradually golden light radiated from his body, and with each step his figure grew ever more immense. This golden radiance stemmed from the yang-released chakra within Uchiha He and the life-creating power concealed in his left eye. Sensing danger, the dark side lashed out with its tentacles to capture him. The devastating blow was suddenly halted by a colossal hand of light. Before everyone's eyes stood a type combo Tiga Ultraman, his body adorned in red, purple, and white. The dark side, initially stunned, burst into laughter. What? You're not even half my height. What makes you think you can fight me? Uchiha He assessed the difference between them and spoke. Forgive me for calling you childish earlier. The childish one has always been me. Therefore I shall defeat you with the power of childishness. With those words, Uchiha He charged forward with his long legs, unleashing powerful punches with both arms aimed at the enemy's face and abdomen. This was one of Tiga's basic combo skills, which typically dealt significant damage, but Gadajir's appearance defied conventional logic, and after completing this sequence, Uchiha He could only feel his fists aching. Seizing an opening, Uchiha He leaped backward, crossed his wrists before him, then spread them wide to gather energy before forming an L shape and firing a specium ray toward the darkness. Despite the move's tremendous power, it merely sparked against the creature's shell. Uchiha He realized Gadajir was not merely impressive in appearance but possessed genuine strength. Simultaneously after Uchiha He launched his attack, Gadajir suddenly extended its pincers from behind and clamped around him. The force of that single blow made Uchiha He feel as though his waist might snap, let alone mount a counterattack. Yet he pressed on with unwavering will, wielding Tiga's combo hand blade against the pincers. Meanwhile, the darkness did not remain idle, extending multiple tentacles to ensnare Uchiha He, with one coiling directly around his neck. In that brief moment, Uchiha He felt his chakra drain rapidly from his body. It became clear that the dark-formed Gadajir possessed the ability to absorb energy simultaneously. Let me summarize the origins and basis of both parties' abilities. In Tiga's story, Gadajir grows overwhelmingly powerful through darkness and human despair, while here the darkness inherently wields destruction alongside Zerotail's ability to absorb despair, granting it everything Gadajir could accomplish. Uchiha He's Tiga form operated differently. The body was crafted through his left eye's creation ability, composed primarily of 5 nature chakra, yang release energy, and creative power. Unlike Tiga, his strength could not amplify through others' hope. While his laser resembled Tiga's visually, it was actually an energy wave rooted in yang release. The power disparity between them proved overwhelming, leaving Uchiha He completely suppressed as his chakra reserves beyond yang release rapidly depleted. Concurrently, his yang release and creative energy dwindled as he struggled to counter the destruction energy unleashed by the darkness. In this moment of utter despair, the darkness spoke. If you choose to surrender, I can spare your life. When Uchiha He remained silent, the darkness persisted. You've clung to hollow beliefs, trying to protect things that are fundamentally unimportant. This is meaningless. Family only makes you weak. For the world, destruction is the only truth, and only through destruction can anything endure forever. So give up. Struggling to rise, Uchiha He responded carefully. You say family is my weakness. You're wrong. Precisely because there are things I need to protect, that is why we can keep fighting. No one knows what is truly correct. We will be confused, we will suffer, yet even so we persist on the path we believe in. Finally, destruction is not eternal, nor is life. The only eternal thing is love. Upon finishing his words, Uchiha He erupted with renewed power, directly unleashing an ultra-high temperature break. He seized the crab pincers and infused his strength, transforming his entire body into a state of intense heat. The darkness chuckled derisively. Presumptuous! It then fired a ray laden with endless destructive force toward Uchiha He, piercing straight through his heart before he could detonate. With his heart pierced, Uchiha He felt his life force draining away. At the same time, the massive form of Tiga began to disintegrate. A wave of despair spread through the area, plunging everyone into hopelessness. Scenes of the past flashed before Uchiha He's eyes like a revolving lantern. Many years before the founding of Konoha, Uchiha He had descended upon the ninja world. Upon opening his eyes, Uchiha He found himself lying on the ground. Supporting his weak body, he struggled to rise and took in his surroundings. Before Uchiha He lay 2 spirit tablets, and soon the original owner's memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave. In an instant he understood the situation. The original owner had just endured a fierce battle with his parents, who sacrificed themselves to cover his escape. The intense shock awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan in the original owner, but the prolonged high-intensity battle caused his heart to stop beating, leading to his sudden death in the funeral hall. Similarly, Uchiha He's previous life had ended due to prolonged insomnia combined with a sudden surge of excitement. Having quickly grasped the situation, Uchiha He's heart surged with turbulent emotions. Countless thoughts arose within him. He must prevent the Nine-Tails rampage and avert the countless regrets of the ninja world. But when he turned to look at the younger siblings behind him, reality doused him like a bucket of cold water. Not only did Uchiha He not know any ninjutsu, but he could barely even understand what his siblings were saying. Soon guests arrived at the funeral hall, the current Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Taijima. Taijima's expression was exceptionally sorrowful. In his memories, Uchiha Taijima and Uchiha He's father were close friends bound by deep affection. Uchiha Taijima stood before the spirit tablets of Uchiha He's parents for a long time, then turned to look at Uchiha He. He stepped forward, patted Uchiha He on the shoulder, and said a string of words that Uchiha He could not understand. Though he couldn't comprehend the words, Uchiha He could still perceive the emotions behind them, so he put on a corresponding expression. Seeing this, Uchiha Taijima harbored no suspicion, merely thinking the boy was too grief-stricken to speak. Although Uchiha He had inherited the original owner's memories, language was not something one could simply master through memory alone. He still struggled with it, and thus his understanding of the original owner's memories was fragmentary. He could only infer relationships through the expressions between people. In truth, Uchiha He's talent had always been an enigma. Call him a genius, it took him 2 whole years to learn the language of the ninja world. Call him dull, his progress in learning ninjutsu once astonished even Uchiha Taijima. When the original owner's parents were alive, his father naturally taught him ninjutsu. But now orphaned, he had nothing but the family's vast inheritance, and a group of younger siblings. To take care of his younger siblings, Uchiha He even tried to learn cooking. However, the results were far from satisfactory. His siblings, do you know what made a group of 8-year-olds quickly learn how to cook? That would be Uchiha He's indescribable culinary skills. Though the food looked delicious the moment it entered the mouth, the most agonizing experience in the world unfolded. In short, Uchiha He not only failed to take care of his siblings, but had to rely on them to avoid starving. Fortunately, the original owner's childhood friend Uchiha Ching was kind and sensible, often coming to help cook. Regarding Uchiha Ching, Uchiha He only knew that the original owner had deep feelings for her. Every time they met, the original owner's heart would race uncontrollably. It wasn't particularly special, his heart always beat, but Uchiha He could still sense the original owner's emotions. Although the original owner was dead, Uchiha He always felt a strange excitement whenever he saw Uchiha Ching, which he tentatively called a flutter of the heart. 2.5 years after his transmigration, Uchiha He mastered the language of the ninja world and barely absorbed all the original owner's memories and abilities. To his astonishment, in the original owner's memories he had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet now, for some reason, Uchiha He could not activate it. On the other hand, the original owner's ninjutsu pleasantly surprised him. He discovered that this body possessed a rare 5-nature chakra affinity, meaning it had all 5 chakra natures. To learn more ninjutsu Uchiha He had no choice but to seek out Uchiha Taijima, who seemed to have the closest relationship with the original owner's family. Uchiha Taijima was delighted to see Uchiha He coming. You see, over the past 2.5 years Uchiha He had behaved like a complete fool. Not only could he not utter a single complete sentence, but he would often point at various things and ask about them like an idiot. Uchiha Taijima, seeing this, assumed he had finally emerged from the shadow of losing his parents. With eyes full of relief he said, "Shao He, seeing you finally come out of it truly gladdens my heart." Uchiha He nodded with a bitter smile, but inwardly he couldn't help complaining, "Come out of it. I finally learned this chaotic language of the ninja world." Then Uchiha He stated his purpose. Uchiha Taijima immediately thumped his chest and declared, "All right, from today onward you are my one and only disciple." Uchiha He, I just wanted to ask for some ninjutsu scrolls and study on my own. But seeing Uchiha Taijima's confident face, Uchiha He couldn't bear to refuse. So he bowed on the spot. "Greetings, master." Uchiha Taijima smiled and helped him up. "We are uncle and nephew, there's no need for such formalities. You know, I often mentioned to your old man that I wanted to take you as my disciple, but he always flatly refused, not giving me a chance. Ha, who would have thought that now you've become my disciple after all?" Saying this, Uchiha Taijima's expression turned slightly dazed. He shook his head, pulled Uchiha Ichi close as if sharing an intimate father-son moment, and said, "Come, your uncle Taijima will teach you ninjutsu." Then the two walked toward the lake. This lake was a perennial favorite often used by the Uchiha to practice fire release. At present this place lay at the border between the Senju and the Uchiha. However, in the clashes of recent years the Uchiha clan had gained the upper hand, so the lake was currently Uchiha territory. Along the way Uchiha Taijima walked and asked how things had been these past few years, and Uchiha He answered truthfully. Upon learning how Uchiha Chin had taken care of their family, Uchiha Taijima broke into a knowing smile. "Have you ever thought about marrying Shao Chin? I've heard of that girl, she's grown up alone and is quite sensible. If you're shy, I'll go propose on your behalf. I'll handle it easily, no problem at all." Uchiha He's expression instantly changed. Though Uchiha Chin had been a great help to their family over the past 2.5 years, his feelings toward her were mostly gratitude. Perhaps there was some romantic affection, but he attributed it to the lingering influence of the original owner's memories. So he said, "Master, I have no plans to marry for now. I intend to consider such matters only after peace is fully achieved." Uchiha Taijima frowned for a moment, then relaxed. Peace is good. Peace means no more war." Uchiha Taijima then inquired about Uchiha River's progress in ninjutsu training. Unable to explain in a few sentences, River simply stated that he had forgotten to practice over the past 2 years, and thus had forgotten everything. Uchiha Taijima harbored no suspicion upon hearing this, for indeed over 2.5 years had passed and River's chakra had not increased but decreased, a fact Taijima could discern at a glance. Subsequently, Uchiha Taijima decided to first teach him the basic ninjutsu, the renowned fire release great fireball technique, which though said to be harmless was a compulsory course for every Uchiha. Uchiha Taijima instructed River to watch closely. River promptly activated his Sharingan, revealing 3 Tomo, and used his ocular power to record every step of Taijima's technique execution. As for those who learn ninjutsu without employing the Sharingan, I can only say it is a sheer waste of a divine gift. The Sharingan functions like a camera, not only recording the release process, but also simulating it repeatedly in the mind. As for how to simulate, simply use genjutsu on oneself. After forming the hand seals, Uchiha Taijima exhaled the all too familiar great fireball. By then River had recorded everything. Taijima urged him to try. Without hesitation, River performed the same hand seals and expelled a fireball, an identical one albeit slightly smaller in volume than Taijima's. Uchiha Taijima nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, your execution is fluid and without hesitation. However, your control over chakra still needs refinement." River was puzzled. Though he had not practiced ninjutsu before, he had learned to walk on water from memory, and he believed his chakra control was decent. He said, "Please enlighten me, master." Uchiha Taijima stroked his beard. "You should observe not only the release of the technique but also the changes in my chakra flow. Your method is flawless, even more perfect than mine in some aspects. Yet in the conversion of chakra into the technique you waste too much. The resulting great fireball is merely ornamental. The true power of the technique lies in the temperature of the flame core. Your fireball's temperature distribution is uniform, so uniform that it hardly resembles a fireball. Do you understand? Ninjutsu is never judged by its appearance. On the contrary, the smaller the technique, yet the more chakra it condenses, the more formidable it becomes. As for the ultimate state of ninjutsu in my understanding, this is merely my personal view. It is to release it directly through the body, eliminating the casting process entirely, thereby maximizing the efficiency of chakra energy conversion. River fell into contemplation. Maximum energy efficiency. Seeing River lost in thought, Uchiha Taijima patted his head gently. Alright, ninjutsu training is not a one-day endeavor. For chakra application, practice makes perfect. Let's move on to other techniques. River lifted his head again, fixing his gaze on Taijima with earnestness. Taijima hesitated no longer. He began releasing one technique after another, performing hundreds of fire-release ninjutsu before finally stopping. By then he felt somewhat drained, having expended nearly a third of his chakra. River asked, puzzled, "Master, why have you stopped?" What Taijima said next would forever haunt him with doubt and regret. With a profound expression he said, "Child, remember, trying to swallow too much at once leads to indigestion. Once you master these techniques, you will be able to face over 80% of ninja." River replied earnestly, "Master, I have already learned them." Taijima choked on his own saliva, barely managing to swallow. After catching his breath, he feigned displeasure. "I don't believe you, boy. Boasting is not a good habit." Seeing his disbelief, River stepped forward and unleashed all the fire-release ninjutsu Taijima had just demonstrated, completing even some of the simpler ones using only one hand. After finishing, River looked at Taijima with a serious expression. "Master, how was it? Any areas that need improvement?" Taijima's mind was a blank. Who am I? Where am I? Why did I say that? Yet his face remained impassive. He cleared his throat twice. Not bad. But still far from what I achieved in my youth. And as before, the chakra issue persists. Though it's better than last time, there is still room for improvement. Inside, Taijima's heart churned like a stormy sea. If River's swift mastery of the techniques could be attributed to prior learning, his chakra control was undeniable. When River released his first technique, he was noticeably clumsy, but with each subsequent one his progress became more pronounced, a transformation that could not be faked. Soon, however, Uchiha Taijima grew smug. "Hey, it seems I am truly an excellent teacher. Just a few pointers and my student improves by leaps and bounds." Coming back to his senses, Taijima felt a curiosity to ascertain the truth, whether River had genuinely learned so quickly or had already known the techniques. Without hesitation, he began releasing ninjutsu once more. This time he went beyond basic fire release, incorporating advanced fire techniques, and even some lightning release, ninjutsu that even River's parents had never practiced. Taijima became obsessed, releasing technique after technique without pause, while River joyfully absorbed them all. Finally, when his chakra was nearly depleted, Taijima stumbled and nearly fell. River rushed to support him. "Are you all right, master?" Unwilling to appear weak, Taijima forced himself upright. "All right, it's your turn to perform." Though still concerned about Taijima's condition, River did not defy him and began releasing the techniques one by one. With each technique River performed, Taijima's heart skipped a beat. Despite his astonishment, deep down joy outweighed shock. River's talent not only ensured his father's legacy but also held the promise of elevating the Uchiha clan to new heights, perhaps even paving the way to true peace. Overwhelmed by excitement, Taijima lost track of how many techniques River had executed. River, meanwhile, was inwardly speculating. What's going on? Why hasn't he stopped me? Is this another test? But my chakra is nearly exhausted. Indeed, River interpreted all of Taijima's actions as tests. After all, Taijima was the clan head, a position of immense authority. Even though River's father had been Taijima's close friend, times had changed, and no one could truly know what lay in Taijima's heart. "Uchiha Taijima, I have no idea. I was just counting." By then River had performed every ninjutsu Taijima had displayed. Taijima finally snapped back to reality. If even he felt drained after releasing so many techniques, what about River? As Taijima had suspected, River collapsed from chakra depletion immediately after finishing all the techniques. Taijima rushed to support him. Gazing at River's peaceful sleeping face, he felt a surge of pride. "Truly you are your father's son." In the end, Uchiha He was carried home on Uchiha Taijima's back. When his younger siblings saw that he had fainted, they thought Uchiha Taijima had done something to him, so they raised kitchen knives, pots and pans and charged at Uchiha Taijima. Fortunately, Uchiha Ching was also there at that moment. She immediately recognized Uchiha Taijima's identity and promptly stopped Uchiha He's younger siblings. Although the four little ones were stopped by Uchiha Ching, they still glared fiercely at Uchiha Taijima. Seeing this, Uchiha Taijima gave a helpless wry smile, then handed Uchiha He over to Uchiha Ching and turned to leave. Uchiha Ching checked Uchiha He's body and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he was merely exhausted. Then she tucked the blanket over Uchiha He and went out to continue cooking. After an unknown amount of time, Uchiha He slowly came to. Upon waking, he found his four younger siblings by the bedside staring at him with their adorable big eyes blinking. Seeing this, a warmth filled Uchiha He's heart. He slowly sat up, still feeling somewhat weak, but at least he had regained some vitality. Just as Uchiha He was lost in thought, Uchiha Ching walked in carrying a tray of food. Looking at Uchiha Ching's appearance, Uchiha He recalled the teasing words Uchiha Taijima had said earlier in the day, and his face instantly flushed red. Uchiha He took the bowl, said a word of thanks, and then focused on eating. He always adhered to the principle of not speaking during meals or sleep. Therefore, only after finishing his meal did he recount today's experiences to his younger siblings. The second younger brother, who was rather impulsive, heard that Uchiha He had learned many ninjutsu, and his eyes immediately lit up. Brother, now that you've learned ninjutsu, can you avenge Mom and Dad?" The other younger siblings also had sparkling eyes upon hearing this and looked at Uchiha He with eager anticipation. Uchiha He didn't know how to answer for a moment. Fortunately, Uchiha Ching helped him out of the awkward situation. "Ninjutsu cannot be mastered overnight. But your brother is extraordinarily capable. He will surely learn ninjutsu well and avenge Mom and Dad." Uchiha He cast a grateful look at Uchiha Ching upon hearing this. Then, with the joint efforts of Uchiha He and Uchiha Ching, they coaxed the younger siblings to sleep. Afterwards, the two of them sat together under the eaves, gazing at the moon in the sky. Uchiha Ching said, "Counting the time, this truce agreement is about to expire. When that time comes, war will break out again." Uchiha He let out a soft sigh upon hearing this. Perhaps it was the original owner's aversion to war that made Uchiha He indifferent to it as well. Indeed, peace is coming to an end. Suddenly, Uchiha Ching turned around and said with a serious expression, "Don't worry. Even if you go to the battlefield, I will definitely take care of your younger siblings in your stead." Uchiha He gazed into her eyes for a long moment, and finally said a word of thanks. Uchiha Ching did not get the answer she desired, but she was not disappointed. She simply said, "Good night," and left. After Uchiha Ching left, Uchiha He remained sitting at the doorway quietly watching the moon. From his past life to the present, perhaps this fainting spell was the only good sleep Uchiha He had ever had. Revisiting the sensation of sleep that he had not experienced in a long time, Uchiha He also initially formed a goal to end this damned war for the sake of his younger siblings and the original owner. He sat there for the entire night until the sky began to lighten. Uchiha He went to buy breakfast from other clan members, placed it on the table, and then left home. Uchiha He's objective was very clear: to learn as many ninjutsu as possible before the war began, and to make himself as strong as possible. This was not only to keep himself alive but also to play a greater role in the war. Uchiha He arrived at Uchiha Taijima's residence early in the morning. Although it was very early, Uchiha Taijima showed no sign of annoyance. Instead, he said with a look of guilt, Look at my memory. I was planning to bring these ninjutsu scrolls to your house. But since you're here, it's just as well. Take these ninjutsu back and study them well." Having said that, Uchiha Taijima pointed to a huge pile of scrolls laid out in the courtyard. Uchiha He initially thought someone had blown a hole and needed so much paper to wipe their rear. Uchiha Taijima continued, "These scrolls are the ninjutsu we've collected over the years, covering all chakra natures. Some of them I can't even use myself. However, considering your talent, just learn what you can. If you can't master them, don't come to me because I can't use them either." Uchiha He thought he had done something wrong upon hearing this, and his face was full of apology. Seeing this, Uchiha Taijima quickly explained, "You are still my only disciple. It's just that war is about to break out soon, and as the clan leader I need to prepare for the war, so I have no time to teach you. Also, I don't possess chakra of all natures, so there are some ninjutsu among them that I truly cannot use." Uchiha Taijima had originally wanted to appear profound, but when he thought about his own poor talent compared to Uchiha He, he gave up and simply told the truth. "Uchiha Taijima, I like to tell the truth. And so Uchiha He carried the pile of scrolls as tall as a small mountain back home. His younger siblings were very curious when they saw this, and they circled the scrolls making sounds that Uchiha He could not understand. Uchiha He was puzzled. Huh! I've been learning for 2.5 years, why can't I still understand? It wasn't that Uchiha He couldn't understand, it was that only human cubs could understand the language of human cubs. Uchiha He then began his tedious studies. Seeing that he was very focused, his younger siblings did not disturb him. It should be noted that the eldest of these siblings was only 8 years old, and the youngest was only 5. Their maturity was heart-wrenching. Time flowed like a stream plain, yet Uchiha He found joy in it. The process of learning ninjutsu seemed to flip a switch inside Uchiha He, as if he had returned to his high school days wrestling with math and physics. The more he learned, the more energized he became. Learning makes me happy. In the following days, Uchiha He immersed himself in learning ninjutsu until the last day, when Uchiha Taijima visited. Seeing Uchiha He's hair looking like a bird's nest, he was startled but quickly recognized him as Uchiha He. Uchiha Taijima cleared his throat twice and said, "Originally, as a family member of a martyr, you are exempt from participating in war for the next 10 years. But those detestable elders somehow learned that you are my only disciple, and they demanded that you go to the battlefield. I came here only to ask you, do you want to go to battle? If not, I will simply refuse them." Uchiha He thought for a moment and said firmly, "I am willing." Uchiha Taijima revealed a satisfied smile upon hearing this. He is indeed his father's child. Get ready. There are still 2 days before the first round of confrontation. During their conversation, Uchiha Ching stood not far behind Uchiha He, tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, lost in thought. After 2.5 days of training, Uchiha He followed the main forces to the battlefield with a nervous heart. Although the original owner's memories contained the killing of people for Uchiha He, this was his first time, and his first time on a grand battlefield. Uchiha Taijima seemed to notice Uchiha He's nervousness, and reached out to pat his head as if telling him not to be nervous. Though still quite nervous, the longing for peace in his heart quickly overcame that tension. Soon after the clan leaders exchanged words, the war began. In terms of numbers, the Senju clan far outnumbered the Uchiha clan, not only because the Senju were prolific breeders but also because they would absorb smaller clans into their ranks. The Uchiha, confident in their superior strength, naturally looked down upon such tactics. And indeed, though each member of the Senju clan was like a wild buffalo with massive chakra and a powerful physique, the Uchiha's Sharingan and fire release paid no mind to such strength. Open your eyes and you'd fall unconscious on the spot. Thus the Senju's strategy against the Uchiha was always to operate in small groups, and whenever someone was controlled by genjutsu, they would swiftly strike at their kidney. This approach proved quite effective, though it indirectly led to the gradual decline of the Senju population. According to unofficial history, Senju Butsuma, Hashirama's father, returned to the battlefield after fathering the next generation, only to be controlled by Uchiha Taijima's overwhelming genjutsu. His own clanmates stabbed him in the kidney 49 times before he regained consciousness, which is also why Butsuma's later children were not particularly outstanding. However, amidst this battlefield where genjutsu and fire release intertwined, one Uchiha chose an unconventional path. He was seen channeling earth release with one hand, wind release with the other, and spewing fire release from his mouth, all at once triggering a devastating elemental reaction. Even though the Senju clan members typically possessed massive chakra reserves, they still could not withstand such concentrated devastation, their vitality drained on the spot. This was Uchiha He himself, yet at that moment he was far from comfortable. Thanks to the Uchiha clan's extraordinary perceptiveness, he saw every detail of those being burned alive in their final moments, and within an instant his stomach churned violently. Fortunately, this technique was devastatingly powerful, clearing a vast expanse in an instant. This also caught Uchiha Taijima's attention as he noticed figures creeping toward Uchiha He's rear. With a single fire release jutsu, Taijima eliminated the ambushers and then warned Uchiha He, "Boy, watch your back." Hearing this, Uchiha He finally snapped back to reality. Though still somewhat nauseous, he knew this was a battlefield where any lapse could prove fatal. So Uchiha He endured his discomfort, and became a human weapon platform, unleashing his techniques wildly. Despite the sheer power of his ninjutsu, because he was firing blindly with his eyes closed, he only managed to hit a handful of enemies. The Senju were instead filled with dread at such reckless ferocity, while the Uchiha's morale surged as they relentlessly pursued and cut down their opponents. Ultimately, the Uchiha clan emerged victorious. Unlike the others, Uchiha He did not cheer, nor did he feel excited about the war's outcome. Rather, he remained eerily calm. As a qualified psychologist, basic self-deception allowed him to quickly move past the discomfort of having taken a life. But unlike his earlier nausea Uchiha, he now found himself lost in thought over the true meaning of peace. Wars fought, paused, fought again, repeating endlessly without resolution. What purpose did this cycle truly serve? Did people simply enjoy fighting? The answer was no. No one desires war. War means death. It means mothers and orphans left alone for eternity. It means 18 years of hardship reduced to ashes in an instant. Burdened with endless questions, Uchiha He was surrounded by his comrades. It was clear he was the greatest contributor of this war, and he had lived up to his title as the clan leader's disciple. Uchiha Taijima watched Uchiha He with satisfaction, yet he also noticed the oddity in his expression. So he dismissed the others and took Uchiha He for a walk across the battlefield. Knowing his subordinate had something weighing on his mind, Uchiha Taijima spoke first. What's wrong? Missing your father? Uchiha He shook his head, thinking that perhaps Uchiha Taijima as clan leader might understand more. So he asked, Sensei, I want to know, where lies the meaning of war? Is it for peace? Uchiha He had expected a straightforward yes or no, but Uchiha Taijima's response surprised him. War exists for peace, yet not entirely so. Our conflicts at this time stem partly from ancient grudges and partly from resource acquisition and the symbolism of status. However, I believe that one day true peace will arrive when people will understand each other and fill their hearts with mutual love. What surprised Uchiha He was not the opinion itself, but that an Uchiha could yearn for peace and mutual understanding, a truly remarkable thing. For even Madara, whose temperament was gentle, ultimately chose not to understand his clan but to slaughter them. Uchiha Taijima's vision was unquestionably grand. Uchiha He had never actually harbored doubts about what peace was or the meaning of war. He simply needed to figure out what to do next. Recalling the Naruto storyline and knowing he was far removed in the Warring States period, any grand scheme would be beyond his reach. Therefore, for now, the only thing he could do was train. The war would not end with this single victory. On the contrary, the Uchiha clan soon faced an even fiercer counterattack from the Senju. Yet throughout this war, neither the Senju clan leader nor Uchiha Taijima showed any intention of engaging directly. Though confused, Uchiha He continued to devastate the battlefield. As the fighting intensified, his combat skills grew increasingly formidable. By this time he had long abandoned indiscriminate attacks. They wasted chakra and rarely hit their mark. So Uchiha He shifted his style, adopting precision strikes instead. Utilizing his super-fast reflexes and ninjutsu to accelerate toward his enemies, he would deliver an unexpected blow, a simple lightning release. He did not seek to pierce through them in one strike but to stop their hearts. As the battle progressed, Uchiha He grew increasingly inventive, deploying a lightning release technique that could simultaneously halt the hearts of many opponents at once. You want to know the principle behind this technique? Think of a defibrillator, the opposite of it. With a specific voltage applied, it could simply stop someone's heart. Though he had sworn off indiscriminate attacks, Uchiha He could only say at this moment area of effect techniques truly effective. Just as Uchiha He believed the situation was under control, the shinobi of the Senju clan suddenly hurled countless kunai. Uchiha He naturally singled out faced an onslaught of kunai flying toward him. Seeing this, Uchiha He intercepted with ninjutsu, but the moment his fire style touched the kunai, they instantly exploded. Oh no, they were special kunai rigged with explosive tags. Though not detonated at point-blank range, the blast still sent Uchiha He flying. In an instant, the entire battlefield was overturned. Countless Uchiha clan members were blown away by the explosive kunai, suffering heavy casualties. Though startled, Uchiha Taijima remained composed and immediately ordered a retreat. Of course, the Uchiha clan had their contingencies. Those who had been killed had long used the Izanagi to cheat death, while those still alive, upon hearing the retreat order, swiftly grabbed their fallen comrades and withdrew. The Senju clan continued to pursue with kunai, but the Uchiha, having learned from their previous experience, were not caught off guard. Though there were still casualties, the numbers were far fewer. In a daze, Uchiha He felt someone grab him and sprint. Struggling to open his eyes, he saw the Uchiha clan attire, and relieved fell unconscious. Thus the second clash between the two clans ended with the Uchiha's retreat. Though the second battle showed some weakness, overall the Uchiha clan still emerged victorious, holding the upper hand in both casualty rates and territorial disputes. The Senju clan too suffered heavy losses from these two wars and could not organize another offensive in the short term. Therefore both sides wisely chose a temporary truce. Back at the Uchiha clan's main base, Uchiha He finally awoke after a long time. Uchiha He shook his head, which felt like a muddled mess. Every shake produced a sloshing sound. The explosion had indeed rattled him badly, but fortunately his limbs were still intact. Seeing Uchiha He awake, the clan member who had been guarding him immediately summoned the clan leader. Uchiha Taijima smiled broadly. Excellent. You did well this time. You wiped out their main force. I suspect they won't dare to attack again for a while. Uchiha He was puzzled. Then why not seize the opportunity to finish them off? Uchiha Taijima laughed heartily. Child, you still have much to learn. You should have noticed that in both clashes not only I but also their clan leader never engaged in combat, remaining in the rear. That's because we both held back our ultimate trump cards. If we rashly attacked too deep, they would unleash their final power. Although we have our own ultimate power, it would inevitably lead to mutual destruction, causing both great clans to perish together. Without a surefire method, we won't launch a full-scale assault. Uchiha He, still half understanding, asked doubtfully. Even with me it's still not enough. Uchiha Taijima slowly shook his head. It's not that simple. Even if you master all ninjutsu and become the strongest, you'll still stumble when facing their sealing squad. Sealing techniques. Uchiha He raised his head again, his gaze firm. Master, I want to learn sealing techniques too. Uchiha Taijima was taken aback. This was a perspective he had never considered. In the past, some had tried to learn sealing techniques, but their cultivation was extremely difficult. Even the Senju clan sealing squad came from the Uzumaki clan. Yet seeing the determination in Uchiha He's eyes, Uchiha Taijima couldn't bear to refuse. He said, Alright, I'll find a way to get you some sealing techniques to learn. Having said that, Uchiha Taijima instructed Uchiha He to rest well and left. Uchiha He, unwilling to waste a single moment, immediately began pondering a method to counter the explosive kunai. Although he didn't know the internal composition of the explosive kunai, Uchiha He reasoned that the explosion was triggered by collision. Since kunai were mostly made of metal for flight speed, metal would naturally be affected by lightning release. Then a bold idea struck him: magnet release. If he could master this jutsu, he could definitely counter most metallic lethal attacks. Magnet release was composed of wind and earth chakra attributes, both of which Uchiha He possessed. However, using magnet release required not only those attributes but also a special constitution. Clearly Uchiha He lacked that technique at present. Thus the idea of magnet release fizzled out. Still, as a transmigrator, being stumped by mere explosive kunai would be a disgrace. Soon, drawing on his memory, Uchiha He easily developed the Chidori. The Chidori wasn't meant for attack, rather it was to enhance his movement speed. By using lightning speed to close in on the enemy in the blink of an eye, he could detonate all explosive kunai with lightning release branch connection, then take cover with earth release. A perfect tactic. Though it sounded simple, it was actually not difficult at all. Despite its apparent simplicity, it required the user to have precise control over ninjutsu and battlefield awareness, demanding extremely high reaction speed and immense courage. It was akin to detonating a nuclear bomb surrounded by countless Gatling guns. You had to dodge the Gatling fire while finding a way to survive the explosion. Of course, all of this could be effortlessly solved with a simple Flying Thunder God technique. However, learning Flying Thunder God required an understanding of sealing techniques and perception of space-time. Uchiha He currently met neither condition. Subsequently, Uchiha He began endless training, honing his reaction speed while practicing ninjutsu. Uchiha Taijima naturally noticed this. He also realized that although the boy learned ninjutsu at an astonishing speed, his body flicker technique was abysmally poor. Previously he had moved so fast on the battlefield purely through brute force and erratic movement. Finally, after being severely demoralized by Uchiha He's talent, Uchiha Taijima found a chance to regain some ground. Hey kid! Uchiha He turned around and saw Uchiha Taijima, immediately bowing. Master! This time Uchiha Taijima didn't stop him, secretly pleased. Genius, so what? I'm still the genius's teacher. Though inwardly gloating, his face remained impassive. He said flatly, Shao He, your body flicker technique is terrible. Uchiha He immediately flickered again, then looked himself over, wondering what was wrong. Uchiha Taijima stopped playing the sage and pointed out the problem directly. Look at where you land. Uchiha He then noticed the deep footprints he had left behind. What's wrong? Our size 42 feet too big. That was just a passing thought. He quickly realized the issue: the footprints were too deep, indicating excessive chakra waste during the body flicker. This was a matter of technique. Each shinobi had their own style, making every body flicker unique. Generally, body flicker techniques were not taught not because they were secret but because everyone's habits and chakra reserves differed, and even with the same method results varied. Uchiha He soon thought of a solution: Shusoi's body flicker technique. With his Sharingan it wouldn't be difficult to master. While he was lost in thought, Uchiha Taijima said, "I have a secret technique here. It's up to you whether you want to learn it." Uchiha He's interest piqued. He immediately replied, "I'll learn." Although he knew the theory behind Shusoi's body flicker, actual practice was no easy feat. Uchiha He needed a ready-made body flicker technique to deal with the war that could resume at any moment. Seeing Uchiha He's reaction, Uchiha Taijima felt a surge of satisfaction. He then said, "Watch closely. With your insight, seeing it once should be enough." Then, to show off, Uchiha Taijima clasped his hands behind his back. Without moving his legs, his entire body flickered and appeared 50 meters away. Uchiha He's eyes widened in shock. However, with the dynamic vision of his Sharingan, he captured every movement of Uchiha Taijima. It was precisely because he saw every movement that he was so astonished. In his eyes, not a single part of Uchiha Taijima's body had moved. Seeing Uchiha He, dumbfounded, Uchiha Taijima was content. He flickered back and asked, "How about it? Did you learn it?" Uchiha He could only shake his head helplessly. Uchiha Taijima wore an "I knew it" expression, then leaned close to Uchiha He's ear and explained the principle of the technique. Uchiha He, enlightened, was overjoyed. He felt as if he had found a treasure. During wartime, everything was extremely tense. Even the cats raised by the Uchiha clan bared their teeth at any moment, ready to fend off enemies. Not only was Uchiha He busy training day and night, but other clan members were also preparing for war. Fortunately, Uchiha He was quite talented. Just as midnight fell, war reports arrived from the front lines. The Senju clan was invading again. The Uchiha clan, seeing this, had already prepared. Under the leadership of the clan leader, they headed to the front. Uchiha He was the first to charge, using his newly learned Shunshin jutsu to rush ahead. If asked why he was so fast, he could only say Shunshin as easy as drinking water. The two sides had just met, and without a word they once again clashed in battle. This time was different. The Senju ninjas seemed to be holding back, fighting while retreating. Although the Uchiha clan was not reckless, they didn't know which demon was guiding the Senju, who retreated while hurling insults. "Hey, you red-eyed disease, have you forgotten that your brother died at my hands? Come and fight me. You with one eye bigger than the other, see my head here. If you have the guts, come and take it." Although education levels were low on all sides during wartime, when the Uchiha heard insults against their kin, they couldn't hold back and charged recklessly. Uchiha He sensed trouble immediately. He had already used the Chien Niao acceleration combined with Shunshin to briefly ascend, and with his Sharingan he saw the situation behind the battlefield. A large group of Senju clan members were holding a bunch of Chibao kunai ready to strike. Without hesitation, Uchiha He grabbed the sword of a nearby clan member, activated Chien Niao and Shunshin, and rushed forward, leaving only a word. "Sorry. I'll give it back later." That clan member thought. "Dude, you took my sword. How am I supposed to fight?" Of course, this was just a joke. That clan member was still fierce without a sword. Uchiha He was as fast as lightning, his figure moving like a ghost through the crowd. The Senju clan members were startled. Those close to Uchiha He tried to attack him, but were instantly beheaded by his sword. By then Uchiha He had completely abandoned the last bit of mercy in his heart. Since he was on the battlefield, it was either the enemy's death or their death. That was the principle he now adhered to. Under the shocked gaze of the Senju clan, Uchiha He plunged straight into the heart of the Senju territory, where the explosive team was ambushed. Without any hesitation, Uchiha He didn't even announce his presence, and directly used a lightning-release spider web connection to precisely detonate every Chibao kunai. Indeed, this was his improved ninjutsu. The previous bamboo branch connection had a major drawback. It could only attack along a single line, making it more suitable for charging and breaking through on the battlefield. But the spider web connection was better suited for the current situation. Uchiha He waved his hand and used earth release to burrow 3,000 meters underground. A tremendous explosion rang out, and the entire Senju explosive team was annihilated. At the same time, due to the immense blast, it even affected the Senju clan leader deep in the rear and the frontline fighters. Uchiha He was smugly thinking, "This should blow you all to hell." But his joy lasted no more than 2 seconds before a tremendous force descended from the sky, directly forcing him to see the light of day again. Literally, that person smashed a 3,000-meter crater into the ground where Uchiha He was. Before Uchiha He could even be shocked, the person charged at him. For a moment he was dazed. Just as the opponent was about to punch through Uchiha He's head, another figure rushed over, eyes flashing with red light. The previous attacker had to stop, only staring warily at the newcomer. The one who smashed the ground was Qianshou Fujian, the current Senju clan leader. The one who arrived later was Uchiha Tiandao. Enemies meeting made their eyes bloodshot, but the Uchiha's red eyes were due to their Sharingan. Qianshou Fujian sneered. "Well, Tiandao, when did you get such a talent?" Uchiha Tiandao said proudly. "This is my newly accepted personal disciple, a genius 1 in 100. What? Can't stand a small loss and get angry." Qianshou Fujian was furious at these words. "This fucking small loss. This explosion killed half of my clan." Uchiha Tiandao was secretly pleased but didn't show it. "So what? Do I need to give you an award? You insisted on bringing in those strange things. Need I say where they came from? Do you trust them that much?" Qianshou Tiandao could not fail to detect the provocation in his tone. However, better to believe it than to dismiss it. Although the Senju and Uzumaki clans had intermarried for generations, this incident warranted an investigation. But now was not the time, because the Uchiha main force had surrounded them, and most Senju members had been captured or killed on the spot. Uchiha Tiandao, seeing the reinforcements had arrived, couldn't help but relax. His attitude suddenly changed, and he looked down on Fujian. "Little Fujian, what do you plan to do now? Fight to the death or surrender on the spot?" Of course, Uchiha Tiandao's suggestion of surrender was just a joke. First, Fujian was like a wild beast. Even if he surrendered, no one except Uchiha Tiandao could subdue him. Bringing him back to the clan territory would be like bringing a wolf into a flock of sheep. He said this purely to make him think about compensation and a truce. Of course, Uchiha Tiandao wasn't without thought of killing him, but besides Qianshou Fujian there stood a group of Senju warriors, all strong and formidable, clearly not to be trifled with. Even if the entire Senju clan had failed, these men stood upright. Uchiha, he thought to himself. When I'm strong enough, I'll capture them to stand guard. Every one of these men was highly skilled, no less than Qianshou Fujian himself. They were the Senju clan's last bastion. Even if Fujian died now, these men would have the strength to escape and inherit the clan leader position. Not to mention their strength. Without exaggeration, even if all the Uchiha present, excluding the elders, attacked together, they could at most exhaust them to death, not defeat them. Qianshou Fujian's gaze was like a torch staring at Uchiha He for a long time. Finally he lowered his proud head. "This time I have lost to this brat. Speak, what are your terms?" Uchiha Tiandao silently put down his 3-meter-long sword and said with a grin, "Hi, I thought the Senju clan were all tough nuts to crack. This long sword of mine hasn't even been used, and I have to put it away. Sai, when I get back I must hang it on the wall as a souvenir." Although his face was full of smiles, the murderous intent in his tone was heavy, so much so that Qianshou Fujian was ready to fight to the death at any moment. Standing behind him, Uchiha He felt the sky had cleared. How majestic his teacher was. Of course, after the verbal sparring, Uchiha Tiandao put forward his terms. As conditions for a 20-year truce, the Senju clan would cede 5,000,000 mu of land, donate 5 million tons of grain, and 3,000 tons of metal. Qianshou Fujian's face reddened with rage on the spot, and he roared. "Are you fucking asking for my life? Even if you sold me, it wouldn't be that much." Uchiha Tiandao pressed his hand down to signal him to relax, but his other hand had already grasped the sword hilt. "Negotiating business, I make an offer, and you naturally bargain. Why so impatient? We're good brothers, how could I want your life?" In the end, the two sides reached an agreement. The Senju clan would cede 1,000,000 mu of land, donate 5,000,000 tons of grain annually, and replace the metal with 30 million silver taels. Before leaving, Uchiha Tiandao couldn't help but tease. "Fujian, I heard your wife is about to give birth. Mine is too. Let's arrange a marriage for the kids." Qianshou Fujian snorted coldly, gave Uchiha He a final glare, and then left resentfully. Uchiha He thought. You know, if the genders were different, they would really have been betrothed. With the war's end came the joyous news of the clan leader's firstborn son. For Uchiha Taijima this was twofold good fortune. The Uchiha clan had finally achieved prolonged peace, and he himself had at last secured an heir. Uchiha He, as Taijima's sole disciple, was naturally invited to the ceremony. When Taijima placed the infant Madara into his hands, Uchiha He felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Madara's arrival heralded the true peace that would follow, yet it also set the stage for a vast conspiracy spanning generations. For reasons unknown, Uchiha He disliked being surrounded by crowds. Even as the war's greatest hero, he still felt uneasy. Perhaps he was simply not fond of clamor by nature. After enduring the festivities for what felt like an eternity, he finally returned home. There he was greeted by the delighted faces of his younger siblings. Brother! We heard you killed so many enemies. Father and Mother's revenge is finally fulfilled. Brother, how are you so strong? Will I be like you one day? Behind his siblings, Uchiha Ching watched him with concern. She stepped forward, inspecting him from head to toe to check for injuries. Having lived 2 lives, Uchiha He felt the warmth of genuine care for the first time. 1,000 words condensed into a single phrase. I'm fine. Then he gently patted each sibling's head before entering his own room. Though his face remained impassive, a tempest raged within his heart. An emotion he had not felt in ages stirred from the depths of his soul, and in that instant he seemed to rediscover the meaning of his existence. Yet even amid this seemingly illusory peace, a sliver of anxiety lingered in his mind. What if this is all a dream? What if none of this is real? But Uchiha He was never one to waste energy on self-doubt. Since the answer was beyond his grasp, he chose to let it go and focus on living the present to the fullest. He also knew that Black Zetsu might be lurking in the shadows watching. His priority now was to cultivate relentlessly to gain the strength to confront any threat. Even if this was all a dream, he refused to leave with regrets. Thus time flew by. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye, spent in Uchiha He's relentless training. During these 5 years, Uchiha He refined the instant body secret art passed down by Uchiha Taijima, transforming it from a one-time burst technique into a sustainable ability. He also simplified the hand seals for various ninjutsu and experienced a dramatic increase in chakra, a phenomenon he could not explain, perhaps a second growth spurt. Though he still had no opportunity to learn sealing techniques, Uchiha He was confident that with his current strength, overwhelming the entire shinobi world would be no challenge. Around this time, several small clans neighboring the Uchiha were conspiring in secret. The forward reconnaissance team promptly detected the situation and reported it to Uchiha Taijima. With his wife nearing childbirth, Taijima could not leave. He summoned Uchiha He instead. Looking at his disciple with pride, Taijima said, "You've grown immensely, boy. Even I can barely see through you now." Uchiha He scratched his head. "Not at all. It's all thanks to your guidance, master." His words only deepened Taijima's chagrin. Over the past few years, aside from a few collected scrolls of techniques, he had not even visited his disciple once as a teacher. It wasn't that he was too busy, rather he feared that if he went to see Uchiha He, the boy would ask about ninjutsu, and he would have to admit his own ignorance. What troubled him most was the sealing technique Uchiha He had repeatedly requested. Taijima simply could not obtain it. The Uzumaki clan were all masters of sealing arts. Even if he could capture one, they might suddenly unleash a self-destructive or mutual destruction seal. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, Taijima said, "Now I called you here today to assign you a task. Several small clans have gathered nearby plotting something." Before he could finish, Uchiha He's eyes lit up with excitement. "Are we going to slaughter them? Are we going to slaughter them?" Taijima shook his head helplessly. "You're too eager for battle, boy. Just take a few men and display our strength so they don't think the Uchiha are too weak to fight. Of course, if necessary, you may punish them." Uchiha He nodded, a hint of regret in his voice. "Understood. I'll complete the mission." After a few more instructions, Taijima dismissed him. Madara, who had been eavesdropping nearby, had eyes gleaming with interest. "This man is quite intriguing," he thought. Uchiha He hurried back home. His younger siblings were no longer children. They were now 13-year-old youths. Over these years, Uchiha He was not the only one who had progressed. His siblings had also grown. To ensure they could protect themselves in the future, he taught them ninjutsu. Surprisingly, they showed considerable talent. Though they could not master a technique at a glance like Uchiha He, once he explained the key points, they could imitate it reasonably well. Knowing that their brother had just been summoned by the clan leader, they asked curiously, "Brother, do you have a mission? Take us along." Uchiha He's first instinct was to refuse. One of his reasons for fighting was to keep children, especially his own siblings, from being affected by war. But then he reconsidered his own strength. At present, even facing the entire Senju clan, he could handle them with ease. To broaden their horizons, he agreed to their request. Uchiha Ching, still worried, insisted on joining as well, and he consented. Thus the whole family set off briskly. The younger siblings marched behind Uchiha He with their chests puffed out like little generals, utterly adorable. The small clan's movements were blatant, almost ostentatious. Uchiha He took a bold approach, heading straight to their compound. With a single wind-release flat-cut beheading technique, he sliced off the entire roof. Given the simple architectural style of the time, the attack did not harm any innocent civilians. After leaving a menacing message, he departed. The message was, "Uchiha He was here." He repeated the same tactic with each clan. The people fumed but dared not speak, let alone look him in the eye. After all, who wouldn't fear a red-eyed man, and especially when those eyes were Sharingan? All seemed to end simply, but as they prepared to return, they encountered another group unexpectedly. This group of people was exactly the one that had been caught causing trouble earlier. Uchiha He was slightly surprised. Hadn't they received the news that their base was attacked? How dare they still block his path? With doubts, Uchiha He asked, "Does anyone want to leave before we start?" The group all looked fierce, as if they bore a deep grudge against Uchiha He. He thought to himself he hadn't left the house in 5 years. How could he have offended anyone? Could it be the inherently evil Senju clan? Uchiha He couldn't help but wonder. But seeing no one move, he hesitated no longer, and immediately spat out a great fireball. Seeing that he dared to strike first, the opponents instantly flew into a rage and unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu like an overwhelming tide. Uchiha He showed no panic. He casually cast a shield for his younger siblings, then quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a super fire release great fire dragon technique. A massive fire dragon instantly incinerated half the forest, and charged toward the group's ninjutsu with boundless might. The moment they collided, the dragon devoured their techniques, and it scattered them all. Scattered? No. Damn it, shadow clones! It's those bastards from the Uzumaki clan! Uchiha He cursed and was about to turn and flee with his siblings, but it was too late. Countless sealing techniques rained down on him, including the familiar adamantine sealing chains. Am I a tailed beast? Treat me like this! Uchiha He roared as he sprinted toward his siblings. Although his speed was extreme, those sneaky bastards seemed to have used a map-wide sealing technique, and with a single strike they sent Uchiha He flying. Uchiha He spat out a mouthful of blood, but this was no time to tend to his wounds. He scrambled and crawled, continuing to dash toward his siblings. Meanwhile, his younger siblings were struggling desperately against the endless sealing techniques. Although they were not weak, if even Uchiha He found them difficult to handle, how could they easily cope? Within 2 exchanges they were bound tightly by the sealing techniques. Uchiha He ran toward them like a madman. The most sinister thing was not the sealing techniques themselves, but that the caster never showed his face from beginning to end. Despite his boundless fury, Uchiha He had no outlet. He could only guard against the sealing techniques while racing toward his siblings. However, the moment Uchiha He approached, Uchiha Ching's eyes turned resolute, and she used all her strength to send him flying. Fortunately, Uchiha Ching was not weak, otherwise she would have been bundled up like a rice dumpling like her younger siblings. Before Uchiha He could wonder why Uchiha Ching did that, he saw an intense burst of flames erupt from the spot where his siblings had just been. Countless powerful explosive techniques. Uchiha He tried to use ninjutsu to stop the explosion, but the blast's power sent him flying. The explosion lasted a full 30 minutes. Uchiha He lay on the ground dazed. He wasn't knocked unconscious, but he couldn't accept the reality for a moment, letting the residual shockwaves toss his body back and forth. Suddenly a familiar aura appeared beside Uchiha. He scooped him up and rushed toward the clan compound at top speed. Meanwhile, the Uzumaki clan members with their extraordinary sensory abilities noticed this and gave chase. Uchiha He opened his eyes and found that the person before him was Uchiha Ching. One of her eyes had gone completely blind. Apparently she had used a Izanagi. Uchiha He felt an inexplicable ache in his heart. Uchiha Ching, however, showed a side she had never revealed before and comforted him. "Don't worry, Xiao He, I'll take you home." After coming to this world aside from Uchiha Taijima on the battlefield earlier, Uchiha Ching was the one who gave him the strongest sense of security. The Uzumaki clan members were chasing fiercely. Uchiha Ching moved swiftly, dodging with Uchiha He in tow. Uchiha He was puzzled. How could the usually frail-looking Uchiha Ching possess such strength? The two ran until nightfall before finally escaping. Seeing the clan compound growing closer, Uchiha Ching finally smiled, then collapsed like a kite with a broken string, throwing Uchiha He heavily to the ground. But Uchiha He paid no heed to his own injuries. He crawled painfully toward Uchiha Chin. In truth, the explosion had blown off half his body. He had survived this long only by sheer willpower. Uchiha He forced himself to crawl to Uchiha Chin's side. The night was just right, and her pale face looked even whiter under the moonlight. Tears sparkled like gems in her eyes. She looked at Uchiha He with deep reluctance, and spoke with difficulty. I know that every time our clan members awaken their eyes, their personalities change drastically. But your change makes me feel unfamiliar. However, whether it's the old you or the current you, your emotions are always melancholy. Though you always show a smile, you have never truly slept, have you? I don't have much time left. I can only pray for you in my heart, hoping you can move on and forget me. Although it seems you have already forgotten me. Uchiha He's heart felt as if twisted by knives. Tears seemed to flow from his eyes. But they were not tears, they were the Mangekyo Sharingan that had long existed but never awakened. Everyone says that the Uchiha clan's eye awakening requires sufficient hatred. But without love, how can there be hate? It is precisely because love is deep that hatred is thorough. Love is for others while hatred is for one's own incompetence. As the Mangekyo unconsciously spun, Uchiha He's body instantly restored itself to completeness, as if he had never been injured. Yet the blood tears at the corners of his eyes proved the wounds had existed. Uchiha He opened his mouth, wanting to roar, wanting to wail, but found his throat unable to make a sound. Helplessly, Uchiha He gently lifted Uchiha Chin and walked step by step toward home. As he walked, he said in a voice that could not be heard, "We're going home. We're going home." Uchiha He remembered asking her why she took such care of them. Uchiha Chin smiled slightly and said, "Maybe it's because my brain got soaked on a rainy day." Uchiha He vaguely recalled that when the original owner was a child, he had gone out to play in the rain, and saw Uchiha Chin, who had lost her parents since childhood. He asked her, "It's raining so hard. Aren't you going home?" Uchiha Chin was crying, sobbing. "I don't have parents. I don't have a home." Uchiha He had never seen such a scene. He racked his brains for a way to cheer her up but couldn't think of anything. So he put his hands on his hips and said with determination, "Then how about this? I'll tell my parents I want to marry you and bring you home. Mom said that as long as you marry a girl and bring her home, you can give her a home. That way you'll have both parents and a home." Uchiha Chin lifted her little head, her tears instantly stopping. Then she timidly asked, "Really?" Uchiha He extended his pinky finger. "Come on, Pinky, swear. Whoever lies is a dog." Uchiha Chin had one last sentence she never said before her final moments. "You broke your promise, doggy." Just moments before, Uchiha He had already planned how he would express his gratitude to Uchiha Chin upon returning, but never did he anticipate that they would be separated by life and death in the next instant. The vicissitudes of life are unpredictable, and accidents always strike with suddenness. Recalling the overwhelming confidence he had before setting out, Uchiha He was filled with remorse. At that moment, not only was Uchiha He's body undergoing transformation, but his eyes were also spinning rapidly as if brewing a formidable power. Why? If only I had insisted on going alone. If only I had been stronger. At this instant, Uchiha He seemed to lose himself entirely, his eyes veiled in crimson light, and the last shred of rationality completely dissipated. Uchiha He cast one final glance at Uchiha Chin's corpse, then his body shot forth like an arrow loosed from the bowstring. Before long he arrived at the site of the earlier ambush, where the desolation of explosions greeted his eyes. As for his younger siblings, they had already been obliterated into nothingness by the blast. Yet Uchiha He now resembled a wild beast driven by an instinct that commanded only one thing: slaughter. Thus Uchiha He made his way to the clan grounds of the minor families he had visited earlier. The gatekeeper, a lowly underling, approached cautiously, his hand already resting on the blade at his waist. Uchiha He neither dodged nor avoided, walking straight inside. The man immediately drew his sword and swung it, striking Uchiha He's shoulder. Uchiha He tilted his head slightly, glanced at the blade, then turned his gaze to the man before him. "He he he." The sound was not only Uchiha He's sneer but also the gurgle of blood stuck in his throat. The man was startled by Uchiha He's reaction, but quickly regained his composure, hastily withdrawing his sword and stepping back. What was even more astonishing occurred: the wound on Uchiha He's shoulder healed at an incredible speed, leaving not even a scar behind. The man immediately unleashed a volley of fire, released multiple bullets. Uchiha He did not evade, allowing the flames to strike his body. When the firelight dissipated, what met the man's eyes was still the same unharmed figure, leaving him utterly astounded. Could it be that he had encountered a ghost? Then Uchiha He blurred forward, kicked the man down, and mimicking his actions launched a super fire, released multiple bullets toward the clan grounds. A colossal fireball like a meteor directly annihilated the entire clan grounds. Strangers who had once harbored grudges instantly became close acquaintances. The man stared speechless at the shocking sight, trembling after a long while. "You! What kind of monster are you?" With the sound of blood gurgling in his throat, Uchiha He enunciated each word. "Put yourself in my shoes. You destroyed everything of mine, so I will destroy everything of yours to make you understand empathy." In the end, Uchiha He did not kill this man. Instead, he was driven mad by sheer terror. Uchiha He did not pause but continued toward the other minor clans he had previously visited. However, upon arriving at the second clan's grounds, he could no longer contain himself. "Damned empathy! I'm unhappy, so all of you can die." Then Uchiha He leaped forcefully, and at the same time his hand seals had already been completed. A great fireball cannot kill. What does that have to do with my super great fireball? At the peak of his leap, Uchiha He condensed all his chakra into this super great fireball. This fireball surpassed even a meteor in power. Without pain, it instantly turned a 3,000 li radius into a massive crater. His chakra depleted, Uchiha He's eyes returned to normal, and he crashed heavily toward the ground under gravity. After an unknown period, rain like sharp arrows striking Uchiha He's face gradually roused him from his stupor. In truth, he had awakened long ago. At the moment his chakra was exhausted, Uchiha He's eyes regained clarity, but soon he realized what he had done. Beyond the shock of his own actions, he was even more horrified that he felt his past deeds were unrelated to him. This was the most terrifying realization. At the same time, he sensed the extraordinary nature of his eyes. Just before hitting the ground, Uchiha He activated his left Mangekyo, instantly restoring his entire condition. However, the subsequent impact damage immediately crippled him again. This time Uchiha He did not deliberately heal himself, but instead pondered what he had been doing, and why he had flown into such a rage earlier. To be honest, even if he had feelings for the original host's younger siblings, they were not enough to make Uchiha He lose control on the spot. If it were him, he would have surely chosen to investigate thoroughly, then capture the real culprit to avenge them rather than indiscriminately attacking everyone like a mad dog. He had always been a highly rational person, both in life and on the battlefield. After all, if he were not rational, he would have ended his own life in his past life. Yet no matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not fathom what had happened to him. However, what delighted Uchiha He was that after this incident his chakra had surged dramatically. He had no precise concept of the amount, but it was certainly immense, enough to launch over 10,000 map-wide attacks, of course not the Super Series techniques but the ordinary kind. Most notably, his yin-yang attribute chakra had skyrocketed, exceeding the sum of all other attribute chakras by 100-fold. After much deliberation, Uchiha He decided to first seek revenge against the Uzumaki clan. Clearly those people were from the Uzumaki clan, as only they could wield such powerful sealing techniques. Moreover, a sealing technique of that magnitude could only be performed by the Uzumaki clan's high-ranking members. The truth was exactly as Uchiha He suspected. The cause was a casual remark made by Uchiha Taijima 5 years prior. Though the speaker meant no harm, the listener took it to heart. Upon returning, Senju Fujian thoroughly inspected the explosive tags sent by the Uzumaki clan and indeed discovered some issues. Consequently, the Senju clan reduced their cooperation with the Uzumaki clan. Seeing this, the Uzumaki clan mistakenly believed their rebellious intentions had been discovered. They even prepared to overthrow the Senju and take control themselves, but after considering their own strength they calmed down. Upon investigating the matter, they found it was caused by a mere child. Thus they spent an exceptionally long time preparing, intending to kill Uchiha He and present his head to the Senju to demonstrate their loyalty. To be honest, in the ninja world of that era their methods were more than sufficient to crush any other clan, except of course the Uchiha. Yet they insisted on being lapdogs instead of standing on their own, which was truly baffling. Imagine if the Uzumaki clan went to war, explosive kunai suppressing the front, suicide squads wielding the four symbols seal from the rear, countless adamantine sealing chains blocking escape routes from the sky, and even the strongest opponent could be neutralized with a 1-for-1 dead demon consuming seal. I can only say that aside from the great Susanoo, they would be virtually invincible. As for why the great Wood Golem is not mentioned, well, they have been intermarrying for generations, so why bother fighting them? Meanwhile, at the core of the Uchiha clan territory, chaos erupted. Uchiha Taijima furrowed his brow as he read the border intelligence. A radical clansman spoke up, Chief. It must be those inherently evil Senju. Let us wipe them out once and for all. The others echoed in agreement. Uchiha Kiyoshi's corpse and the site of the minor clan's uprising had been discovered by the Uchiha. When they investigated the minor clan's territory, they found nothing but a massive crater devoid of any trace. Chief, they must have done all this and then silenced everyone. Don't wait any longer. What if Uchiha Kawa is still alive? Those words ignited Uchiha Taijima's resolve. Indeed, what if he was still alive? Without further hesitation, he rose to his feet. Someone bring me my 3-meter blade. I will personally slay the Senju. His clansmen erupted in cheers, all filled with fighting spirit. Additionally, Uchiha Taijima said to the elder beside him, also bring the Nameless One. This battle may be the decisive one. The elder dared not delay and vanished instantly with a body flicker. Thus the Uchiha clan marched in full force toward the Senju, holding back nothing but minimal defenses and a spark of continuity. This time the goal was either to bring back Uchiha Kawa or to take the Senju clan with them. The Senju clan was naturally alarmed by Uchiha Kawa's movements, but few knew of the Uzumaki clan's involvement. Even Senju Butsuma, the clan chief, was unaware. Senju Butsuma scanned his subordinates and demanded sternly, "Can anyone tell me what happened?" Yet no one spoke. The entire hall was silent. Senju Butsuma stamped his foot, shattering the entire hall. Some of the weaker members were sent flying. Since no one knows the reason, we have no choice but to fight. If the Uchiha dare to wage an all-out war against us, we certainly won't indulge them. If they want war, then war it is. The stunned clansmen, roused by Butsuma's words, roared in unison, "Then let it be war." After everyone was prepared, Senju Butsuma instructed his deputy summon the 12 guardians of the Senju. I suspect this Uchiha assault is no mere skirmish, likely a decisive battle. And once you leave, do not return to the battlefield. Take Hashirama and the clan's children away, perhaps. He did not finish, but the man understood his meaning and acted without delay. Soon the two forces converged at the border. Uchiha Taijima brandished his 3-meter blade and demanded Senju Brat give back the life of Uchiha Kawa. Senju Butsuma was puzzled. Uchiha Kawa? Who was that? He turned to his clansmen and asked, "Who is Uchiha Kawa?" Someone reminded him, the one who single-handedly breached the entire Senju defense line 5 years ago. Senju Butsuma finally recalled, and the mere thought made his teeth grind. But realizing the cause of the attack was Uchiha Kawa and he had done nothing, he was furious. What Uchiha Kawa? I didn't do a damn thing. Uchiha Taijima sneered, "You're a fine chief, aren't you? Just because you didn't do it doesn't mean your subordinates didn't. See this." Uchiha Taijima threw a kunai imbued with the blood of Uchiha Kawa. Senju Butsuma picked it up, still confused. "With this alone you conclude my men killed him? Could my men even kill him?" Uchiha Taijima's fury peaked. "Damn it! If my man were alive, would I go to such trouble? Fine, then let you taste the blade of the Uchiha clan." Senju Butsuma tried to retort but was drowned out by Uchiha Taijima's shout. "Fall back. Release the Nameless One." This was the first appearance of the Nameless One. The Senju clansmen were utterly baffled as the Uchiha retreated and let a young girl step forward. Someone mocked, "Oh, little Uchiha, so desperate you send a girl to the front. Trying to bore us to death." Soon the speaker died, not from boredom but from being engulfed by Amaterasu. With each step the Nameless One's form grew, not her body but the Susanoo she wielded. The Senju clansmen were stunned. Yet Senju Butsuma forced himself to calm down and bellowed, "Where are my 12 guardians? Attack! Charge!" From the rear 12 massive burly men emerged, each from a different clan. Their sole commonality was leading their own summoned beasts and mastering immensely powerful sealing techniques. This was Senju Butsuma's final trump card. With these men they were nearly invincible in the ninja world. Unfortunately they faced the even more formidable Nameless One. With a swing of Susanoo's blade she cut down a large group. The 12 guardians circled, observing clearly, brewing a devastating move. The Uchiha clansmen did not advance as the Nameless One's attacks were indiscriminate. To avoid needless casualties no one approached. The Nameless One gazed indifferently at the ants before her, each strike slaying a crowd. But it was daytime, so her ultimate move was unusable. The Senju, learning, quickly scattered to avoid her area of effect attacks. The 12 guardians were no pushovers. They had been circling the battlefield only to encircle her and prepare a sealing technique. Now that it was ready, they activated it without hesitation. Countless mysterious runes surged toward the Nameless One, binding her tightly. Yet she was not fully sealed. Tears of blood streaked from her eyes as she activated Amaterasu again, incinerating one guardian to ash. Fortunately, once activated, the seal could not be stopped. The remaining guardians, ignoring their own safety, intensified the sealing. No matter how powerful the Nameless One was, she could not withstand this suicidal sealing technique. Amaterasu could burn people, but it was useless against something invisible. In the end, after she barely managed to burn the last guardian to death, the seal was completed. The Nameless One was bound in layer upon layer of sealing, thousands inside and out. Why didn't any Uchiha help? First, the Nameless One was merely a disposable weapon to them. Second, hadn't they seen her indiscriminate attacks? Even some random lackey from another clan who tried to support was casually burned to death by her. Under such circumstances, who would dare approach? Thus the battle concluded with the Nameless One thoroughly sealed and the Uchiha clan's trump card neutralized. Seeing Muming sealed, the warriors of the Uchiha clan could wait no longer. At Uchiha Taijima's signal, they raised their great blades and charged forward. At that moment, Uchiha Taijima led the charge, taking the forefront of the formation. Senju Butsume, realizing there was no escape, seized his weapon and rallied his clan to counterattack. Uchiha Taijima swung his great blade, each strike felling a large opponent. With the dynamic vision of his Sharingan, he effortlessly evaded incoming attacks, whether ninjutsu or taijutsu, all neutralized with ease. Senju Butsume, seeing this, hoisted his great iron hammer and unleashed a devastating strike of monstrous strength and divine power, shattering the ground beneath Uchiha Taijima. Though the blow wounded many allies, it also threw Taijima off balance, and an onslaught of weapons and ninjutsu surged toward him. In that critical moment, a colossal blue figure descended, Uchiha Taijima's doing. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he had long awakened his Mangekyo. Under the stunned gaze of the onlookers, the ninjutsu and weapons struck the Susanoo and simply dissipated. Senju Butsume immediately ordered his warriors to retreat from Taijima, while he himself hefted his great iron hammer and charged forward. As the clan leader, Senju Butsume was no pushover. His hands blurred as he formed a rapid succession of hand seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. While an ordinary user would produce a torrent roughly tens of meters high like a massive waterfall, the Senju clan, especially its patriarch, possessed an abundance of chakra. The scale of this technique was unprecedented, reaching hundreds of meters. Uchiha Taijima dared not be careless. He formed hand seals and unleashed fire release dragon flame spreading song technique, spewing 4 dragons from his mouth, one from above, one from below, one from the left, and one from the right, to collide with the colossal waterfall. The collision erupted in a dense cloud of steam, momentarily blinding Uchiha Taijima. Meanwhile, Senju Butsume, leveraging his keen perception and explosive speed, appeared behind the Susanoo in an instant. He raised his hammer high and struck the Susanoo with a devastating blow of monstrous strength and divine power. Uchiha Taijima sensed the presence behind him, but Senju Butsume's water release was equally formidable. He had no choice but to rely on the Susanoo to withstand the assault. Unlike Danzo's kunai, which would shatter on impact, the iron hammer cracked the Susanoo. Seeing this, Senju Butsume redoubled his efforts, swinging the hammer like a rapid-fire percussion, pounding the Susanoo relentlessly. Uchiha Taijima cursed inwardly. His Mangekyo spun at high speed, activating his dojutsu personnel enhancement. In an instant, he evaporated the water release great waterfall technique, then manipulated the Susanoo's arm to grab Senju Butsume. Senju Butsume was no lamb to the slaughter. He shifted his position again, appearing atop the Susanoo, and like a blacksmith forging iron, continued hammering down. Enough. Knock, 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 all you do is knock. Are you a blacksmith? Uchiha Taijima roared in fury. But Senju Butsume remained unmoved, persisting in his own way. He dodged the Susanoo's grasping hands while hammering away, seemingly enjoying the process. Nevertheless, Uchiha Taijima had devised a countermeasure. As Senju Butsume prepared for another strike, Taijima deactivated the Susanoo and used a one-time ultimate body flicker technique, instantly appearing before Butsume. He cast a genjutsu, freezing him in place. Prolonged use of the Susanoo had strained his eyes and he felt unsteady on his feet. Yet he forced himself to place his blade at Senju Butsume's throat and bellowed. The brat Butsume is captured. Surrender now or face the consequences. The Senju warriors barely glanced at the scene and continued fighting as if Butsume's life meant nothing. Just as Uchiha Taijima was bewildered, a whistling sound of an object cutting through the air came from behind. He immediately erected the Susanoo as a shield. But the assailant was not aiming for Taijima. With a swift turn he snatched Senju Butsume away. When the figure landed, Uchiha Taijima finally saw him clearly. He stood a full 3 meters tall, a giant among the warriors on the battlefield. Even more striking were his pupils and eye shadow, inhuman in their appearance. At the same time the figure exuded a dangerous aura. Uchiha Taijima refrained from any rash action, quietly observing the situation. For now the Uchiha held the advantage on the battlefield, and the enemy's high-level combatant seemed temporarily incapacitated. However, the matter did not end so simply. The giant swiftly drew his blade and stabbed it straight through Senju Butsume's kidney. Though the genjutsu from the Mangekyo left Butsume grimacing in pain, he remained unconscious. Yet the giant acted decisively, pulling out the blade and piercing Butsume's other kidney. Uchiha Taijima winced at the sight, instinctively touching his own kidneys. At that moment Senju Butsume, finally awakened from the genjutsu, looked down at his waist in agony and felt as if the entire sky were collapsing. But he had more pressing concerns than his kidneys. He asked, "How is it? Where are the reinforcements from the Uzumaki clan?" The giant's expression remained calm as he spoke slowly. "All combat forces of the Uzumaki clan have been completely annihilated by a single person. That person pursued me all the way to this battlefield." Senju Butsume. What? How could such a massive calamity be delivered with such a calm tone? And why was he so proud of being chased all the way here? Not even a hint of shame on his face. Senju Butsume suppressed his fury. "Could you not even contend with that person given your strength?" The giant shook his head. Senju Butsume felt a little better about to ask about the odds between them when the giant spoke again, his expression still placid. "It's not that I couldn't contend, he could obliterate me instantly." Senju Butsume felt like spitting blood. But the giant continued. "What I meant was that his technique is overwhelmingly powerful, capable of annihilating me in a single blow. However, if I evaded with all my might, I could dodge it, and then deliver a fatal strike." Senju Butsume. "Can't you finish your sentences in one go?" The situation was dire. All of the Senju clan's combat power was concentrated here, while the other minor clans had vanished without a trace. Even the Uzumaki clan, with whom they had intermarried for generations, had lost their fighting capability. It seemed they had to stake everything on one throw. Senju Butsume shouted at the top of his lungs. "Open the gates! Release the hounds! No, release the ultimate weapon!" Those in the know widened their eyes. Had it truly come to this final step? All the Senju warriors understood that they might not survive this battle. They closed their eyes and swung their blades recklessly, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu as if they had an endless supply. Closing their eyes was to ward off genjutsu, while the indiscriminate use of ninjutsu stemmed from the Senju's naturally vast chakra reserves. To avoid dying with chakra left in use, they adopted this tactic. Meanwhile, Uchiha He had arrived on the battlefield. He had previously eliminated all combatants of the Uzumaki clan using his newfound ability. Then by chance he spotted the 3-meter-tall giant. The unusual pupils and eye shadow were instantly recognizable to Uchiha He. Sage art. Sage art was of utmost importance to Uchiha He. With it he could handle over 90% of his enemies. Therefore, adopting a friendly attitude, he called out for the giant to stop. To his surprise, the giant fled like a frightened cur, as if he had seen a ghost. Though puzzled by the reaction, Uchiha He leisurely pursued him. Perhaps the giant was just rushing home to take a dump. That seemed plausible, didn't it? The giant. "You ask why I'm afraid? If you had witnessed a person systematically ripping out the hearts of the robust Uzumaki warriors, moving like a ghost at incredible speed, healing faster than even the Senju clan, and regenerating instantly after his head was blown off, wouldn't you be terrified?" Amid the shocked gazes of the assembly, the Senju clan's ultimate weapon emerged from the crowd, a frail, emaciated child, yet within his eyes burned something extraordinary. He possessed the Rinnegan. Though none could fathom the nature of this power, humanity possesses an innate instinct for perceiving danger, and this child radiated an unmistakable aura of menace. To understand this child's origins, one must speak of Black Zetsu. This calculating schemer, observing the remarkable combat prowess of the Uchiha clan, sought to balance the scales between the two factions. Fearing what might arise should the Uchiha rise to prominence, and with the troublesome rebellious child lurking in the shadows, he seized the opportunity when no one was watching and forcibly implanted his long-hoarded Rinnegan into the eye socket of an innocent child. Thus came the origin of this child. While the crowd's astonishment had not yet subsided, Uchiha Taijima sensed the presence of Uchiha blood behind him and called out without turning. "Have you found them?" The one arriving was none other than Uchiha Kawa. With confusion etched across his face, he asked, "Found whom?" Taijima turned anger-ridden across his features. "My beloved disciple, of course. Oh, my excellent student, are you unharmed?" Uchiha Kawa scratched his head in puzzlement. "What would be wrong with me?" For a moment Taijima found himself at a loss, rendered speechless by awkwardness. Uchiha Taijima wrestled with indecision: should he press the attack or retreat? To continue fighting seemed pointless now that his disciple had been found, yet the thought of sparing him felt equally unsatisfactory given the tension already simmering. Yet the Rinnegan-wielding child showed no hesitation. With a single devastating move, Shinra Tensei, he sent the Uchiha forces reeling and tumbling. Uchiha Kawa's face strained of color upon witnessing this. First Senjutsu and now the Rinnegan. If Black Zetsu hadn't been orchestrating this chaos, I'd eat my hat. Urging Taijima forward, Kawa pleaded. "Master, quickly lead the clan to retreat. Those eyes are beyond our capacity to handle." Taijima initially dismissed the warning and took a step forward, only to discover the very ground beneath him had been shattered by the enemy. His defiant attitude evaporated as he hastily conceded. Very well, we shall retreat." With a thunderous shout, Taijima commanded, "Sons of Uchiha! Kawa has been found. Fall back." And so the Uchiha forces withdrew in great numbers. Though the Senju clan seethed with indignation, none made a move. Their gazes fixed upon the Rinnegan-wielding child at the center of the fray. However, as though the Rinnegan's power had drained him completely, the child simply fell asleep standing upright, and no one suggested pursuing him. Only Senju Hashirama gnashed his teeth in fury and ordered his subordinates, "Investigate this matter thoroughly. I will discover which bastard played us all." Though Uchiha Kawa had displayed composure throughout the battlefield, the true emotional reckoning came only after he bid farewell to Taijima and returned home alone, sinking onto his bed. Gazing upon the empty, lifeless room, an inexplicable discomfort settled upon him. He remained seated like that for many days until the arrival of a child finally broke the silence. A mischievous little head peeked cautiously into the room. Uchiha Kawa immediately sensed his presence but said nothing. The visitor was none other than young Madara. Gathering his courage upon seeing Uchiha Kawa at home, he ventured inside. After a careful inspection, he approached Kawa and declared, "Brother Kawa, father requests your presence. He says there's a surprise." Uchiha Kawa nodded to acknowledge the message, though his expression remained unchanged. Seeing this, Madara did not grow annoyed but instead wandered about the room on his own. Noticing Madara still had something on his mind, Kawa proactively spoke. "Madara, speak your mind." After a moment's hesitation, Madara mustered his courage and asked, "Brother Kawa, if it were you, would you have the confidence to completely end this war? I mean a permanent resolution, one that would never happen again." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kawa's heart sank. Urgently he inquired, "Did some dark, shadowy figure whisper this into your ear?" Confused, Madara replied, "What dark, shadowy figure?" Only then did Uchiha Kawa breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed Black Zetsu had not yet turned his schemes toward Madara. Then again, this Madara was merely an ordinary Uchiha with the strength of a child, certainly unworthy of Black Zetsu's attention. But this realization brought a deeper concern: wasn't Kawa himself the more dangerous target? At merely 28 years old, he had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet 28 was considered a respectable age of longevity in the Warring States period. Thinking carefully and wishing to prevent young Madara from falling into despair and apathy, Uchiha Kawa said, "Peace is not achieved overnight. On the contrary, the path to peace demands a long and arduous journey. Moreover, even if one individual reaches the pinnacle of power, it is impossible to bring about world peace in a single instant. True peace requires the relentless efforts of not one generation but several, or even dozens." Madara absorbed these words with a mixture of understanding and confusion, nodding thoughtfully. But then he lifted his head with newfound resolve. "Will you take me as your disciple? Father told me you are the strongest in our clan. I believe that under your guidance I will surely gain the power to protect every member of our people." Uchiha Kawa gently shook his head. "I am sorry, but I have no intention of taking disciples at this time." Noticing Madara's crestfallen expression, Kawa rose and gently patted the boy's head. "However, I can certainly teach you some skills. But you are still too young. Wait a few more years and we shall see." Hope once again ignited in Madara's eyes. The two then set off together toward the Taijima residence. The moment Uchiha Kawa crossed the threshold, the sound of a baby's cries reached his ears. Kawarama had been born. The other clan members at the residence, upon seeing Uchiha Kawa arrive, eagerly escorted him forward. Baby Kawarama was unlike Madara. That spoiled brat had been born demanding and cried at the embrace of anyone. Though Kawarama was also crying, he did not struggle, and the moment Uchiha Kawa appeared, he reached out his tiny arms toward him. Witnessing this, everyone was overjoyed. Seeing this, Taijima gently placed Kawarama into Uchiha Kawa's arms. Uchiha Kawa carefully cradled the infant, fearful of letting him fall. Remarkably, the moment Kawarama was in Kawa's arms, his crying ceased, and he simply stared up with a blissful, drooling smile. Uchiha Kawa could not explain the wave of warmth that flooded his chest, a feeling he could only describe as healing. Is this what life is, he wondered. Capitalizing on the tender moment, Taijima pressed forward. Kawa named the child. I intend for you to be the teacher of both these children from now on. Uchiha Kawa, unable to refuse and hoping to preserve the flow of events, tentatively suggested. Shall we call him Kawarama? Uchiha Kawarama. Little Kawarama seemed to sense this was his name, and smiled even more foolishly. Gazing at the cute face before him, Uchiha Kawa made a silent vow within his heart. He would prevent the tragedies of the original story from ever occurring. Time flashed by like a fleeting steed, and in the blink of an eye Uchiha He had reached the age of 38, while Ban had turned 15. Over these 10 years Uchiha He's life was a monotonous routine. He rose and went to Tian Dao's home to see Quan Nai. For some reason, every time he saw Quan Nai, Uchiha He felt a sense of healing that alleviated the pain of losing his siblings. Over this decade Uchiha He had thoroughly grasped the ability of his left eye, the creation of life. By activating his dojutsu he could restore his own state, instantly healing any injury. The only drawback was that the process could not be interrupted. As for his right eye, though he sensed it contained immense power, Uchiha He also perceived that using it would instantly kill him. To safeguard his life he had never attempted it. Notably, in these years Uchiha He had learned countless ninjutsu and all sealing techniques through his studies, and had even delved into bloodline limits. Ninjutsu and sealing techniques could be easily acquired through a simple illusion, but bloodline limits were far more troublesome. First he needed to observe the chakra flow of a bloodline limit user with his Sharingan. Then he had to dissect the corpse to understand the special internal structure. Finally he had to make minuscule adjustments to his own body to replicate the bloodline. It was quite a hassle. During these 10 years the Senju and Uchiha had tacitly avoided war, not only due to the previous truce but also because the Senju clan had been thoroughly demoralized in the last battle. Countless minor clans abandoned them, seeking to join the Uchiha. Initially Uchiha Tian Dao firmly refused, but eventually persuaded by Uchiha he relented. As for why the Uchiha did not annihilate the Senju, though the Uchiha were warlike, they did not favor genocide. The Uchiha clan was not inherently evil, on the contrary they were quite kind. Though Tian Dao was not yet at death's door, his combat prowess had severely declined. He had considered passing the clan leadership to Uchiha He, but the latter consistently refused. Today marked the official apprenticeship of Ban and Quan Nai. Ban had arrived early with Quan Nai at the predetermined lakeside, quietly waiting for Uchiha He. Uchiha He disliked waiting and also disliked making others wait, so he arrived early at the lake. However, he concealed himself while waiting. Ben stood as straight as a little adult while Quan Nai, losing patience after the teacher's prolonged absence, plopped down and began playing with mud. Ben noticed and reminded him, Quan Nai, stop playing. If the teacher sees you he might be displeased. Quan Nai muttered, I'll just play for a while. When he comes I'll stand up immediately, won't I? Ben sighed and rubbed his forehead helplessly. By then Uchiha He had already arrived behind Quan Nai. Ben was about to bow, but Uchiha He stopped him and gestured for silence. Uchiha He crouched down quietly and said softly, you should pile this part thicker, otherwise the house will collapse when it gets taller. Quan Nai suddenly realized that no wonder my previous houses always collapsed. So that's why. Thank you? Quan Nai quickly improved his mud house and turned to thank the one who had spoken, but the word thank died on his lips. Teacher, when did you get here? Uchiha He slowly stood up, scratching his head thoughtfully. Probably around the time you sat down. Quan Nai's face turned pale. But he had a trick. He pressed himself against Uchiha He. Teacher, you really should have announced your arrival. You made me sit on the ground playing with mud. First I must clarify. I absolutely did not play with mud because I like it. Uchiha He couldn't help but chuckle at Quan Nai's blustering, and he reached out to pat his head. "Alright Quan Nai, I'm not angry with you." Quan Nai immediately jumped up in joy. "I knew teacher was the best. Unlike my brother who nags me all day and won't even let me play with mud." Ben rolled his eyes. Then Uchiha He began teaching the two youngsters. Since Quan Nai was still young, Uchiha He did not teach him ninjutsu but instead imparted various theoretical knowledge. Surprisingly, Quan Nai was fascinated by theory and listened with great interest. Ben was a prodigy in all aspects. He had self-studied theory, and when it came to ninjutsu he learned each one in silence. Though not as swift as Uchiha He had been, he still progressed rapidly. In the following years Uchiha He accompanied the two in their training. During this time there was an incident where Ben encountered Zhu Jian, leaving Quan Nai forgotten in the grove. By the time Ben reached adulthood, the Senju clan could no longer hold back and led a massive army to attack the Uchiha. However, Uchiha He was delayed by another matter, the root of all evil, the detestable Heiju. Though he hadn't seen it clearly, the sinister aura was unmistakably Heiju. Thus Uchiha He gave chase. Though Heiju didn't know why he was being pursued, the aggressive approach made him flee. If a reporter interviewed him, it would go like this: "Reporter, why are you running?" The reporter waved the microphone up, down, left, and right, never finding Heiju's mouth. "Heiju. Then let me ask you, if someone came running at you with a 3-meter-long machete, wouldn't you run?" "Reporter, why would I run?" Puzzled face Heiju. "Right, why am I running? I'm supposed to be manipulating him, aren't I?" Heiju thought to himself. So he actually stopped emerging from the ground. Uchiha He without hesitation swung his blade in a horizontal slash, but it didn't harm Heiju in the slightest. Uchiha He refused to believe it. He unleashed a barrage of colorful ninjutsu, but they all passed through Heiju's body without causing any damage. Uchiha He's brows knitted together. "Alright, I refuse to accept this." He then pressed his hand on Heiju's head, or rather hovered it above his head, because Heiju had no physical form. More precisely, he had no substance unless he chose to manifest it. Uchiha He found this odd, so he said, "Hey, make yourself solid so I can touch your head." Somehow Heiju inexplicably materialized his body. Uchiha He felt reassured by the tangible head, and immediately unleashed 10,000 sealing techniques, intending to finish him off. The entire forest was bathed in light, but when it faded, Heiju remained completely unharmed. Though he was not injured, Uchiha He felt inexplicably frustrated. He asked, "Do you have any weaknesses?" Heiju thought for a moment, and was about to speak, but then he sensed something off. Why would I tell him my weaknesses? And why am I just standing here letting him hit me? Heiju can choose to be either tangible or intangible, but in either state he cannot be attacked. No sealing techniques work on him except for yin-yang release sealing techniques. Uchiha He, finding himself in a tight spot, suddenly let out a strange chuckle. "Hee, I've got something nice here, want to give it a try?" Black Zetsu for some reason heard Uchiha He's words like the whisper of a demon, and had no resistance at all, nodding as if possessed. But he soon sensed something was off. Uchiha He was shaping a circular sphere in his hands, formed from yin-yang release chakra rotating in the pattern of the Tai Chi. Uchiha He grinned askew and said, "Hee, I specially developed this thing for you. Though I could never use it properly, the power of its failure explosion should be enough to thrill you. Don't you think so, dear Black Zetsu?" Black Zetsu's heart nearly burst from Uchiha He's eerie expression, and he scrambled to flee. But the explosive force of a failed yin-yang release was not something a mere Black Zetsu could escape. A flash of intertwined light and darkness erupted. Uchiha He's entire upper body was blown away, and though Black Zetsu fled quickly, half his body was also obliterated. After a long moment, Black Zetsu recovered and couldn't help cursing at Uchiha He's corpse. "Damn, what a lunatic! I just came to bluff and you pull out an ultimate move straight away." Uchiha He is indeed insidious, but that's because he was now in the underworld, no, the Pure Land. Uchiha He looked around warily, cautious of Black Zetsu's presence, but everything was engulfed in darkness. After an unknown amount of time, Uchiha He jolted awake. "I'm not dead, am I? This can't be the Pure Land, can it?" "Yes, child, this is the Pure Land, but you are not dead yet." Uchiha He was startled by the eerie voice. "Holy crap, a ghost!" He ran off in one direction without looking back, but after running for a long time he found himself still in the same place. Only then did he realize that in the Pure Land he was also a ghost. Why be afraid of ghosts? So he turned around, closed his eyes, and charged with fists raised. To avoid missing his target, he squinted for a quick peek. That glance sent a chill down his spine. The figure before him had a pair of unique horns, coffee-colored hair, and wore a pure white long coat. On his chest were 6 black tomo patterns, and on his back was a striking red spiral symbol followed by a 9-square grid of 9 tomo with 3 in each row. In the darkness, the 6-path sage looked more terrifying than any ghost. Uchiha He was about to bolt when the sage's words stopped him. Hell, ain't no need to run. I'm not a ghost. Uchiha He was stunned. Aren't transmigrators supposed to be undetectable? How does this old sly know my name? The 6-path sage seemed to read his mind. Normally a transmigrator's arrival comes with what you call cheats, but you have none. Uchiha He's forehead broke out in a sweat. How does he know about transmigrators? And though he's a cheat producer, how does he know the word cheat? The 6-path sage explained patiently. My current way of speaking is learned from your memories. If you like, you can call me Old Dang. Uchiha He smiled bitterly. Looks like your learning ability isn't great either. Alright, old 6-path sage, what's my situation now? Uchiha He continued asking. The 6-path sage replied. In your words, your current state is like a final flicker of life. Am I really dead? No, it's just a similar phenomenon. Because you used a failed yin-yang release which blew off your entire head, your special ocular technique cannot operate on its own. However, I think you should return to the human world after some time. Uchiha He understood, but his confusion deepened. Why had the 6-path sage come to him? Was it to give him a cheat, or to expel this outsider like in other stories? The sage's mind-reading ability was formidable. Before Uchiha He's doubts ended, he continued. First, I have no cheats you can use here. Also, you are not an outsider. Based on my speculation, your existence is due to the original owner being erased by time's rules, and you coincidentally intersected at that point, a singularity collision. The probability is near 0. This cannot be explained by science. Perhaps in your terms you are the destined one arriving here through fate. Uchiha He, what are you saying? I don't understand. The 6-path sage fell silent, then turned away. Alright, use the remaining time to reunite with your family. I look forward to our next meeting. Uchiha He hurriedly tried to follow, but the sage vanished instantly. He could only shout. Hey, old dang, give me a cheat before you go. I'm not picky, Rinnegan yin-yang release anything. He only dared to make such a request after briefly guessing that the other meant him no harm. Otherwise, if the cheat producer of this world discovered he was an outsider, he'd be lucky not to be beaten to death. The 6-path sage ignored him. Even with the ability to read Uchiha He's memories, he could only access the surface thanks to the unique eyes containing rules so profound that even the sage could only gaze in awe. Old dang, that nickname is quite nice. It must be a compliment for an old man who is still vigorous and daring to climb new heights, murmured the 6-path sage to himself. After the sage left Uchiha, he was again surrounded by darkness. Wait, what about the reunion? Where were the people? Suddenly something bumped into his waist. From the force he judged it was a person. He turned around. Indeed, was someone else present. The darkness receded. The person before him was his youngest brother. Brother, Dad said you came too, so I'm here to take you. Uchiha He gently lifted him, tears welling in his eyes. Let's go. You lead the way. Though his brother's body was light, Uchiha He held him as if cradling a treasure. After all, he had lost him once before. His brother looked him over while guiding. Brother, why are you so old? Even your hair is white. Speaking of white hair, that was down to Uchiha He's reckless behavior over the past decade. After fully understanding his left eye's ability, he went wild, using the ability to heal any injury, and even for every little chakra depletion when training forbidden techniques, he would instantly restore it with his eye. Thankfully, this ability consumed not eye power but his life force. Otherwise, he would go blind. What would he do then? Uchiha He never considered what would happen if he ran out of life. 6-path sage, what else? Just come down and have tea with me. This white hair of mine. It must be premature graying, right? Yuzhibo He had never paid attention to his hair all day long. Aside from teaching students, he was engaged in endless study. He touched his head and found it still bristly. Yes, quite bristly, so it should be fine. His younger brother was rendered speechless by this. Just then the two arrived at the gathering place of the Uchiha clan's departed souls, and a sea of red eyes stretched before them. His younger brother led Yuzhibo He to their family's spot. Along the way, Yuzhibo He noticed some familiar faces, though it was they who recognized him, not the other way around. Everyone look! This is the genius who emerged from the Uchiha clan not long ago, who single-handedly beat the Senju into submission. Submission? I heard he even knocked out Butsuma's kidneys. What? Our Uchiha has produced a genius who has conquered the ninja world. As the rumors grew more exaggerated, Yuzhibo He hastily grabbed his younger brother, and fled, fearing that if he were a moment later he would be surrounded. Seeing those familiar faces again, Yuzhibo He could not help but weep. Brother, sister, I am sorry. If only I hadn't been so arrogant. His younger siblings, however, were magnanimous. The eldest brother even stepped forward and said, Nonsense. We asked you to take us, you broadened our horizons. You are the best brother. At this moment Yuzhibo He's parents looked at him with a mixture of relief and concern. Child, it must have been hard for you to go through all this, right? Hearing this, Yuzhibo He could no longer hold back. He nestled in their arms like a child, even though he now appeared older than both of them. In truth, from the very beginning Yuzhibo He had believed that the emotions he felt were due to the original owner of this body. Only after meeting the Sage of Six Paths and hearing his story did he learn that the original owner had long since perished, leaving not even a soul behind. Though residual chakra might have had some influence, it was a minor part. The majority of these feelings were his own. This brings us to Yuzhibo He's previous life. As a university graduate in his 20s, he had just entered society when he faced an unemployment crisis. He spent his days lying at home playing games, and merely surviving was already a great stroke of luck. Naturally, his psychological state was difficult to describe. The social anxiety that had accumulated since childhood only became clear after he switched from business to psychology. It was caused by a psychological disorder. He was a classic people-pleaser. The hallmark of a people-pleaser is an excessive concern for others' feelings, a fear of displeasing anyone. To make others happy, they would rather sacrifice their own time and money, even for things they dislike. Yuzhibo He, starved of love since childhood, remained the same as an adult. Even when he had a girlfriend, her betrayal sentenced him to a lifetime of solitude. There is a lyric that goes, I am sentenced to lifelong solitude by love. But this was just a minor blow. He could laugh it off. No, he couldn't. It only worsened his mental illness. Over time, even with prolonged medication, he could no longer fall into a deep sleep, only bouts of unconsciousness at best. Coming to this new world was a fresh start for him. Although he forced himself to hide his emotions from those who cared about him, only he knew the pain inside. At the same time, the care from his younger siblings and Yuzhibo Ching made him feel as if he had been granted a second life. It was then that Yuzhibo He looked up and saw the person who haunted his dreams, Yuzhibo Ching. She was as gentle and lovely as ever. Shao He, have you been sleeping well? His parents tactfully stepped aside, handing each of the younger siblings an imaginary watermelon. Mom, I don't want to eat dirt, said the youngest sister. Their mother immediately covered her mouth with dirt. Be good, child. Whether you eat it or not, just keep your mouth shut. The other siblings, sensing the situation, fell silent. The two gazed at each other for a long moment before Yuzhibo He replied, I have taken good care of myself. I have been sleeping well. Yuzhibo Ching walked over slowly and gently stroked his hair. Liars must swallow 1,000 needles, you know. Apart from Yuzhibo Tian Dao, Yuzhibo He never tolerated anyone touching his head. He would get angry at anyone who tried. He remembered one time when Izuna, in a playful mood, placed a mud crown on his head and accidentally touched it. Instinctively, Yuzhibo He grabbed him and threw him into the air, preparing to blast him with a super fireball jutsu, only to come to his senses just in time and save him. He then spent a long time coaxing the wailing Izuna. At that moment, Yuzhibo He fully recognized his feelings. But as his figure began to fade, he realized he was about to return to the living world. He said to Yuzhibo Ching, Xiao Qing, wait for me. I will bring you home. With that, his form completely dissipated. The younger siblings, seeing this, screamed as if they had seen a ghost. Mom, a ghost! A ghost! His mother gave each of them a flick on the head. Idiots, you are ghosts yourselves! Back in the living world, Yuzhibo He found himself still intact, his body unharmed. Strange. Why didn't Black Zetsu take my eyes? If he had, the story would have ended right there. Black Zetsu thought. Who can understand me? Even after being blown into such fragments, they still flowed with yin-yang release and a mysterious power. Would I dare to scavenge that? Yuzhibo He shook his head. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't dwell on it. That was his principle. If he kept fixating on a single problem, why not study the mysteries of the universe instead? Suddenly a rumbling sound came from the ground. Strange. Is someone setting off firecrackers? Elsewhere the Uchiha and Senju were locked in a fierce battle darkening the sky. Well, that was a joke. This battle was entirely one-sided. Although Madara was only 15, he had learned almost all of Yuzhibo He's improved techniques, including numerous hand-signless jutsu, forcing the enemy to flee in panic. As for countering the Senju clan's explosive kunai, Yuzhibo He had long prepared. Over the years searching for a metal suitable to make armor that could withstand such hellish weapons, he had traveled across the entire ninja world but found none. This couldn't be blamed on him. How could a fool who switched from business to psychology know anything about metal smelting? However, what he lacked in that area he made up for in sealing jutsu. It could be said that the Uzumaki clan, known as sealing masters, had only explored a fraction of sealing techniques. Through Yuzhibo He's research, a sealing shield capable of absorbing explosive damage was born. But that was not all. Yuzhibo He had already begun preliminary research on sealing reinforcement techniques suitable for the human body. However, at present it could only maintain a ninja's chakra stamina for a brief moment. Thanks to Yuzhibo He's early preparations, the battle was almost entirely one-sided. Even Hashirama Senju, who had seen Madara before but was new to the battlefield, could only barely dodge Madara's relentless bombardment. The stamina sealing technique on Madara was specially crafted by Yuzhibo He. It required a strong will from the subject, or the seal would fail and cause a self-detonation. Moreover, the application of this seal was a delicate process. Yuzhibo He had spent 7 days without eating or drinking to perfect it. At this point, sharp-eyed readers might ask, where is the kid with the Rinnegan from before? Actually, after his first use of Shinra Tensei, he was completely drained and now resembled an ordinary person. However, the tide of battle did not remain one-sided forever. The moment Butsuma Senju implanted the Rinnegan into his own eye socket, the entire battlefield changed. Although Butsuma was already nearing his end, the Senju's tenacious vitality was no joke. He was still slightly better than the kidney-deficient Nagato. He immediately unleashed a Super Chibaku Tensei, trapping Madara. This technique, like the Super Shinra Tensei, would leave the user weakened for a long time. But its power was enormous, and unlike the original version, it had no weakness. It condensed extremely fast, surpassing even Tian Dao's ultimate body flicker. Logically, such a powerful Super Chibaku Tensei should be unbreakable by ordinary Mangekyo. But just as the impure world reincarnation body cannot shed tears, a father can. Similarly, an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan cannot shatter the Chibaku Tensei, but Yuzhibo Tian Dao, being Madara's father, could. Yuzhibo Tian Dao, relying on his one-time explosive body flicker, flashed into the sky and slammed the Susanoo's giant fist into the Chibaku Tensei with all his might. But it had no effect. So, ignoring the consequences, he expended all his dojutsu power to unleash the most powerful lightning release lightning injury jutsu ever cast. This technique was invented by Yuzhibo He and taught to every Uchiha member, as it boasted both strong penetrating power and maximum chakra efficiency. However, Yuzhibo Tian Dao spared no effort, channeling all his dojutsu power into strengthening this jutsu. His fist transformed into a giant lightning blade, shattering the Chibaku Tensei. Though shattered, it was not completely destroyed, only a large gap was opened. But by then Yuzhibo Tian Dao's eyes were blind and all his chakra was depleted. Thus he could only fall to the ground with regret. However, the incomplete Chibaku Tensei gave Madara an opportunity. At the same moment, a blaze erupted from within the sphere, and with a massive explosion the entire Chibaku Tensei shattered. Madara had used the fire release fire armor explosion jutsu taught by Yuzhibo He, inspired by the Ultra Bomb. Unlike the Ultra Bomb, the user does not need to self-destruct, instead they detonate the armor condensed on their body. The power is equally immense, but there are conditions. One must know the technique, have sufficient chakra, and, most importantly, possess Yuzhibo He's special sealing jutsu, otherwise using it would cause an immediate explosion. So this was the origin of the sudden rumbling vibration that Uchiha He had sensed. Uchiha He clearly perceived that the final sealing technique he had left as a safeguard within Madara's body had been activated. He had instructed Madara not to use it unless absolutely necessary, which meant that Madara was now in trouble. Uchiha He couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He cursed. Damn that black Zetsu! He must have deliberately lured me away, knowing that war was about to break out. Black Zetsu, I have no idea. I just wanted to bluff him a bit. Who knew he'd go all out on the spot? If Uchiha He doesn't trick me, I'll eat my words. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha He instantly teleported to the location of the explosion. Why didn't he use the Flying Thunder God? Despite mastering the sealing technique, all 3 sacred lands of summoning seemed to hold no favor for him. Uchiha He couldn't even find a single strand of their hair, thus he never had the chance to perceive the spatio-temporal space, and therefore couldn't create the flying thunder god on his own. On the battlefield at that moment Taijima fell like a broken kite. Although he was rescued in time, his life hung in the balance. Witnessing this, Madara Uchiha felt a faint itch in his eyes, and before he knew it his Mangekyo had awakened. In an instant it was as if all of Madara's meridians had been unblocked. His chakra skyrocketed and his entire state surged to an unprecedented level. He transformed into a human artillery platform, and in no time the entire battlefield was ablaze with flames dazzling to the eyes. Yet the warriors of the Senju clan dared not let their vision blur. They widened their eyes to dodge lest they be struck. After all, a single lightning release he casually hurled had just blasted a man into a pulp. But Hashirama Senju, having exhausted himself after unleashing the Super Shinra Tensei, could no longer hold on, and fell asleep on the spot. He couldn't be blamed. His kidneys had been completely pierced through 10 years ago, so his weakness was only natural. However, the villainous Black Zetsu hadn't stopped his scheming. The moment Butsuma collapsed, he retrieved the Rinnegan again. Just as he was about to check on Indra and Ashura, the figure that appeared in his line of sight terrified him so much that he fled back underground, not daring to show his face again. That figure, of course, was Uchiha He, who had arrived in a flash. Since his entire upper body had been blown to pieces earlier, he was now shirtless, revealing a set of 10 perfectly defined abdominal muscles. With his explosive white hair, he was nothing short of a demon walking the earth to Black Zetsu. To Black Zetsu, Uchiha He was a demon, but to the Uchiha clan he was their beacon of hope. Someone quickly informed Uchiha He of the battle situation upon his arrival, and also told him that the clan leader had fallen into a critical coma while saving Madara. Uchiha He burned with rage upon hearing this. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Madara's explosive burst of power stirred something in Hashirama Senju, who also erupted in turn, unleashing a wood-style tree world that left everyone utterly stunned. Uchiha He merely smirked contemptuously. A mere wood-style. I can summon it with a wave of my hand. Without even clapping, he let out a mighty roar. Super wood-style giant tree world. Gigantic trees burst forth from the ground, dwarfing those created by Hashirama, and in an instant they drained Hashirama's wood style into a dried husk. This scene left Hashirama frozen in place, momentarily at a loss. Madara observed and ceased his attack, knowing what his teacher would do next, so he covered his ears. With a single ordinary lion's roar technique, Uchiha He silenced the entire battlefield. Listen up, everyone here. I, Uchiha He, am standing before you. Surrender, and you shall not be killed. Why did he say that? Over the past 10 years he hadn't just been training and teaching his disciples obediently, he had also roamed the lands, slaying any who were wicked on sight, and even leaving behind a message written in blood. The killer is Uchiha He. This was the origin of Uchiha He's title as the Mad Slayer, a nightmare for the entire shinobi world, not just the Land of Fire. His footprints stretched across all the lands. Although the Senju clan had long heard of Uchiha He's fearsome reputation, each of them was fearless of death, and not a single one chose to surrender. At that moment the stunned Hashirama finally regained his composure. He muttered inwardly, weren't we supposed to be putting on an act? Why use such a powerful jutsu? Indeed, Hashirama Senju had long been won over by Uchiha He, and this war had been instigated by the usually honest Hashirama himself. Before setting out, Butsuma Senju had patted Hashirama's head with great satisfaction and said with a smile, "You're truly a good son to your father." Then, to the astonishment of everyone, Hashirama Senju clapped his hands together, and used the wood-human technique to leap atop the giant tree. "Everyone, may I have a word?" The warriors of the Senju clan turned their gazes toward Hashirama. At Uchiha He signaled, the Uchiha warriors also ceased their actions. Seeing so many eyes fixed on him, Hashirama swallowed nervously, but he quickly steadied himself and declared loudly, "Our Senju clan is mighty in strength." This statement delighted many Senju. But the next words brought them no joy. "However, we are no match for the Uchiha clan. The elder clan leader has fallen unconscious. As the young clan leader, I must assume the responsibility of the clan leader. Therefore, everyone follow me and surrender to the Uchiha." At that moment, not only the Senju were dumbfounded, but the Uchiha as well. What? Did I hear that right? The young clan leader of the Senju is urging his people to surrender to the Uchiha. Just then Butsuma Senju, who had barely regained consciousness, heard Hashirama's words and felt as if the entire sky had collapsed. But unfortunately he could see nothing now, for the Rinnegan had been dug out by Black Zetsu, and his own eyes had been discarded carelessly before the battle began. But Hashirama Senju, I feel my life has plunged into utter darkness. Uchiha He had just healed Taijima's wounds and returned to the battlefield. Seeing that the time was ripe, he once again used the lion's roar technique, and declared, I, Uchiha He, deeply feel the cruelty of war. Therefore, ever since I gained power, I have sworn to bring peace and love to this entire world. Just imagine if everyone could understand each other and live in harmony, how wonderful this world would be. Narrator, if you ignore all the people he's killed, it really would be the case. Uchiha He paused, then continued, I believe many of you despise me. But what I want to say is, my parents, my siblings, even my beloved, all died at your hands. Now I have the power to destroy everything, yet I choose not to. Do you know why? Because compared to hatred, I believe peace is far more important. So please follow my example and embrace your enemies, won't you? Come, Hashirama, call me master. Hashirama had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He had known Madara for years, and through him he had learned many things from Uchiha He, including the wood style. Yet Uchiha He had always refused to accept him as a disciple. Hashirama Senju ran over with a cheerful grin, but Hashirama Senju was filled with desperation. Don't say it. Don't call him that. Master. As Hashirama uttered those two words, Hashirama Senju could no longer hold back. Rebellious son! With that roar, Hashirama Senju completely passed out. In the end, the Senju surrendered to the Uchiha. Hashirama Senju, the successive clan leader of the Senju, became a disciple of Uchiha He, and Uchiha He himself later assumed the position of clan leader of the Uchiha. It is worth noting that 5 years later the Senju clan had fully recovered and the younger generation's combatants took to the battlefield. Under Uchiha He's leadership, the combined forces of the Uchiha and Senju crushed all the ninja clans in the Land of Fire. All the major and minor clans pledged their allegiance, and the Land of Fire was finally free from war. That same year Uchiha He proposed the founding of Konohagakure. All the major ninja clans agreed, and Uchiha He became the first Hokage. That year he was 43 years old with a head full of white hair. The past flashed before Uchiha He's eyes like a revolving lantern filled with both pain and joy. But now all of this was about to lose its meaning, for he was on the verge of complete death. The endless destructive power from the dark side coursed through his body, gradually stripping away everything he had. At that moment Jiuwei was earnestly persuading all the tailed beasts. Listen to me, everyone. Uchiha He is truly the child of prophecy. Let us lend him our strength. Shaha retorted. Wasn't it already established that Ming Ren is the child of prophecy? Besides the green-eyed youth who smiles and calls the names of the 9 beasts, Uchiha He is no youth, and where does he have green eyes? Jiuwei was so anxious that he almost wanted to forcibly drag the other tailed beasts to help Uchiha He with his tails, but he still patiently explained. Has everyone forgotten? Many years ago, when we were first captured by him, didn't he smile and call our names? Besides, who says green eyes must be blue? If it were so easy to discover, how could he be the mysterious child of prophecy? So his red eyes must represent green eyes. The other tailed beasts disagreed. When they were captured, Uchiha He was like a madman. Although he smiled and called their names, it was not a cheerful smile, but a sneer, as if looking down on the weak. At this moment Mingren and Zhuizhu were both anxious and at a loss. Mingren kept trying to get closer, but the destructive power made him feel his own dissolution just by approaching a little. Zhuizhu continuously attempted to use Tianxili to teleport Uchiha He, but no matter what, he could not succeed. Just then the 6 Paths sage quietly emerged from underground. Mingren, it is time. Seeing this, Mingren remembered what the 6 Paths sage had said earlier: if Uchiha He encountered trouble, he should bring the 9-tailed beasts to help him. Mingren no longer hesitated and said to Zhuizhu, Please teleport me to Teacher He's side. At the same time the 6 Paths sage issued orders to the 9-tailed beasts. Although he could not get Uchiha He out, Zhuizhu could use Tianxili to teleport himself or others there. He had not gone earlier because the dangerous aura emanating from within was too overwhelming. So he grabbed Mingren and used Tianxili to teleport himself and Mingren there. Seeing this, Mingren immediately used Yin-Yang release on Uchiha He. With a flash of light, both Mingren and Zhuizhu transformed into streams of golden light that merged into Uchiha He's body. At the same time, the 9-tailed beast underwent a tremendous transformation. Each of them emitted dazzling golden light and flew toward Uchiha He. As they flew, Jiuwei smugly said, See, I told you Uchiha He is the child of prophecy, right? Seeing this, the dark side could not help but intensify its attack. A pillar-like destruction ray carrying endless destructive power rushed toward Uchiha He. However, it was too late. Uchiha He had already completely transformed. He also turned into a small golden figure. The Wanhuating in his left eye changed from red to gold, and his original ordinary Dijia form now shimmered with dazzling light after the tailed beasts joined. Now appearing shining Dijia. The dark side was stunned at the sight. Dark side, what? Are you saying that after years of training and multiple risks of total annihilation, I finally mastered the ultimate power, and the opponent just casually cheated and obtained it? Is this fair? Uchiha He said calmly. Do you have any last words? The dark side cursed angrily. To hell with your last words. I am the one who should survive. The dark side hesitated no longer, and fired an ultra-massive destruction ray. Uchiha He waved his hand, and a golden-tinged creative energy swirled around him. This energy then leisurely enveloped the destruction ray and in an instant completely dissolved it. Seeing this, the dark side couldn't help but curse. Cheater! Then its entire massive body suddenly shrank, eventually condensing into its right eye. At that moment, the right eye emitted an extremely terrifying power of destruction, causing the surrounding space to gradually collapse under its influence. Although it was small in size, Uchiha He did not underestimate it. So Uchiha He also went all out, pushing his left eye to its limit, and a power of creation even stronger than the other instantly appeared. Then Uchiha He also transformed into a small sphere. The two spheres collided with each other with boundless momentum. One was black, the other gold, one represented destruction, the other creation. The collision had no residual force. The black sphere of destruction would tear a black hole into the world 1 second, and the next it would be repaired by the gold sphere of creation. The two spheres clashed as if with deep enmity, from the ninja world to outer space, and from space to the cosmos. Along the way they passed many planets, and the powerful beings on those planets were all filled with great terror at the sight. This power was simply unprecedented. Although the collision of these two mighty forces did not affect the world, it unknowingly awakened in ultimate terror. At that moment the powers of destruction and creation clashed fiercely, dark and light interweaving into a breathtaking scene. The destructive power released by the black sphere was like a raging storm attempting to devour everything, while the gold sphere with unyielding will radiated warm and powerful light, trying to resist and transform this destructive force. The collision between them was not only a contest of power but also seemed like an exploration of the deepest cosmic philosophy. Are destruction and creation truly irreconcilable? In this intense confrontation a miracle quietly occurred. At the edge where the black and gold spheres touched, faint glimmers began to sparkle as the power of destruction was gradually assimilated by the power of creation, transforming into a new unknown form of energy. The battle between the two lasted for a long time, ultimately ending with the victory of the gold sphere representing creation. The two finally landed on the original battlefield of the ninja world. At this point the dark side gradually revealed its true form, and Uchiha He had already reclaimed his right eye during the battle. Uchiha He remained calm and asked, "Do you have any last words?" The dark side, though unwilling, still said stubbornly, "Last words? Hey, you are not worthy of hearing them." Just as Uchiha He was about to use a killing move to annihilate it completely, a figure rapidly approached and directly stood in front of the dark side. The dark side seemed instantly ignited. "No. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to stay in the village?" Uchiha He was astonished by this scene. He never expected that the dark side would also have someone it cared about, and that it even had its own village. However, as the figure turned around, Uchiha He's expression froze. This person could be anyone, but absolutely not him. This was impossible. Uchiha He had searched for a long time in the Pure Land but could never find his trace. However, now it seemed that if he had never been in the Pure Land, everything became clear. When the newcomer turned around, Uchiha He's breath caught in his throat. Chuanai. Chuanai appeared youthful just as he had looked at the moment of his death. "What is this?" As Chuanai recounted the tale, the dark side's deeds over the years surfaced. It turned out that after Uchiha He passed away, the dark side went to Konoha, resurrected Chuanai through the impure world reincarnation, and then took Ban away. This was why Ban had left Konoha without a word. The dark side was different from Uchiha He. Though his heart was filled with darkness, his mastery over power far surpassed Uchiha He's. He not only possessed all of Uchiha He's abilities except his left eye, but also through years of practice controlled the destructive power within his right eye. However, though dark, he was not evil. Over the years he had traveled far and wide with Uchiha and been seeking only the strongest hidden in the ninja world to battle. Meanwhile he kept an eye on Heiju's movements. After careful consideration he believed that allowing the ninja world to develop freely would be more interesting. Moreover, his goal had always been the Otsutsuki. If the ninja world's landscape changed, the Otsutsuki's arrival might deviate. Thus he found Heiju and instructed him to proceed as originally planned. Everything went smoothly until the Fourth Great Ninja War. Though Ban awakened the Rinnegan with the dark side's help, as in the original story, his life was nearing its end. The dark side only wielded the power of destruction, unable to restore Ban's vitality. Even though he knew the reverse resurrection technique and had White Setsu at hand, without Uchiha He's left eye he could not transfer life force. Thus he could only wait as in the original timeline. Then came the incident with Obito. Unlike the original, the dark side did not let events unfold naturally. He intervened personally using genjutsu to create a world that perfectly fused with reality, making Kakashi and Obito believe Lin was truly dead. In truth, the real Lin had long been taken to the new ninja village founded by Chienai, hidden beyond the ninja world and thus little known. Over the years, all those casually saved by the dark side in the ninja world gathered there, including survivors of the Uchiha clan massacre night. That night the dark side acted himself. He knocked Obito unconscious, stripped him of his clothes, and even tried out Kamui for himself. Yet to his astonishment, Uchiha Itachi had indeed gone through with it. If he hadn't moved quickly, someone might have been killed. In the end, the entire village believed the Uchiha clan was annihilated. Only the dark side and Itachi knew that the clan members were relocated elsewhere. As for Danzo's Sharingan, the dark side had Itachi gouge out the eyes of those who wanted to rebel and casually toss them to Danzo. To prevent changes to the plot, the dark side placed a restriction on Itachi, ordering him to act according to the original plan and never mention his existence to anyone. His traces were everywhere in the ninja world. Even Haku and Zabuza were now living peacefully in the new ninja village. As for Minato and Kushina, the dark side knew this was a critical node and did not interfere. He figured that if he had a chance later, he could summon the original via impure world reincarnation and revive them. Knowing all that the dark side had done, Uchiha He's expression was complex. "Then why did you oppose me?" he asked in confusion. The dark side spat disdainfully. "You selfish brat. Your fighting style never treats life as precious. Talking to you is futile. I wanted to defeat you and use your left eye to revive more people. But now, alas." Uchiha He's expression grew even more complex. "Why must it be this way?" Then Uchiha He turned away, no longer looking at him. The dark side couldn't help calling out, "You're not going to kill me!" Without turning back, Uchiha He said calmly, "You are also me. You should know what kind of person I am. If you have people you cherish, then cherish them doubly. However, I cannot agree with your judgment of the future." At that moment Uchiha He understood everything, why two forces of the same origin ultimately led to his victory. It turned out that before the battle the dark side had used Uchiha He's clone, exhausting all his power to resurrect Chienai. Since it was only a clone without the original's abilities, it consumed part of the dark side's essence. That small expenditure became the key to Uchiha He's victory. Everything was clear now, no one was a villain. What point was there in fighting? In truth, it all stemmed from Uchiha He himself. If his heart had been more resolute, if he had not separated that part of his consciousness that year, and sealed the energy of the right eye, he would not have died, and none of this would have happened. At its root it was his personality. He always chose to escape when faced with problems, whether in his past life or this one. Failing an exam, he would hide. Being criticized for a mistake, he would hide. Betrayed by a girlfriend, he would hide. Failing to find a job, he would still hide. He thought it would be the same in the ninja world. When Chienai died, he chose to escape again. Even when he had a way to escape Heiju's clutches, he still chose to flee from reality and enter the Pure Land. But this time he would no longer run away. Since he had caused all this, he would make amends himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, it was time for a farewell that required reciting the entire passage. Naruto forced back tears and smiled as he spoke these words. "Tell Mom I've been eating well, don't worry. I'm not picky, I eat everything: pork bone, miso and soy sauce. Of course not just ramen. I take a bath almost every day, and sometimes I go to the hot springs in Konoha. Everyone says I'm just skimming the surface. And also, I've made a lot of friends. They're all great people. Even though my grades are at the bottom, I firmly believe I'll never give up. That confidence is stronger than anyone's. And of course I listen to the Third Hokage and Kakashi-sensei. I respect them deeply. You can ask them yourself. And the 3 ninja prohibitions. I learned a lot from the pervy sage. Even though I messed up on all 3, the pervy sage, one of the 3 ninja, is incredibly cool. I respect him the most. I just turned 17 today. I've never tasted alcohol. But Mom said to find a good woman like her. Well, that. Anyway, I haven't managed to fulfill all of Mom's wishes yet, but... Uchiha He caught sight of Rikudo Senin's subtle movements, and instantly appeared beside him, grabbing his wrist. Wait, Rikudo Senin, don't release the Edo Tensei. Rikudo Senin understood at once, clearly having anticipated his actions. If he hadn't, there would have been no reason to spare so much time for Naruto's farewell. You must think this through carefully. If you choose to do this, you will cease to exist. Even I cannot save you. But Uchiha He met those words with unwavering resolve in his eyes and nodded. Rikudo Senin let out a resigned sigh. You are a true hero then. Let me lend you my strength one final time. I hope this aids you. Then Rikudo Senin extended his hand, and a jutsu brimming with yin-yang release chakra drifted toward Uchiha He's mind. After absorbing the jutsu, Uchiha He suddenly understood. No wonder he had never managed to successfully employ yin-yang release on living beings. When chakra interacted with a living body, the yang component always outweighed the yin. Of course, that didn't mean mere balance between yin and yang could invoke yin-yang release. The world was inherently unbalanced, and so were jutsu. Yin-yang release didn't pursue equilibrium. It demanded a far more profound interplay. Sometimes the technique required the yang nature to dominate, other times it demanded yin to prevail. Whichever side gained supremacy would alter the nature of the J itself. It was much like the Mangekyo Sharingan in Uchiha He's eyes. His left eye embodied creation, while his right represented destruction. The left alone couldn't wield creation, but when the right intervened, the creative power of the left would dominate, merging with destructive force to unlock creation in its truest form. Each held immense power in isolation, yet neither could achieve pure transformation. But when they converged, an extraordinary force would be born, one capable of rewriting reality itself, as seen in the current separation between life and death. As Uchiha He's eyes activated, waves of mysterious aura swirled around him. Under this power's influence, new life sprouted continuously from his center, grass blades, wildflowers carpeting the entire battlefield. Yet the process wasn't complete. All the ninjas who had perished in battle began to revive. Meanwhile, Minato, who had accepted his fate to return to the Pure Land, suddenly felt his Edo Tensei body shatter apart, and his original flesh began regenerating like shoots after rain. This time Uchiha He truly was a wish granter. And at the battlefield's edge, the so-called wish granter watched with trembling excitement as the headmaster returned to life. Earlier it had been the headmaster's explanation, that Uchiha He intended to resurrect her after the battle, that convinced Kabuto to agree to lift the Edo Tensei army. Now Madara, who had lain half-dead on the battlefield, also regained vitality. He rose to his feet, regarding Uchiha He with a complex expression. Watching more and more people return to life, a satisfied smile graced Uchiha He's lips. Who else? Speak quickly if you wish to be resurrected. Naruto hurriedly added. My mother. My mom. At these words Uchiha He instantly revived Kushina. Seeing Naruto set this precedent, an ever-growing crowd began calling out their loved ones' names. Guided by his knowledge of the storyline, Uchiha He selectively restored life. Put simply, the righteous would live and the wicked would perish. The entire battlefield echoed with reunions. Kakashi finally saw his father, as he'd always wished, while Obito mustered the courage to confess his feelings to the resurrected Rin. Naruto laughed freely, surrounded by his parents and Master Jiraiya. The AIM team reunited once more. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi found himself being spanked by Uchiha Shursui. I told you to protect the clan and safeguard Konoha, yet you went and annihilated your own family. Though well-meaning onlookers pointed out that Uchiha Itachi hadn't actually committed genocide, Shursui didn't stop his scolding. Uchiha Itachi could only endure it. Yet everyone basked in joy. Only Sasuke and Deidara wore expressions of deep concern. Teacher, that's enough, please stop. Sasuke stepped forward, shouting desperately. Uchiha He lowered his gaze to him and spoke with tenderness. Little Sasuke, it has been my greatest honor to walk beside you as you grew. As he spoke, Uchiha He's figure dimmed further. Uchiha He's left eye possessed the power of creation, not merely to restore himself but when paired with his right eye to resurrect others by consuming his own life force, soul, and Dijitsu energy. The onlookers noticed this development. By now Uchiha He appeared aged and frail, ready to dissipate at any moment. With all eyes fixed upon him, his social anxiety made a long-awaited reappearance. Yet this time there was no fear, only fulfillment. After all, every regret had been resolved, hadn't it? Uchiha He pondered briefly before speaking. The future can be changed, for better or worse. And you alone hold the power to shape it. These words were drawn from Ultraman Jinga. Glancing toward his dark counterpart, and Izuna in the distance, Uchiha He resolved to do one final thing for them. But this required Rikudo Senin's assistance. Rikudo Senin instantly understood Uchiha He's intention and stepped forward, gesturing for him to proceed. Uchiha He then channeled his remaining power, lifting his dark counterpart into the air while Rikudo Senin activated a jutsu that suspended everyone's consciousness. Uchiha He faced his dark counterpart once more. I'm sorry for my selfishness, forcing you to bear so much. But now I choose to grant you this chance. Will you take my place and continue protecting the shinobi world? The dark counterpart stared in disbelief at Uchiha He, whose form was gradually fading. You. Many words remained unspoken, but ultimately they dissolved into a soft sigh and a nod. Seeing this, Uchiha He hesitated no longer. He poured the last remnants of power from both his right and left eyes into his counterpart's body. Through this act the dark counterpart directly gained a human body. During the battle he had been merely a specialized clone of Uchiha He, in truth nothing more than a cluster of chakra and consciousness. But now he had become a true individual, a living person. Then under Rikudo Senin's guidance every person's memories were altered. The narrative rewrote itself. Uchiha He had helped Naruto and Sasuke seal Kagaya, and in the end he had resurrected the people of the shinobi world. In this revised version of events, Uchiha He was actually the dark counterpart taking his place. The real Uchiha He had completely dissipated, both soul and body, leaving behind only a pale left eye. For those bound to the dark counterpart like Madara and Izuna, he chose not to alter their memories, trusting that his counterpart would explain everything to them. From both appearance and soul the dark counterpart filling Uchiha He's role was indistinguishable from the original. Yet one difference remained: the dark counterpart wielded power far more dominantly. Unlike the original Uchiha He, who had been a people-pleaser, this version was purely combative, a true warrior at heart. Joy permeated the battlefield once more, but only Sasuke and Uchiha He stood lost in thought. Sasuke felt an inexplicable sense that something vital had slipped from his grasp. Meanwhile, Uchiha He gazed blankly at the pale left eye resting in his palm. You've chosen to run away again, Uchiha He murmured to himself. Author's note: doesn't anyone speak on my behalf? As for Pushi, having merged with Uchiha He through the earlier sacrifice, he could not be revived by Uchiha He. As for how Uchiha He fulfilled his dream, first with the life creation ability of his left eye he consumed his own vitality, soul, and the essence of his left eye's power to create a physical body. Then with the assistance of the Sage of Six Paths he brought the souls of the deceased from the Pure Land. Finally, through yin-yang release and the coordination of both eyes he merged the body and soul, thus achieving the revival of the dead. As for Uchiha He's younger brother and sister, as well as Uchiha Chin, he could hardly imagine the expressions on their faces when they saw him alive again, but Uchiha He himself had utterly vanished in soul and spirit. So he seized the final moment, when the Six Paths altered everyone's memories before resurrecting them. Thus a true grand reunion of the ninja world was realized. Subsequently a great reform swept through the ninja world centered on Konoha. The ninja mission system was abolished and production became the primary focus. The reforms revolved around how to enhance the productivity of ninjas. As the instigator of all this, Uchiha He found it impossible to enjoy leisure. The explanatory note about yin and yang is deleted. Uchiha He, having accepted the commission from Uchiha He, wandered around Konoha. The first few days were fine, perhaps because many resurrected ninjas had enriched the village's ninja system. But after a few days problems sprang up like mushrooms after rain. A ninja came running and shouting, "Bad news! Bad news!" Uchiha He thought an enemy had attacked, so he instantly teleported and grabbed the ninja. "What's wrong?" The ninja, seeing it was Uchiha He, calmed down immediately. "Lord He at the slaughterhouse. Lord Haiden used too many forbidden jutsu and is now convulsing on the ground. But we still have more than half of the remote slaughter project unfinished." Uchiha He He casually dismissed the ninja and rushed toward the slaughterhouse. A promise made must be kept. The slaughterhouse, though not in complete chaos, was still covered in blood. The ninja guarding Haiden felt relieved the moment they saw Uchiha He arrive. Uchiha He approached and examined Haiden's condition. He discovered that the sealing jutsu originally placed by Uchiha He had failed, causing the side effects of the forbidden jutsu to spiral out of control. Uchiha He immediately applied a head-padding sealing jutsu to reimpose the seal. A nearby ninja asked cautiously, "Lord, he is Lord Haiden feeling better?" Uchiha He nodded, then slapped Haiden awake. Seeing Haiden groggily regaining consciousness, Uchiha He quickly fled, leaving the two ninjas exchanging bewildered glances. "Haiden, I think I dreamed of a tailed beast slapping me." In the following years, Konoha developed rapidly. With the strategic planning of the business genius Kakuzu and the Nara clan, not only did Konoha's livestock and agriculture industries flourish, but the emerging courier industry became unparalleled in the ninja world. Thanks to two Flying Thunder God experts, Tobirama and Minato, and Tobirama being a master of forbidden jutsu, the invention of the Flying Thunder God teleportation array came naturally. In addition, it is worth mentioning that besides the Flying Thunder God Courier Company, there was also Obito's Kamui Courier Company. His company could transport larger volumes with almost no material consumption, making it the top choice for most users. Of course, all this was the work of the diligent Obito. As for why he was so diligent, Kakashi once asked him that question. Obito's answer was, "I want to give her a home." Furthermore, because of Conan's paper release, the trio of Yahiko, who had originally planned to continue wandering, had to stay in Konoha. Jiraiya said to them, "You wouldn't want your dear teacher to run out of paper for writing, would you?" Meanwhile, the new hidden village chose not to return to Konoha but instead entered the ninja world in a commercial capacity. Led by Izuna, the new village quickly became the second largest ninja village and the commercial hub of the entire ninja world, bustling with people coming and going. The entire ninja world was moving in a positive direction. Moreover, after Jiraiya stepped down, the selection of the Hokage was no longer based solely on combat prowess but also on comprehensive qualities, knowledge of livestock, agriculture, commerce, and everything else. Under these conditions, an unexpected person ascended to the position of Hokage Yahiko. Although he was a latecomer, he studied tirelessly, not only learning from Uchiha He every day but also leveraging the information gap from Conan's paper mill and printing factory. Thus Yahiko became the only Hokage in history to achieve a perfect score. Of course, Sasuke could have done it too, but he was unwilling. Sasuke finally let go of his hatred for Itachi, and no longer relied on him so much. Although no one pointed out the difference in Uchiha He, Sasuke still discovered it through daily interactions. His former teacher never slept, but this one slept like a log. Of course, that wasn't the only thing. Most importantly, among the tens of thousands of sealing jutsu that Uchiha He had left in Sasuke's body, although none had disappeared, Sasuke could keenly sense that one crucial element was missing. While it didn't affect the functions, Sasuke noticed the difference, and that element was called care. How did he realize it was gone? Because Uchiha He used to pat his head every day and casually add a few more seals. And the emotion embedded in those head pats was precisely that kind of care. Sasuke said nothing, but after guarding Konoha for a few years he chose to leave. When Itachi learned that Sasuke was leaving, he was very reluctant and stopped him. Sasuke, having prepared himself, said only one sentence. "Forgive me, Itachi, this is the last time." Then he left Konoha, beginning a life of wandering. Itachi, why does that sound so familiar? Of course, Sasuke wasn't wandering aimlessly like a headless fly. He was searching everywhere for traces of his teacher, always feeling that his teacher must still exist somewhere or had left some clue in a certain place. It was this belief that sustained him. "Teacher, I will definitely find you." Sasuke's departure was not without cause. Over these years, Uchiha He had been constantly pestered by requests for guidance, and finally decided to release everything from his laboratory. Although most of these materials held no significance in Uchiha He's eyes, nothing more than his personal views on various matters including commerce, agriculture, and animal husbandry, the only thing of any real value were the super-tier forbidden jutsu buried deep underground. The super-tier forbidden jutsu was a technique Uchiha He had frequently employed during his youth. While its destructive power was immense, so too was the chakra consumption. Without Uchiha He's vast reserves of chakra, even a single attempt would drain one completely, leaving one weakened at best, dead at worst. This was precisely why Uchiha He deemed the technique impractical. Based on the Nine Tails chakra reserves, even at full capacity it could only unleash 5 consecutive blasts, a calculation derived from how Uchiha He himself had used it. From a theoretical standpoint, this technique demands the ultimate application and output of chakra. It requires not only compressing chakra beyond what ordinary ninja techniques employ but also necessitates releasing it at full power. Only when chakra is unleashed to its breaking point does the true essence of this jutsu reveal itself. The external form of this technique is not confined to any particular jutsu, rather simplicity is preferable. The simpler the approach, the easier the compression process becomes. Judging from its nature, this technique resembled a perfectly executed Night Guy attack, albeit with a far greater range. Similar to the diamond sword technique from previous novels where massive spiritual energy is injected into a blade to expand and then compress it, this technique differs in that expansion and compression occur simultaneously. However, achieving super transformation requires sufficient chakra reserves, compressing until no further compression is possible, causing the entire ninjutsu to manifest through sheer volume of super compressed chakra. Though few could wield this technique, it posed no challenge to Minato, the Konoha genius of ninjutsu. One could hardly deny his brilliance. Just as he had observed a tailed beast bomb and subsequently invented the Rasengan, Minato now studied the explanation of the super tier forbidden jutsu, and cleverly conceived that the technique could be operated by one person while others supplied chakra, achieving the same devastating result, reducing enemies to nothing with a single strike. But let us return to Sasuke. Among Uchiha He's belongings, Sasuke had discovered numerous documents on sealing techniques. Though he had not mastered them entirely over these years, he had acquired a solid understanding. Before learning sealing jutsu himself, Sasuke had merely thought Uchiha He's techniques were impressive. Only after mastering them did he realize that Uchiha He's sealing abilities were truly unparalleled, unprecedented, and unmatched in their power. As for why Sasuke had not departed immediately after learning the sealing techniques, it was because Uchiha He's family still resided in Konoha. Though their needs were met, Sasuke could always see reflections of his own past in Uchiha He's younger siblings, a form of remembrance perhaps. As his command of sealing jutsu grew ever more refined, augmented by the power of the Rinnegan, Sasuke sensed a place within the ninja world that had been calling to him. It was not exactly a place but rather a seal, one that continually resonated with the sealing markings within his body. Now Uchiha He's younger siblings had come of age, though by seniority Sasuke ought to address them as elders. No longer hesitating, Sasuke hastened toward the source of that call. Sasuke traveled directly to Lolan, eventually catching sight of the legendary dragon vein. Feeling the formidable sealing power within it, he immediately recognized his teacher's handiwork. Without further delay, Sasuke activated his sealing form and resonated with the seal. The moment his hand made contact, the entire dragon vein erupted in light, accompanied by eerie sounds. Sensing the overwhelming energy surging around him, Sasuke dared not underestimate it. He coated his body with lightning-style chakra for protection. Nevertheless, Sasuke had still underestimated the energy released by the dragon vein in operation. In an instant he was battered and wounded by the surge. Hastening to activate Susanoo for defense, he was interrupted by a familiar voice reaching his ears. "Sasuke, cease resistance. Let the sealing jutsu absorb the dragon vein's energy." The dragon vein's power poured forth like a tidal wave, continuing for what seemed an eternity before Sasuke finally sensed it subside. True to those words, the sealing technique had indeed absorbed the dragon vein's energy. At that moment Sasuke felt almost terrifyingly powerful. Had the skies cleared once more? As the light dissipated, Sasuke discovered he was no longer in Lolan but standing in a forest. Yet the forest stood bare, no tree remained unscathed. Judging by the traces, it appeared to be the work of fire-style ninjutsu. Sasuke was deeply shaken. Even with his current strength, reducing an entire forest stretching 10,000 li to such devastation with fire-style ninjutsu would only be possible in dreams. The sight of this ravaged forest promptly dispelled any notion of invincibility Sasuke had harbored. No wonder even Master fell in this era's ninja world. It seems this ninja world truly conceals extraordinary talents. After consideration, Sasuke resolved to pursue the attacker. Given such overwhelming power, there must surely be leads regarding his master. How did Sasuke know this was the ancient ninja world? Please, modern trees certainly didn't grow over 10,000 meters tall. Someone proficient in wood release had undoubtedly been responsible, engaging in fierce combat with a ninja wielding fire-style jutsu throughout this forest, ultimately producing the present scene. Whether Uchiha He existed in this era remained unknown. Meanwhile, the true culprit pursued the seven tails in wild laughter. Stop running. Come to me. I've got something wonderful to show you. Gyuki's wings nearly smoked from flapping, so frantically terrified that flying any slower would mean capture by the madman behind him. At this point Gyuki could scarcely bother wondering why this person knew his name. What mattered more was survival. But why was survival so critical? You're familiar with the 8 tails, right? Recognized as the strongest tailed beast beneath the 9 tails, yet this person had reduced it to half a tail with a single fire-style jutsu. Fortunately, tailed beasts possessed formidable vitality. The 8 tails had survived, though perhaps suffering a fate worse than death. Its severed tail had been retrieved and forcibly restored to its original form. Yes, simply worked back into shape as though the 8 tails were mere clay. And that was not all. After restoring it, the man employed a sealing jutsu that sent chills through tailed beasts, binding the miniaturized 8 tails into a tight bundle. Setting aside the sealing jutsu, the 7 tails' petite form could hardly withstand a fire technique capable of obliterating forests spanning tens of thousands of li. Fortunately, it had long planned its escape, slipping past the man's grasp as he deployed wood release to seize it. Holy crap, a tree over 10,000 meters tall. Amazing. The sight of such monumental wood release instantly startled the 7 tails into cursing, after which it flapped its wings with all its might and fled. And that person was none other than Uchiha He. At this time he had only recently lost Senna. His demeanor was one of pure aggression. Anyone who crossed him would face his wrath. When the 8 tails had foolishly tested his strength, one could hardly blame him for retaliating with a super fire-style great fireball, granting the beast an unwanted fire therapy. Fortunately, Uchiha He had seized his attack, otherwise the 8 tails would have been dispatched prematurely. As the 7 tails was on the verge of vanishing from Uchiwakawa's sight, Uchiwakawa steeled himself. Damn it, if I can't have you, I'll destroy you. With that, he prepared to unleash his super water-style water surge wave. Suddenly a mighty aura erupted from behind Uchiwakawa, who instinctively sidestepped to dodge it. Then a man with dark skin appeared before his eyes. Who are you? Why have you appeared near my Kumogakure? At this time the 5 great ninja villages had only recently been modeled after Konoha. Uchiwakawa was still in his wandering phase, having barely entered the ninja world, so the various ninja villages had yet to hear of his renown. Uchiwakawa had no patience to answer his questions. All he knew was that this dark-skinned fellow had interfered with his pursuit, allowing the 7 tails to escape. He was furious and highly irritable. But the man before him would not let it go. No matter who you are, get the hell out of Kumogakure. Uchiwakawa's silence was misinterpreted as aloof arrogance. The man before him was none other than the first Reikage. Having just forcibly unified the various ninja clans through his overwhelming strength to establish Kumogakure, found that although the clans were intimidated by his power, clandestine activities continued beneath the surface. This outing was meant to warn them once more against causing trouble. The person before him, while lacking the iconic dark skin of the Land of Lightning, was quite imposing in stature, clearly someone sent by a ninja clan specifically to provoke him. Thus A hesitated no longer, and activated his lightning release chakra mode, charging toward Uchiwakawa with great force. Observing the jutsu this man was using, Uchiwakawa realized this was no ordinary foe, it must belong to someone of consequence. He forcibly suppressed his inner anger, and asked patiently, "Who are you?" But A charged forward without pause. To avoid accidentally killing him, Uchiwakawa chose not to dodge, and took the hit squarely, only to be sent flying like a small kitten. Seeing his attack land successfully, A boasted smugly, "I only speak with opponents I acknowledge. Come on." After speaking, A beckoned with his finger toward the just recovered Uchiwakawa. Uchiwakawa spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and casually repaired his injuries. Then, activating his own lightning release chakra mode like A, he combined it with his ultimate body flash technique, and delivered a devastating uppercut that sent him flying. After confirming A was unharmed, Uchiwakawa touched his nose and beckoned back at him. "Come on." A stared at Uchiwakawa in utter shock, trembling as he rose to his feet. "Where did you learn this jutsu? Which ninja clan did you come from?" Uchiwakawa responded casually. "This jutsu? I learned it just by watching you use it once. If you must know which clan I'm from, I hail from the Uchiha clan quite far from here." Having long heard rumors that Konoha's Hokage was extraordinarily powerful, though he lacked a concrete sense of just how formidable they were, and naively assumed the person before him must be at a similar level. With a mix of anticipation and anxiety, he asked, "What is your name?" He hoped this was the legendary Uchiwakawa, for losing to such a figure wouldn't be shameful. Yet he also feared if it weren't him then any ordinary Uchiha could easily overpower him, which would be utterly despairing. Despite the village's establishment, internal conflicts persisted, and the only way to resolve them was through external war, with Konoha as the obvious target, since the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. As Uchiha slowly spoke, A's hopes finally died. After this encounter, Uchiha no longer wished to bother with him. With the lightning release chakra mode and his earlier words, it seemed this man was either the Reikage himself, or his deputy. Ignoring A, Uchiha continued his pursuit of the Seven Tails. After a long moment, A composed himself mentally, convincing himself. He must only be fast in terms of jutsu, he certainly cannot match me. He comforted himself this way. But then the arrival of another person made A instantly raise his guard. Who are you? At that moment, Sasuke, who had rushed over in haste, collided directly with A. On the journey here, Sasuke had deeply reflected on his actions. He remembered his teacher's constant instruction to remain humble and not to grow overconfident as soon as the rain stopped and the sun came out. One must always remember that there are those above oneself and realms beyond one's own. The surge of power from the Dragon Pulse energy had temporarily clouded Sasuke's humility. Now seeing this dark-skinned man, Sasuke asked patiently, "Have you seen anyone pass by?" After carefully observing, Sasuke felt safe enough to respond. "Why should I tell you? Rather, why are you here at my Kumogakure?" Sasuke suppressed his impatience and explained once more with patience. "I came here looking for someone. Could you tell me which way he went?" Without red eyes or a muscular build, A finally relaxed his guard. This must merely be one of Uchiha's subordinate ninjas, so he decided to teach him a lesson. A remained silent, activating his lightning release chakra and launching an elbow strike towards Sasuke. Not daring to underestimate the attack, Sasuke activated his Chidori lightning release chakra mode to hold his ground. To A's astonishment, the opponent's lightning release chakra mode offered even greater defense than his own. More importantly, the speed enhancement it provided was several times greater than his own. The fact that A hadn't fallen yet was purely due to his opponent holding back. However, A did not take the hint to retreat. Instead, he closed the distance and unleashed a powerful lightning release jutsu directly at Sasuke's face. Sasuke wasted no time, instantly activating both his Sharingan and Rinnegan, the Rinnegan to absorb the jutsu, the Sharingan to control A's mind. With his last conscious breath, A roared in agony. "You have the Sharingan and you didn't mention it!" A was rendered motionless like a schoolboy standing in punishment, while Sasuke obtained the information he sought. The person ahead was indeed his teacher. Before departing, Sasuke considerately lifted the Genjutsu and erased A's memories of the encounter. Upon regaining consciousness, A shook his head and muttered to himself. Why does my head hurt? Never mind, I'll go cause trouble for the other ninja clans instead. That damn Uchiha! How dare he ambush me using speed!" Meanwhile, Uchiha, who was sprinting at full speed, seemed to sense something and stopped after sneezing several times. Strange, could the inherently evil Senju clan be cursing me again? Due to this slight delay, Uchiha He completely lost track of Shichibi. Just as he was beating his chest in frustration, Sasuke caught up. Uchiha He turned around furious and shouted, "Wait for your grandmother!" As he cursed, he casually threw out a fire release technique. But immediately after he regretted it, wondering what if he accidentally killed a key figure. Thus Uchiha He turned back, intending to destroy the fire release. However, Sasuke, unfazed, simply used his Rinnegan to absorb the technique. "Izuna!" Uchiha He's face was filled with disbelief. "No. It must be that damned Black Zetsu in disguise." Before Sasuke could speak, Uchiha He charged at him like a madman. As for why Uchiha He harbored such intense hostility toward Black Zetsu, it was because he had discovered traces of Black Zetsu's existence within Hashirama Senju. Although Black Zetsu had been meticulous, first using the Rinnegan to control Tobirama, exploiting Izuna's ignorance to ambush and kill him, then altering Tobirama's memories with the Rinnegan, so that even the Sage of Six Paths would have found no irregularities, Uchiha He was no ordinary man. A simple investigation revealed the traces of Black Zetsu. The reason was simple: Uchiha He's eyes could not only restore his own state but also see the internal structure of living beings. Within Tobirama's life force there was a dark, murky mass which could only be Black Zetsu's handiwork. Thus when Uchiha He saw Sasuke mistaking him for Black Zetsu disguised as Izuna, he charged forward in a fury. Seeing Uchiha He about to use Yin-Yang release to self-destruct and take them both down, Sasuke activated his sealing mode while loudly explaining, "Sensei! It's me, Sasuke. Uchiha He felt the familiar ceiling pattern and curse. Damn it, Black Zetsu. Is there no respect even for Izuna's corpse? Because Uchiha He had also placed a similar sealing technique on Izuna, he assumed that Black Zetsu had taken Izuna's body and was using it to ambush him. But soon Uchiha He sensed something was off. He stared at Sasuke in disbelief. Sasuke. This doesn't add up. Sasuke shouldn't exist in this timeline. Could it be Lee? No, that's not right. Sasuke's hand isn't severed and his appearance doesn't match the middle-aged Sasuke I know. Uchiha He muttered to himself. By now his killing intent had subsided, but Sasuke's face was full of terror as he shouted, Sensei! It's about to explode! Uchiha He glanced at the yin-yang release in his hand. Damn, it really is about to explode! He immediately used the body flicker technique to move to a distance, and then the explosion occurred right there. This time Uchiha He was prepared, so he wasn't blown to the head, and he recovered in an instant. Phew, this feeling, so exhilarating! Sasuke watched Uchiha He's antics and couldn't help but doubt whether this man was truly his sensei. In his memory his sensei was a bit socially anxious but otherwise flawless. This sensei, however, was irritable, hot-tempered, and seemed slightly unhinged. Uchiha He shook his head, dispelling the non-existent dizziness, then returned to Sasuke's side with a grave expression. Tell me what happened in the future. For someone from the future to come to the past to find me. Hearing this, Sasuke felt that this was the real sensei, wise and considerate. Then as Sasuke narrated Uchiha He learned about the future, his battle with the so-called dark side, his decision to spare him, and finally his sacrifice to save everyone. The reason Sasuke came to find him was almost laughable. Uchiha He's face was bitter, and he smiled awkwardly. So you went through all this trouble to find me because you miss me? Sasuke didn't catch the awkwardness in Uchiha He's tone. His eyes were already brimming with tears and he reached out to embrace him. Sensei. Uchiha He initially wanted to dodge, but seeing Sasuke's face so similar to Izuna's, he was momentarily dazed and allowed himself to be embraced. Still he couldn't help but remind. Don't get snot on me. I don't have any clothes left. Indeed, due to the explosion, Uchiha He's clothes were completely shredded, leaving him naked. But let it be emphasized, he wore specially crafted underwear made of extremely hard metal covered with sealing techniques, nothing less than 1,000,000 seals. Although he had no intention of procreating Uchiha, he still valued his little brother dearly. Sasuke's emotions from the long-awaited reunion were shattered by Uchiha He's joke. He released him. Uchiha He was momentarily at a loss for words. Who wouldn't be flustered in such a situation? After all, the person before him came from the distant future. He was already nearly 50 years old now. Would he even be able to walk after so many years? Uchiha He was highly doubtful. So he asked directly, You're from the future. Tell me, how is the future me? Is he still as vigorous as I am now? As he spoke, Uchiha He flexed his biceps. Sasuke's eyes grew nostalgic as he said slowly, The future sensei. To be honest, when I first saw you I couldn't believe it. I thought it was Itachi Uchiha back. But you had a head of stubborn black hair, the kind that could never be tamed. Though your hair is still the same now, it was definitely black. At that time you had just been reanimated by the impure world reincarnation and you effortlessly broke free from Orochimaru's control. Then single-handedly you drove Orochimaru away, even scared off the Shinigami, and finally like a god descending you sealed Shikaku with a mere gesture. Hearing this, Uchiha He interrupted. What? Impure world reincarnation? You mean I'm dead? When did I die? Sasuke thought for a moment and said, According to history books you were ambushed and killed after collecting the tailed beasts and holding the 5 Kage summit. Who exactly did it isn't written. I've asked you, but you always brushed it off with a smile. Uchiha He fell silent. He had indeed planned to collect the tailed beasts, then convene the 5 Kage summit to warn them. But who could possibly kill him? After deep thought, Uchiha He suddenly jolted. Damn it! It must be Black Zetsu. At that moment, deep underground Black Zetsu, who was plotting how to manipulate Madara, Uchiha suddenly sneezed violently, scattering all his carefully crafted plans. The scapegoat of the Shippuden era Danzo Shimura. The scapegoat of the Warring States period Black Zetsu. When you find a culprit for a bad deed never appearing, don't doubt it, it must be Black Zetsu. Just blame him. Uchiha He. Seeing Uchiha River lost in thought, Sasuke urgently reminded him. Master, judging by the time, you should be ambushed today. So please be careful, and also. Before Sasuke could finish, Uchiha River interrupted. Alright, let's end the topic about the future here. No matter what the future holds, whether good or bad, it is the unforgettable experiences that shape who we are today. So don't try to change the past to obtain a different future. Perhaps the altered future wouldn't be so good either. Sasuke found this enlightening thinking. Truly worthy of being my master so wise. Alright, since you're here, come accompany me to capture the tailed beast. Sasuke nodded in response. Uchiha River gave a crooked smile and said, Then don't fall behind, my speed is incredible. Before Sasuke could speak, Uchiha River vanished like a gust of wind. Undeterred, Sasuke used the techniques his master had taught him and soon caught up. Uchiha River felt a bit frustrated. He had intended to show off to his future disciple, but it seemed his future self had already taught him everything. This made things tricky. However, believing himself unmatched under heaven, Uchiha River refused to admit defeat easily. He accelerated to his full speed and Sasuke followed suit. This time Uchiha River not only used the blazing instant body technique, but also added the lightning release armor, making him move like a bolt of lightning. Yet Sasuke employed the same configuration, and since his lightning release armor was a modified version of the Chidori, his speed was even slightly faster than Uchiha River's. Fortunately, they had nearly reached the Ninetales' lair, so Uchiha River stopped. Uchiha River stealthily hid behind a tree to observe the Ninetales. Sasuke cautiously reminded him, Master, you should know that the Ninetales has extremely keen perception, right? Uchiha River scratched his head and said, Ahem, how could I not know that? I was just checking if the Ninetales was asleep. Just then the Ninetales, who was napping, sensed the two intruders and felt a sense of unease. One person possessed chakra so powerful it rivaled his own, while the other had eyes resembling those of the Sage of Six Paths. Both were clearly formidable opponents. Fortunately, he sensed no hostility, so he remained still, quietly observing them. Ninetales. It's definitely not because my legs are weak. Knowing he had been exposed, Uchiha River stopped hiding and leaped out. Kurama! Come home with Uncle, okay? I have tasty treats. The Ninetales was about to angrily retort. Who are you calling uncle? But sensing the overwhelming aura, he swallowed the words and merely snorted heavily. Humph. Who are you humping at? Uchiha River seemed provoked. I'll show you water-style waterfall. What was supposed to be an ordinary water technique turned into a colossal water wall soaring thousands of feet, terrifying the Ninetales into trembling. Uchiha River. Surely he'll dodge. Ninetales. My legs are weak, someone help me. As the water technique was about to strike the Ninetales, Sasuke realized the beast wasn't bravely enduring but was paralyzed with fear. He quickly used a heavenly hand power to teleport it away. Uchiha River looked puzzled. Huh! Where did my big Ninetales go? Eaten! The Ninetales was gasping for breath behind them. Ninetales? No joke, I think I just saw the Sage of Six Paths. Sensing the presence behind him, Uchiha River turned around delightedly. Kurama! You didn't run. Come on, come home with uncle. He pulled out the 8 tails hanging from his waist. See, your little companion agreed to come with me. He even told me where you were. The Ninetales' eyes blazed with fury. Traitor! The 8 tails looked utterly wrong but dared not speak, fearing Uchiha River might kill him in a fit of anger. Seeing the Ninetales' prolonged silence, Uchiha River's cheerful expression instantly darkened. You don't agree? The Ninetales felt a surge of danger and hastily replied. I'll go. But tell me, how do you know my name? Did the 8 tails tell you? Uchiha River shook his head with a mysterious air. Because I've met the old Sage of Six Paths. He had no choice but to answer this way. He couldn't very well explain that this was a two-dimensional world and he had transmigrated from another world, having watched the anime, could he? Besides, he really had met the old sage, so it wasn't a lie. The Ninetales was baffled. The Sage of Six Paths. Didn't he die? How did you meet him? Uchiha River nonchalantly explained. I accidentally blew myself up while using yin-yang release earlier and met him in the Pure Land. He scratched his head as if trying to cover his embarrassment. But the Ninetales was shocked. What? This person can use yin-yang release and even come back from the dead. Could he be the child of prophecy? But he doesn't have blue eyes. Plagued by countless doubts, the Ninetales finally agreed to follow Uchiha River. Uchiha River looked at him approvingly, and even patted his head. The head of a big fox feels so good. Sasuke, you try too. Uchiha River looked at Sasuke expectantly. Not wanting to dampen his spirits, Sasuke stepped forward and placed his hand symbolically on the Nine-Tails' head, then nodded. Indeed, it feels quite nice, similar to Naruto's head. Meanwhile, the Nine-Tails lay prone on the ground with a look of utter despair. No one speaks for me. Family, who understands? After petting for a long time, Uchiha River finally stopped wearing an intoxicated expression. No wonder you're the strongest tailed beast, the texture is amazing. The Nine-Tails only heard the first part, and ignored the rest, proudly declaring, Of course this guy is the strongest. Uchiha River's expression immediately turned stern and he smacked the Nine-Tails' head. Kurama, even as a tailed beast you must be polite. This guy is not a proper way to refer to yourself. The Nine-Tails instantly became docile while the eight tails hanging from Uchiha River's waist was bursting with laughter. Sasuke watched Uchiha River, his mind swirling with thoughts. So this is what my master was originally like. In Sasuke's memory, Uchiha River always wore a gentle smile, faced everything with ease, and could always impart profound wisdom. This Uchiha River possessed those traits as well, but with one glaring difference: he was unbridled and uninhibited, evident from his lightning-fast mood swings. Chuanzi. What? Mood swings don't cost a bean. Then, with Kurama leading the way, Uchiha He successfully found the other tailed beasts. As for the other tailed beasts, they were not treated as kindly as Kurama. Uchiha He had spared Kurama based solely on his impression from the anime, but for the rest, one wood style technique was enough to tame them. Kurama said, "Whose water style big damn repair almost killed me." At this moment, Kurama was acting like a traitor, leading the other tailed beasts toward Konoha for Uchiha He. Thanks to Kurama's example, when Uchiha He finally captured Komiai, all the tailed beasts were unprecedentedly united, each volunteering to help. Uchiha He was delighted to see this, so he used wood style to craft a small stool and sat down to watch the show, naturally making one for Sasuke as well. Several tailed beasts sneaked up behind Chomei. Startled, Chomei was about to flee, but upon seeing it was her companions, she stayed. Chomei asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you? Why are you all wearing collars? They're hideous." The tailed beasts were not angered, instead they grinned and said, "This is this year's latest necklace, you jungle bumpkin." Chomei examined them carefully and said, "The latest model. You know it does have some charm." Then she remembered the matter at hand and asked, "Why are you looking for me? Haven't you encountered a madman? He struck Yuki and left him with only one tail, and with a casual wave of his hand he created a giant tree 10,000 meters tall. My little bug heart almost burst with fear." At this, the tailed beasts wore sinister and strange smiles, making Chomei feel a chill. Just as she was about to flee, a huge shadow appeared behind her. It was Kurama, who had been hiding for a long time. Kurama immediately slammed Chomei hard onto the ground. Komiai, still confused, cried out, "Kurama! What are you doing? Ouch! It hurts. Let me go." Then the other tailed beasts stopped hiding their true feelings and took turns kicking Chomei. "That's for bad-mouthing the collar." Komiai, thinking she was being beaten for criticizing the collar, hurriedly explained, "I was uncouth and didn't recognize good stuff. I know I'm wrong." "Do you really know you're wrong?" By now Uchiha He had walked up to Komiai, looking at her calmly. Chomei remained stubborn. "So it's you, evil human." Uchiha He immediately slapped her across the face. "Who are you calling evil?" Chomei still refused to repent, and the other tailed beasts, sensing Uchiha He's anger, couldn't help but tremble. Uchiha He's expression changed instantly, a faint smile on his face as he said, "You all go stand farther away. I need to have a chat with this little friend." As he finished, the corner of Uchiha He's mouth twitched as if he could barely contain himself. The tailed beasts ran away as fast as they could, terrified of being caught in the aftermath. After the tailed beasts left, the smile on Uchiha He's face grew even wider, making him look like a devil walking among mortals. Chomei felt a chill seeing his expression, and just as she was considering whether to give in, she found her body spinning wildly in irregular 360-degree rotations. Uchiha He, using only his physical strength, lifted Chomei and whipped her around like a spinning top. No one or tailed beast knew what Chomei went through that day. All they knew was that the sun was blazing, and the considerate Uchiha He, fearing Chomei might overheat, forcefully removed her outer shell. Worried she might fly too high and get sunstroke, he even kindly tore off her wings. How considerate! Witnessing this, Kyuki swore he would never forget it for the rest of his life. At the same time, he warned himself never to talk back to Uchiha He. Afterward, Uchiha He returned to Konoha with the 9-tailed beasts all joyfully in tow, with Sasuke naturally among them. The moment they returned to Konoha, Madara, Hashirama, and Tobirama sensed their presence because the tailed beast's chakra was too dazzling. Hashirama initially thought the tailed beast had threatened Uchiha He and was about to attack them, but Tobirama stopped him. "Brother, haven't you noticed that those monsters behind us are all wearing collars around their necks?" "Those must be the tailed beasts Lord He mentioned." Hashirama scratched his head sheepishly. Seeing that they had arrived, Uchiha He no longer needed to watch the tailed beasts himself. He beckoned Hashirama and said, "Hashirama, take these 9 tailed beasts, and use your wood style to build them some houses. From now on they are guests of Konoha." Meanwhile Madara stared at Sasuke in disbelief but still wasn't sure, so he asked Uchiha He, Is this Izuna?" Uchiha He pushed Sasuke forward and introduced him. "This is Sasuke. He comes from the future and is also a member of the Uchiha clan." "A person from the future?" Madara and Tobirama both looked puzzled. Uchiha He then turned to Tobirama and asked, "Tobirama, has anything happened during my absence?" Tobirama glanced cautiously at Sasuke before replying, "There are no major issues with routine affairs, but many of the plans you proposed cannot be realized with Konoha's current conditions. Furthermore, the other great nations have also established ninja villages like us. According to intelligence, they seem to have designs on us." Uchiha He clapped his hands in approval. "That's exactly what I want. Go send a notice. Uchiha He will convene a 5 Kage summit to discuss grand plans for the future with the other Kage." Tobirama's face lit up with a different expression. If this were anyone else, if it were Madara, he would simply attack directly. If it were Hashirama, he might also attack or perhaps ride a giant wooden golem to the enemy's face and ask if they wanted a fight. But if it were him, Tobirama, without overwhelming power, faced with the covetous stares of the other 4 great nations, he would have no choice but to wage a large-scale war. However, Uchiha He was far more clever. He bypassed war entirely and negotiated with the other Kage. If negotiations failed, he could simply detain them and invite them to Konoha for tea. This move was an open conspiracy. The other Kage knew Uchiha He had ill intentions, but they were confident in their own strength. Even if there were gaps in power among the Kage, they wouldn't lose in a 4-against-1 fight. Thus they would surely seize this opportunity. After all, achieving the fruits of war without waging war was a result everyone would welcome. Uchiha He thought, "I'm just lazy." After listening to the plan, Tobirama nodded. "All right, Lord He, I will make sure the message is delivered." Uchiha He frowned. "Call me teacher." Flashback to after Izuna's assassination. Uchiha He arrived late, and seeing the blood on Tobirama's hands, he was about to lose control. But Tobirama kept explaining. "Teacher, I don't know what happened. It suddenly went out of control. I really don't know." Uchiha He shot him a cold glance. "Don't call me teacher." Seeing that his explanations were useless, Tobirama slunk away. However, later Uchiha He sensed something amiss. At the time, he had been too angry to notice the details. When he reviewed the incident, Uchiha He noticed the inconsistencies. First, Tobirama stayed at the time. His eyes were dazed, a clear sign of having been released from a genjutsu. Moreover, Uchiha He's harsh attitude toward Tobirama was partly because he sensed a very repulsive aura on him, that of Black Zetsu. Uchiha He never dwelled on things. Once he figured it out, he immediately found Tobirama and carefully examined the aura within him. Sure enough, there were traces of Black Zetsu. Seeing that Tobirama was still consumed by guilt, Uchiha He comforted him. "It's all right, Tobirama. I've investigated the truth. It's not your fault. It was another evil entity." Even after the truth was revealed, Tobirama remained guilt-ridden, immersed in sorrow all day. Seeing this, Uchiha He put him in charge of village affairs and went out for a walk. Once a person is busy, they have no time to dwell on things. Back to the present, that single word, teacher, carried many meanings. Seeing Tobirama still silent, Uchiha He asked Sasuke, "Did Izuna come back to life in the future?" Sasuke nodded. Tobirama felt a little better, but he still couldn't forgive himself. He made a silent vow the position of Hokage should belong to Izuna. He was not worthy of being Hokage. After making up his mind, Tobirama timidly called out, "Teacher." Uchiha He opened his arms and Tobirama cautiously stepped into his embrace. Uchiha He also gestured for Madara and Sasuke to join. Without hesitation, they both joined in. Fortunately, Uchiha He was tall and broad, otherwise he couldn't have hugged all 3 at once. At that moment, Hashirama, who hadn't gone far, saw the scene and rushed over like a monkey. "Damn it! You're rekindling the teacher-student bond without me." and so Hashirama joined in. As for the tailed beasts, they sat obediently in place, enduring the pointing and whispering of passers-by. The tailed beasts, who had once been arrogant and believed themselves invincible, finally saw themselves clearly. Take any one of these master and disciples. Except for the one with red eyes and white hair wearing blue clothes. Well, that makes it even more confusing. Uchiha He also has white hair and red eyes, the only difference being that his clothes are always tattered. In other words, anyone except Tobirama could easily thrash them. But what they didn't know was that even the seemingly weakest Tobirama with a few forbidden techniques could send them fleeing in panic. Feijian's efficiency was remarkable. The invitations for the 5 Kage summit from Uchiha He reached the 4 major hidden villages almost simultaneously. The Kage of Iwagakure and Kirigakure were quite excited upon hearing the news, but rumors about Uchiha He still reached them. It was said that he had captured all the tailed beasts single-handedly not long ago. Although they had no concrete concept of his strength, each major nation had encountered tailed beasts, and knew their power. Thus, despite their own formidable abilities, they did not act rashly. As for the Reikage of Kumogakure, he had encountered Uchiha He recently. Although he was brutally beaten, he remained confident, believing that Uchiha He was merely fast, and thus felt little fear toward him. The situation in Sunigakure, however, was entirely different. The Kazekage of Sunigakure was no ordinary ninja. While other hidden villages were founded by unifying ninja clans, the Kazekage was different. He had single-handedly rescued the surviving ninjas in the desert and established Sunigakure. From this perspective, his character far surpassed that of the other Kage. Moreover, due to its geographical location, surrounded by desert with little room for development, he constantly kept an ear out for news from Konoha, gathering intelligence about Uchiha He. In particular, when he learned that Uchiha He had single-handedly ended a centuries-long conflict between 2 major ninja clans, he became intrigued by this man. Of course, that was not the most important part. What truly amazed him was that Uchiha He not only ended the war with overwhelming power but also magnanimously forgave his opponents. Even when his entire family, including his beloved, had died at the hands of the enemy, he still chose forgiveness. This was something even he could not achieve. This man was simply too perfect to be human. Especially when he learned that Uchiha He possessed an astonishing wood-release technique. Reto, the first Kazekage, became even more excited, his mind entirely occupied with how to invite him to help with greening the desert. However, he had no connection with the man, and his barren desert offered nothing of value. How to persuade him became a tremendous challenge. Now the convening of the 5 Kage summit presented a perfect opportunity. The other Kage were scheming about how to eliminate Uchiha He and carve up the Land of Fire's territory. But Reto was different. He knew that with mortal power it was impossible to defeat Uchiha He. Moreover, compared to the Land of Fire's land, he valued more how to improve the desert's living conditions. This undertaking would be an eternal merit. Though he never thought about achievements, he only wanted to improve Sunigakure's environment. Thus a bold idea emerged in his mind. If he summoned the other Kage to discuss countermeasures against Uchiha He, the first issue they would face was choosing a battlefield. At that point he would step forward and offer Sunigakure as the battleground. The other Kage would surely be immensely grateful, and even provide him with supplies as compensation. For him there would be no loss. On the contrary, if he could make Uchiha He use wood-release, Sunigakure's greening problem would be solved. Having made up his mind, Reto immediately sent people to summon the other Kage to Sunigakure. After putting on a display of extreme reluctance, he successfully exchanged for a large amount of food. It was an absolute steal. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Uchiha He also received the summons from the other 4 Kage requesting him to come to Sunigakure for talks. Uchiha He did not think much of it. No matter where it was, the outcome would be the same. However, before that he needed to make preparations. By now he could no longer control the overflowing power within him. His strength was increasing exponentially every day, to the point where even the simple act of picking up chopsticks had become impossible. He did not know exactly how strong he was, but a rough estimate suggested that even if Madara and Hashirama used their combined technique, the great Buddha with Susanoo, he could probably handle it with ease. The preparation he made was a pair of specially crafted gauntlets built at great cost. These gauntlets had no special functions besides being extremely heavy and a minor ability to absorb ninjutsu and chakra, though only Uchiha He's own chakra and techniques, not affecting others. If anything, they could affect others by potentially crushing them into a pulp with a single punch. The term monstrous strength was no exaggeration. The reason for such preparation was that Uchiha He was worried he might accidentally kill the other Kage. After the gauntlets were completed, Uchiha He asked Sasuke to test them using the universal pull to see if he could move them. But even though Sasuke strained his eyes to the point of dryness, he could not budge them at all. Ha! That's exactly what I wanted! Uchiha He said with satisfaction as he put on the gauntlets. The 5 Kage summit soon arrived. Although Uchiha He had said several times that he would go alone, Madara and Hashirama were still uneasy and insisted on accompanying him. In the end, Uchiha He could not sway the two and even brought Sasuke along. Alright, if I hit too hard later, remember to hold me back. Uchiha He instructed them. Also, Sasuke, if someone is about to die, use the heavenly hand power to teleport them away immediately. If these people die, it will have a significant impact on the future. Sasuke nodded at his words. The group soon arrived at the outskirts of Sunigakure. After deliberation among the Kage, it was decided to hold the talks outside the village. Along the way, Uchiha He noticed that Sunigakure was indeed as rumored, covered in sandstorms, utterly unfit for habitation. As for the Kazekage who had single-handedly saved all the ninjas, he must be a respectable and strong individual. Thus Uchiha He decided to punch him a few less times. Uchiha He was not one to stay idle. As they walked, he casually used wood release to improve the surrounding environment. As for the Kage watching from afar, except for the Kazekage, their faces were filled with worry, for the power Uchiha He had displayed already surpassed that of mortals. After all, what ordinary person could walk while using large-scale ninjutsu without even breathing heavily? However, the Kazekage, though outwardly worried, was thrilled inwardly. Yes. That's right. More trees over there. Yes. More. Soon the two groups finally met. Seeing Uchiha He start warming up, Sasuke and the others wisely retreated several kilometers. Before the Kage could speak, Uchiha He interrupted. Enough talk. We all know what each other wants. Today, if you cannot defeat me, then abandon any thoughts of starting a war. Stay obediently in your own villages. I, Uchiha He, have no intention of invading you. But if you insist on crossing me, I won't mind planting trees all over your village entrances. Reto almost couldn't stop himself from jumping out and shouting bravo. But as the convener of the other Kage, he had to step forward and say something harsh. So steeling himself, he stepped forward. I have long heard of Lord He's extraordinary skills, especially your wood release, which is nothing short of miraculous. We admit we are not your match. May I ask if you would be willing to defeat us using only wood release? That way we can concede with full conviction. The other Kage exchanged bewildered glances. Why was this man starting off by demoralizing his own side? Shouldn't he be cursing and then launching a righteous gang attack? However, Reto's reassuring expression made them understand instantly this Kazekage must have investigated the intelligence beforehand, knowing that this Hokage was terrifyingly strong, so he was trying to limit his techniques to increase their chances of victory. Once the other Kage understood, they couldn't help but silently give Reto a thumbs up in their hearts, admiring his foresight. As for Uchiha He, he thought little of it. Wood release. Wood release should be less powerful, right? That way he probably wouldn't accidentally kill anyone. It would also be a good chance to help Sunigakure improve its environment, a 2-for-1 deal. Uchiha He was well aware of Reto's intentions. He simply wanted to use Uchiha He to help improve their environment. Although it was a scheme, Uchiha He was still willing to accept it. After all, such a righteous act in harmony with nature should be done generously, as if accumulating virtue in advance. This Kazekage truly was a remarkable man. Uchiha He was well aware of Reto's intentions. He simply wanted to use Uchiha He to help improve their environment. Although it was a scheme, Uchiha He was still willing to accept it. After all, such a righteous act in harmony with nature should be done generously, as if accumulating virtue in advance. This Kazekage truly was a remarkable man. Uchiha He was well aware of Reto's intentions. He simply wanted to use Uchiha He to help improve their environment. Although it was a scheme, Uchiha He was still willing to accept it. After all, such a righteous act in harmony with nature should be done generously, as if accumulating virtue in advance. In that case, you all should prepare to flee. As soon as Uchiha He finished speaking, wood release was activated without any delay. Countless colossal trees rose from the ground, covering the vast expanse of desert entirely. The other Kage dodged hastily, but Reto stood frozen in place, grinning foolishly, and was instantly wrapped tightly by the wood release. The others felt even greater admiration. How noble! He risked himself to ensure our successful evasion, exclaimed the Mizukage, who had narrowly escaped. Indeed. We must not let his goodwill go to waste, echoed the Raikage. With that, Raikage activated his lightning release chakra mode, charging forward like a bolt of lightning. The Mizukage, not to be outdone, used water release techniques to provide cover. As the water release attack surged forward with formidable force, Uchiha He merely raised his fist and dispelled it with a casual punch. This was not brute strength, but a burst of fire release instantly manifested from his arm, easily evaporating the water. Though weakened by the gauntlet, its power remained terrifying. At that moment the Raikage arrived in front of him, attempting a flying elbow strike while Uchiha He was off guard. With the dynamic vision of his Sharingan, Uchiha He naturally saw the movement. Without even using a jutsu, he simply threw a casual punch. In that instant an alarm screamed in the Raikage's mind. If this punch lands, I will die. He couldn't help but think this involuntarily. Thus he executed a move he could only perform once in a lifetime. His spine bent like a soft bow, and with that momentum his body plummeted sideways. Uchiha He looked at him with some surprise, wondering why he had done that. The Raikage struggled to rise, steadied his waist, then collapsed again. His waist was broken. All this happened in a flash. The hot-tempered Mizukage roared. "What did you do to him?" Uchiha He looked bewildered. Meanwhile Sasuke and Madara, watching from afar, were already laughing like pigs. In their view the Raikage had charged in fearlessly, then suddenly seemed to realize something, twisted his waist forcibly, and fell to the ground on his own. The Mizukage, burning with rage, was about to launch a jutsu when the Tsuchikage flying and grabbed his arm. "Wait, that man's gauntlets are strange. They seem to absorb ninjutsu." Having observed for a long time from the air, the Tsuchikage concluded that the source of Uchiha He's strength must be those gauntlets. The Mizukage exploded in fury, shouting at Uchiha He, "What skill is there in defeating us with a powerful weapon? If you have guts, take off those gauntlets and fight us fair and square." Uchiha He was speechless for a moment, but then complied with their request. Fine. You asked for it, right?" He then removed the gauntlets and dropped them lightly. Where they fell, two enormous craters appeared, and dust and sand covered the area for miles. The Tsuchikage began to regret his judgment. From his observation he had deduced two possibilities: either the gauntlets absorbed enemy jutsu and used their immense weight to strike, or they were meant to restrict the user's own power. Either way, the gauntlet's weight was extraordinary. The Tsuchikage suddenly wanted to leave. But the Mizukage did not grasp this. First the Kazekage had sacrificed himself for their escape, then the Raikage had charged fearlessly. As the Mizukage, he could not retreat. So shouting, "This is the power of bonds!" the Mizukage charged forward, unleashing his strongest water release as he ran. Uchiha He, seeing the Mizukage's eyes looking in two different directions, barely suppressed a laugh. "I'll let him show off a bit. What if I crush his confidence?" So Uchiha He pretended to form a few hand seals, but acted as if he hadn't finished them, allowing the Mizukage's ultimate attack to hit him. The Mizukage, momentarily dazed by what he had done, soon became elated. He turned and announced, "Brothers, this is the power of bonds." At that moment the Tsuchikage began to doubt his own analysis. Could the gauntlet really be a divine artifact? Without it the man was nothing but a weakling. But the Mizukage's joy was short-lived. An identical water release attack came hurtling toward him, only this time Uchiha He's version was far larger. Seeing the Mizukage frozen in place, the Tsuchikage flew over at lightning speed and rescued him. Uchiha He had been worried about their safety, but seeing the Tsuchikage's incredible flight speed he felt only envy. His eyes lit up as he looked at the Tsuchikage. "Hey, you're Ishikawa, right? Can you teach me your flight jutsu?" Ishikawa shivered as Uchiha He stared at him like a beautiful woman and thought, "This is a desert, isn't it?" Ignoring him, Ishikawa said, "As agreed, you were only allowed to use wood release. Now you broke the rules, so you lose." Uchiha He didn't care at all. "Fine, I lost. Just tell me, what do I have to do for you to teach me that flight jutsu?" Ishikawa thought for a moment. "Become the Tsuchikage." Uchiha He lowered his head in contemplation, then looked up again. Forget it. I'll wait until you die and then steal it." Ishikawa's face darkened with lines. Who says such things out loud, especially in front of the person involved? But then Uchiha He's expression turned serious. "I believe you've seen my strength. So I hope you won't be ungrateful. I'm being polite now, but if you cause trouble again, don't blame me for being ruthless." The Mizukage had been stunned earlier and hadn't experienced the full extent of his power. As for the Raikage, seeing Uchiha He easily defeated after removing the gauntlets, he found hope again. He forced his waist back into place and stood up. Both spoke in unison. "No. You are not invincible." Uchiha He almost laughed, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Then what do you want? They sensed the murderous intent in his tone, their legs trembling involuntarily. For a moment they didn't know what to say. Uchiha He then spoke. Since you can't think of a better way, fine. I'll show you what true battle means. With a wave of his hand, Hashirama, Madara, and Sasuke appeared beside him. Hashirama, Madara, it's time to test your training. Don't hold back, fight me with all your might. Sasuke, you watch from the side and teleport anyone out if they're about to die. They nodded without objection. Then, to the astonishment of the Kage, Hashirama clapped his hands and summoned the Wood Golem. Madara without hesitation summoned Susanoo and clad the golem in it. Since their teacher had told them to go all out, they naturally wouldn't slack off. The Kage felt an overwhelming sense of fear just by looking from afar and dared not approach. Is this true power? The Mizukage marveled. Uchiha He simply gazed at the colossal figure before him and said softly, Come! Don't hold back. The two immediately used their combined technique, Susanoo, top of the Buddha. They controlled the thousand-handed Buddha, concentrating all its weight into their fists, and began striking continuously, each punch aimed directly at Uchiha He. Uchiha He remained calm, focusing chakra in his hand for a deliberate, powerful punch. With the sheer strength of his chakra, he shattered the Susanoo-clad fists. It was hard to imagine how a human fist could achieve such power. Every collision resonated like a deafening bell, striking fear into the hearts of the Kage. Soon the thousands of Buddha fists were all destroyed by Uchiha He. But clearly neither side was satisfied with this level of combat. So Hashirama clapped his hands, using the wood release generated by Uchiha He to activate wood release advent of the world of flowering trees, while Madara used his ocular power to enhance his own jutsu, unleashing a massive fire release dragon fire technique. Uchiha He was about to counter with a jutsu, but someone charged madly toward the flames, Reto, the first Kazekage who had been trapped in the wood release. His love for trees was pathological. Everyone knew how hard wood release was, even the Nine-Tails struggled to break free. Wood release also absorbed chakra, as everyone knew. Yet Reto, driven by his obsession with trees, broke out of the wood release by sheer willpower, then rushed like a madman to shield the inferno with his own body. For a moment Uchiha He was stunned. How could such a person exist? But he didn't remain frozen for long. In an instant he appeared before Reto, and used the super-powered water release who repairs the dam technique to dispel the flames. The resulting steam rose into the sky, forming rain, while the remaining water fell gently, creating a lake. Reto, tears streaming down his face, looked at Uchiha He with profound gratitude. He was about to kneel in thanks, but Uchiha He lifted him up. Speaking in a gentle, almost paternal tone, he said, If it's about greening, you could have come to me directly. There's more to life than just exchange of interests. Sometimes a little trust and care can make the world full of love. Reto's admiration grew even deeper. He couldn't help but say, In my opinion, you truly deserve the title of the strongest ninja. Meanwhile the Mizukage, who had been standing dumbfounded, suddenly jumped up excitedly. This must be the power of bonds. It is bonds that make a ninja strong. This is bonds. Uchiha He couldn't help but recall the image of a certain green-haired Bolka shinobi. Thus this seemingly fierce battle concluded without further harassment from Uchiha He, who even casually healed the Raikage's severed waist before departing. I, upon receiving treatment, was utterly incredulous. Had the rumors not painted Uchiha He as a murderous fiend and battle maniac? Why did he display such magnanimity and consideration? The Raikage moved, began to kneel in gratitude, but Uchiha He, never fond of such theatrics, promptly pulled his companions away and departed. All the Kage save for the Kazekage seemed disheartened. From their observations, Konoha's strength was far beyond what the other major nations could currently contend with. The only option for any future conflict would be to wait for Konoha's talent system to undergo generational renewal, then proceed slowly. Though no one had explicitly proclaimed Konoha the ruler of the ninja world, virtually every hidden village subconsciously regarded it as such. Uchiha He led the group back to Konoha. Upon returning, Hashirama grew increasingly excited, having recognized his own shortcomings in the recent battle. He immediately dragged Madara off to practice. Madara, though reluctant on his face, allowed himself to be pulled away. After everyone had left Uchiha He strolled through the village with Sasuke. Sasuke was clearly preoccupied. Uchiha He noticed this and spoke proactively. Sasuke, tell me, aside from missing me, what else is on your mind? Hesitation and concealment are not befitting of a man. Sasuke hesitated for a moment, then spoke. It's like this, sensei. Naruto and I are getting married, so I'd like to ask you to stand in as my father for the ceremony. After speaking, Sasuke looked at Uchiha He with eager anticipation. Uchiha He pondered for a moment before asking, "Didn't your parents come back to life?" At this query, Sasuke's expression suddenly hardened as if harboring some unspeakable difficulty. Uchiha He, noting this, said seriously, "Sasuke, tell me the truth. What happened? No matter who wronged you, I will teach them a lesson." Sasuke still wore a troubled expression. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Actually, I never told them I was getting married." "Why?" Uchiha He was even more perplexed. Sasuke thought for a moment, then his gaze sharpened as he said, "Because they never truly died, yet they never came looking for me. Even when the truth came to light and they came to Konoha seeking my forgiveness, I couldn't forgive them." Sasuke nearly shouted these words. Uchiha He listened quietly throughout, and only after Sasuke finished did he speak. "Feeling a bit better now?" "Saying it out loud should make you feel a little better, right?" Sasuke looked at the familiar Uchiha He and thought to himself, "This is the warm and considerate sensei I remember." Sasuke nodded. Seeing this, Uchiha He continued, "To be honest, I also think they were wrong. Abandoning everything and leaving you to bear the burden alone is an extremely irresponsible act. But as parents, no parent wants to see their child suffer. It's more about helplessness. Think about it, in that situation, what else could they do but give up resistance to give you a chance to live? Would you rather have them take you to die with them? I believe the future me must have taught you to consider everything from two sides. Even in this case, though forgiveness may not be possible, a certain degree of understanding is warranted. You must learn to understand others to understand this world. Sometimes a person lives not solely for their own happiness. For instance, your parents were willing to give up their lives for you. That is something I cannot do." At this point, Sasuke interrupted. "No. Sensei, you did that. You even sacrificed yourself for a group of juniors you barely knew. Such a noble act, though I wish you had been a bit more selfish." Uchiha He showed no surprise but smiled and continued. "See, you've already learned to understand, haven't you? Even if the object of your understanding is me." With that, Uchiha He stepped forward and ruffled Sasuke's hair. "Sasuke, you are a kind child. Though you don't often show it, I know your heart is full of goodness. So go back and talk to your parents. Communication can overcome all difficulties. Consider this my final lesson to you, old man, that I am alright." Hearing this, Sasuke understood that his sensei was preparing to bid him farewell. Though reluctant, Sasuke had been taught by Uchiha He. He understood the principles, but like a physician who cannot heal himself, these words carried far more weight coming from someone else, especially his most revered teacher. Accepting this, Sasuke's gaze grew resolute as he looked at Uchiha He. "Don't worry, sensei. I will definitely go understand them." Uchiha He looked at Sasuke with great satisfaction. Then the two made their way to the Dragon Vein. Even if Sasuke hadn't come, he had planned to seal the Dragon Vein at some point to prevent any temporal chaos. After hearing Sasuke's account of his time travel, Uchiha He understood. It seemed that the sealing technique was indeed his own work, but as of now the Dragon Vein bore no seal. So Uchiha He placed his hand upon the Dragon Vein and casually laid down tens of thousands of sealing techniques. As for why so many, Uchiha He's philosophy had always been one of absolute caution. Seeing the seal nearing completion, Uchiha He signaled Sasuke to stand upon the Dragon Vein. "Sasuke, let go of your resistance. Allow the sealing technique to absorb the energy of the Dragon Vein." After this instruction, Uchiha He completed the sealing of the Dragon Vein and Sasuke vanished into the light. Within that radiance, Sasuke was already bathed in tears. "Goodbye, sensei." It turned out that the words Sasuke had heard in his ears during his first time travel were exactly what Uchiha He said now, echoing back through time to the moment of Sasuke's departure. Thinking of this, Sasuke's gaze gradually hardened. As his sensei had once said, a person's true departure is a process called forgetting. As long as he lived well, followed his sensei's wishes, and did what was right, his sensei would forever remain in his heart. After Sasuke left, Uchiha He stood in a daze before the Dragon Pulse for a long time before finally departing. He thought about many things. His future actions and deeds seemed utterly unlike what the current him would do. Taking sacrifice as an example, at most he would resurrect the people he cherished, and he would never choose to give up his own life as a price, because that would be extremely irresponsible. Although the resurrected would come back to life, they would also have to endure the pain of losing him. Even though there were only a few who knew Uchiha He, still there were some, right? Moreover, if he simply walked away like that, what if the ninja world encountered a powerful enemy later, and a lot of people died again? Therefore the actions of the future Uchiha He in the eyes of the current him seemed nothing but an escape. So what exactly was he escaping from? Perhaps the current Uchiha He had an answer in his heart, or perhaps not. But Uchiha He never engaged in self-consuming thoughts. After some deliberation he returned to Konoha. After wandering around, Uchiha He finally returned home. Because he didn't like noise, his home had always been in a corner of Konoha. This had one advantage: he could interact with fewer people. After all, a socially anxious person is truly socially anxious. The only inconvenience was probably not being very convenient for buying groceries. Like now, to celebrate finally being able to relax for a while, Uchiha He excitedly decided to take up the ladle again and cook a meal. To avoid being recognized, Uchiha He even used the transformation technique before stepping out with a small flower basket. This small flower basket was specially woven by his late sister to bring him meals because he often trained until very late and frequently forgot to eat. His clever and dexterous sister naturally made the small flower basket herself for him to carry meals. Uchiha He walked along the wall like a thief, afraid of meeting anyone. Obviously he had forgotten again that he was using the transformation technique. Well, being a bit forgetful at an older age is normal, right? It's definitely not because of his troll personality. Suddenly Uchiha He collided with a blonde kid who was also walking along the wall at the street corner. With a thud, Uchiha He's transformation technique was dispelled. Then Sarada arrived and was startled greatly upon seeing Uchiha He. Then Boruto got up without even seeing Uchiha He's face, picked up the vegetables and said to Uchiha He, "Sorry uncle, I didn't mean it. Let me help you pick them up." Uchiha He touched his own spiky hair that like a conceptual god never changed no matter what, glanced at Boruto and said, "It's fine, thank you." "Sarada, come help me," Boruto said to Sarada. Boruto. Take a good look at who's in front of you." Only then did Boruto, who had picked up the vegetables and was looking at Uchiha He, suddenly realize. The 5th Hokage. Boruto looked at him in confusion, then said tremblingly. Uchiha He's mind raced as he looked at Boruto and Sarada. He thought and thought but couldn't figure out what could have made these two true gods of the later era come to find him. "Spit it out. Did you encounter some trouble in the future?" Uchiha He maintained a calm expression, looking like a master. Seeing this, Sarada's eyes filled with admiration. Boruto said tremblingly, "Well, it's Sasuke-sensei sent us to find you to come back and help. The world is about to be destroyed." Although the world was about to be destroyed, Boruto's entire mind was on whether the first Hokage would punish him for bumping into him. Uchiha He seemed to read his mind, stepped forward and gently placed his hand on Boruto's head. "Don't be afraid, I won't eat people." Boruto had originally shrunk his neck. As Konoha developed later, the entire village became the largest economy in the ninja world and also the top educational base where ninjas from all major villages came to study. Boruto also happened to hear ninjas from other countries say that although Uchiha He in the Fourth Great Ninja War was an ultimate good person, the Uchiha He of the Warring States period was a murderous maniac and battle freak that everyone feared, and it was said that he would even beat his own disciples when in a bad mood. But now, seeing Uchiha He's demeanor, Boruto felt that this person was not like the rumors. Sarada was different. Since childhood she had heard her father tell stories about Uchiha He, and she naturally had immense admiration for this gentle and considerate man. Uchiha He thought for a moment, then asked, "Is it an invasion by the Otsutsuki clan? Is it Momoshiki or Kinshiki?" Boruto nodded at the question but then quickly shook his head. Boruto's reaction left Uchiha He puzzled. Fortunately, Sarada stepped forward at that moment. "Grandpa He, the entire Otsutsuki clan is attacking. The other Grandpa He has already formulated a strategy, but now they are missing one powerhouse who can deliver a world-ending strike. After much deliberation they decided to have Father bring us to find you." At this, Uchiha He completely understood the situation. It seemed that the future had indeed encountered a great crisis, one that even the extremely powerful dark version of himself that Sasuke had mentioned could not handle. As for how they came to the pass, first of all the Dragon Pulse was ruled out. Although Uchiha He had secretly tampered with it, that thing could now only be used by Sasuke alone for free time travel, no one else could. Speaking of this, one must mention a rogue ninja named Hyakwash. He couldn't even get close to the seal, let alone go back in time, so he was easily taken care of as a B-rank mission, and not even by the main team. After ruling out the Dragon Pulse, the only condition for their time travel was the Li. Unlike the original story here, Otsutsuki Urashiki was trapped by Otsutsuki Tonari, who had been taught by Uchiha He as soon as he showed up. Then Naruto and Sasuke arrived and killed him instantly without even giving him a chance to activate his Birdman mode. Here Sasuke also seriously took his teacher's advice when facing enemies: don't talk nonsense, if you can kill with one blow, just do it. Thus the scene of Kurama wearing Susanoo holding a Rasengan in the left hand and Chidori in the right was created, and they killed him instantly. At that moment Sasuke, who had been observing from the side for a long time, finally showed himself. Sasuke scratched his head sheepishly. "Teacher, we meet again." "Yes, we meet again." Uchiha He suddenly had a bit of understanding of why Shikamaru always said, "What a drag!" Because it really was a drag. He hadn't even warmed his seat before being dragged off to work again. But Uchiha He had already accepted his fate as a wage slave. With a wry smile he said, "Let's go. Let's go and beat the hell out of those damn Otsutsuki." Even after all these years, Sasuke had grown considerably and become the father of 6 children. Even though he was now a true man, a genuine man, seeing the teacher he had longed for still made him timid, like a child afraid to approach. That was why even when Sasuke brought the 2 little ones to the past, he did not step forward immediately. Even though his heart was surging with excitement, and he had prepared many heartfelt words, when he finally faced the man he had been longing for, he still appeared very restrained. In the end, 1,000 words condensed into just one sentence. "Teacher, we meet again." Uchiha He was the first to break the atmosphere of reunion, smiling and saying, "Sasuke, not bad. Your kids are already this grown." Hearing this, Sasuke cast a very affectionate glance at Sarada, and then scratched his head. As for this yellow-haired kid, Uchiha He stepped forward and mischievously rubbed his head, teasing, "Kid, are you pondering the meaning of a ninja's existence, thinking of becoming a rogue ninja?" Hearing this, Boruto immediately jumped up. "First Hokage, Grandpa, who told you that? My loyalty to Konoha is clear as the sky. Even if I die, I'll die in Konoha, alright." Uchiha He just smiled. It seemed that the future had developed well because of his intervention. Even this rebellious kid was no longer rebellious. However, jokes aside, business had to be discussed. "Tell me, Sasuke, what happened in the future that requires the help of an old man already half buried in the ground?" Sasuke naturally ignored the self-deprecation in Uchiha He's words and then began to narrate slowly. It turned out that in the future, because the major ninja villages were all busy developing their economies and reforming the ninja system, the entire shinobi world was very peaceful. And Konoha, with the help of Orochimaru and others and under the guidance of Uchiha He, successfully straightened out its technological tree. On this foundation, Konoha became the second ninja village to successfully land on the moon. Surprisingly, the first village to reach the moon was Kumogakure. They modified the chakra cannon and easily landed on the moon. Of course, as the atmosphere of the shinobi world changed, everyone chose to share their technology, so almost all ninja villages landed on the moon. This was a joyous event for everyone except for Tonari Otsutsuki. Sitting alone on the moon, Tonari was repeatedly awakened by the commotion of the landings. The first time was Kumogakure. Before he could react, the people from Kumogakure had already descended. But the second time, the moment Konoha's lunar spacecraft landed on the moon, Tonari immediately rushed to the scene, wanting to see what kind of monster it was. Of course, he didn't see any monster, but instead was met head-on by Uchiha He's ultimate great fireball. That one blast made him tremble with fear and nearly cost him his life. However, that single attack did not scare him off. The Konoha ninjas, seeing this, naturally moved forward to gang up on him with righteous fury, but Uchiha He stopped them. For this battle, Uchiha He specially summoned Naruto and Hinata. When Tonari saw Hinata, his eyes instantly lit up. It seemed that his Tensigen could soon be fully fused. The excited Tonari had already forgotten about Uchiha He behind the crowd and engaged in battle with Naruto and Hinata. This Naruto was extraordinary. From the age of 12 he had been guided by a renowned master. In the following years he received instruction from the chakra remnants of Minato and Kushina, and with Uchiha He's help, the Ninetales did not interfere with him. Naruto's buffs were simply stacked to the max. At that moment, the one fighting Tonari was the cheerful Naruto, the Toad Sage, who was proficient in many ninjutsu and sealing jutsu and was a perfect Jinchuriki. Under the duo's assault, Tonari couldn't even last 3 rounds before being knocked to the ground by Naruto's Rasengan, his fate unknown. In the end, Uchiha He chose not to kill him but instead helped him complete the fusion of the Tensigen. Of course, he did not sacrifice Hinata. Instead, he used the abundant white Setsu as a substitute. This was simple, using cell technology to transform White Setsu into Byakugan, which was a piece of cake with Orochimaru's current technology. Ultimately, Uchiha He gave him psychological counseling and Tonari was successfully persuaded to act as the guardian of the shinobi world. In the end, he even wanted to give the Tensigen to Hinata, but the couple refused, and after being fed a full mouthful of dog food he finally gave up. It was because of this that when Urashiki arrived on the moon he encountered Tonari, who now possessed a perfect Tensigen. Following the principle of avoiding collateral damage, Tonari immediately subdued him, and then notified Uchiha He. Uchiha He interrogated him, but got nothing out of him. In the end, he could only turn him into nourishment for Tonari's Tensigen. However, what was clear was that the Otsutsuki clan was about to launch an attack on the shinobi world. So Uchiha He returned to the shinobi world and began preparations. Konoha at this time was extraordinary. With a scientific researcher as remarkable as Orochimaru, they casually invented things like Hashirama cell energy drinks. This Hashirama brand energy drink could not only replenish chakra but also heal injuries and prolong life. Therefore, when the Otsutsuki invaded, they faced the Konoha ninjas at their peak. Not to mention Hashirama Senju, there were also Might Guy and his student who could open the 8 gates infinitely. 2 fully charged Night Guy attacks. Who could possibly deal with that? Of course, that's not all. There are veteran ninjas like Hiruzen Sarutobi Danzo Shimura and even the legendary Konoha White Fang Tsukumo Hatake, famous for his 1000 years of death technique. I'm sure the Otsutsuki clan can be dealt with right. As for where the Hashirama cells came from, of course they were provided by Hashirama, who was revived by Uchiha He. And why did he provide them? Just ask his teacher's request. As for the Uchiha clan, from the Warring States period ninjas to the present, all were revived and now play a very important role in Konoha. As for Izuna and the Uchiha clan members from the Shippuden era, they still develop in the new ninja village. As for why they don't return to Konoha, that is also a strategy. If the entire shinobi world only had Konoha as the sole dominant power, other villages might easily give up. But if there is another major economic entity to contend with, there will always be a little hope, right? The two giants clash and the remaining small fries always have a chance to get a sip of the soup. In summary, the entire shinobi world had finally developed into the shape that Uchiha He desired: no war, everyone living in peace and contentment, no one displaced, and happiness permeating the entire shinobi world. As for the current Otsutsuki crisis, even Yuzhibo Hele, who possessed a god's perspective, could not understand why the Otsutsuki clan had mobilized in full force. As everyone knew, the strongest combat power in the ninja world was never an individual but conceptual deities. For instance, Team Fight Pain, Intelligence, Zilai, and Healthy You, among others. However, when the team fighters became the Otsutsuki clan standing behind as the foundation, the entire matter became far from simple. Almost every Otsutsuki possessed world-ending abilities. Their abilities were also diverse and myriad. Every technique in the ninja world that had a name was known by the Otsutsuki clan, and they even possessed advanced versions. Despite facing such formidable enemies, Yuzhibo Hele remained unflustered. You might have a cheat, but I have the script right. The moment he learned of the imminent Otsutsuki invasion, Yuzhibo Hele publicized all intelligence about the Otsutsuki clan, even including their weaknesses. If the Otsutsuki had known, they would have certainly spurted blood in fury and cursed. Who the hell peeked at the script? What's the damn point of fighting this? Therefore, the entire ninja world began bustling into action. Non-combat personnel were transported to the 3 great sacred realms by Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade via summoning technique. All production materials were also moved there, and even some key buildings were sent over by Yuzhibo Hele using the Flying Thunder God teleportation array. Only the elite remained, and among them the cream of the crop. As for how the 3 great sacred realms were convinced, the Toad Sage and the Slug Sage were manageable, but as for the White Snake Sage, Yuzhibo Hele simply taught her a lesson with a single great fireball, and she immediately became docile on the spot. Of course, to prevent the Otsutsuki clan from finding the 3 great sacred realms through Yomi's path, Yuzhibo Hele, in coordination with the 3 sages, used sealing techniques to completely seal off the entire space. Without the coordinated effort of all 4 parties from within, and without the seal, could never be broken. Everything was ready, only the Otsutsuki were missing. Although the preparations for battle were extremely thorough, when hundreds of powerful auras descended upon the ninja world, all the shinobi could not help but feel a tremor in their hearts. This was a fear rooted in the biological level. The Otsutsuki clan, though arrogant, and always regarding themselves as higher beings, were indeed justified in that regard. Their life level was truly superior to the inhabitants of the ninja world. Yuzhibo Hele pondered briefly and felt that this might not be secure enough, so he had Suizhu take the two little ones to the past and summon Yuzhibo He, who possessed both eyes and was in his prime. As for why the two little ones were there, Ziliangna was not the weak elementary school student from the original story. Under Suizhu's tutelage, her strength was in no way inferior to the elite fighters of the present. She easily awakened her tiny Mangekyo after watching a specially made anime by Yuzhibo Hele. As for Boruto, although he had not obtained the power of Tao Lama, his mastery of sage art was so impressive that even the Toad Sage was full of praise. Naturally, his strength was also formidable. At that time, Yuzhibo He's power was an enigma. No one knew it clearly, not even he himself, who sensed his strength growing day by day, could estimate it accurately. Under the influence of those mystical eyes, Yuzhibo He's power did not just multiply, it soared skyward, and it grew stronger with every passing moment. It became so strong that it made him feel fear. Why fear? Because he could clearly sense that if he unleashed his full power, the entire world might collapse as a result. Moreover, as time passed, his strength grew at an astonishing rate. He had a premonition that if he allowed it to develop, the world would collapse due to his mere existence without him even needing to act. Of course, all of this was a story for later. At present he did not yet possess such power, but taking on several hundred Otsutsuki should still be within his capabilities. It should be possible, right? Yuzhibo Hele was also uncertain at this moment because the pressure from the group of Otsutsuki before him was immense. Although not all of them, the two leading Otsutsuki who had bizarre appearances seemed to exude a divine aura with every move, making Yuzhibo Hele feel a heightened sense of crisis. At that moment, Yuzhibo He from the past also arrived. War was imminent. Hundreds of Otsutsuki charged toward the crowd like wild horses breaking free from their reins. Yuzhibo He was startled not by their strength but by how their behavior was completely different from what was depicted in the anime. They acted as if they were facing mortal enemies, unleashing their ultimate finishing moves right from the start. The shinobi did not stand idle either. Before the Otsutsuki arrived, Mingren had already opened a hotspot, allowing all the shinobi to connect to it. Then, with the cooperation of Qianshou Feijian and Bufing Shuman, the two combined their efforts to teleport everyone away. Because the area of effect attacks of the Otsutsuki clan were so devastating that even the combined technique of Ban and Jujian, Susanoo with the Great Buddha, could hardly cope. Therefore, the best course of action at that moment was to temporarily evade the sharp edge and wait for their ultimate moves to go into cooldown before striking again. Unlike the retreating crowd, Yuzhibo He stood calmly watching the oncoming area of effect attacks plural. Mingren, seeing this, grew worried and quickly asked Suizhu, "Why isn't he dodging Sensei?" Suizhu replied with full confidence, "Given Sensei's mastery of the Flying Thunder God, he must be planning to rush forward 1 second before the explosion and catch them off guard." At that moment, Yuzhibo Hele, who was standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. According to his memory, Yuzhibo He had not yet learned the Flying Thunder God at this point in time. How did he know? Because he himself didn't know it either. To be precise, Yuzhibo He had learned the Flying Thunder God in the Pure Land. Indeed, that was the case. Yuzhibo He could not understand why everyone had run away. Could it be that they were all spies of the Otsutsuki? Had they tricked me from the past just to focus fire and kill me in an instant? However, Yuzhibo He looked over from a distance and saw that the expressions on their faces were not those of a successful conspiracy. Instead, when Yuzhibo Hele said that he didn't know the Flying Thunder God, everyone showed panic. Only then did Yuzhibo He feel relieved. "Well, I almost thought I'd have to kill my own kin," Yuzhibo He couldn't help but exclaim. But then he suddenly saw Mingren and Suizhu about to rush forward to save him, so he raised his left hand, signaling them not to come. Then Yuzhibo He extended his right hand, still facing the crowd, with a faint smile on his face. As he parted his lips slightly, a supermassive fire release suddenly appeared before his hand, directly colliding with the area of effect attacks of the Otsutsuki clan. Super Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Ziliangna, seeing this, was puzzled and asked Suizhu, "Dad, didn't you say that the Great Fireball can't kill anyone?" Suizhu kept his eyes fixed on Yuzhibo He and then spoke slowly. "There are two kinds of great fireballs in the world. One is the one we use and the other is the one Sensei uses. The former can't kill, but the latter can turn anything into ash. No, it won't even leave ash behind." Indeed, Yuzhibo He's great fireball was not an ordinary one. It was compressed from countless amounts of chakra, surpassing even sage art. Even the techniques of the Otsutsuki could not compare to it. This was the ultimate application of energy, and only the top-tier individuals among the Otsutsuki could contend with it. As for an ordinary Otsutsuki, the moment they opened their eyes and absorbed it, they would nearly be burst apart by the immense energy within a second. Moreover, if it was the great fireball released by that Yuzhibo He who had sacrificed himself, any Otsutsuki who dared to absorb it would die instantly on the spot. Because that Yuzhibo He's techniques contain not only a single element, but also the failed yin-yang release and various other sealing techniques, with the most powerful being the explosive sealing technique hidden within. This made the fireball not only scorching hot but also a massive bomb. Of course, if not absorbed it would only cause a simple explosion. However, if absorbed into the body, that Otsutsuki would become a walking bomb, with their entire body serving as the vessel for the explosive sealing technique. The power of the explosion depended on the amount of chakra within their body. This technique was the secret weapon that Yuzhibo He had been preparing in the years after his resurrection, originally intended to deal with Heiju and Hui. However, he never expected that the cunning old fox Heiju would send a clone to force a one-for-one exchange, even though it was only a clone that was sacrificed. As for Hui Yi, she was also extremely sinister. Knowing that Yuzhibo He was not to be trifled with, she simply threw him into a different dimension and avoided direct confrontation. Of course, all of these were the skills of that Yuzhibo He who had sacrificed himself, not the skills of the current Yuzhibo He. Although he did not possess cheat-like skills, his super series techniques were characterized by ultimate compression and monstrous strength. The Otsutsuki clan's area of effect ultimate moves were easily neutralized by a single super series great fireball from Yuzhibo He, and not even a speck of dirt was stirred up. The only commotion was Yuzhibo He's cool turn and the Otsutsuki fleeing in panic to avoid the attack. Yuzhibo He, a real man, never looks back at an explosion. Although the Otsutsuki clan was thrown into disarray by Uchiha He's strike, the clan does not harbor idlers under this attack. No Otsutsuki was injured. On the contrary, one of the three Otsutsuki standing at the highest position stepped forward, revealing an eye on his forehead, and then Uchiha He's exceptionally powerful fire release was directly returned along its original path. This scene astonished the crowd. Reflection. Uchiha He did not panic upon seeing this. For an ordinary person, a great technique is their strongest blow. If it were to strike themselves, they would surely be injured or even die. However, it was different for Uchiha He. First, he possessed a regenerative ability. Even if he were reduced to ashes, he could revive. Second, the one who had unleashed such a heaven-shaking strike before the crowd was merely an ordinary shadow clone. If one were to ask why the shadow clone was so powerful, the answer was simply that it had an abundance of chakra. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Uchiha He's shadow clone unleashed super water release, who repairs the dam technique. The collision of the two techniques produced a vast expanse of water vapor enveloping all the Otsutsuki. Meanwhile, Uchiha He had already arrived behind the group of Otsutsuki. Super Fire Release Dragon Fire Technique. As a colossal dragon soared forth, the tide of battle was nearly sealed. As for why it was nearly, it was because the Otsutsuki clan possessed the Byakugan. Though under the immense water vapor and the influence of powerful techniques, the Byakugan was almost rendered useless. But the second of the three Otsutsuki leaders stepped forward, opening the eye on his forehead. With a single glance he saw that the Uchiha He before him was merely a shadow clone with vast chakra, and just before Uchiha He launched his attack, he deftly turned around the Otsutsuki who had previously reflected the technique. Subsequently, the enormous dragon of fire charged toward Uchiha He at an even greater speed. Uchiha He, caught off guard, was struck directly. The two who had acted earlier were none other than Aida and Di Meng, who had transplanted two abilities of Otsutsuki Jiju, clairvoyance and reflection. As for the one standing at the forefront, he was the current Otsutsuki leader, Otsutsuki Jiwang. Otsutsuki Jiwang was the younger brother of Otsutsuki Jiju. After Jiju's death, Jiwang became the Otsutsuki leader, possessing abilities identical to Jiju's and being immensely powerful. As for Aida and Di Meng, they were personally cultivated by Jiwang, acquiring the two key abilities of his brother through transplantation. Aida possessed clairvoyance derived from Otsutsuki Jiju's ability, classified as a divine technique. She could observe the present in real time or choose to view past scenes, but could not see events before her birth. Di Meng possessed the reflection ability, which in the original story was the reflection of murderous intent derived from Otsutsuki Shimi's ability, also classified as a divine technique. He could attack enemies with his mind. Any enemy who harbored murderous intent toward him would have that intent fully reflected, with greater intent resulting in stronger reflected force. However, a crucial condition for this technique was that Di Meng's palm must touch another's body to activate it, and it could be activated even when he was unaware. Here, however, due to Jiwang's manipulation, his ability was altered to reflect all ninjutsu attacks. The two had easily countered Uchiha He by leveraging their abilities. The crowd burned with rage seeing Uchiha He struck, but he appeared unharmed as his body was visibly regenerating at a rapid pace. The Flying Thunder God duo immediately brought Uchiha He's body over. Then at Uchiha He's command each ninja selected their opponents strategically. Might Guy and Rock Lee were already poised and ready. Subsequently Uchiha He unleashed a massive wind release while Gaara summoned sand to provide cover. The Sage Art group, Jiraiya, Naruto, Minato, Yugo and Boruto, also enhanced their cover with their techniques, making it impossible for the Otsutsuki to see through the wind and sand. Then Might Guy and Rock Lee, each targeting an Otsutsuki's head, were about to shout Night Guy when they recalled Uchiha He's teaching, who told you that you have to shout out the name of a technique. Surprise is the best approach. So the master and apprentice silently stepped through the air to the two Otsutsuki, landing two simultaneous Night Guy kicks on their heads. Of course that alone was not enough. The duo began kicking repeatedly on the Otsutsuki's heads, unleashing one Night Guy after another, shattering the two who had just been displaying their might. As for the lofty Otsutsuki Jiwang, he too faced his own troubles. For him, although his power was inferior to his brother's, he was still invincible across the universe. Thus, as he watched the duo being brutally beaten, he was about to casually intervene when he was ambushed by two Konoha's white fangs brought by the Flying Thunder God duo. Both of their hands were wielding a Sage Art-enhanced Chidori version of the 1,000 Years of Death, striking directly and thoroughly overwhelming Otsutsuki Jiwang. Though this technique lacked power, it was highly insulting. Otsutsuki Jiji became enraged on the spot and turned to attack. But when he turned, who was there? They had already been taken away by the Flying Thunder God duo. Even when he regained his senses, the war weapon duo he had meticulously crafted lay before him, reduced to nothing by the kicks. Even the culprit had vanished without a trace. At last Otsutsuki Jiwang was subdued. Before setting out, a mysterious figure had warned him to go all out, best to use a map-wide attack to erase the ninja world upon arrival, for any underestimation could lead to defeat. Initially Otsutsuki Jiwang dismissed this, thinking that natives of such a small place could not be strong. So he ordered his soldiers to unleash a map-wide attack first, but unexpectedly an ant suddenly emerged and fired an incredibly powerful fireball. Yet this fireball did not shock him, as the weapon duo could handle it easily. Even when the Night Guy duo kicked before him, he still paid no heed, until he was pierced through the intestines by 2,000 Years of Death strikes. Then he was thoroughly enraged. He erupted with immense pressure, causing many Otsutsuki soldiers to collapse to the ground, bewildered and confused. But the ninja coalition never remained idle. Seeing enemies fallen, they swarmed in and layered countless sealing techniques upon them. Although the Otsutsuki eventually broke free, the overall battle situation still favored the ninja coalition. Otsutsuki Jiwang, seeing that his rage had caused his own forces to suffer a major setback, could not help but feel irritated. "Damn inferior beings!" roared Otsutsuki Jiwang. But roar though he did, he still had to act. Otsutsuki Jiwang then gathered chakra, forming a massive orb of light above his head, radiating infinite power. But a true man never looks back at explosions, nor does he wait for them to occur. Sasuke directly used the Menotejikura to transfer the massive Sage Art Rasengan that Naruto had just prepared, along with a Konoha explosive sealing package, into the light orb above Otsutsuki Jiwang's head. With a tremendous roar, Otsutsuki Jiju's ultimate technique exploded directly above his head, its power so immense that it shocked all. The ninja coalition, having anticipated this, had already relocated via Naruto's hotspot. The remaining Otsutsuki who failed to react in time were severely wounded by the blast. As for Jiwang, though the attack did not visibly harm him, his originally fair skin had turned completely red. Ah! Damned inferior beings! The entire battlefield was divided into various battle groups. Led by Yugo, the Sage Art Squad enchanted each team, granting every attack a boost of Sage Chakra, making each strike a true damage, no exaggeration. The Flying Thunder God duo Minato Namikaze and Hashirama Senju roamed across the battlefield, providing support to everyone. Additionally, there was another person responsible for all-around support, Obito, who relentlessly harassed the enemy with his cheat-like abilities. On the battlefield, the most eye-catching was the Susanoo squad. With the help of Orochimaru's cellular technology, every Mangekyo was upgraded to Eternal Mangekyo, making each Susanoo a complete form and all enhanced with Sage Chakra. The Susanoo squad swept through like a flood. Each strike would randomly knock down an Otsutsuki. Although the Otsutsuki had thick and long health bars, they still struggled against the true damage of the complete Sage-enhanced Susanoo. The Susanoo squad consisted of many familiar faces. Leading them was Taijima Uchiha. From the Warring States period to the present, everyone who had ever awakened the Mangekyo had come. Shursui and others need not be mentioned. There were nearly a dozen Susanoo of various sizes. On the other side of the battlefield, Sasuke and Naruto's Susanoo-clad Ninetales, as well as Madara and Hashirama's Susanoo-clad Great Buddha, made the Otsutsuki miserable. Many Otsutsuki, blown away by the map-wide attacks, silently roared, "Who is the real Otsutsuki here?" Unlike the guerrilla warfare elsewhere, the Susanoo squad, the Naruto-Sasuke duo, and the Madara-Hashirama duo fought in a very brutal manner. All four had inherited the violent fighting style of Uchiha He, and for a time they overwhelmed their opponents so much that they couldn't lift their heads. Speaking of which, we must mention a certain conceptual god, Jiraiya, who had carefully analyzed all the intelligence on the Otsutsuki, was now moving like a white lightning bolt across the battlefields, casually casting sealing techniques. Not expecting to seal them, but only to trap them for a moment. After all, for a qualified ninja, a moment is enough to accomplish many things. Although the battle was leaning in favor of the ninja world, casualties still occurred. This was where the medical squad led by Tsunade came into play. Tsunade's medical squad also included some familiar faces such as Rin, Noera, and Kabuto. Whenever a casualty appeared, Kabuto would rush to the battlefield and bring them back. Due to Kabuto's pure natural energy, the Otsutsuki could do nothing to him in the short term, and could only watch helplessly as he rescued people. The Otsutsuki. What? Is he crazy? He clearly has combat ability but insists on being a battlefield medic. This brings to mind a certain friendly neighbor who took off his mask to save people on the ridge. Otsutsuki Shirbao watched these scenes, steam rising from his head, his whole body like a heated kettle. Why are you all idiots? At that moment, Uchiha He also came before him. What's wrong? Red hot. Otsutsuki Shirbao looked at Uchiha He with a hint of fear. Where did you come from? Why can't I sense your presence? Uchiha He smiled slightly and replied, Black Set's a brand stealth technique, you deserve it. Otsutsuki Shirbao was puzzled, not understanding what he meant. He not only didn't grasp the intent of Uchiha He's words, but also didn't know why he had come to him, and revealed himself. You! Why didn't you take the chance to ambush me? Are you thinking of joining the Otsutsuki? If you're a strong person like you, I might consider it. Uchiha He smirked and said, Of course, to buy time. Otsutsuki Shirbao's alarm bells rang, but it was too late. Uchiha He had already used the release shadow chain. From Uchiha He, countless purple chains extended, binding Otsutsuki Shirbao tightly. Then Uchiha He shouted to the distance, Fire! At that moment, the cannon squad, composed of Cloud and Hyuga ninjas who had been lying in ambush for a long time, were already prepared. With the cooperation of the Sage Art Squad, the chakra cannon fired not only chakra but also endless natural energy. The big guys from Cloud carried the cannon, while the Hyuga ninjas used their Byakugan to aim. Thus one powerful shot. No, it was even a rapid-fire cannon. Hundreds of powerful Sage Chakra cannonballs blasted toward Otsutsuki Shirbao with overwhelming momentum. At that moment, Uchiha He was taken away by Obito the instant the shells hit Otsutsuki Shirbao, thus successfully avoiding the explosion damage. In an instant, the area where Otsutsuki Shirbao stood was engulfed by endless natural energy. The residual force of the explosion even directly shattered the weaker Otsutsuki nearby. Not to mention what happened to Otsutsuki Shirbao at the center of the explosion. Uchiha He. It must be a miserable sight. However, as the residual force of the explosion slowly dissipated, a figure could still be vaguely seen in the center. This person was Otsutsuki Shirbao. Although the explosion had caused him great damage at the critical moment, he used his ultimate technique, the Otsutsuki Common Transformation, making himself several times taller and gaining 2 crown-like horns on his head. Uchiha He saw this and silently thought, Not good. Sure enough, the next moment Uchiha He was grabbed by the head and dragged across the ground at low altitude by Otsutsuki Shirbao with one hand. While flying, Otsutsuki Shirbao repeatedly lifted and pounded him. You distracted me, you ambushed me. Otsutsuki Shirbao seemed to vent all his anger from the war on Uchiha He. However, this behavior did not last long, as he was attracted by a figure before him. This person looked calm, standing there quietly with his hands even in his pockets. For some reason a thought crossed Otsutsuki Shirbao's mind. Just from his stance you can tell he's terrifyingly strong. Having been tricked several times before, Otsutsuki Shirbao dared not let his guard down. Perhaps in this small ninja world there really was someone who could kill him. So he asked cautiously, Are you trying to get my attention or join the great Otsutsuki clan? This person was none other than Uchiha He, who had long recovered. Since he couldn't fly, he forcibly opened the 8 gates and ran to catch up, but found he had run too far, so he stopped to rest and wait for them. Uchiha He remained calm. "Put him down and I'll tell you." For some reason Otsutsuki Shirbao actually put Uchiha He down. Uchiha He looked at him with a questioning glance, asking if he needed help, but Uchiha He directly said, "The main battlefield needs you. Go quickly." Uchiha He no longer hesitated and turned into a shadow, quickly heading to the main battlefield. It must be said that King Hamura was rather polite. He waited until Uchiha He had completely disappeared from view before opening his mouth to ask, "Have you made up your mind? Want to join us?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha He let out a scornful chuckle. "Ha! Should you listen to what you're saying?" If not for sensing the incomparably powerful chakra within his body, King Hamura would have likely taken action long ago. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and said, "I've already made myself clear. Will you join us?" A disdainful smile remained etched on Uchiha He's face. "Why?" "Because we are the most powerful race in the entire universe. Join us and you'll only gain, never lose. I can even wipe clean everything that has transpired thus far." Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Uchiha He could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, throwing his head back. King Hamura frowned deeply. "What's so funny?" Uchiha He laughed wildly for quite some time before finally stopping. "Because you're very weak." Having said this, Uchiha He hesitated no longer. The ultimate technique he had been charging for so long was now ready. Uchiha He raised both hands forward, palms open. "Super 5 Elements Ultimate Sparkling Invincible Tyrannosaurus Big Cannon." This jutsu was something he had previously discovered while observing another battlefield. In the Ninja World Coalition, there was a middle-aged man with crimson hair leading 5 black-haired brats and righteously ganging up on an Otsutsuki. Each of these 5 brats possessed the Sharingan, but what truly set them apart wasn't the Sharingan. It was that all 5 were exceptionally skilled in different elements, 5 children perfectly matching 5 nature transformations. Simply mastering 5 elements alone wouldn't naturally draw attention. What was remarkable was their unique attack pattern, occasionally triggering elemental reactions, wind plus fire, earth plus fire, and so on. Of course, the red-haired middle-aged man assisting from the sidelines was no ordinary figure either. It was Nagato, fully recovered and healthy. Though he had lost his Rinnegan, his 5 nature transformations remained incredibly potent, making him look almost like... Holy crap, the 5 Elements King! Uchiha He could no longer hold it together upon seeing this. And then the combined technique of those 5 brats further captivated his attention. The 5 brats each showcased their unique abilities, employing different nature transformations. Remarkably, the 5 elements ultimately merged together, forming an even more powerful technique. And this technique was exactly what Uchiha He was now using, Super 5 Elements Ultimate Sparkling Invincible Tyrannosaurus Big Cannon. This move was extremely fast, but clearly King Hamura's speed was no joke either. At the first moment he had already formulated a strategy. Firstly, the Rinnegan couldn't absorb it, and his own powerful strike couldn't defeat it either. Therefore his strategy was to flee. This wasn't an act of cowardice, but rather his astute realization this person was extremely powerful yet unable to fly. Simply put, he lacked anti-air capabilities. Thus King Hamura directly ascended 90,000 li into the sky, disappearing from Uchiha He's line of sight. However, Uchiha He had anticipated this would happen long beforehand. So he used Super Earth style to erect a wall resembling a slide in front of the Super 5 Elements Ultimate Sparkling Invincible Tyrannosaurus Big Cannon. In this way the cannon altered its trajectory, whooshing after King Hamura, who was desperately fleeing. The sky instantly radiated 7-colored light as if a rainbow. Yes, exactly one. King Hamura was instantly blown to pieces on the spot. As for why he wasn't reduced to ash, after all he was the king of the Otsutsuki, King Hamura himself. His strength was incomparable to that of ordinary Otsutsuki grunts. Uchiha He was always cautious. He then continuously fired multiple Super 5 Elements Ultimate Sparkling Invincible Tyrannosaurus Big Cannons to completely shatter King Hamura's remains before departing from this place. At this moment on the battlefield, due to the disappearance of their leader, the Otsutsuki appeared slightly panicked. However, their combat strength remained intact. Although they were being dominated by the Ninja World Coalition with all intelligence at their disposal, they still faced no life-threatening danger. Uchiha Kawa was pleased to see Uchiha He return, so he loudly called out, "Swift Strike Team! Begin operation!" A squad of ninja wielding large scythes stepped forward. The scythes on their hands were all enchanted with senjutsu and bore barbs. Meanwhile, Uchiha also grabbed the scythe from Haiden's hand. "Get ready!" Watching this scene, Uchiha He couldn't help but feel curious. Could it be that Haiden has some ultimate move? Afterward, the Swift Strike team and Uchiha patrolled the battlefield. They didn't attack the enemies directly, only quietly approaching to slash them once with their scythes. This single strike meant nothing to the Otsutsuki, so no one paid it any mind. Unknowingly, the entire battlefield became increasingly constricted. The Otsutsuki, who reunited with their comrades, seemed to see hope, fighting even more fiercely. For a moment the tide of battle seemed to turn. At this moment the Swift Strike team and Uchiha had before Haiden with their scythes. After simply gathering all the blood from their scythes onto Haiden's side, Uchiha instructed the Flying Thunder God duo to quickly evacuate the ninja from the battlefield. Since they were all connected to Naruto's hotspot, the evacuation was quite simple. As Haiden initiated the ritual, the Otsutsuki were momentarily stunned in place. Although piercing their brains wouldn't cause significant damage to the Otsutsuki, it would cause them to enter a staggered state. Then Uchiha shouted loudly, "Sasuke! No!" With Sasuke using Amaterasu to deliver Uchiha among the Otsutsuki, their stagger had just ended. However, his release shadow chains were already prepared, binding all the Otsutsuki tightly. Then Uchiha looked at Uchiha He with a resolute expression. Uchiha He felt somewhat bewildered and instinctively gave him a thumbs up. Uchiha everyone. Uchiha He. Why is everyone looking at me with confusion? Suddenly Uchiha He had an epiphany. Using his modified wind-release chakra mode, he quickly rushed among the Otsutsuki and pulled Uchiha out. Then Uchiha He looked at everyone seriously. "Fire! Uchiha everyone. Uchiha He. Why are you still looking at me? Weren't you looking at me to save him?" Meanwhile, the Otsutsuki, who were the enemies, were also bewildered. "Who am I? Where am I? I thought I saw my great-grandmother just now, but then got pulled back by a thumb." Everyone was confused without a single exception. At this moment 4 people stepped out from the Susanoo squad. The eldest of the men patted Uchiha He on the shoulder. "Idiot big brother. When others look at you, they want you to use your ultimate move to kill them when the other big brother controls them." Uchiha He-o. The Otsutsuki-o. The ones emerging from the Shizua squad were exactly Uchiha He's 4 younger siblings. To remind, the eldest younger brother was Uchiha Lu, the second was his younger sister Uchiha Hai, the third was also his younger sister Uchiha Yang, and the youngest was named Uchiha Shuei. A family of 5 brothers, all with names containing water. At this moment Uchiha He's face was full of nostalgia as he stood quietly while Uchiha Lu criticized him. When Uchiha Lu had said enough and his mouth was dry, Uchiha He stepped forward and hugged him tightly. The other younger siblings also joined in. All the Otsutsuki were completely stunned. "What should we do now?" Taoshur stepped forward and shouted. "Jiwang is dead, everyone can be the king of the Otsutsuki. Follow me and we will carve out our own world." Just as someone was about to echo, a hand suddenly reached out, crushed Taoshur's head, and then absorbed his entire body. And this person was none other than Otsutsuki Jiwang, who had just been beaten black and blue by Uchiha He. Otsutsuki Jiwang, of course, was not so easy to kill. After all, he was the younger brother of the legendary Otsutsuki Jiju, and his abilities were no weaker than his. The 2 brothers advanced together, but in the end Otsutsuki Jiju took a step faster, and became a being surpassing dimensions. Although the 2 brothers' strength grew rapidly, there was a certain drawback. The only life-bearing planet in the entire universe was now the ninja world, and that was precisely what Otsutsuki Jiwang lacked. Over a decade ago, during the 4th Great Ninja War, in the final battle between the dark side and Uchiha He, a careless move awakened a mysterious, powerful being slumbering in the depths of the universe. These 2 forces appeared immensely powerful. Later Otsutsuki Jiwang also learned of this news, but he heard it from others. He knew that if he followed the conventional path, even if he found another life-bearing planet, the level he could ultimately reach would only be the same as his brothers. Therefore he set his sights on Uchiha He's power. Moreover, under the guidance of a hidden master, he went all out from the start. All the Otsutsuki's recent moves were orchestrated by this master behind the scenes. Although this series of seemingly brilliant strategies were easily diffused by Uchiha He, this was only true for the universe where Uchiha He existed. Without Uchiha He, the Otsutsuki's opening map-wide attack would have been impossible for primitive humans to handle. Earlier Otsutsuki Jiwang had repeatedly shown forbearance toward both Uchiha He and Uchiha He, hoping to recruit them and then persuade them to give him their power. He believed no one could resist the temptation of ruling the entire universe. If they could, he would take back his words. But now, whether the two joined the Otsutsuki or not, Otsutsuki Jiwang would show no mercy. Because the only thing precious was that pair of eyes, not the two individuals. Meanwhile, Uchiha He, who was rekindling brotherly bonds, also sensed this, so he released his younger siblings and shielded them behind him. Uchiha He frowned. "You! How are you still alive?" Otsutsuki Jiwang laughed loudly. You don't think you're the only one with that kind of creative power. The energy possessed by our Otsutsuki clan is beyond your imagination." Although he appeared extremely arrogant, Uchiha He interrupted him. "I see that you don't have much power left, do you? What will you do if I fire another Super 5 Spirit Ultimate Sparkling Invincible Tyrannosaurus Cannon?" Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Jiwang remained arrogant. Then he waved his hand and all the other Otsutsuki turned into streams of light and merged into his body. However, Uchiha He was not one to watch a villain power up idly. So he spread his arms. "Little brother, raising your hands isn't about surrender, it means you still need practice. Super 5 Spirit Ultimate Sparkling Invincible Tyrannosaurus Cannon." Uchiha He, standing aside, was already covered in black lines. What a terrible name for a technique. Uchiha Shui couldn't help but complain upon hearing the name. "Hey big brother, what kind of name is that?" Namikaze Minato and his son Mingren, however, had stars in their eyes. As expected of the first Hokage, even his naming sense is so profound. That's right, under Minato's guidance, Mingren had also become a Shinobi youth, no middle-aged man. The Super 5 Spirit Ultimate Sparkling Invincible Tyrannosaurus Cannon still had the same power, and the target was still Otsutsuki Jiwang. But the final result was different. Following the rule of smoke no injury, Uchiha He even casually used the wind release to blow away the smoke, watching helplessly as Otsutsuki Jiwang successfully merged. At this moment, Otsutsuki Jiwang, like Belial in the Ultra Galaxy legend, turned into a stitched monster. Countless faces of the Otsutsuki clan appeared all over his body, and he became enormous. Although his size wasn't too huge, only 4 meters tall, it was still quite large for ordinary people, so let's call him gigantic to give him some face. After successfully merging, Otsutsuki Jiwang still didn't forget to boast. "Now I am the most powerful being in this dimension." Just sensing his pressure was already unbearable for everyone. Seeing this, Uchiha He released a portion of his own aura to block it, preventing them from collapsing. Seeing this, everyone was about to try to blast him, but Uchiha He raised his hand to stop them. "Don't waste your energy. The Super Series techniques just now were all absorbed by him, and after absorbing them his energy has even increased. So from now on, leave the battlefield to us. Everyone else retreat." Everyone had no objections upon hearing this. Uchiha He's 4 younger siblings said a few words of caution and then withdrew from the battlefield. Uchiha He looked firmly at the Otsutsuki Jiwang before him, then turned to Uchiha He and asked, "Do you have a plan?" Uchiha He smiled slightly. "In theory you should have memories of this period, right?" Uchiha He's forehead was covered in black lines. "I seriously doubt whether I was really separated from you. Can't you understand such a simple principle? Regarding time travel, ordinary travel cannot have 2 identical individuals coexisting simultaneously. However, the space-time here is special, but not so special as to ignore the rules. Under normal circumstances, when the war ends and you return to your original time, this memory will only then appear in my mind." Uchiha He suddenly realized and scratched his head like a simpleton. "So that's how it is." Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Jiwang, who had been eyeing them covetously, could no longer hold back. If not for waiting for Uchiha He to fire another cannon to replenish his energy, he would have charged already. Uchiha He instructed, "Don't use chakra. Only use the power of your eyes. Watch carefully, I'll only demonstrate once." After uttering these words, Uchiha He was enveloped in a shroud of darkness. As he activated his right eye's Mangekyo, the destructive energy surged with frenzied intensity. Simultaneously, the 5 elemental chakra and E-nature chakra within him churned in unison with the destructive energy. As the Yin and 5 elements raged tumultuously, a familiar visage materialized before Uchiha He. Uchiha He's current form was entirely asymmetrical save for his head. His entire body was crimson, his pupils yellow, and he was clad in black armor, amalgamating the full power combat techniques and appearance of the 5 Shadow Guardians. What now stood before him was none other than the Black Demon Beast, also known as the Ultimate Shadow Beast. Uchiha He couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, impressive. But then he questioned, since you can transform into the Black Demon Beast, why not assume the form of the ancient Ultimate Demon Beast? That creature should boast higher stats, shouldn't it? Uchiha He grew slightly impatient, but since this was his former self he restrained himself and explained, first, to transform into this form one must fully comprehend its composition, otherwise it's like my previous transformation into the evil god Gitanathor, seemingly similar in capability, but merely a hollow shell devoid of true dark power. Though this Black Demon Beast still appears identical, the dark energy within is still substituted by destructive energy. The ancient Ultimate Demon Beast theoretically could be replicated, but I lack the energy. You, however, should be capable. At this point Otsutsuki Jiwang could no longer contain himself. From the very beginning these two had completely ignored him. If not for his wariness of Uchiha He's strength he would have struck long ago. But now, having fully merged all the energy of the Otsutsuki, he had become half of the energy of all light-bearing planets in the entire universe. Thus he felt he was terrifyingly powerful. Without further hesitation he unleashed a signature beam attack toward the pair. The Black Demon Beast transformed by Uchiha He didn't dodge, instead it charged forward and used its body to block the attack. Astonishingly, the Black Demon Beast directly absorbed Otsutsuki Jiwang's attack. Unconvinced, Otsutsuki Jiwang fired several more beams, but each was absorbed by the Black Demon Beast. To his greater shock, the Black Demon Beast's aura grew even stronger after absorbing his attacks, and its conversion efficiency was even higher than his own. Witnessing this, Otsutsuki Jiwang dared not act rashly, merely watching the beast with vigilance. This was one of the Black Demon Beast's classic abilities, energy absorption, absorbing the opponent's linear attacks and converting them into its own power to strengthen itself. This was similar to Otsutsuki Jiwang's chakra absorption, but the Black Demon Beast's energy absorption was not limited by chakra. Seeing that Otsutsuki Jiwang had stopped firing beams, Uchiha He turned his gaze to Uchiha He. By then Uchiha He's eyes were already sparkling with stars. So cool. As Uchiha He looked at him, he quickly urged, quick. Transform into the Dihuang armor for me to see. Or Dijia will do. Uchiha He couldn't help but feel exasperated. Haven't you noticed that I lack yang nature chakra in my body? Moreover, my right eye only possesses destructive energy, not the creative energy of the left eye, so I cannot transform into the righteous big shots you mentioned. The one who sacrificed himself earlier, however, could. His radiant Dijia was quite handsome. Uchiha He grew even more excited. Where is he? Why didn't he join this battle? Uchiha He's face darkened. Brother, do you even hear what you're saying? Uchiha He finally realized, though he's dead already. Uchiha He added, you possess both types of energy, so you should be capable of transformation. Uchiha He suddenly clapped his hands. Right. I can revive him. Give me the left eye so I can take a look. Though puzzled, Uchiha He took out the treasured left eye and handed it over. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Jiwang, who had been listening to their idle chatter, had already begun to feel like retreating. Energy attacks were ineffective against the enemy, but that attack of theirs, called the Super 5 Spirit's ultimate sparkling invincible Tyrannosaurus cannon, had nearly burst him apart, and he could barely absorb it. If the battle continued this way, defeat would be his only outcome. For a moment Otsutsuki Jiwang was at a loss, and he couldn't help but grab the necklace hung on his chest and pray, brother, if you can hear me from another dimension, please give me a sign, will you? Uchiha He took the left eye and examined it closely for a long time, but found nothing remarkable. It was just an ordinary eye devoid of vitality. Yet that very fact made it extraordinary. The eye was ancient, yet it remained undecayed. At the same time, Uchiha He vaguely felt that this eye resonated with his own left eye. This might have been because they were originally the same eye, but Uchiha He keenly sensed a difference. Within this left eye, aside from its original components, there was a strange little thing whose aura resembled that of the Otsutsuki Jiwang before him. So Uchiha He infused the creative energy from his left eye into it, but it had no effect. After flipping it over several times, he tossed the eye back to Uchiha He. Alright, my appraisal is done. It can't be saved. Uchiha He carefully caught the eye, then stored it properly, asking, don't you want to transform? Uchiha He shrugged, I'm already old, I've long since stopped playing that game. Uchiha He, I won't mention who was just now with eyes full of stars shouting for someone else to transform into Dijia. Uchiha He had to abandon the idea, though he knew the reason. At this stage Uchiha He was so impossibly powerful that he probably refrained from transforming out of fear that his power would run out of control and destroy this world. But Uchiha He had a backup plan. So he said to Uchiha He, come channel your energy into my body and watch me transform into the ancient ultimate demon beast for you. Uchiha He instantly lifted his head, eyes gleaming. However, Otsutsuki Jiwon had already overheard their conversation. Seeing that the enemy was about to power up again, he naturally wouldn't stand idly by. Though the two before him were terrifyingly strong, he finally understood why the mysterious figure had warned him to seal the space-time before fighting. It was because there was a cheat user from the past. Yet he was not overly daunted. He and his brother had risen from ordinary Otsutsuki to become the Otsutsuki leader, not through inheritance but through one battle at a time. Otsutsuki Jiwon charged forward, shouting something about passion and bonds. The two of them couldn't help but feel speechless. Oh no, have we become the villains? Seeing Otsutsuki Jiwon rushing in, Uchiha He no longer waited to be recharged, he charged at him as well. Neither used energy attacks, resorting to the purest taijutsu, trading punches and kicks. Though the fight looked fiercely passionate, neither inflicted any real damage on the other. Meanwhile, from afar, Might Guy and his disciple had already shed tears of youthful passion. This is youth. After Uchiha He joined the battle, Chuanai as the temporary commander assumed command. Gazing at the three beings who had long surpassed the bounds of this ninja world, his mind raced with thoughts. The prior intelligence analysis had accounted for the scenario where all Otsutsuki merged, yet this enigmatic clan always brought surprises. Their fusion was no mere arithmetic addition, not 1 + 1 = 2. Facing the fused entity, Otsutsuki Jiwon was like confronting half a universe. Even with the 8 gates of Gai and the powerhouse duo of Naruto and Sasuke, everything seemed utterly futile. Yet hope was not lost. Chuanai's mind worked at lightning speed, then he ordered Sasuke, watch the battle closely. When Uchiha He unleashes his ultimate technique, focus all your attacks on the other teacher. Then he said to Naruto, have the Nine Tails relay to Uchiha He not to hold back to unleash his ultimate technique directly at the two. As the battlefield commander, his orders were obeyed without question. Uchiha He received the message, and though puzzled, he began to form his jutsu. However, he had his own ideas, opting for his signature lion's roar. He shouted across the battlefield, Sasuke, once I've gathered my ultimate technique, you teleport that, a black demon, no the other me away. Do you hear me? Sasuke nodded several times before Uchiha He received the confirmation. Without further hesitation, he watched the two exchanging blows, then spread his arms and began forming one jutsu after another, seamlessly merging them before his chest. As the energy balls swelled, both Otsutsuki Jiwon and Uchiha He felt alarm bells ringing. Though they could absorb energy, the sphere before Uchiha He radiated a lethal threat. Super 5 Spirit Ultimate Glittering Invincible Tyrannosaurus Cannon. The 5 supers were no stutter. This attack was a quadruple enhanced super series jutsu. Otsutsuki Jiwon thought, strange, this thing is pure chakra. If I absorb it, I won't die, right? Right. With Sasuke's intervention, Otsutsuki Jiwon took the full brunt of the ultimate Super 5 Spirit Ultimate Glittering Invincible Tyrannosaurus Cannon, glowing like a luminous marble. But cracks began to appear on his body. Unaware, he burst into maniacal laughter, cackle. Power. This is ultimate power. Tremble, you ants. At that moment, Uchiha He rejoined the ninja coalition, watching the spectacle. Otsutsuki Jiwon couldn't fathom why they were staring at him as if he were a monkey. Suddenly he sensed something amiss. He looked down sharply. Where the hell are my legs? His entire lower body had been obliterated by the overflowing energy, reduced to nothingness. Even more shocking, one by one the Otsutsuki he had merged with began to exit his body as streams of light. Now his body was like a shattered marble, fragmented and broken. This time even his soul was gradually disintegrating under the immense energy. No. Why? Otsutsuki Jiwon's anguished roar echoed across the entire ninja world. Uchiha He stepped forward. Powerful energy requires an equally powerful vessel. Clearly you are not strong enough. Otsutsuki Jiwon's face was filled with disbelief. I am a noble Otsutsuki. If even I cannot harness this energy, how can you? Uchiha He smiled, who said I can control this energy. He lifted his shirt, revealing a body already shattered. Unlike Otsutsuki Jiwon, however, Uchiha He's shattered form was in a state of perfect equilibrium. This was because although his energy grew exponentially every moment, surpassing his body's capacity, the peculiar nature of his eyes ensured he could not die ceaselessly repairing his body. Seeing this, one might be filled with questions, but the answer was already clear. Due to the explosive energy, Uchiha He ultimately chose to seal the Eye of Destruction, his right eye, along with a portion of his memories. One eye represented creation, the other destruction. If only one existed, they were powerful but not grotesquely escalating. But when both eyes were united, a miraculous transformation occurred, just as with Uchiha He at this moment. The chakra within him swelled beyond the bounds of the entire dimension. As he spoke, Otsutsuki Jiwang dissolved into dust, leaving behind only a small pendant and the cluster of Otsutsuki that had separated from him. Uchiha He announced to the others, proceed with the original plan. Then he turned to Uchiha He and said, just fire one super fire-style great fireball at the end. Uchiha He nodded. The last time was a fluke, he hadn't known their plan and had stayed put. But this time he had been briefed beforehand. Though the Otsutsuki had faced this before, they were still powerless this time. First the strike team and Uchiha He charged at the Otsutsuki with a scythe, hacking away. Then Haiden performed the ritual to immobilize them, followed by Uchiha He using a teleportation jutsu to reach the center, and binding all Otsutsuki with in-release shadow chains. Finally from Uchiha He, super fire-style great fireball. But it wasn't over. On the other side, the super wind-style spiraling thunder shuriken formed by Naruto and Sasuke, infused with the chakra of all ninjas and the enchantment of the Sage Art Squad, flew straight into Uchiha He's super fire-style great fireball. This was the power of the strongest bond in the ninja world. With a thunderous roar, the super wind-style spiraling thunder shuriken, though less powerful than Uchiha He's great fireball, served as a super amplifier, causing the great fireball to swell even larger. This combined attack relied on fire as the main force, and wind to spread it. Countless Otsutsuki were annihilated in the blast, reduced to nothing, unable to regenerate. Uchiha He, who had been at the epicenter, was whisked away by Obito just before the explosion. As the others cheered, Uchiha He looked bewildered. His underling noticed his expression and approached. Boss, why do you look so puzzled? Is something wrong? Uchiha He was quite perplexed. So you went through all this trouble just to kill these Otsutsuki? Not to capture them as chakra batteries? Everyone was stunned by his words. What do you mean? Can Otsutsuki be captured alive? Seeing their confusion, a lucky Otsutsuki had survived on the edge of the blast. Uchiha He casually reached out and grabbed it through the air. Like this. Isn't it simple? Uchiha He asked innocently. Uchiha He thought, I guess I underestimated my own strength. Seeing everyone's shock, Uchiha He laughed, haha, just kidding. I'm not mocking you. I just didn't understand your goal. Next time just tell me who to kill, no need for all this trouble. As their stares grew more peculiar, Uchiha He hurried over to Sasuke. Hey, lend me that thing. I'm out of here. Sasuke understood, already guessing what Uchiha He intended to do, and handed him the kama. Uchiha He took the kama and promptly vanished. Then everyone burst into laughter, and Uchiha He couldn't help but smile wryly. Uchiha He thought, since when did I become a joker? Guess what the troll Uchiwakawa is doing right now? At this moment, Uchiwakawa is repeatedly attempting in the time-space tunnel to transform into Tiga or Emperor armor. As the main body, he could naturally tell at a glance how Uchiwakawa's Black Demon Beast transformation worked, but he had no intention of becoming a monster or an ability beast. Becoming Tiga or Emperor armor was what he truly pursued. However, he felt embarrassed to ask how to transform. Without any reference, Uchiwakawa simply did not attempt it, wishing to avoid the humiliation of failure. Besides, handling a mere minor Otsutsuki was an easy feat for him. Uchiwakawa raised his hands not in surrender but to gesture, saying, brother, you still have a lot of practice to do. As he trained, Uchiwakawa eventually arrived at his destination. However, his destination was not the original point in time, but rather over a decade earlier, when Sasuke got married. He was extremely curious about whom Sasuke married and how they had quintuplets. Even more remarkably, each of the 5 children excelled in a different nature transformation, and their combination could directly transform into the 5 spirits king. Furthermore, some expert had arranged for these 5 children to become disciples of the real Nagato, which suggested that a mysterious figure was guiding events behind the scenes. Although he had some guesses about the bride, he still needed to see her with his own eyes to know for certain. But for some reason, when Uchiwakawa arrived at his destination, he found that he could not enter this time-space at all. Moreover, the entire time-space tunnel had been frozen for unknown reasons. At this moment, the shinobi world, after cheering for only a short while, was suddenly immobilized by a powerful presence. This was the unique power of time-space itself. Under the influence of this power, everyone except Naruto, Sasuke, and Uchiwakawa appeared to be frozen in time. Uchiha, still unsettled, observed his surroundings and discovered that the source of the energy was actually the pendant left behind by the Otsutsuki clan lord who had just disappeared. At this moment the pendant was emitting a dazzling radiance with incomparably mighty power continuously surging forth from within. That very power freezing time and space also originated from here. As for why Naruto and Sasuke were not frozen, it was because they were close to Uchiha, who instinctively protected them. Upon seeing this, Uchiha did not rashly advance but instead said to Sasuke, "Use Amaterasu, and try burning it." Hearing this, Sasuke complied but discovered that Amaterasu could not burn the pendant at all, as if the pendant did not exist in this dimension. Uchiha carefully released the destructive energy concealed within his right eye, only to find that even the destructive energy could not reach it. Time was frozen and the pendant transcended this dimension entirely. It was clear that a new enemy had arrived. Uchiha mentally ran through every villain from Boruto's era, yet he simply could not figure out who possessed such extraordinary power. Moreover, he was now nearly the most powerful existence in the entire ninja world, yet the pendant before him was completely beyond his control. An indescribable sense of dread emerged in his heart. Sasuke noticed Uchiha's inner turmoil and firmly gripped his shoulders. Naruto, seeing this, also gripped Uchiha's shoulders, though he did not understand why. The three of them exchanged silent glances which gave Uchiha considerable courage. It was obvious that the enemy before him far exceeded his own capabilities. Therefore he decided to stop hiding the truth. "Sasuke, Naruto, I need to tell you something important," Uchiha said solemnly. Naruto and Sasuke nodded. "Actually, I am not your true teacher. Your real teacher sacrificed himself during the Fourth Great Ninja War." Hearing this, Naruto's face filled with disbelief, but Sasuke wore an expression of knowing acceptance. "Teacher, I already knew that long ago. But regardless of whether you are my original teacher, you will always be our teacher." Sasuke looked at Uchiha and said this. Since Sasuke had traveled through time and absorbed the energy of the dragon vein, the memories that had been altered by the Six Paths sage had fully recovered. In fact, even without the dragon vein's energy, Sasuke had already harbored suspicions about Uchiha's identity, because no disciple would fail to notice the changes in a teacher they spent every day and night with. Uchiha was deeply moved upon hearing Sasuke's words. Could this be the legendary bond? In this moment, Uchiha's determination to protect everyone reached its peak. No matter what enemy he would face next, he would never retreat. The group did not sit idly by and instead employed every technique at their disposal to test the pendant. For some reason, no matter what methods they used, sealing jutsu, senjutsu, the power of the Rinnegan, or yin-yang release, none of it had any effect on the small pendant. Perhaps, as Uchiha had guessed, this pendant was indeed an existence that transcended dimensions. However, if it transcended dimensions, why would it appear here and be visible to them? This was quite intriguing. With no solution in sight, the three of them could only quietly watch the pendant. Time returned to the day of the Fourth Great Ninja War. After Uchiha resurrected the last person, his soul directly dispersed, and his left eye permanently lost its radiance. But for Uchiha, he had not truly died. Opening his eyes again, he found himself back in his original home, and the screen on his hand still showed the scene of being triple killed. Could all of this have been a dream? Uchiha's original name scratched his head. He never indulged in self-torment, living by the motto, "Why not embrace joy?" He quickly accepted the fact that he had simply had a very unforgettable dream. The dream had ended and life still needed to go on. In the days that followed, perhaps because the dream brought him different experiences, He's psychological illness improved considerably, so he actively searched for employment, and eventually succeeded. And that job lasted for a full 50 years. Time flew by and 50 years passed. Even after so much time had elapsed, the content of that dream remained vividly etched in his memory, as though it had never been a dream at all. But how could that be? He sat in his rocking chair and shook his head, dismissing these unrealistic thoughts. He was now in his 70s, frail and aged, sitting in his rocking chair at home, basking in the sunlight. Due to long-term medication, his remaining lifespan was also drawing to a close. At this very moment, he could only quietly await the arrival of death. Though this process sounded cruel, it actually did not bring Hila much turmoil. In fact, it stirred far less emotion than that dream had. So was it really just a dream? This is not a dream. An old man with 2 horns on his head and 6 red magatama on his body abruptly appeared before Hilo, originally named Uchiha He. A ghost. Hilo waved his hands frantically, trying to drive the figure away. This person was none other than the legendary Sage of Six Paths, the purveyor of cheats. The Sage of Six Paths looked at the flailing Hilo with slight exasperation, but patiently said, "Have you forgotten me so quickly? We've met before you even called me old dang." Heeley's fear did not diminish in the slightest upon hearing this. Come on, just imagine a pale-skinned old man with horns suddenly appearing before you and his eyes aren't even a normal color. Who wouldn't be terrified by such a sight? Helpless at the sight, the Sage of Six Paths extended his hand and released Pusher, who had been trapped inside Heeley's body. The poor Pusher finally had a chance to see the light of day again. Since he sacrificed himself to revive Uchiha He, he had fallen into a deep slumber. When he awakened again, he found himself accompanying Hila into a different world. Coming to another world was bad enough, but he was horrified to discover that he could not communicate with Uchiha He, as this world had no trace of chakra. He could only rage helplessly within Uchiha He's body. Now released by the Sage of Six Paths, he finally saw the light of day again. Pusher looked at Uchiha He with excitement and said, "Hey kid, I'm finally out." Hilo had never seen such a scene. Seeing another strange figure, albeit less formidable than the Sage of Six Paths, appear before him, Uchiha He kicked his legs and passed out. The Sage of Six Paths and Pusher looked at each other in bewilderment. "Pusher, did we scare him to death?" The Sage of Six Paths nodded noncommittally. However, the entire world was merely an illusion of Uchiha He. Within the illusion, Uchiha He could not die. Because the illusion had persisted for so many years, he had fully accepted that it was just a dream. Now, with the characters from his dream reappearing, he simply thought he was dreaming. When he opened his eyes again, the same two people were still before him. But this time he appeared much calmer. At least these two strange-looking beings had no intention of harming him, so he stopped panicking and asked calmly, "So can you tell me what's really going on?" The Sage of Six Paths stopped the eager Pusher and explained, "That memory of yours is not a dream but a real experience. However, because you saved everyone, you ended up scattering your soul. But due to the uniqueness of your eyes, you are almost immortal and indestructible, so you didn't die. In your words, it's a state of as if dead." Dead. As if dead. Uchiha He was utterly confused. Seeing this, the Sage of Six Paths continued, "Because of the peculiarity of this guy's ability, the fusion of you two has transcended the entire dimension. Now your existence is unique." Hearing this, Pusher couldn't help puffing out his chest, looking immensely proud. Uchiha He remained puzzled. Seeing that this explanation was not helping Uchiha He regain his cognition, the Sage of Six Paths used a secret technique to pour all the memories into Uchiha He's mind at once. Such a violent infusion would have killed an ordinary person long ago, but due to Uchiha He's special nature, the damage caused by the infusion quickly healed. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze shimmered with confidence. "I am the second Uchiha He, the only one now." Die too. Someone stole my line. After the infusion, Uchiha He fully understood. This introduces the concept of parallel universes. As mentioned in Doctor Strange, people can use dreams to project themselves onto their parallel world counterparts. The same thing happened to Uchiha He. Regarding parallel worlds, some are completely identical while others are diametrically opposite. Of course, there are also parallel worlds with certain commonalities through which two individuals across parallel timelines can exchange identities. Time goes back to Heeley's childhood. He often suffered from insomnia, but along with the insomnia he would also experience unconscious fainting spells. After fainting, he would arrive in another world, specifically the body of Uchiha He in the Naruto world. Their identities would frequently swap, but there was a time lag. When Hilo went into Uchiha He's body, Uchiha He was awake, but Hilo was unconscious. Therefore Uchiha He knew nothing about Heeley's world. Because Hilo was also a child at that time, and due to prolonged insomnia his mental state deteriorated, eventually leading to a complete loss of his childhood memories. Now with the infusion from the Sage of Six Paths, all the memories returned. The truth about the death of Uchiha He, the original owner, also surfaced. It turned out that Uchiha He's death was not due to prolonged battle followed by overwhelming grief causing a sudden heart attack. The story goes back to the Fourth Great Ninja War. At that time the dark side and Uchiha He transformed into the origins of destruction and creation respectively, engaging in a fierce battle that extended all the way to outer space. The traces of their battle filled the entire universe. The commotion of their battle also alerted a mysterious entity. And this mysterious entity was none other than Otsutsuki Jiji, the former leader of the Otsutsuki clan. As the first being to transcend dimensions, he became the pride of all Otsutsuki. However, the truth was far from that. He indeed possessed extremely powerful strength, but power originating from the second dimension ultimately belongs to the second dimension. Thus he could never break the dimensional wall and transcend dimensions. However, because his power exceeded the endurance of this dimension, his life form evolved, becoming a 5-dimensional existence. But since a 5-dimensional world does not exist, he became a special existence between the second and third dimensions. He was indeed invincible, as he was the only one of his kind, but he could not move either. The 5-dimensional world had no rules at all, so he could only fall into an endless slumber. But the battle between the dark side and Uchiha He directly awakened him. The commotion of their fight vaguely transcended dimensions. However, the power that transcended dimensions did not come from destruction or creation, but from the special ability born from the fusion of Uchiha He and Pu Shi. One of Pu Shi's blue Rinnegan abilities resembles time reversal, allowing him to return to a point several seconds earlier from the present, experiencing the enemy's attacks multiple times to understand their moves and choose the safest countermeasure. The drawback is that the time reversal can only rewind the external world, not his own time. Uchiha He's left eye ability allows him to return his own state to its optimal point. One can understand it as the opposite of Pu Shi's ability. He can rewind his own time, but not the external world's time. When the two abilities clashed, a wondrous spark ignited. A true time reversal suddenly appeared out of thin air. However, such an ability was so heaven-defying that even Uchiha He could not master it. Thus, until he sacrificed himself, he was never able to use this ability. However, Otsutsuki Jiju, from that trace of special aura revealed by Uchiha, he comprehended the rules of time and successfully returned to the second dimension. Datsuki was indeed a being that transcended dimensions. Though merely existing in the 2.5-dimensional realm, his power remained formidable. After successfully mastering this ability, Datsuki traversed the entire river of time and ultimately concluded that only one person in this world could transcend dimensions, Uchiha He. His method of dimensional transcendence derived from those extraordinary eyes. Thus Datsuki traveled back to the Warring States period, and seizing the moment when Uchiha He had just awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan, directly invaded his consciousness, intending to claim it as his own. However, he had clearly underestimated the power of those eyes. The destructive energy within them nearly annihilated him instantly. At that critical moment, he forcibly activated his time reversal ability to restore himself. Although Uchiha He's ocular abilities were formidable, Otsutsuki Jiwang was no slouch either. Energy from the 2.5-dimensional realm poured forth, ultimately succeeding in destroying Uchiha He's consciousness. Yet at that time, Otsutsuki Jiwang was also utterly weakened, with no energy left to activate time reversal. Fortunately for him, Hila had just died, suddenly allowing Jiwang to seize his body and assume the identity of Uchiha He. With no other option, Otsutsuki Jiwang quietly lay dormant and secretly recovered his strength. It was he who had been guiding the Otsutsuki clan's full mobilization from the shadows. And now, with Otsutsuki Jiwang's demise, it was well known that energy cannot be created or destroyed. All the energy from the bodies of every Otsutsuki who perished flowed into Datsuki, helping him regain his strength. However, at this very moment, the reason the ninja world's time was frozen was not due to that pendant. Although the pendant did contain temporal power left by Datsuki, that power alone was insufficient to freeze the entire universe. The one capable of freezing the universe was singular, none other than Uchiha He, who was about to resurrect. Uchiha He had recovered all his memories and finally understood the reason behind his childhood insomnia. There was no resentment in his heart, for with greater power comes greater responsibility. In the present, he had already mastered the power of time in an instant. Datsuki, is there anyone willing to speak for me? Can the Grinder Emperor truly have no way out? As Uchiha He slowly opened his eyes, the eyes in Uchiha He's hand gradually drifted toward the sky. Centering around those eyes, Uchiha He's body began to form. Time throughout the entire space scrambled like corrupted code, with Otsutsuki members reanimating sporadically. Uchiha He, who had previously been protected by the left eye, was drawn into the temporal vortex after losing it. Within Uchiha He's consciousness space, the Sage of Six Paths addressed Fushir, saying, "Go. He needs your help." Fushir grinned crookedly, his body transforming into a streak of light that merged into Uchiha He. As Fushir's energy integrated, Uchiha He's body ceased its trembling. When he opened his eyes again, it was the third eye upon his forehead, the Rinnegan belonging to Fushir. The power of time was complete. Subsequently, time in the ninja world resumed its normal flow, and the gathered ninja watched Uchiha He in the sky with utter astonishment. No, they were looking at Otsutsuki Jiwang behind Uchiha He. Revived within the temporal chaos moments before Jiwang had seized that sliver of opportunity and returned to life. Uchiha He mistakenly believed everyone was gazing at him. He scratched his head, then summoned his courage and shouted loudly, "Everyone! I, Uchiha He, have returned." Yet the crowd merely stared at him with grave expressions. Uchiha He's younger brother Uchiha Shuei spoke up, "Brother, we know you're back. Come down quickly and look behind you." Uchiha He felt quite awkward upon hearing this. He turned around, and nearly had his heart stopped. What the hell? A ghost. Immediately Uchiha He unleashed a devastating punch laden with countless sealing jutsu and explosive techniques toward Otsutsuki Jiwang. However, since the mechanism of sealing jutsu also involves chakra, Jiwang successfully absorbed them all. Seeing his attack had no effect, Uchiha He directly threw a single strand of hair as a flying thunder god kunai for relocation. By now everyone must be curious. What kind of flying thunder god seal mark does Uchiha He use? Tobirama Senju's flying thunder god seal was a diagrammatic formula, while Minato Namikaze's was a textual seal. Guess what kind of mark Uchiha He uses? Indeed, it's just a dot, so inconspicuous that enemies would never notice it. Practical and elegant. Uchiha He utterly failed to understand those who used phrases like 666 or "your dad is here" as their seal markers. Regarding intelligence on Otsutsuki Jiwang, the crowd was already well informed. Uchiha He's younger brother Uchiha Lu remarked, "Idiot brother, don't you know that thing absorbs chakra? Even sealing jutsu require chakra, right?" However, Uchiha He merely crossed his arms, radiating confidence as his fingers slowly extended one by one. 1, 2, 3. As his third finger extended, Otsutsuki Jiwang, who had been about to charge forward, suddenly dropped to his knees, his face contorted in agony. UGH. Before he could finish his words, Jiwang violently vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeming to sense everyone's confusion, Deidara stepped forward and explained, "This is our teacher's sealing explosion jutsu. By integrating explosive seal formulas into chakra and driving that chakra into the opponent's body, the seal automatically assembles and detonates. This is true art." Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively drew sharp breaths. What a cruel technique. Uchiha He meanwhile regarded Deidara with obvious satisfaction. "Tell the boss no need for a takeaway bag." "Why?" "Because he's already packed." Within mere seconds, Otsutsuki Jiwang was reduced to scattered debris. However, due to the unique nature of the Otsutsuki clan, he soon regenerated completely. Seeing this, Uchiha He understood, chakra alone would never be enough to defeat them. Thus he and Uchiha He exchanged a glance, confirming their shared resolve. 2 flashes of light erupted. Uchiha He transformed into the black demonic beast. Meanwhile, Uchiha He divided himself into 5 elemental clones, each roaring in unison. Fire Dragon Armor, Windhawk Armor, Black Rhinoceros Armor, Snow Mastiff Armor, Earth Tiger Armor, Combine. Uchiha He's expression darkened. Do we really need to be this extravagant? Minato Namikaze and Naruto displayed adoring expressions. Such cool armor. What awesome names. Uchiha He appeared calm on the surface, but his struggling to keep a straight face was harder than suppressing Kagaya. Seriously, don't think dirty thoughts. Those who do can collect 2-tailed beast bombs at the village entrance. Suddenly a brilliant flash of light appeared, and from an unknown dimension a colossal entity emerged. The one who arrived was none other than the beloved Kurama, adored by all. To prevent the tailed beast from being captured by the Otsutsuki, all 9 had been sent to the sacred land before the battle began. As for the half of Kurama within Naruto, Uchiha He was confident he could protect him. The other half of Kurama's faith in Uchiha He had reached an almost fanatical level. Because the tailed beast's memories had not been altered, they always remembered Uchiha He, who had sacrificed himself to save everyone. The other tailed beasts, who had previously doubted whether Uchiha He was the child of prophecy, now fully believed. Even the 7 tails, who had been beaten so badly by Uchiha He that its shell was gone, had faith. Through a special connection with Uchiha He, the moment he was revived, Kurama rose up immediately. "Brothers, the time to show our might has come. Let us throw ourselves into the arms of the child of prophecy." Kurama raised his arms and shouted, then, without caring whether the other tailed beasts agreed, wrapped them all in his tails and left the sacred land. Over the years, Kurama had often blamed himself. If only he had been stronger, perhaps Uchiha He would not have died. So he trained tirelessly, focusing on immortal arts, so that when the Otsutsuki came again he would be useful and no longer a burden to Uchiha He. Uchiha He never expected that 2.5 years of daily companionship would leave such a deep impression on Kurama's heart to the point that the proud fox was no longer proud. Kurama family who understands. Where can you find such a warm-hearted powerful person who treats tailed beasts as human beings? Today I Kurama declare that he is the child of prophecy. Whoever opposes him I will confront. Uchiha He scratched his head, suddenly remembering that they were still missing a dragon. Just then Kurama arrived with the tailed beasts. The two echoed each other. Kurama. Kid He. It had the flavor of Madara and Hashirama. Then Uchiha He did not hesitate. He used his power to transform the 9-tailed beasts into the shape he desired, 9 radiant golden dragons. At that moment all conditions were met. Uchiha He crossed his hands above his head and shouted, Emperor Armor! Merge! Then the 5-element clones merged with Uchiha He and the 9 golden dragons plunged into his body. The Emperor armor was predominantly gold accented with silver, while the bodysuit was black and purple. On its belt and knees were black and white Taiji symbols surrounded by 8 yellow dots, and the insignias of the Flame Dragon, Wind Eagle, Black Rhinoceros, Earth Tiger, and Snow Mastiff representing the 8 trigrams and 5 elements. However, unlike the original, the Emperor armor transformed by Uchiha He was surrounded by 9 dragons, further accentuating his majesty. Otsutsuki Shiba was dumbfounded. Wait, does everyone get a cheat? Who is the real Otsutsuki here? Clearly this scene dealt him a heavy blow, especially the pressure from Uchiha He's Emperor armor, which made him feel as if he were facing the entire world. Even his elder brother had never given him such a sense of power. But now nothing he said mattered. Otsutsuki Shiba had no choice but to brace himself. However, just as he was about to strike, an arm suddenly pierced through his chest from behind. Otsutsuki Shiba was filled with disbelief, but before he could see who the intruder was, he was absorbed and became part of that person's power. Ha! Unprecedented strength. This is true power. Uchiha He looked warily at the figure before him. Although the person looked identical to Otsutsuki Shiba, their auras were completely different. Who are you? Asked Uchiha He. Who am I? Why don't you ask who you are? Uchiha He's expression turned cold. You are Otsutsuki Shirsei, aren't you? You killed him back then, didn't you? Uchiha He was confused by their exchange. Killed whom? Before Uchiha He could answer, Otsutsuki Shirsei spoke first. Back then I awakened due to your fight. By chance I grasped the power of time and saw the truth. I returned to the past to kill the real Uchiha He, but after exhausting all my power I discovered that the body of Uchiha He was occupied by this guy. Everyone looked at Uchiha He in disbelief. He remained calm. Uchiha Chin, who was serving on the medical team, asked incredulously, Is this true? Uchiha He turned his head, a hint of warmth appearing on his face. He nodded slowly. But I am still Uchiha He, not some petty usurper. I once thought I had come to this world by occupying Uchiha He's body, but as my full memories returned I remembered everything. Uchiha He and I are one and the same. I am Uchiha He and Uchiha He is me, the sole existence now. Seeing that everyone was still confused, Uchiha He used a jutsu to project his childhood memories like a movie. It turned out that the one who said, Then I'll tell Mom and Dad to marry you home. Mom says if you marry a girl you can give her a home. That way you'll have both parents and a home. Was Hele. In countless nights it was still Hele who quietly covered his younger siblings with blankets. On the battlefield it was still Hele who witnessed the death of both parents. In fact, from beginning to end Uchiha He and Hele were the same person. It was just that the long years of gloom had shrouded this memory along with Uchiha He's happiness. But now he had found his own joy, to protect the entire ninja world and rewrite all regrets. So bearing the name of the strongest I cannot lose. Then Uchiha He went all out, attacking Otsutsuki Shirsei together with Uchiha Hele. However, Otsutsuki Shirsei was not a brute like Shiba, he was stronger and more intelligent. He merely used the power of time to neutralize their combined attack. Seeing this, Uchiha He stopped hiding and unleashed his own time power. Otsutsuki Shirsei showed an expression of I knew it. Uchiha He looked expectantly at Uchiha Hele, who had transformed into a black beast. You don't want us to lose to this guy, do you? Quickly become the Emperor Halberd and let me wield it. Although Uchiha Hele knew he could launch powerful attacks without such complicated procedures since they were split from the same body, he also wanted to see the ultimate move of the Emperor armor. So he transformed his shape and directly became an Emperor Halberd gleaming with black light. Uchiha He picked up the Emperor halberd and immediately broke into a grin but then put on a righteous expression. Bold demon, prepare to die. Then Uchiha He enveloped the entire Emperor halberd with the creation energy from his left eye. The 9 golden dragons surrounding him gradually merged into a single enormous 9-clawed golden dragon. As Uchiha He unleashed his own destruction power, the two fused and the Emperor halberd grew gigantic. Then Uchiha He leaped high into the air, the golden dragon and the Emperor halberd charging toward Otsutsuki Shursui with boundless might. Emperor demon slaying annihilation slash. However, Otsutsuki Shursui was no pushover either. Having observed other dimensions from beyond the dimensional wall, he had also learned some powerful techniques. For example, this one. Void-type purple. This technique overlapped the forward technique blue and the reversal technique red to generate a virtual mass that could be launched. It manifested as an energy wave capable of cutting through space, inflicting damage as a smooth-edged circular gap. It had long range, large diameter, and left nothing in its path. Unlike the original, the Otsutsuki had sufficient energy, so this void-type purple was amplified to 200 million%. Because Otsutsuki Shursui possessed a power called omniscience which could materialize anything and turn his thoughts into reality. According to Momoshiki, this was the power used by the gods when creating the world, an ultimate force that only deities could control. Thus, merely by glimpsing it, Otsutsuki Shursui had acquired such power. Of course, the infinity technique was also at his fingertips. However, Uchiha He's attack was equally powerful, so the two were evenly matched. In the end, Otsutsuki Shursui's void-type purple pierced through Uchiha He, while Uchiha He's Emperor Demon slaying annihilation repelled Otsutsuki Shursui. Although the defensive power of the Emperor armor was extraordinarily heaven-defying, the strength of Otsutsuki Jiju was equally formidable. Previously, the pendant of Otsutsuki Jiwon contained his temporal power, and it was through this pendant that Otsutsuki Jiwon was able to resurrect from the temporal chaos that originated from Uchiha He. The reason Otsutsuki Jiju resurrected Otsutsuki Jiwon through this series of operations was not fraternal affection but rather his desire to obtain the latter's power. In truth, Otsutsuki Jiwon also possessed the power to transcend the two-dimensional world, yet this power was identical to that of Otsutsuki Jiju. Moreover, due to the peculiarity of the 2.5-dimensional realm which could only accommodate one existence, Otsutsuki Jiwon naturally could not successfully transcend as long as Otsutsuki Jiju was present. This time, by resurrecting Otsutsuki Jiwon, and then seizing his power, Otsutsuki Jiju achieved a complete sublimation through this operation, yet he still did not possess the ability to transcend the two-dimensional world. The reason was something else entirely. Because of the repeated use of temporal power, this force was not without drawbacks. After multiple applications, his existence gradually merged with the time of the entire two-dimensional world. In other words, he was gradually manifesting into time itself, forever bereft of the opportunity to transcend the two-dimensional realm. However, as long as he had the power of Uchiha He's eyes, he was confident that he could transcend the two-dimensional world with those eyes. This was also why earlier he had spared no effort to unleash the ultimate enhanced hollow technique purple, pushing his temporal power to its limit in order to gravely wound Uchiha He. Nevertheless, he still underestimated Uchiha He. Such a strike could have pierced through the entire world, yet Uchiha He endured it with sheer tenacity. However, because this attack contained boundless temporal power, even Uchiha He, who possessed the same temporal power, could not recover from this injury, and even the creative power of his left eye proved futile. The reason was simple: creation and destruction, when existing alone though powerful, were still not omnipotent. For even within creation there exists destruction. Only when the two converge can true power be unleashed. After the clash between the two, Uchiha He did not retreat a single step. However, due to the severity of the injury, it directly pierced through him, leaving a hole the size of a bowl in his chest. Under this blow, Uchiha He's Emperor armor dissipated instantly, and the Nine Tails returned to its original form, gazing at Uchiha He in panic. "Kid He, are you alright? Heal yourself quickly." The Nine Tails looked at Uchiha He in utter panic, even extending its claws as if to plug the hole in his chest. Though no blood flowed from Uchiha He's wound, his life force was steadily draining away. Mingren's was Juban, and gradually the others were enraged beyond measure, unleashing their ultimate techniques without regard for cost. No, it was not just the four of them. It was nearly everyone, all those who had once been saved by Uchiha He, now unleashing their most powerful attacks. A kaleidoscope of colorful attacks surged toward Otsutsuki Jiju. Because of the enchantment of Senjutsu, Otsutsuki Jiju could not absorb them, but his limitless was even more heaven-defying than Gojo Satoru's. Unlike Gojo, his limitless could remain active as long as energy existed. Thus everyone could only watch helplessly as the attacks detonated before him without harming him in the slightest. At that moment Uchiha He forced himself to speak. "I'm not." Cough. Before he could finish saying, "I'm fine," Uchiha He spat out a mouthful of blood. The Ninetales was so anxious it nearly jumped, but in an instant it thought of a solution. "Kid He, I have a way to help you." Uchiha He shook his head upon hearing this and spoke slowly. "Kurama, have you forgotten? I once told you never to redeem others by sacrificing yourself. Such a method, even if it saves their bodies, is never true redemption. But if we don't use this method, you're going to die." Kurama was so frantic that its foxtail nearly spun into a propeller. Uchiha He reached out with difficulty and stroked Kurama's head. "It's okay. Death is not frightening. As long as you remember me, that's enough." As if making his final arrangements, Uchiha He looked around. Kurama still vividly remembered the 2.5 years after Uchiha He's resurrection. Those were the happiest 2.5 years of his life as a tailed beast. For some reason Uchiha He, a human, did not need sleep just like him, a tailed beast. Kurama once asked curiously, "Kid He, why don't you sleep? Do you have something on your mind?" In his interactions with Uchiha He, Kurama no longer acted tsundere because he found that no matter how aloof he acted, Uchiha He would patiently coax him like a child. This Uchiha He was utterly different from the irritable, combative Uchiha He in his memory. For at tsundere, the more you indulge them, the less interesting they find it. Over time Kurama accepted him, and ceased being aloof, accompanying Uchiha He like a little kitten. Regarding whether he had something on his mind, Uchiha He replied, "Something on my mind? Perhaps. But maybe time is too long and I've almost forgotten many important things. At this moment I have nothing on my mind." This is actually the case for some depression patients. If you press them to say what they are thinking, it's not that they don't want to tell you, but they genuinely don't know. Perhaps it's grievances from childhood, or moments of grief. For such people, memories are very chaotic yet very empty. Chaotic because they have many painful memory fragments, empty because at this moment they truly have no thoughts or recollections, only a simple confusion. In other words, this feeling is called numbness. Through his special ability to sense malice, Kurama deeply experienced the emotions from the depths of Uchiha He's heart. There was no darkness, only a cheerful disposition toward others, social anxiety in front of the crowd, and sensitivity deep within. None of these were what moved Kurama. What truly touched him was the profound love that Uchiha He held for everything deep inside. This emotion deeply warmed Kurama's heart, and at that moment Kurama completely trusted Uchiha He. A feeling called dependence was thus planted. Now, seeing that Uchiha He was about to die, Kurama's heart was burning with anxiety. Because of that feeling in his heart, he could not bear to watch him die before his eyes. So, disregarding Uchiha He's obstruction, Kurama resolutely activated the heavy particle mode, intending to merge with Uchiha He. However, at this critical moment a hand suddenly pressed down on Kurama. The one restraining Kurama was Uchiha He, who had also been severely wounded by Otsutsuki Shirju's limitless barrier in that recent strike, rendering him unable to revert from his weapon form within a short span of time. However, having expended the vast majority of his energy, he had finally restored his humanoid form. It was precisely at this critical moment that Uchiha He gripped hold of Kurama. Even after depleting most of his energy, one must not forget that Uchiha He had previously absorbed the power of Uchiha He's ultimate technique from the Warring States period. The energy he had remaining was more than sufficient to subdue a Ninetales. No ordinary feat, and even the Sage of Six Paths mode could not deter him. "Enough, cease your futile efforts. Even Sage mode cannot save him. Only by regaining the power of Uchiha He can he be saved," Uchiha He said calmly. Uchiha He had already stepped halfway through the gates of death. As for why Otsutsuki Shirju did not press forward to launch a surprise attack, it was certainly not out of any code of honor. Rather, it was because that earlier strike had drained the vast majority of his energy. Fearing that Uchiha He might still be concealing some ultimate technique, he remained at a distance, quietly recovering rather than rashly advancing. And as he had suspected, Uchiha He indeed had an ultimate move prepared, an ultimate version of the 5-release yin-yang combined with the Time Seal's inner 4-symbol seal. As long as Otsutsuki Shirju dared to approach for a surprise attack within a fraction of a second, or rather without the need for time itself, he would be permanently sealed within the river of time beyond any possibility of rescue. Though this technique was devastatingly powerful, the price was equally tremendous: Uchiha He's own life along with that magnificent temporal power. Yet to protect the shinobi world he held dear, Uchiha He was fully prepared to make that sacrifice. When Uchiha He spoke of regaining the power of Uchiha he meant that he would merge with Uchiha He, allowing them together to become the strongest existence, on the condition that Uchiha He would cease to exist. Seeing no falsehood in his words, even as he spat blood twice, Uchiha He managed to force out, "You need not sacrifice yourself for my sake." Uchiha He tilted his head and retorted, "Who said this was for you? Do not impose definitions upon others. Even I have things I hold dear." Having spoken, Uchiha He cast a lingering gaze around him as though carving the faces of all those he held dear into his memory forever. However, Uchiha He continued, shifting his tone. "You and I were always one and the same. There will be no dissolution after our merger, only a transformation of existence. Moreover, the current you has come to understand yourself. Your name Uchiha He will not be wasted. Though you are not as mighty as I, your exceptional battle instinct and that remarkable sealing jutsu, those I approve of. Lastly, remember this one thing: take good care of Izuna." With that, Uchiha He transformed into a streak of black light and merged into Uchiha He's body. Witnessing this, Otsutsuki Shirju attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. The powers of creation and destruction had already converged. Though it was deep night, and the moon had long been shattered during the battle, Uchiha He's very presence illuminated the entire shinobi world. Uchiha He radiated a kaleidoscope of light with the energies of creation and destruction coursing through his body. At that moment all memories of Uchiha He flooded back. He was no schemer, no warmonger. He was simply a teacher who loved his disciples dearly, an older brother who cherished his family, and a lonely child. Uchiha He had borne all of Uchiha He's regrets and sorrow. And behind those regrets and pains lay a profound love for those who had been lost. And so everything came to light. In order to resurrect Izuna and his younger siblings, Uchiha He had endured for years, searching endlessly for a means to bring them back. During this time, these overwhelming emotions threatened to destabilize him. To prevent himself from losing control, the destructive energy, though overwhelmingly powerful, carried the constant risk of spiraling out of control. Combined with his deeply depressive yin-released chakra, he sought out opponents endlessly, for only relentless combat could keep him from transforming his love into a hatred capable of destroying the world. And Uchiha He, who had been stripped of these pained memories, though no longer suffering, felt an irrepressible emptiness. Even though his heart was filled with love for everything, he could never find joy. But when the two merged, it was not merely their power that united. The true Uchiha He had always been but one. Whether it was Uchiha He or the revived Uchiha He, they were always one and the same, simply two aspects of the same soul, one who faced hatred and pain courageously, and another who, driven by the love in his heart, sacrificed himself to save everyone. At the moment of their merger, Uchiha He finally understood himself. The knot that had troubled him for so many years was at last untied. The reason a person feels happiness has never been what they have done, but happiness itself. To accept oneself, to embrace the gloomy, the withdrawn, the imperfect self, is to accept happiness itself. There is a saying, one must love oneself before loving others. Uchiha He had spent many years loving others but had never loved himself. It was precisely for this reason that he feared no death, regarding it as liberation. But from this moment onward he would face himself honestly, and in doing so face death as well. Though he still harbored no fear, he now possessed a reverence for life. It was precisely this reverence that gave him the ability to wield such miraculous power. Uchiha He slowly opened his eyes, both irises respectively channeling the energies of creation and destruction. The gash, once the size of a bull, healed instantly. Though Otsutsuki Shirju was stunned by the sight, he showed no panic, and even sneered. "Humph. Even with twin eyes, what does it matter? Years ago I killed the man with twin eyes, I can kill you just as well. Though you wield both eyes, what difference does it make? Years ago I dispatched the twin-eyed him, and today I shall dispatch you." Suddenly Uchiha He vanished in a streak of light. A trail of dark dots flooded through the air, and before Otsutsuki Shirju could react, Uchiha He's hand had seized his throat. As for why they appeared as a string of dots, that was because his flying thunder god marking resembled a single period. Using his creation ability, he marked the path ahead with flying thunder god seals. Since the seals were invisible and intangible, they produced an effect of instantaneous teleportation. And as for why it appeared as a trail, it was simply because Uchiha He lacked wings and used the flying thunder god to teleport his way upward. Though his creation power could have conjured invisible staircases, utilizing the flying thunder god to dash upward was far more spectacular, was it not? While his opponent was still reeling from shock, Uchiha He unleashed a barrage of strikes followed by an elbow that sent Otsutsuki Shirju's forming Senpo Rikudo Ogabiki Vermilion Bird flying apart. This relentless combination left him thoroughly dazed. And this series of techniques naturally had its own name. Crows riding aircraft. Grandmother's leg kicks. Anti-square dancing. The 7th radio calisthenics routine. 18 dragon subduing palms. Receive. Transform. Release. With one final elbow strike sending Otsutsuki Shirju flying, Uchiha He finally ceased his assault. Daitang Mujiji rose to his feet with trembling limbs, then asked in utter disbelief, "What manner of techniques are these? Why have I never encountered them in any other dimension?" Uchiha raised his hands in a questioning gesture and slowly declared, "Wing Chun Uchiha." Daitang Mujiju had assumed his life was forfeit after such a pummeling, but upon inspecting his body and finding himself unharmed, his arrogance returned. "Ha! I thought those were some formidable skills, but they were merely ordinary taijutsu. Don't tell me you've forgotten that physical techniques hold no power over me." Yet Uchiha slowly turned his body. This time the ninja world's assembled crowd, having learned from prior experience, mirrored his movements, and steadily extended 3 fingers. 1, 2, 3. The assembled ninja world counted down in unison, and as expected at the final count, Daitang Mujiju's body erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors before he began spinning like a top, shrinking with each rotation. Daitang Mujiju railed impotently. When exactly did this happen? But Uchiha merely replied with a dismissive tone, "Surely you didn't believe those were simply basic physical techniques." Uchiha never engaged in meaningless actions. Whether applying chakra during cultivation or wielding yin-yang release, even a failed yin-yang release attempt was thoroughly utilized to properly comprehend the power contained within its explosion. Returning to that moment, each of Uchiha's strikes was in truth an execution of an ultimate sealing jutsu. To act without detection, Uchiha constructed seal formations using energy identical to what resided within Daitang Mujiju's body. However, rather than deploying a complete sealing technique, he positioned individual components of the seal. The constituent elements of the sealing technique were dispersed throughout Daitang Mujiju's body, with the activation condition being his use of temporal power. Indeed, at that moment Daitang Mujiju channeled his own power along with the countdown, simultaneously applying temporal energy to guard against any major attack Uchiha might unleash next. Yet he had failed to guard against himself. Uchiha had orchestrated this through such a method, causing Daitang Mujiju to deliver himself straight to hell. As the light faded, Daitang Mujiju ultimately dissolved within the river of time. This sealing technique was not the earlier explosive series used against Daitang Mushikimi, but rather Uchiha's completely novel application of temporal power. By fusing temporal power with sealing technique, one can completely erase their target from the entirety of the river of time. However, what puzzled Uchiha was that logically Daitang Mujiju, who had absorbed all of Daitang Mushikimi's power, should have been overwhelmingly strong, making it impossible for him to be so thoroughly overpowered by taijutsu alone. To counter his infinity, Uchiha had even prepared other secret weapons. Yet during the beating, Uchiha shockingly discovered that his infinity had long since ceased to function. There was only one explanation. The real Daitang Mujiju had not entered the battlefield, but was instead using Shikimi's power to fight Uchiha. At this moment Daitang Mujiju, perhaps having witnessed Uchiha's strength, was likely hiding in some corner biding his time. Nevertheless, given Daitang Mujiju's abilities, learning all of Uchiha's powers was merely a question of time. Therefore the pressing priority was to root out this rat. Although Uchiha had already grasped the full picture, he maintained the expression of someone who had not noticed this anomaly. Seeing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief and gathered around Uchiha in celebration. Finally, having come to terms with himself, Uchiha, though still somewhat socially anxious, no longer resisted such gatherings. He stood quietly among the crowd, a faint smile gracing his face. Yet at this moment Kurama felt disappointed for having been unable to assist Uchiha. The observant Uchiha naturally detected his emotional shift. He approached Kurama, resting his hand upon its head and gently stroking. Between man and beast not a word was spoken, yet it felt as though 1,000 messages had been exchanged. Once the matter concluded, Uchiha patrolled the village in search of traces left by Daitang Mujiju. Through recalling the plot, Uchiha finally made a discovery, yet he remained outwardly composed. Soon surrounded by a crowd that included Uchiha Madara, Senju, Hashirama, Naruto, Sasuke, Izuna, and Tobirama, Uchiha decided to treat them. Naturally, the venue for the treat was Konoha's premier destination, Ichiraku Ramen. Perhaps everyone had forgotten, but Uchiha had once given Ichiraku a gold ingot as payment for meals. Though they consumed lavish amounts each time, that single ingot had never been fully spent. Uchiha had made prior arrangements with the proprietor reserving the entire day's ramen service. Thus within Ichiraku Ramen shop that day only those 7 master and disciples along with Kurama, who followed Uchiha everywhere, were present. Time elapsed, and after so many years Ichiraku Ramen shop remained unchanged with the sole exception of a slightly expanded storefront following reconstruction. This time Uchiha ate his noodles with unusual quietude, taking no large bites, merely watching his disciples in silence, finding beauty in the moment. Things and people regained after loss become all the more precious. Meanwhile, outside the shop, Kurama was shouting, "Hey River Kid, don't forget about me. I want the extra large portion." Uchiha and Ichiraku exchanged knowing smiles. "I'll go cook it for him right away," Ichiraku said. Then Uchiha completely let loose, consuming over 3,000 bowls in succession. This sight left all the disciples utterly speechless. Uchiha, entirely unfazed, remarked, "I've been craving this single bite for roughly 50 years. Truly exquisite." Those 50 years referred to Uchiha's time spent in isolation. After finishing his meal, Uchiha engaged in casual conversation with Ichiraku, the two resembling old friends reuniting after a long separation. Ichiraku maintained his perpetual smile throughout. "After all these years the taste hasn't changed at all, has it?" "Daitangu, no." Ichiraku scratched his head and replied, "Haha, my skills remain untouched." Uchiha's expression suddenly turned serious. "Do you not respect me? Why won't you open your eyes?" Ichiraku was at a loss for words. He wanted to retort, "I've already opened them as wide as possible," but considering Uchiha was a valued customer he restrained himself and merely replied politely, "Lord Uchiha, my eyes have always been this way." Several disciples moved to investigate upon witnessing this. But Uchiha suddenly burst into laughter. "It was merely a joke. By the way, Daitangu Ichiraku, let me see what your Rinnegan looks like." Upon hearing this, Ichiraku's pupils constricted sharply. However, since he had never opened his eyes from beginning to end, no one could detect the reaction. Observing no response from Ichiraku, Uchiha presumed his judgment was incorrect, and gestured for his disciples to follow him outside. One cannot blame Uchiha for his misjudgment. Considering what Ichiraku looks like in his eyes, they truly cannot be seen. The nature of Ichiraku's eyes and identity has always remained an enigma. Just as they were about to depart, Uchiha He suddenly turned around and from somewhere unknown produced a handgun, pointing it directly at Ikaku. "You audacious fiend! I can tell at a glance that you are not human." Uchiha He launched his attack without warning. Ikaku was taken aback, but maintaining his professional demeanor replied with a grin, "Lord He, I fear this jest has gone somewhat too far." Uchiha He meticulously catalogued Ikaku's conduct. First and foremost, Ikaku remained entirely composed when confronted with the Nine-Tails incarnation, despite everyone else being consumed by terror. If it were merely inherent kindness, that might be excusable. Yet when Uchiha Itachi approached, he exhibited the same composure. Even if he did not recognize Uchiha Itachi personally, Uchiha He found it impossible to believe he would fail to recognize those distinctive eyes. Moreover, over the years Kurama had frequently visited the ramen shop. The first time it appeared, Ikaku showed not the slightest surprise. Consider this: for every villager, despite Uchiha He's presence, the fear of the Nine-Tails was carved into their very bones. Such a reaction hardly aligned with the genuine response of an ordinary person. Yet none of these observations held the greatest significance. What mattered most was the original source material's description of Ikaku's abilities. Tent is not a ninja. However, in the original anime episode 168, he once threw a rolling pin with his injured right hand effortlessly and accurately, knocking down the eavesdropping Choji and Naruto. Striking someone down with an injured hand may not be difficult for an adult. However, remember that the one knocked down was none other than Sarutobi Asuma. Setting aside the Nine-Tails within him, the Uzumaki clan's extraordinary regenerative abilities alone would have prevented a rolling pin from leaving so much as a mark. Buldatsutsuki. Your guilt is confirmed. Reveal your true form this instant. Uchiha He bellowed. Seeing Ikaku still wearing an innocent expression, Uchiha He simply pulled the trigger. A bullet surging with immeasurable temporal power, and wreathed in yin-yang creation and destructive energy shot forth with tremendous force. Whoever is struck by this bullet will surely perish. Alarms blared within Ikaku's mind. Just as the bullet was about to strike his forehead, Ikaku suddenly curled his lips into a crooked smile, and slowly opened his eyes. Before everyone's eyes appeared a pair of shimmering pale blue irises wreathed in white mist. Before Uchiha He could take in their beauty, he immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique, closing the distance in an instant to catch his opponent off guard. However, Ikaku had long been prepared. With nothing more than a simple barrier technique, he effortlessly neutralized Uchiha He's surprise assault. Yet Uchiha He possessed a counter to the infinity barrier. Principle of the jutsu to manifest into reality the convergent infinite series from Achilles' paradox. This distance can be endlessly subdivided, and the infinity barrier brings this concept into actuality within a specific area of space. Based on this principle, it is not difficult to understand that this technique alters space itself. Moreover, after being reinforced by Otsutsuki Ikaku, or rather Otsutsuki Shirbai, this infinity barrier far surpasses its anime counterpart. Consider this: on an empty road a car races at tremendous speed. When its velocity reaches a point beyond capture by any means, the sole proof of the car's existence is not distance but time itself. Uchiha He, who had mastered the power of time, found this seemingly insurmountable infinity barrier quite simple to break. Within the flow of time, the physical body's existence is not eternal, but time itself is perpetual. Temporal displacement. This was Uchiha He's newest technique. By scrambling temporal data, he could shift his existence elsewhere, as though he had stood in that position from the very beginning. In simpler terms, it is an advanced version of the Flying Thunder God, the spatio-temporal Flying Thunder God. Through this technique, Uchiha He could teleport to any space at any point in time. For instance, just now when Ikaku deployed the infinity barrier, Uchiha He could activate this technique to return to the space-time before the barrier was enacted and launch his attack. It must be clarified that this is not true spatio-temporal travel, otherwise the Ikaku before him would also possess this ability, and naturally could not harm him. After deploying this technique, the user remains within their current spacetime, yet the corresponding spatial coordinates shift according to the caster's will. In other words, although the current Ikaku remains unchanged and Uchiha He himself is the same, the spacetime they now occupy favors Uchiha He, a reality where the infinity barrier simply does not exist. Uchiha He activated the Flying Thunder God once more and closed the distance, delivering a casual elbow strike that sent his opponent flying. By now everyone reading has likely deduced Ikaku's true identity. It is nonetheless Otsutsuki Shirbai. In the previous chapter, what was utterly erased was merely the Guk no Matsuri body he controlled through consciousness. Otsutsuki Shirbai's face twisted in disbelief. How is this possible? What manner of technique is this? Uchiha He smirked. Your imagination bounds your strength, yet my imagination surpasses your every expectation. As he spoke, Uchiha He activated the Flying Thunder God to close and preparing to deploy the same temporal sealing technique once more. However, Otsutsuki Shirbai had clearly learned from his earlier mistakes. He channeled all his energy into his eyes. This technique too he had learned from another dimension. Though not yet fully refined, it was already operational. What a pity! I had intended to wait until this jutsu was completely perfected before employing it, yet you prove far more perceptive than I anticipated. Otsutsuki Shirbai expressed his regret, though the corners of his mouth had risen impossibly high. Clearly he harbored immense confidence in this technique. Domain expansion time stasis. The moment he activated the technique centered upon Otsutsuki Shirbai, the entire world's time froze instantly. Even Uchiha He found himself utterly paralyzed. Having successfully deployed the technique, Otsutsuki Shirbai's arrogance resurfaced. Ha!